It destroyed all trees in its path for over 100 meters. Fujin grinned, amazing. Though my speed is still a bit slower, the benefits of performing jutsus this way are just amazing. By controlling Yang Chakra, I can easily decide how much power I want to put into the jutsu. If I want to supercharge it, I only have to increase the Yang Chakra and don't have to increase the Yin Chakra. So I can save Yin Chakra while supercharging this jutsu. However, more than Yang Chakra, I am impressed by the abilities of Yin Chakra. I didn't expect such a result. With a grin on his face, he observed his surroundings. It was a complete mess. Some trees had hundreds of holes in their trunk while some had hundreds of cuts on them. A few trees were completely shredded. If anyone visited this place, they would be terrified by the destruction. Fujin was very happy. It was as if a whole new realm of possibilities had opened up for him. A terrifying new realm. Chapter 229, Happy Thoughts Work. For the next couple of days, Fujin kept practicing infinite breakthrough jutsu with yin and yang amplifications until he was satisfied. Soon, it was the day of visiting the hospital. Fujin trained his body in the morning and spent a couple of hours meditating to relax his mind and eliminate all needless thoughts and distractions. He left his house for the hospital, but suddenly he had a thought. Wait a minute. Yoshi said last time that we need to think about happy and pleasant thoughts. So we need to be happy. And I am happy after eating delicious food. I should stuff my stomach before going. Otherwise, if I keep thinking about eating the fish, I don't think I could heal it, haha. Having decided, he visited Ikiraku once again and enjoyed himself while blissfully ignoring the time for Yoshi's training session. At noon, Yoshi entered the same room and saw 28 people in the room. He looked around and his face fell as he thought, 6 quit already, including that youngster. A shame. I had high hopes for him. But, if he doesn't have the discipline of sticking for a week, then there is no way he can become a medical ninja. He began by giving a short lecture and started guiding the trainees to use the mystical palm jutsu. Half an hour later, Fujin knocked on the door and entered the room. Once again, he attracted everyone's attention. Yoshi squinted his eyes. He didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was happy that Fujin wanted to continue, while on the other hand, he was disappointed by his indiscipline. He walked towards Fujin and said, "You are late." Fujin nodded, but he had a smile on his face. Yoshi's eyes twitched. He commented in his mind, did that Hotake brat spread his influence on the youngsters? Yoshi put up a serious face and said strictly, "I won't allow any tardy ninja to learn medical ninjutsu. So you better give me a good reason for being late. Otherwise, I won't be teaching you." His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. They all had their attention on Fujin. For half an hour, they had been trying unsuccessfully. So seeing another person get yelled at felt refreshing. They were hoping to get some entertainment. Fujin maintained his smile and said, "Of course, I have a reason, sensei. I had left home on time and should have been here before noon. But then I recalled your words." Yoshi was confused. He asked, "My words?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Didn't you say that we should have happy and pleasant thoughts in order to be able to heal? If the fish's body perceives any threat, then it won't allow our chakra to assist it, right?" Yoshi nodded but was still confused. He thought, I did say that bullshit, but how is it related to him being late? Fujin said, "I recalled your words and realized that in the last week, when I was healing the fish, I was very hungry and was wondering how the fish would taste. It is probably why the fish's body put up a resistance. In addition, I am at my happiest after eating a delicious meal. So I took your advice and decided to eat up first before showing up here. Otherwise, I would only fail like last time." Yoshi and everyone in the room were stunned. They were left speechless by Fujin's excuse. Yoshi thought, what the fuck? How did he reach that conclusion? He wanted to yell, but before he could say anything, Fujin bowed and said, "That's why I am late, sensei. But I still apologize for the delay. It won't happen again." Yoshi was left speechless once again. Fujin didn't even give him any chance to scold him. In the end, he could only say, "Don't be late again or I won't accept you in the class." His words left everyone else dumbfounded. Especially Emi and Asuka. Memories of Yoshi yelling at them surfaced in their heads. They both thought, how did he avoid getting yelled at? Could we have just said that we wanted to eat and get away without getting yelled at for years? Fujin said, "Of course." Yoshi said, "Go try to heal a fish." Fujin nodded and quickly left and occupied an empty spot that already had a fish. He observed the fish and thought, there's no way there would be a happier sight than his expression. Oh well, here goes nothing. Fujin waved hand signs and extended his right palm towards the fish with a smile on his face. Yang Chakra appeared on his palm. He used a little bit of Yin Chakra to manipulate the Yang Chakra and began healing the fish. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin gently increased his chakra output. To his surprise, the fish began twitching and moving its fins rapidly in just 30 seconds. Once again, shock spread throughout the room. The trainees were shocked that someone managed to heal the fish so quickly. Meanwhile, Emi and Asuka's eyes popped out. They both cursed in their mind, that shitty advice works. However, the most shocked was Yoshi. He had no idea what to make of the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. The fish began flailing as Fujin's chakra began burning his body. Fujin quickly reduced his chakra output. The fish's body stopped burning, but it was no longer being healed at the required rate. It soon became still once again. Fujin stopped his jutsu. He looked at Yoshi with an innocent face and said excitedly, "Your advice is great, sensei. I didn't think I would make progress so quickly. With a few more happy thoughts, I think I can heal the fish in no time." Yoshi's eyes twitched. It wasn't the praise he wanted to hear. However, before he could say anything, he felt many eyes on him. He looked away from Fujin to see that all 28 trainees were staring at him. Awe and respect could be seen in their eyes. Yoshi gulped as he noticed the reverence in their eyes for him. One guy said, "I will think of happy thoughts too, sensei." Another asked, "I too am the happiest when I eat delicious food. Can I be back in 30 minutes? A few more asked the same question. Another wondered out loud, "Should I propose to Emiko-chan? I will be the happiest if she says yes." However, the guy next to him said, "But if she says no, then I am afraid that you will never learn this jutsu." The guy shivered and said, "You are right." Another guy overheard their conversation and chimed in, "We should try to get instant happiness." A lecherous smile appeared on his face. "You understand what I mean, right?" His statement made everyone feel awkward. They immediately moved 2 steps away from him. Another looked at Yoshi and asked with a serious face, "I am the happiest when I am drunk. But how can I control my chakra properly when I am drunk?" Similar statements began flowing through the room. Yoshi saw the chaos in the room with a dumbfounded expression. Never before had he lost control of the room while teaching trainees. However, he couldn't keep staying quiet. He was asked too many questions. He reluctantly said, "If anyone wants to go out to relax, you can. But return within an hour. The ones who want to keep training, you can keep training. We will monitor your progress." His words made many trainees excited. Soon, 23 trainees left the room. While leaving, one excitedly exclaimed in a loud voice, "I never knew that to become a medical ninja we have to keep ourselves happy all the time. If I did, I would have become a medical ninja right after graduating. Not to mention, with the skills of a medical ninja, I wouldn't even have to be worried about my liver." Ha ha ha. Those words made Yoshi look at the ninja. He couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, "How did things reach this stage?" He couldn't help but look at Fujin, who still had that innocent smile on his face. Chapter 230, The Greatest Talent in Medical Ninjutsu? Bring me more. In Shushuya, an old man yelled for yet another drink. The waiter sighed. He took the bottle of sake to his table and poured him more sake while thinking, why does he keep yelling? All the customers from nearby tables have moved away due to him. He even chased a few away at the door. Despite the waiter's worries, the old man wasn't concerned. It was as if he didn't care about anything. He repeated his actions until one guy had enough. He got up and walked to his table and said loudly, "Why do you keep shouting, old ma?" The man suddenly stopped speaking and went pale. He fumbled, "Yo-toss-shi-sen." Yamanaka Yoshi looked up and saw the middle-aged man. He exclaimed with a wide smile on his face, "Isamu. Have a seat. Drink with me." Isamu sat down unwillingly. Seeing Yoshi's state, he was sure that he would be embarrassed, and unlike Yoshi, he wasn't drunk enough to not care. He thought, I am a jounin and a senior medical ninja. There are very few who would outrank me. To think that my luck is so bad that the drunkard I wanted to quiet down just happened to be one. With one last hope of saving himself from the embarrassment, he asked, "Why are you drinking so much, sensei?" Yoshi was very tipsy. However, he could still hold rational conversation, but his voice and tone were very inconsistent. He said, "You won't believe what I witnessed today, Isamu. It was mind-blowing. In my 40 years of being a medical ninja and 30 years of being an instructor, I have never witnessed such a sight." Isamu sighed in relief that Yoshi could hold a sane conversation. He was also intrigued at the same time. He couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" Yoshi asked, "Do you remember that happy thoughts speech I used to give to the mystical palm trainees?" A smile formed on Isamu's face as he replied, "Yes, sensei. We drank multiple times while laughing hilariously at their hilarious attempts." Yoshi said, "Yes, that one. One of the trainees followed my advice and made huge improvements." A peculiar expression appeared on his face. He said, "How could he? We both know that it is bullshit. They just need some time and practice to tune their chakra to healing mode." Yoshi said, "No, it did happen. He managed to heal a bit on his second try. In his second session itself, He made a lot of advancements. And after every attempt, he would think of more happy thoughts and make more improvements. He even thanked me after every improvement. I won't be surprised if he masters the mystical palm jutsu in a month. The whole room was looking at me with reverence in their eyes. Now Osamu was dumbfounded. His mind went into overdrive to make sense of the situation. Soon, he reached a conclusion. He asked, "Are you sure that he hasn't already learned the jutsu? Or perhaps someone else is tutoring him?" Unlike Yoshi, Osamu wasn't overwhelmed by the situation. So he could think with a stable mind. However, Yoshi shook his head and said, "No way. He definitely never used this jutsu before. As for a tutor, that is probably a no as well." I could see how thankful he was in his eyes after every small improvement. It felt so genuine. "Bring me more." The waiter hurried to his table while Osamu became embarrassed at being seen alongside him. He got up and said, "Bring me along with you next time to see that trainee, sensei. I will take my leave for now." However, Yoshi said, "What's the hurry? Sit down. I'll tell of all the fun and weird things that happened today." Osamu could only sit back reluctantly. Yoshi had taught his batch of medical ninjas and hence held a lot of respect. He couldn't disobey him so brazenly. So he sat down and endured the embarrassment of being seen alongside him. At the same time, loud laughing noise could be heard from the Akiraku's stall. Though the person laughing couldn't be seen due to the curtains, he caused a lot of weird looks to fall on Akiraku. Tuki sighed. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated himself, but he had to say it again, "Fujin-kun. You shouldn't laugh so much while eating." Fujin replied, "It's fine. It's fine. It was just so hilarious. Ha 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 ha." Ayam pouted and said angrily, "You keep laughing but don't even tell me what is so funny." Fujin kept laughing and said, "You won't understand." Ayam snorted and looked away and said, "Tell me. I'll see whether I can understand or not." Fujin replied, "It's ninja stuff. Anyways, I am learning a new technique and the old instructor I have was trying some bullshit on us. So I just used his bullshit and made it look like it was true." His face was so hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Ayam looked at Fujin with a confused expression. She muttered to herself, "What part of that is so funny?" She looked at her father, but he too didn't understand and shook his head. The father-daughter duo left Fujin to his devices. Osamu helped Yoshi to his house before returning to his. However, en route, he couldn't help but think about Fujin. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he sighed and muttered, "I need to check on him. No way that happiness bullshit works. Either he has taken training or has someone guiding him. Otherwise, he will be the greatest talent in medical ninjutsu in our village. No, in the entire ninja world and perhaps history too." After filling his stomach and laughing a lot, Fujin returned home. He took out a scroll as he recalled the earlier events. Earlier in the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, the trainees had trained hard for over 3 hours. But other than Fujin, no one else managed to make much progress no matter how happy they were. Finally, Emi and Asuka handed all 29 trainees a scroll. Yoshi said, "This scroll is similar to the big scroll that preserves the fish. We will be temporarily giving these scrolls to you. When your training is completed, you have to return them. If you fail to return or damage them, then you will have to pay 100,000 ryo as a fine." The huge fine made most of the trainees gulp. They held the scroll properly as if it was an expensive and precious jade. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, "This scroll has the same seals? I should try to study the seals. Though I have Sora's seals that were used to store the dead body and eyes, I didn't want to risk experimenting with them as it would have been a huge loss if I damaged the scroll. But, if I damage this scroll, then I only have to pay 100,000 ryo. It could be helpful if I can replicate the seals." Though 100,000 ryo was a lot for a normal genin or even weaker chunins, it wasn't much for Fujin who had claimed multiple bounties. Yoshi continued, "Every scroll has 12 fish that you can use to try your mystical palm jutsu. This is a gift from us to you. In the future, you can ask for more fish at the reception, but you will have to pay for them. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded. Yoshi said, "Try to heal the fish by yourselves until we meet next week. You will have to practice a lot in order to succeed. Now leave." At his home, Fujin looked at the scroll and muttered, "It looks like Hidden Leaf Village wants as many ninjas to learn this jutsu as they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't use so many resources on us. After all, we are just one batch. From what I heard, a new batch is started every month. And Yoshi claimed that it normally takes around 8 to 12 months to learn this jutsu and use it without any risks. So there might be another 12 batches being trained alongside us. Now that I think about it, it is kinda surprising that Tomatsu's squad didn't have anyone who could heal." Fujin opened the scroll and summoned a fish. He observed. "It seems to be the same seal. Good. I'll first use up the fish and then try to study the seals. Fujin began practicing the mystical palm jutsu once again. Chapter 231, Spamming shadow clones once again. In an hour, Fujin had gone through all 12 fishes without completely healing any. He sighed, I feel like I am close but I still can't heal it without burning its flesh. Still, I have a feeling that it should just be a matter of practice. I should get a hang of this jutsu soon. Fujin turned his attention towards the seal and began testing it. After a while, he concluded, interesting seal. It has the base of a normal storage seal. That should be used to create a space in the seal. In addition, there are seals to preserve life and not pose any harm to it as well as to keep the air fresh and rich in oxygen. I can replicate these with ease. However, there are a few additional seals that I don't recognize. I wonder if they will be in section of the library. Since the only additional component in the seal is time, I guess that these seals are responsible for slowing down time in the seal. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he had an idea. Wait. Since there are seals to slow down time, are there also seals that speed up time? If yes, then I could build my own hyperbolic time chamber. The Fourth War is only around 8 to 9 years away and I am not sure how strong I can be by then. But a hyperbolic time chamber could provide me with a huge help. Especially to master other elements and to try to fuse elements and learn KK Genkais. But a frown formed on Fujin's face, but this won't be without drawbacks. I don't have any means to extend my lifespan. Using such means will make me get older faster. At the very least, I shouldn't use it until the growth of my body has stopped. Not to mention, it is highly questionable if such a seal exists. After all, if it does, I am sure that there would be many others who could come to the same conclusion as me. So, such training rooms should have been a trend in the ninja world. Especially during the times of great wars. Every village could use them to quickly train their kids and add more manpower to their armies. Still, even if it doesn't exist, can I invent such a seal? Fujin stared at the unfamiliar symbols while thinking, the Hidden Leaf Village Library should have the seal to slow down time. Whereas, speeding up time just needs reverse principles. With this seal as a base, I could have something to work with. Fujin analyzed more before nodding to himself, yes, I can try this. Even if I have to limit the usage for myself, this method can be very handy. I'll work on this after mastering the seal that slows down time. With numerous ideas running through his mind, Fujin began studying the seal properly. He wrote down the symbols he didn't identify and experimented with them until he was sleepy. The next day Fujin created a couple of shadow clones. The clones looked at him and nodded. No words were needed. Fujin left the house and began his morning routine while his clones continued working on the seal. After completing his morning routine, Fujin began relearning his jutsus by controlling yin and yang chakra. Fujin analyzed, my infinite breakthrough jutsu is modified to the limit. I can't strengthen it once again in a short time. Time to move on to the air bullet jutsu. Once this jutsu is down, I will check if yin and yang chakra could be used to improve wind vacuum jutsus. Fujin trained till his chakra levels became low. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home, took the scroll and went to the hospital to buy more fish for testing. After dinner, he trained mystical palm jutsu once again before going to bed. For the next 5 days, Fujin trained in this manner. Finally, on the 5th night, a grin formed on Fujin's face. In front of him, a fish was rapidly flapping its fins and jumping on the scroll. Fujin muttered, mystical palm jutsu is learned. He grabbed the fish and flickered to his washroom. He filled a bucket with water and placed the healed fish in it. The fish finally calmed down and began swimming merrily. Fujin observed the fish for 10 minutes and thought, good, there are no side effects or complications. I should try healing a few more. Fujin returned towards where his scroll was. He opened it completely and summoned 5 fishes and weaved a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu 4 shadow clones appeared around him. All immediately used mystical palm jutsu. In 30 seconds, all fish began moving on the scroll. Fujin transferred all the fish into the bucket and observed them. All were fine and didn't develop any complications. A clone said, looks like the first step of learning this jutsu is completed. Another nodded and said, yes. Now we just have to try it on humans. Fujin dismissed his clones and thought, it too should be similar. But I will have to be more careful. These fish were injured to the appropriate degree. In field situations, the injuries could be poisoned, may have already attracted some bacteria or there could be internal injuries. Anyways, no need to be worried about that. Yoshi should educate me about this. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered, I should go to sleep. Though I have managed to learn this jutsu, the seal has been difficult to replicate. I will spend the entire day tomorrow learning it. The next morning, Fujin entered his basement and made a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu in an instant, the entire basement was filled with smoke. Fujin created 35 shadow clones. His face went pale due to the loss of chakra. He sat down for a couple of minutes and meditated. His clones observed him and realized, I still can't control my chakra during the shadow clone jutsu. All chakra gets distributed equally. Since I made 35 shadow clones, my main body just has 1 out of 36 of his chakra remaining. No wonder the main body immediately began meditating. Though Fujin was meditating, his clones didn't need to meditate. They didn't disturb him and began working on the seal. After an hour, Fujin's chakra finally recovered to a sufficient level. Fujin thought, I need to modify the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instead of dividing all chakra, I need to assign the chakra for the jutsu to divide. That way, only the chakra I want will be equally divided while I will still have access to my remaining chakra. Fujin opened his eyes and saw that all 35 clones were working on the seal. He observed them while thinking, there are already 35 shadow clones working on the seal. Adding myself won't increase the pace of research. What should I do? After thinking a bit, he got up and said, looks like I underestimated how much chakra I would lose. His clones looked at him and nodded. Fujin said, I will go to the meditation room and meditate. You guys keep working on the seal for the next 3 hours. Then dismiss yourself in groups of 5 and intervals of 5 minutes. The clones nodded and began working again while Fujin began meditating in his meditation room to calm his mind and recover his chakra. 3 hours later, the clones began dismissing themselves in the decided order. With each clone's disappearance, a surge of memories flooded Fujin's mind, like a deluge of information pouring into his consciousness. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the collective experiences washing over him. The memories came in fragments, a jumble of observations, analysis and speculations, like pieces of a puzzle seeking their place. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, Fujin remained focused, his mind swiftly analyzing and processing each memory as it arrived. He meticulously pieced together the memories, drawing connections, and extracting the essential insights. However, amidst the exhilaration of acquiring so much information, a slight headache gnawed at Fujin's temple. It was the consequence of absorbing so many memories. Fortunately, due to the time interval, the headache wasn't intense. Fujin pressed on integrating all the memories together and gaining the gains made by all of his clones. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, I can't say what is worse. Having an intense headache at the same time or many headaches spread out over 30 minutes. Whatever, time to redo it. Fujin returned to the basement. However, this time, he didn't use the multi-shadow clone jutsu and instead used shadow clone jutsu 30 times. He could control the amount of chakra he pours in a single shadow clone. Due to this, he stopped when he felt that the chakra was reaching low levels. Fujin's clones began working once again. Meanwhile, Fujin left his house and went to Yakiniku to fill his stomach. Analyzing memories of 35 clones not only gave him a headache, but it also created a hole in his stomach. Chapter 232, Invitation to Become a Medical Ninja. Fujin's clones spent the whole day studying the seal and trying to replicate it. Due to studying with 30 clones, they made rapid progress. Finally, at midnight, one shadow clone exclaimed, I did it. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They began moving closer to him to observe the seal. But the clone said with a chuckle, no need to be impatient. He dispelled himself and sent memories to Fujin and all his clones. All the clones absorbed the memories and realized. Immediately, they began creating the seal. Meanwhile, Fujin, who was meditating in the meditation room, opened his eyes. A smile formed on his face. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it. All the shadow clones received the memories. After completing the seal, clones began dispelling themselves at regular intervals. After absorbing everyone's memories, Fujin returned to the basement. He collected all the scrolls and opened up a new one. He quickly inscribed the newly learned seal into the scroll and studied it. After observing it thoroughly, he concluded, good, this looks exactly like the seal I copied. Now, time to test it. Fujin stored a rotten apple in the seal and thought, it's good that I had the presence of mind to buy a rotten apple when I went out to eat. I will check if the apple's state worsens or remains the same until tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I will have a nice long sleep. My headache is killing me. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Fujin withdrew the rotten apple from the seal. He observed it and concluded, the same as last night. Great. I will continue storing it in this seal to test how well this seal works. If it can keep it stored for a week or more, I'll begin reversing the seal to increase the speed of time. Fujin sealed the apple back in the seal and looked at the clock. His eyes widened. The hell? It is already 11:45 a.m.? Shit, I underestimated that headache. Fujin quickly got off his bed and freshened up. He grabbed a few fruits to eat and flickered to the hospital. Thanks to his speed, he barely managed to make it in time. Fujin entered the room thinking, though last time was fun, it's probably best to not delay pointlessly. After all, my reputation is nowhere near Kakashi's. As Fujin entered the room, The room was quite noisy. Everyone was talking about the activities they did to ensure maximum happiness before coming to the hospital. However, they went quiet and looked at Fujin. After all, he was the only one to have some success in healing the fish. A few groups called Fujin, but soon after Fujin entered the room, Yoshi, Isamu, Emi and Asuka entered the room as well. So everyone quickly occupied their seats. Yoshi and Isamu walked to the front of the room and Yoshi announced, "This is Isamu. He was one of my students as well. Now he is a full-fledged medical ninja with a lot of achievements under his belt. Have you practiced at home?" Everyone nodded. One person said excitedly, "Yes, sensei. I also did a lot of stuff to keep myself happy." Yoshi's face immediately went dark while Isamu let out a chuckle. Yoshi said, "Alright, show me your progress." Everyone began going to the tables in groups and tried healing the fish. Fujin observed them. As he expected, no one had made any progress. Finally, it was Fujin's turn to go. He got up and approached the table. The eyes of Yoshi, Isamu and others in the room were glued on him. He weaved a hand sign and extended his right hand towards the fish. Yang chakra appeared on his palm and began healing the fish. In a few seconds, the fish began improving in health. It began quivering. 10 seconds later, it began moving its fins rapidly and jumped into the small pond on the other side of the table. Silence spread throughout the room. Everyone was shocked by what they witnessed. One guy asked in a soft voice, "Didn't Yoshi-sensei say that we will need 4 to 6 months to reach this stage?" The guy next to him nodded but couldn't say anything. Yoshi was the one who was in the most shock. After all, he had seen how much Fujin struggled just 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Isamu was very suspicious. Fujin looked at Yoshi and said with a smile, "Having a full stomach helps a lot, sensei. Can we move on to the next step?" Yoshi finally gathered his thoughts and said, "Good work." He looked at Emi and Asuka and said, "You two take control of the room and guide everyone." He looked back at Fujin and said, "Fujin, come with me." Yoshi and Isamu began walking out of the room. Fujin followed thinking, did I make too much of an impact on them by learning the jutsu so quickly? They walked out of the room and towards Yoshi's office as Fujin concluded, that should be the case. Oh well, it doesn't matter much now even if I show off my talent or skills. It would just make the village value me more. The trio entered a small cabin. Both Yoshi and Isamu stared at Fujin until he got uncomfortable and asked, "What are you two staring like this?" Both ignored his question and kept staring. Isamu asked, "Fujin, tell us the truth. Have you learnt or practiced the mystical palm jutsu earlier?" Fujin replied, "Nope." Isamu asked again, "Did anyone else guide you privately after you visited the hospital 2 weeks ago?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Do we also get private tutors for learning mystical palm jutsu?" He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, sensei?" Sweat formed on Yoshi and Isamu's heads. They both had the same thought, this brat learnt the jutsu in 2 weeks and still wanted personal tutoring? Yoshi coughed and said, "We don't offer any personal tutoring. However, if any trainee has good relations with a medical ninja, they can receive their help." Fujin replied, "Oh, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have a close friendship with any medical ninja." Yoshi and Isamu both went silent and looked at each other. Both agreed that Fujin had incredible talent. Yoshi looked back at Fujin and asked, "Fujin, do you want to become a medical ninja?" Fujin frowned. He thought for a bit and shook his head. He said, "Becoming a medical ninja will take a lot of time. I don't have much time on my hands right now. If I have time in the future, then I might consider it." Fujin did consider it seriously. After all, medical ninjutsu seemed to be a very good way to master yang and yin chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't do so. He thought, I am learning a lot of things at the same time. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordplay and fu-in-jutsu have been my main focus. And I have also learnt some ganjutsu. If I add medical ninjutsu to the mix as well, I might overburden myself and make a mess of everything. After all, becoming a medical ninja might need more time than learning fu-in-jutsu. Mystical palm jutsu is sufficient for my current needs. Yoshi and Isamu frowned. From Fujin's answer, they realized that even if Fujin pursued medical ninjutsu, it wouldn't be his main focus. That wasn't what they wanted. Yoshi said, "Fujin, I think you misunderstood me. I want you to abandon your other options and focus completely on becoming a medical ninja." As he was speaking, both he and Isamu figured out the answer from Fujin's face. So before Fujin could refuse, Isamu said, "We will be honest with you, Fujin. I didn't want to tell you this right now in case you become overconfident, but I will because if you don't, then it will be a huge loss for Hidden Leaf Village. Your talent for medical ninjutsu is very high. If you become a medical ninja, then you will become a very good one in a few years. Also, your fighting capabilities won't be wasted as you can use them to protect yourself on the front lines." Yoshi nodded in agreement. However, Fujin shook his head. This time he didn't even need to think. He was learning mystical palm jutsu to ensure that he could last longer in fights and quickly heal himself if he took lethal damage. Focusing on medical ninjutsu would be reversing his priorities. He answered, "Sorry, I don't intend to do so." Yoshi and Isamu were surprised. They didn't expect Fujin to turn them down so directly. They both sighed. Yoshi said, "All right. I will teach you the complexities of mystical palm jutsu and how to use it on your allies. I and Isamu will guide you for 3 days. If you change your mind later, you know where to find us." Fujin nodded and quickly thanked them. Yoshi and Isamu began teaching Fujin with a lot of enthusiasm and made the lessons as entertaining as they could. They wanted to use this opportunity to make Fujin change his mind. Chapter 233, Miscalculated Talent. Yoshi and Isamu trained Fujin for 3 continuous days. Fujin absorbed all their teachings and became capable enough to use this jutsu on humans. However, despite his rapid progress, Yoshi and Isamu weren't happy as they weren't able to change Fujin's mind. Fujin thanked them once again before leaving. After exiting the talent, Fujin let out a sigh. He could see reluctance in the eyes of Yoshi and Isamu. He thought, they really wanted me to pursue medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, that's not the path I want to move on. That said, I understood why they wanted me to pursue this path. It isn't that they think that my talent is good, they probably think that my talent is the greatest due to how quickly I learned the jutsu. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. If it was, perhaps I'd be tempted to take this path at the beginning. Back in the hospital, Isamu let out a sigh and said, "We couldn't change his mind." Yoshi nodded and said, "Yes. But I know someone who can. Come with me." Isamu was surprised. He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Who are you talking about, sensei?" Yoshi smirked and said, "Oh, you know him. He is the best in the world at influencing kids." Isamu was still confused. He couldn't figure out who Yoshi was referring to. However, he didn't ask as it looked like Yoshi wanted to keep him in suspense. He quickly followed Yoshi. After a few minutes, both entered into a room. Isamu's eyes twitched as he muttered, "I should have known." Yoshi smirked and bowed slightly, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at them and said, "Yoshi, Isamu, how have you two been?" Yoshi replied, "We have been great, Lord Hokage. We have come here because we have a request for you and hope that you can do it. It will provide a huge boost to our medical capabilities." Hiruzen was surprised at his claim. He thought, since Tsunade left, our medical ninjutsu hasn't made much progress. What did these two find? He asked, "What is your request?" Yoshi said, "We met a young kid who has incredible talent at medical ninjutsu. We believe that it may even surpass Tsunade's talent. He managed to learn the mystical palm jutsu with minimal guidance in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in pursuing medical ninjutsu. Can you convince him to do so?" Hiruzen asked, "Who is the kid?" Yoshi answered, "Suzuki Fujin." Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds as thoughts ran through his mind. He shook his head and said, "No." Yoshi was surprised. He quickly asked, "Why no?" However, Hiruzen interrupted him, "You two are mistaken. He isn't talented in medical ninjutsu." Yoshi and Isamu weren't expecting such a response. Hiruzen corrected himself, "Well, he could be. But mystical palm jutsu won't be a good measure of his talent. Fujin has had excellent chakra control since his academy days. And he has learned the Senju Taijutsu style. So he is accustomed to both yang chakra and excellent chakra control. That is why he learned mystical palm jutsu so quickly." Yoshi and Isamu were dumbfounded by that answer. They looked into each other's eyes. Both were so excited by Fujin's talent and prospects, that they never thought from this angle. Isamu muttered, "Is he related to the Senju clan?" Hiruzen answered, "No. But his sensei was from the Senju clan." Yoshi and Isamu let out a sigh. Yoshi said, "We got excited about nothing. Sorry for wasting your time, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen replied with a chuckle, "It's fine. It was good to see you after a long time. You can leave." Yoshi and Isamu nodded and left. Hiruzen saw their backs while thinking, though it doesn't show his talent in medical ninjutsu, it definitely shows his talent in yang release. After all, I doubt Renjiro would have spoon-fed him everything. No, he certainly didn't know about it when I trained him. Now that he has learned it, I wonder if he will manage to use yang and yin chakra to modify his jutsus and make them stronger. Hiruzen obviously knew how to use yin and yang chakra to amplify his jutsus. When Fujin arrived to collect the swords, he was surprised to learn that Fujin wanted to learn mystical palm jutsu. Knowing that it would mean that he would have to learn how to use yang chakra, Hiruzen insisted that Fujin learn the jutsu before he was recruited into Anbu. The next day, Fujin once again began using yin and yang chakra to modify his jutsus. However, he was stuck. He analyzed, Just like infinite breakthrough jutsu, the air bullet jutsu also showed results quickly. But I haven't been able to modify vacuum bullet and vacuum sphere jutsus at all. I guess the reason is that they have already reached the limits of modification. After all, I could modify the vacuum cannon jutsu. But even that was very little. Since it was based on the vacuum bullet, it too was quite close to perfection. Oh well, I will just focus on my other jutsus. I will start with Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind jutsus and then follow it up with Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon jutsus. Following it, I will work on the rank D and E Wind jutsus before working on Earth Wall jutsu and Lightning jutsus. Fujin began training. In the next 4 days, he modified Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind jutsus and began working on the Wind Gale jutsu. However, he decided to take a break and decided to work on another important project. He opened a scroll and withdrew an apple from it. The apple was rotten. Fujin observed it and concluded, good. The apple hasn't rotted any further despite it being a week. Time to create a seal with the opposite effect. Fujin created 30 shadow clones one by one and all began thinking about how to reverse the seal. For the next 3 days, they constantly racked their brains thinking about how to reverse the seal. Hundreds of empty scrolls were used up to try their experiments. Finally, one of the clones sighed and said aloud, "This is impossible. We have no leads at all." The other clones didn't reply. After all, they had experienced nothing but failure for 3 days. Considering that Fujin was training with 30 clones, it was equivalent to spending 3 months trying to reverse the seal. However, not a single clone had any breakthrough. Another clone said, "Though we learned this seal, we did it by reverse engineering the seal we already had. There are a lot of symbols that we don't have full information about. It will be better if we try to create this seal after becoming a Fu in Jutsu Grandmaster." Fujin agreed with his clones' analysis. One by one, he began dispelling his clones. The tiredness set into his body as he went to sleep. The next day, he had just finished his morning training when an Anbu ninja entered the training ground. Fujin instantly sensed him and waited for him. The Anbu ninja flickered in front of Fujin and instructed, "Come to Lord Hokage's office in 1 hour." Fujin nodded. Having delivered the message, the Anbu ninja flickered away. Fujin saw him leave and thought, finally time to join the Anbu, huh? I kinda wish that Hiruzen took another couple of months. I would have managed to completely modify most of my moves using yin and yang chakra by then. He shook that thought and flickered to his house to freshen up. He thought, oh well. I have heard a lot about how Anbu works and how crucial their role is for the village. Unfortunately, there is not much concrete data on their true activities apart from the fact that they do a lot of dark stuff. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he entered his house. Whatever, I just hope that it is exciting. I haven't had a good fight for a long time. In an hour, Fujin appeared outside the Hokage's office. Takao was waiting outside the door. He looked at Fujin and said, "Right on time as always. Go to the basement of the Hokage building." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "There is a basement under this building?" Takao rolled his eyes and said, "Of course there is. The entrance is in the backmost room on the ground floor. Now hurry." Fujin nodded and disappeared from Takao's sight. Takao muttered, "I said hurry, not flicker." Fujin appeared in the room Takao mentioned. An Anbu ninja with an eagle mask was sitting in the room. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin nodded. The Anbu ninja made a hand sign. A hole appeared in the room. He said, "You are the last one. Enter." He jumped in the hole and Fujin followed him. After landing, Fujin looked around himself. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 234, Igniting a Fire. Fujin was surprised due to a few reasons. For one, the basement was much larger than what Fujin expected. It was definitely larger than the base of the Hokage building. It was one large and continuous room with a bunch of rooms lined along the walls. Except that, there wasn't any wall or pillar in the entire basement. Fujin analyzed, the basement is so large. This would mean that it extends beyond just the Hokage building. I guess even the basement of the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital is connected. So it could allow an alternate route of travel between the Hokage building and the hospital. Another reason for his surprise was the dense amount of seals he sensed in the basement. He realized, no wonder I never found this basement. The density of the seals here is almost comparable to my house. And they should be stronger as well. And the last reason for being surprised was that he wasn't the only one. He looked at the ones around him and thought, I knew that I wouldn't be the only one. But I expected only a few or at max 20. However, there are more than 200 ninjas here. Looks like Hiruzen wants to increase the strength of the Anbu unit to a whole new level. The eagle-masked Anbu ninja said, "Stay here. Lord Hokage will arrive soon." He flickered away after speaking. Fujin looked around himself. Almost everyone in the room was much older than him. However, his eyes landed on an acquaintance. Teruto noticed Fujin and walked towards Fujin. He waved his hands and said, "I knew you would be selected as well, Fujin." Fujin wasn't overly surprised to see Teru. After all, he had heard a lot about the Anbu from Teru and his strength wasn't weak. Fujin chuckled, "I expected to see you here as well. But I didn't expect to see so many people here." Teru nodded and replied, "Me neither. It looks like Lord Hokage wants to replace the loss of the Uchiha clan by training a huge number of Anbu ninjas." Fujin nodded but couldn't help but think, "I doubt training a couple of hundred Anbu will be able to replace the Uchihas. But I guess that this is better than nothing." Fujin asked, "Did you see Hoka here as well?" Fujin didn't want to spread his chakra field here as it might seem insulting to others in the basement. Teru shook his head and said, "No, Hoka is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. He won't be invited into the Anbu." Fujin was surprised to hear that. But after thinking for a few seconds, he realized that it was very logical. He replied, "I see. That sucks for him." Teru nodded. He was about to speak when both Fujin and Teru looked in a direction. A huge chakra was being released by the eagle-masked Anbu. He announced loudly, "Stand properly in lines and hear carefully. Lord Hokage will be speaking a few words." Hiruzen had appeared in the room. He stood at one end of the basement. Soon, everyone gathered in front of him. Hiruzen looked at everyone and thought, "Good. All 234 accepted the invite." Hiruzen kept looking at everyone without speaking for over a minute. He made eye contact with every ninja in the room. Finally, he began saying in a serious tone, "I am glad that all of you have chosen to come here today. And I am sure that you would be surprised to see a large number of ninjas I want to induct into the Anbu." Everyone nodded. Though many had speculations, no one knew for sure. Even the Anbu ninjas weren't entirely sure. Hiruzen continued in a grave voice, "In the last month, we experienced one of the darkest chapters in our village's history, the Uchiha massacre. The loss we have suffered is immeasurable, not just in terms of lives, but also in the trust and unity that once bound us. We stand on the precipice of uncertainty, facing external threats that loom over us like dark clouds. Our enemies sense our vulnerability and seek to exploit it. Though I have managed to keep them at arm's length for now, they will still try to provoke us again." Hiruzen stopped speaking and noticed the mood in the basement. Everyone's expression had become grim. Hiruzen began speaking once again. However, this time he heroically said, "However, they are gravely mistaken to think of us as weak. We, the shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, are resilient. We have faced trials and tribulations throughout our history, and yet we have always emerged stronger. It is in our blood, in our very essence, to rise above the challenges that beset us. We possess a fire that burns deep within our hearts, the will of fire. It is the legacy that has been passed down from generation to generation, and now, in this critical moment, it falls upon us to carry it forward. The Uchiha massacre has left a void within our ranks, but it is our duty to fill that void, strengthen our defenses, and ensure that no enemy looks at us with malevolent eyes. In order to fulfill the void, I worked day and night to find the most talented shunins in our village. All of you will be inducted among the Anbu ranks. You will receive proper training to become full-fledged Anbu members. And every single one of you will strive to reach the Anbu captain position. I have no doubts that every single one of you will reach the level of the Jounins. With 234 new Jounins, not a single enemy village will dare look at us with malevolent eyes. You shall become the shield that protects our village, the sword that strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. I have faith in each and every one of you, in your skills, your dedication, and your unwavering spirit. Together, we shall rise above the shadows that seek to engulf us. We shall write a new chapter in the history of Hidden Leaf Village, one of resilience, growth, and triumph. Remember, my fellow shinobi, that our legacy is not defined by the tragedies we endure, but by how we rise above them. Let us stand tall, shoulder to shoulder, as we face the challenges that lie ahead. May the will of fire burn bright within each of you, guiding us towards a future where our village stands strong and our people thrive. For Hidden Leaf Village, and for the fallen Uchiha, we shall honor their memory through our unwavering resolve. Now, let us embark on this journey together. From today onwards, I welcome you all into the ranks of Hidden Leaf Village's Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushubutai." Hiruzen's words sent goosebumps throughout the crowd. They made everyone's blood boil. Even the hardened Anbu ninjas got excited and more patriotic than ever. Most of the trainees shouted together, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead. He stared at Hiruzen as he thought, "Holy shit. His speeches keep improving by the day." Even I felt goosebumps. He looked around himself. Everyone was maniacally staring at Hiruzen. A fire burned in their hearts and madness was visible in their eyes. Fujin gulped as he thought, "Wow. One single speech might just end up creating 234 Jounins in Hidden Leaf Village." Hiruzen's face maintained a serious look. However, he was pleasantly happy with the sight in front of him. He thought, I haven't used this speech since the death of Minato. It's time to have another period of rapid growth. Along with these 234, I will work with the clans to create more ninjas at every rank. Only then can Hidden Lee Village's army be properly reformed. Hiruzen waited for a few minutes for the excitement to calm down. He wasn't impatient about striking when the iron was hot. After all, he had just lit a fire in the hearts of everyone. He was assured that this fire won't die down anytime soon. Everyone will train hard for some time. Some might train hard for a few months before the fire dies down, while some might train hard for years and go even beyond the Jounin rank. Finally, he said, all of you will be divided into teams. You will be assigned under an Anbu captain. The captain will be responsible for training you for a few months and will also lead you in field missions. He looked at the eagle-masked Anbu standing behind him and said, he is Eagle. He is the commander of all ninjas in the Anbu unit. If you have any issues, you can approach him. He looked back at the crowd and said, he will begin assigning you to Anbu captains. Cooperate with him and begin your training as soon as you can. Hidden Lee Village needs all of you to step up at this very moment. Hiruzen took a step back and handed the reins to Eagle. Eagle quickly began guiding everyone to their respective Anbu captains. He had already read all the files that Hiruzen sent him and memorized everyone's face, name and skills. Everyone was called here after he had finished assigning the teams. Chapter 235, Anbu Rules and Training Plans. Eagle was busy informing everyone about their Anbu captain. Soon, he arrived in front of Fujin and Teru. He looked at them and said, good, you are together. Both of you are assigned under Kuma. He pointed towards a bear-masked Anbu and said, that's him, go and introduce yourselves. Fujin and Teru walked to him. Another young Chunin was already standing next to the bear-marked Anbu. The Anbu with the codename Kuma was leaning against the wall. He was a very large person. He was easily over 7 feet in height and had a large physique. In addition, he wore plate armor and had a metal staff next to him. Both Fujin and Teru speculated that he was from the Akimaki clan. The youngster next to Kuma looked at Teru and said with a smile, looks like we are in the same team once again. Teru smiled and looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, he is Hatake Ken. He was in my Geinin squad along with Yori. Ken, he is Suzuki Fujin. He was my classmate. Fujin and Ken said hello to each other. Kuma looked at the three youngsters and said, it's good that you three know each other. Follow me. He opened the room behind him and entered. Fujin, Teru and Ken followed him in. Kuma closed the door. The room was small and compact with multiple cupboards, lockers and boxes along the walls. Fujin realized that the room itself had a lot of seals for defense and privacy. He nodded in appreciation, not bad for Anbu headquarters. Looks like the village higher-ups didn't spare any cost while making this basement. Kuma removed his mask and sat down on a bench with a smile on his face. He said, this will be our private quarters. You can use this room to keep spare clothes and weapons. We will also have our team meetings here. Everyone nodded and took their seats. Kuma said, let's start with introductions. I am Akimaki Tsuyoshi. You can call me Captain. I specialize in Akimaki clan secret techniques, fire style and using a bow to fight. And I prefer frontal assaults during the fighting. What about you guys? Fujin noticed, unlike Ranjiro, he isn't interested in knowing hobbies, likes and dislikes. But I suppose that makes sense considering that this is the Anbu. Fujin said, I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in wind style and I fight using swords. I am also a sensor and can use the mystical palm jutsu. I prefer to fight from a distance or to fight using hit and run tactics. Tsuyoshi closely observed Fujin. After all, Fujin's fighting method was completely opposite to Tsuyoshi's methods. However, before he could analyze Fujin, his attention was gained by Teru and Ken. Teru followed up, I am Senju Teru. I specialize in water and earth styles and am good with taijutsu. I prefer frontal assaults but can engage in mid-range battles as well. Ken was the last to speak, I am Hatake Ken. I specialize in lightning style and I use a short blade to engage in Hatake Kenjutsu. I can use the mystical palm jutsu as well. I prefer high-speed combat that keeps the enemy on their toes and inflicts multiple small damages to the enemy. My team can use the advantage provided by those small damages to kill the enemy. Tsuyoshi began analyzing. As expected, they aren't bad despite their young age. Fujin and Ken prefer to do high-speed battles to take advantage of their wind and lightning affinities while Teru has the steadiness of the Senju clan. With me as the core, we can form several effective strategies and battle formations. It looks like the chief did a wonderful job once again. My team will cover all 5 natures. In addition, with Fujin's sensor capabilities and his and Ken's healing jutsu, we will have a rather all-round squad for Anbu. He said, good. It looks like you have a good base. I will first tell you about some basic rules of Anbu. The trio paid attention to his words. Tsuyoshi said, for an Anbu, maintaining secrecy is a must. You will never talk about any Anbu mission you do with anyone outside your chain of command. In fact, you shouldn't even be telling anyone that you are selected into the Anbu. To maintain anonymity, you will choose a mask and code name for you. You will always call the other Anbu ninjas by their code names whenever you are on a mission. And when we meet off-duty, you should never call me or any other Anbu ninja using their code names. As you know, my code name is Kuma. The wooden box behind has a lot of masks. Choose whichever one you want. Also, choose a code name for yourselves. Fujin, Teru and Ken nodded. They quickly opened up the box and saw a bunch of animal masks in it. The boys took some time to decide on their masks and tried them on to check which size fitted them properly. After a couple of minutes, they walked back in front of Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi observed their masks. Teru had taken a turtle mask. Fujin had a hawk mask while Ken had a fox mask. Tsuyoshi asked, have you chosen your code name? The trio nodded. Teru said, my code name will be Turtle. Fujin said, mine will be Hawk. Ken said, mine will be Kitsune. Tsuyoshi nodded and said, good. Now I will. However, Fujin interrupted him, Captain, since there are so many ninjas in the Anbu, wouldn't multiple Anbu ninjas have the same masks and code names? Tsuyoshi nodded, yes, they get repeated. I know at least 11 other Anbu ninjas with the Hawk mask and code name. But you don't need to worry as it is a good thing. Our enemies can't recognize us easily from the mask due to how many there are. Also, you don't need to worry about confusion in our ranks. Lord Hokage and our commander have very large memories. They will always recognize you and give you the right task. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Tsuyoshi continued, I will first give you a brief description of my training plan. So listen carefully. Fujin, Teru and Ken once again paid full attention. Tsuyoshi said, since you have been selected to the Anbu, it shows that you already have good training, discipline and decent strength. So your training won't involve any jutsus or techniques to make you stronger. Instead, your training will focus on making you act and fight like an Anbu ninja. I will train you in various formations and battle tactics that we will be using in field missions. In addition, I will also teach you all about poisons, including but not limited to detecting poison, which poisons to use against an array of opponents and in various situations, and what to do if you or your ally gets poisoned. Your training will also involve learning various assassination techniques. You will also learn how to provide the perfect security. Infiltration, disguise, etiquettes, concealing traces, planting evidence, causing fights, diplomacy and other such stuff will also be taught. He took a pause and looked at the three youngsters and said in a serious tone, as a normal ninja, the life of your teammates takes the highest precedence. I am sure that you have saved your teammates or got saved many times during missions. At times, you might have done that at the cost of your mission. But in Anbu, the mission comes above everything else. Failing missions can have grave consequences for our village. And getting captured by an enemy is a strict no. So you will also be trained to resist torture and will also be equipped with multiple means of ending your own life if need be. The faces of the three youngsters grew grim. They all realized that this wouldn't be as easy as their Geinin and Shunin lives. And they realized that the risks to their lives during their time in the Anbu will be the highest. Tsuyoshi looked at them and asked, any doubts? All three replied, no captain. Tsuyoshi smiled and said, good. Though we may experience difficult situations, unless there is no choice, we won't abandon our comrades. So no need to be tense. But do train very hard so that we won't ever have to be in a position like that. As an Anbu, you will have access to the training grounds and rooms that are specifically reserved for the Anbu. In the entire village, these facilities are among the very best. So in addition to my training, you can train there to steadily and rapidly build your strength. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He had heard that Anbu training facilities had training rooms similar to the Forest of Death. So they probably had elemental stones. He couldn't wait to get his hands on them. He would take every Ryo that Hiruzen won by betting on him back with interest. Tsuyoshi got up and said, I will take you to your first mission as an Anbu. Chapter 236, The Graduation Exam. The youngsters were surprised to hear that they would take a mission on their first day. After such a long talk, they expected at least a few weeks of training. Teru asked in surprise, a mission on our first day? Both Fujin and Ken also had the same question. Tsuyoshi waved his hand and said, don't worry. Since you are new here, we will be taking an easy mission. So you will get to do a mission and get used to the Anbu way of operating at the same time. He grabbed his mask and put it on and said, as I said, outside the room, you will only refer to me by my code name. He walked out of the room. The boys put on their masks and followed him out. At the same time, The Hidden Leaf Village Academy was very busy. It was the day of the graduation exam. 359 students from the final year were taking the exam in various classrooms. Hikiro looked at the file and said, "Next, Daijuk Daijuk." Daijuk stood up and walked to the front of the classroom. Hikiro looked at him and said, "Transform into Lord Hokage." Daijuk weaved hand signs and soon transformed into Hiruzen. He looked exactly like Hiruzen with no flaws in appearance. Hikiro nodded in approval. He and a couple more teachers entered his marks in their files. Hikiro said, "Good. Now show me substitution jutsu." Daijuk weaved hand signs and substituted himself with a log of wood placed in the class. He was even better at this jutsu than the transformation jutsu. Hikiro nodded once again and said, "Now create clones." Daijuk weaved hand signs and 3 clones appeared next to him. Hikiro was surprised. He said, "Good work. I can tell that you have worked hard in the last few months." Daijuk replied, "Thank you, sensei. It is all because you were such a good teacher." Daijuk didn't have any reluctance or shame in giving him the credit. He was aware that Hikiro would have a major say in his final marks and could influence which squad he would be assigned to and who his sensei will be. Hikiro was pleased by the praise. He said with a smile, "You have passed the exam. Go back to your seat. Next, Anzai Buncho." Daijuk returned while Buncho took his place. Just like Daijuk, Buncho too did the 3 jutsu perfectly. Hikiro was surprised once again. He wondered, both Daijuk and Buncho were struggling a lot a few months ago. I was sure that they would fail the exam. How did they suddenly improve so much? He looked at the other 3 orphans in the classroom and wondered, have these 3 improved as well? He called out Tairai Iriyama next. Just like the ones before him, he too completed the 3 jutsus. Hikiro praised him as well and called out, "Next, Yuzuki Tatsuya." Tatsuya walked up to the front. Like others, he too performed all the 3 jutsus. This time, Hikiro wasn't surprised but he was very curious about how they improved so suddenly. He said, "Good, you have passed the exam as well. Next." However, Tatsuya interrupted him, "Sensei, I have a question." Hikiro looked at him and said, "Ask." Tatsuya asked, "Can I perform other jutsus to improve my score even further?" Hikiro was surprised. He nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead." However, he thought, what is going on? Not only has he mastered the 3 jutsus but even mastered more? A frown formed on his face. I already sent all the talented people from my class to the elite batch. Did I misjudge their talent? No, they definitely weren't this good half a year ago. Tatsuya's question also surprised the kids in the classroom. They didn't expect Tatsuya to learn a new jutsu in addition to learning the 3 required jutsus. After all, most of them had a hard time mastering those 3 basic jutsus. Daijuk, Buncho and Ryuma especially stared at him. Despite being close friends, they weren't aware that Tatsuya learned another jutsu. Tatsuya weaved hand signs and pointed a finger at the log of wood. Fire style, 1 jutsu a fire ray was released from the tip of his finger and landed on the wood. Soon, smoke appeared from the point of contact and after a few seconds, it caught fire. Hikiro quickly made a move and doused the fire. At the same time, the entire class looked at Tatsuya in awe. Among the 50-plus students who took the exam, he was the only one to perform another jutsu. Hikiro patted Tatsuya's shoulder and praised, "Great work, Tatsuya. This will improve your score a lot. Do you have any other jutsu you want to show?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "I have just learnt 1 jutsu so far, sensei. I am also training in fire style, 2 jutsu, but I haven't learnt it yet." Hikiro said, "That is a rank D jutsu. You will need some time to learn it. But it's good that you have taken the initiative to learn by yourself. Keep working hard." Tatsuya excitedly said, "Yes, sensei." Tatsuya returned to his seat as everyone stared at him. He felt very pleased with himself. Hikiro called out, "Next, Handa Bunjiro." Bunjiro walked to the front. He was very pumped after seeing Tatsuya's performance. He performed the 3 jutsus and said, "Sensei, I also want to perform another jutsu." Hikiro didn't show his surprise and allowed him. Bunjiro quickly weaved hand signs. Water style, water pellet jutsu. He spat a bullet made of water at the log of the wood. It hit the spot Tatsuya had burned earlier and pierced 8 inches into the log. This time, Hikiro couldn't hide his surprise. He thought, that was a rank D jutsu. Though the piercing power of his jutsu was only because of the damage Tatsuya did to the log, the fact that he could aim it on point is even more amazing. He should have excellent chakra control and aim to do so. Hikiro's gaze towards Bunjiro changed. He praised him a lot before sending him back. He looked at the class and said, "It is already noon. We will take a 30-minute break for lunch." As soon as he and the other teachers exited the room, Tatsuya and Bunjiro were surrounded by their classmates. In a matter of minutes, they had become the most popular kids in the classroom. Only Daijuke, Buncho and Ryuma were upset and had a look of jealousy on their face. Fujin's analysis regarding the 5 orphans was on point. As he had speculated, there were slackers and hard workers in this group. Daijuke, Buncho and Ryuma stopped training right after they learned the 3 jutsus and could perform them without failing even once. They spent their time relaxing and playing. On the other hand, Tatsuya and Bunjiro checked their nature affinity and chose jutsus to learn from the library. As a result, they made much higher progress as compared to the other 3. Without the requirement of having to wait for everyone else to finish in order to visit Fujin, the differences became visible immediately. And in the future, these differences would expand further and break their little circle of friends. Daijuke would convince Buncho and Ryuma with his silver tongue, and they would accuse Tatsuya and Bunjiro for training in secret and not hanging out with them. It would result in an argument that would end their 6-year-old friendship. While Tatsuya and Bunjiro were getting all the attention, Hakiro walked with a frown on his mouth as he wondered, how did these 5 improve so suddenly? It's unnatural. And they don't have any family members to guide them either. Though Daijuke praised me, I didn't have anything to do with their progress. He analyzed a lot before having a bad feeling. He thought, don't tell me that they are spies planted by other villages. After all, brainwashing young kids and sending them to other villages as a spy is done quite frequently. Though we do a background check, it isn't foolproof. I need to inform Lord Hokage. He quickly hurried to the Hokage's office. Chapter 237, The Epic Missions of Enbu Black Ops. Hiruzen had just returned to his office after giving the speech. He was about to get back to paperwork when Hakiro knocked on the door. Hakiro entered after receiving permission and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen asked, shouldn't you be conducting the exam? Why are you here? Hakiro replied, I gave the students a lunch break. I am here because I noticed something suspicious that didn't make much sense. So I wanted to inform you. Hiruzen asked, what did you notice? Hakiro informed him, my class has 5 orphans who always hang out together. Until a few months ago, I was sure that they would fail. But today, all 5 of them performed all the 3 jutsus perfectly. A couple of them even performed elemental jutsus. A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. He said, that's good. I didn't expect that we would have anyone outside the elite classrooms to learn elemental jutsus. Hakiro replied, me neither. That is why I am suspicious. However, Hiruzen wasn't worried. He asked, what are their names? Hakiro reported their names. Hiruzen nodded. The names were as he expected. He said, these 5 had approached Suzuki Fujin a few months ago for guidance and were tutored by him. That is probably why they progressed so quickly. You don't need to worry, but feel free to conduct a background check if you want to. Hakiro was surprised. He asked, is Fujin the one who graduated a couple of years ago at the top of his class? Hiruzen nodded and said, a few of them were in the same orphanage. Hakiro realized. He quickly thanked Hiruzen for providing the info and left. Hiruzen thought, that boy keeps on giving me surprises. I didn't expect him to be good at teaching as well. Still, from my reports, he spent very little time with them. How did they improve so quickly? Hiruzen wondered for a couple of minutes before stopping. He shook his head and thought, it isn't important how he managed that. The important fact is that he did. From Hakiro's words, those 5 children would have entered the Genin Reserve Force and wouldn't have achieved anything else. But now, since 2 managed to learn elemental jutsus, it's safe to say that those 2 will at least become Chunins. If they work hard or have good luck, they might even become a Jounin. After all, though it might not seem much to learn an elemental jutsu at the age of 12, the fact is that they made the progress in just a few months. If they could maintain that zeal for a few years, it'd be great. Regardless, this is a great achievement for Fujin. Hiruzen was very impressed with what Fujin did. The act of training 5 children in a village that has thousands of ninjas might seem insignificant. But from Hiruzen's point of view, it was very significant. After all, there were hundreds of ninjas in Hidden Lee Village who could be considered veterans and were far more experienced than Fujin. If these ninjas also guided a few orphans or civilians in the academy and ensured that those kids reached the Chunin rank, Hidden Lee Village's strength would grow exponentially. Hiruzen thought, initially, we didn't need any such training as all the clans would train their next generation with all their heart. But, after 3 great wars, the strength and numbers of the clan ninjas have severely dropped. Right now, the highest number of ninjas are from civilian families or orphans. It is unlikely that this would change in the future. However, these civilian students don't get the same level of guidance as the clan children. After all, there is no way a teacher can make a difference when teaching so many students who have different levels of talents in every different phi. Suddenly, Hiruzen had an idea. He thought, wait, Instead of just hoping that someone guides these kids, how about I start a mentorship program? Hiruzen thought more about his idea and immediately began figuring out the details. In a couple of minutes, he decided, yes, this can be great. I will first make a list of ninjas that can provide good guidance. Then I will assign 5 students to each of them. They won't have to do anything actively. But once a month, they will have to spend a couple of hours with the students, solve their doubts and provide them with some guidance on how to proceed further and create a decent training plan for them. This way, we will be able to find all the hardworking or talented students that go under the radar. And I can even make some use of the retired ninjas who don't have anything to do. I could even ensure that most of such mentors are civilians or orphans themselves so that they would feel an emotional connection with the students and take them more seriously. Hiruzen saw Takao Hatake entering the office with a bunch of files. Takao said, Lord Hawk. However, Hiruzen interrupted him and instructed, keep those files to the side and call Shikaku to meet me at this moment. Takao was surprised to see how impatient Hiruzen sounded. He immediately placed the files in a corner and left. At the same time, Fujin, Teru and Ken were hiding in the village while keeping a watch. Every single one of them was pissed off. Half an hour earlier, Tsuyoshi brought Fujin, Terry and Ken to the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. He looked at them and asked in a serious tone, are you aware of where the new Hidden Leaf Village prison is? The boys nodded. The old prison was close to the Uchiha compound. The new one was built next to the torture and interrogation department. Tsuyoshi said, since the Uchiha massacre, the duties of policing the village have also fallen on the Anbu. Your first mission is to hide out of plain sight and keep a watch on the village. If any fight is happening, you should break it off. If a crime is taking place, stop it and arrest the criminal and escort him or her to the prison. If it isn't, then keep hiding. Don't show yourself unless a situation occurs. We will meet back in the same room at 8 p.m. After saying that, he flickered away. Fujin, Teru and Ken watched with dumbfounded expressions as their captain gave them the most boring of the jobs and ran away. Fujin immediately cursed, what the fuck? He looked at Teru and said, you said Anbu missions are thrilling. Teru was left speechless. Ken sighed and said, I had heard that all Akimaki clan members are polite, straightforward and kind-hearted. It looks like it isn't correct. The group was still shocked at how seriously Tsuyoshi had informed them about the mission and ran away before they could react. Teru said in a dejected tone, I didn't know that Anbu were also given the duty of policing the streets. No wonder Lord Hokage recruited so many new Anbu. It looks like the newbies will be made to police the village until the training is done. Fujin said with a sigh, I never expected that I'd say that the bandit extermination missions were more interesting. Seeing that Fujin and Teru were dejected, Ken, being the oldest one in the group, took responsibility and said, alright, that's enough brooding. Though the mission is boring, we should still do it seriously. It would be the worst if we do a bad job and they make us keep doing this mission as a punishment. Teru looked at him and said, on the contrary, they might permanently put us in charge of policing if we do a very good job. Ken's eyes twitched. He said, stop behaving like kids and keep a watch seriously. Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, we are watching over civilians. Why are you talking as if 2S rank ninjas are going to clash in this street in the next couple of seconds? Ken was left speechless. Though he tried to instill seriousness, Fujin was on point. They didn't need to be serious while watching over civilians. At the same moment, all three stared at the street and kept staring for a few seconds. However, nothing happened. Teru sighed and said, you suck at jinxing, Fujin. Looks like we will have a boring day. Fujin sighed as well, yeah. Leave it. Let's take our positions. The trio stopped complaining and took their positions. They kept an eye on the surroundings while staying hidden. None of them was very serious as the job was too easy and boring. Fujin wondered, now, what to do? After thinking for a bit, he made a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. He used the jutsu thrice and created 3 clones. 2 clones had 10% of his maximum chakra while the third had 40% of his chakra. The clone with the maximum chakra moved to the 23rd training ground. He continued his training of modifying his jutsus with yin and yang chakra and relearning them. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 clones went to the library. Fujin analyzed, the chances of any incident happening is low. Even if it does, the involved party should be very weak. I will keep 40% of my chakra with me in case of an emergency. As long as nothing happens, my chakra will regenerate throughout the day. Meanwhile, 1 clone will keep modifying my jutsus. And the other 2 clones will begin training in fire manipulation. If we receive the same mission tomorrow as well, then I will begin training in fire manipulation seriously while keeping an eye as well. Fujin let out a chuckle as he realized, I expected to receive some very difficult missions in Anbu. To think that I would get a rank D mission like when I became a Gain-in. and that I would sneakily train an element as I did during the academy days. Life is strange, ha ha ha. Anyways, this is good too. Though it will take a bit longer now, I will still manage to modify all my jutsus in a few months. And I also learn fire-style jutsus. That should improve my combination of jutsus with the summons considerably. It'd be best if I can complete all of that before having to go on the deadly missions. Just like Fujin, around 80 other Anbu ninjas were keeping an eye on the village. 90% of them were inducted into the Anbu on that day. Though their excitement was doused as well, the fire lit by Hiruzen still existed in their hearts. Like Fujin, they too began thinking about the ways they could get stronger. In the following period of peace, their strength would grow rapidly. And along with them, Hidden Leaf Village too would close its chapter of weakness and revive its military might. Chapter 238, The Spectral Swordsman. The land of Waterfall was a country filled with mountains, rivers and waterfalls. Due to the same reason, it also had various valleys which added to the beautiful scenery of the country. In one such unnamed valley was a secret base. 12 ninjas were busy staring at a map and making plans. All 12 ninjas had hidden their faces using demon-faced masks. After some time, a ninja pointed at a spot on the map and said, "Captain, according to our information, Lord Ito Uchiha and his entourage have already crossed the border. They will cross this bridge in around 2 hours." The captain nodded. He didn't make any decision. A ninja standing next to him said in a soft voice, "Yes, but he is guarded by Harayudo. Even with us 12 acting together, defeating him will be difficult. He is an expert at water style. He could defend the noble Uchiha and counterattack at the same time." The captain nodded grimly and said, "Yuto was away on a secret mission for a long time. I didn't expect him to return along with Uchiha. It complicates our situation." Suddenly, a snort was heard. The 12 ninjas looked towards the source of the sound. 2 more masked ninjas were sitting in the cave as well. One was wearing an elephant mask while the other was wearing a red ape mask. The ape-masked ninja scolded, "What are you afraid of with us here? Do your attack as planned. We will sneak attack Harayudo and kill him. Even if he is an expert in water style, it is weak against our earth style. The mission will go as planned." The captain looked at him and nodded, "With your assurance, I can rest assured." He looked at his subordinates and said with determination in his voice, "Our Kawaguchi family has been suppressed by the Ito family for far too long. Today, with the aid of our friend from Hidden Stones Village, we will eliminate their successor and their strongest guardian. With this first step, our family will rise up steadily and take control of the northwestern area of our country." His words sent a wave of excitement through his subordinates. They all shouted in excitement, "Yes, Captain." The Anbu from Hidden Stones Village saw their excitement and sniggered secretly. They thought, "What fools! Getting excited about ruling just one small part of this small rural country." However, they didn't say anything. Their orders were to slowly expand Hidden Stones Village's influence in Hidden Waterfall Village. If they succeed, then in the next war, Hidden Stones Village could attack the Land of Fire through 3 countries without having to face much resistance. It would force Hidden Leaf Village's forces to spread too thin. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's location meant that it would have to defend against all 4 major villages. The captain began laying out the plans. He set a few pieces on the map and said, "We will set up our ambush just away from this bridge. This place doesn't have any water bodies close by, so Yudo's water manipulation will be restricted. After we kill them, we will burn their bodies and dump them close to the Land of Fire. We will plant some pieces of evidence that they were attacked by Hidden Leaf Village who retreated after killing them. This way, no suspicion will be cast upon us and Lord Daimyo will restrict the country's dealings with the Land of Fire." Everyone nodded. The Anbu ninjas from Hidden Stones Village were also satisfied with the plan. The captain looked at their satisfaction and sighed in relief. Though their family had ambitions, they definitely didn't have the power to lord over one region. It was only due to the support from Hidden Stones Village that they had the guts to make such a plan. So he had to ensure that the Hidden Stones Village Anbu were satisfied. With the preparations made, they set off immediately. They moved out of the valley and moved rapidly and stealthily on top of the trees. Within 5 minutes, they reached close to the spot where they were planning to set an ambush. Suddenly, one of the Hidden Stones Village Anbu shouted, "Look out!" His shout alerted everyone. However, even before they could raise their guard, they saw air bullets ripping through the trees to their right and coming straight at them. Their eyes widened. The bullets were too close to move away. One ninja was too close to the air bullets. Even before he could see them, an air bullet pierced through his head and he dropped dead. The others watched the air bullets and reacted however they could. Some bent forward for the bullets to pass from above while some gathered chakra in their feet and stamped their legs on the ground to stop themselves and saw the bullets pass in front of their eyes. However, some air bullets still pierced through the limbs of a couple of ninjas. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas frowned. Their plan was perfect. They didn't expect to be ambushed. Immediately, all the remaining 11 Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas and 2 Hidden Stones Village Anbu looked angrily at the spot from where our bullets were fired at them. However, they couldn't sense anyone. Suddenly, the bare-masked Hidden Stones Village Anbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, Earth Dome Jutsu, an Earth Dome appeared from the ground and began surrounding all of them. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas watched with eyes widened as they saw a strong windstorm coming at them from the opposite direction. Luckily, the Earth Dome was formed in time. The strong wind currents hit the dome and caused tremors to pass through the dome. Dust began falling inside the dome due to those tremors. However, the dome didn't collapse. Sweat formed behind the masks of Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas. The captain gulped and said, "Luckily you noticed the attack." However, the Hidden Stones Village Anbu ninjas were still frowning. The ape-masked Anbu said, "Be careful. I can't sense the attacker. He could be very strong." Suddenly, his body moved out of the way instinctively. A hole appeared in the dome and a very strong bullet made of wind pierced into the dome. The bullet hit the side of his jacket and left a cut along the sides of his abdomen. At the same time, 9 more vacuum bullets pierced into the Earth Dome. Unlike the war-hardened Hidden Stones Village Anbu, the ninjas from Hidden Waterfall Village didn't have the same survival instincts. 5 vacuum bullets pierced through the vital organs of the Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas. The remaining bullets could only leave some cuts on the bodies of the remaining ninjas. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas were horrified and left tongue-tied. The captain's heart ached as he saw the dead ninjas and thought, "We worked so hard to raise them to Chunin level. The family spent countless resources on them. But in less than a minute, more than half of them are dead?" Fear could be seen on his face. The Hidden Stones Village Anbu noticed their motions and frowned. At the same time, they were on guard due to how brutal and efficient their opponent was. The elephant-masked Hidden Stones Village Anbu once again slammed his hands on the ground while thinking, "We can't stay hidden here if the dome can't protect us. We will just be sitting ducks." Small spikes began appearing on the surface of the Earth Dome. The spikes were launched in all directions as the Earth Dome collapsed. The spikes buried themselves in the trees but didn't hit their attacker. They watched with frowns on their face as they still couldn't find who attacked them. The ape-masked Anbu instructed, "Keep an eye in all directions. I will find that bastard." He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, earth-sensing jutsu, a vibration was sent through the ground. Every animal who was in a 1.5-kilometer radius felt the vibration passing under their feet. They quickly began running away from the point of impact. Despite the large scale of vibration, the Anbu still didn't sense anyone. A frown formed on his face. He snorted and put more chakra into the ground. The vibrations intensified. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas could feel the ground shaking under their feet. The vibrations were so strong that they even traveled up the tree trunks. On one such tree, the vibrations were felt under the feet of a masked ninja hiding there. A smile formed behind the mask of the ape-masked Anbu as he muttered, "Got him." At the next moment, giant spears formed under the tree and launched at the ninja hiding on it. However, the ninja immediately flickered away. But since the Hidden Stones Village ninjas had already sensed him, they didn't allow him to disappear from their sight once again. They, along with the Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas, gave chase. The attacker noticed it and sighed, "Looks like I can't sneak attack anymore." He looked towards the ninjas chasing him and launched a couple of dozen air bullets. The Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas saw the attack and dodged it with ease. Due to the distance between them and since they knew the attack was coming, it was much easier to dodge. However, using that short moment of distraction, the ninja disappeared once again. The ape-masked ninja frowned and quickly began feeling the vibrations under his feet. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, "Behind us." All the ninjas quickly turned around. To their surprise, the attacker was very close. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninja who was the farthest in the back watched the attacker swing his sword at him. The scenes of his comrades falling dead ran through his brain. In a rage, he grabbed his kunai and swung it at the attacker's sword and yelled, "Die." At the same time, the others grabbed their kunai to attack him. They planned to kill him when he was blocked. However, they watched with widened eyes as the sword cut through the kunai as if it was air. The sword beheaded the 7th Hidden Waterfall Village ninja. The eyes of the remaining 5 Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas went red in rage. They tried to attack, but the attacker flickered on a branch behind him. The Hidden Stones Village Anbu finally got a good look at the ninja. The attacker was a well-built young ninja who was wearing a hawk mask. In addition, he had 2 swords hanging on the right side of his waist. And the sword sheaths on both those swords were very exquisite. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. They immediately recognized him and their expressions became grim behind their masks. The Hidden Waterfall Village ninjas were enraged. They were about to attack when the elephant-masked Anbu said in a grim voice, "It is the spectral swordsman." The hidden waterfall village ninjas suddenly stopped. Their expressions became grim. Horror could be seen in their eyes. They watched their attacker as if he was the Grim Reaper himself. Chapter 239, Time Skip. The 5 hidden waterfall village ninjas stared at the spectral swordsman in front of them and gulped. His information began running through their mind. It was around 6 months ago when murmurs of a swordsman were being heard. It was said that he appeared and disappeared at will. It was said that his victims wouldn't even know when they were dead until they saw their headless bodies with their detached heads. According to the rumors, there were 2 features that were identified with the spectral swordsman. They were the hawk mask he wore and 2 exquisite swords hanging on the right side of his waist. The swordsman was soon called the spectral swordsman. Among the minor villages, he was a menace. There were no records of anyone stopping him. Even against the major villages, his record was very good. He would eliminate his target and escape long before any reinforcements could arrive. He was so efficient, that it took over 6 months for someone to actually see him in action. As soon as he was seen, rumors of his appearance spread quickly throughout the ninja world. The ape-masked Danbu shouted, "Don't be shocked by his reputation. He is just one guy. Stay and fight together. Keep an eye out for his sneak attacks." His words snapped everyone from their shock. They prepared themselves for an intense fight. Chakra flowed through the sword of the spectral swordsman as he swung it towards the 7 ninjas. A windstorm consisting of hundreds of sword slashes immediately engulfed the group. The 2 hidden stones village Anbu ninjas immediately slammed their hands on the ground. Earth style, multiple earth walls jutsu immediately, dozens of walls of varying sizes appeared from the ground. They surrounded them from multiple sides. Having experienced the vacuum bullets, they didn't want to lock themselves in without any room for escaping. The windstorm hit the walls and left multiple slashes in the walls. But once again, the wall stood. Behind the wall, the ape-masked Danbu shouted, "Keep an eye out for those wind bullets. And counterattack once these winds die down." Even without his warning, everyone was as alert as they could be. The spectral swordsman noticed their defense. He opened his mouth and exhaled a horizontal wind wave. However, the core of this wind wave was made of vacuum. The vacuum wave hit the walls and cut through them with ease. The enemy ninjas saw the wave and immediately jumped high up to dodge the wave. The wave safely passed from under them and cut off a bunch of trees before leaving a deep scar on the ground. However, their troubles weren't over. As soon as they jumped to dodge the attack, the swordsman flickered next to them. They watched in horror as he swung his sword once again. The one closest to him had no chance of dodging. His neck was sent flying in the air. Worse, the sword also sent a flying slash towards the rest of them. 3 more Taki ninjas couldn't dodge or use any defensive jutsus and died to the slash. Only the Taki captain and the 2 Hidden Stones village Anbu were able to move out of the way. The Hidden Stones village ninjas quickly got back on the ground while weaving hand signs. Elephant masked Anbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, mud river jutsu. The ground in front of him turned into mud and flowed towards the swordsman at a high speed. At the same time, the ape-masked Danbu completed his jutsu. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. He spat a fire dragon into the mud river. Both jutsus combined seamlessly and moved towards the swordsman ferociously. However, the swordsman just flickered out of the way and once again moved to their rear and attacked with his sword. The hidden waterfall village captain saw his actions. He thought, "I can't let him swing his sword anymore. Or even I might die here." He weaved signs and spat a water jet at the swordsman to force him back. However, instead of dodging, the swordsman exhaled a vacuum cannon into the water jet. The jutsu overwhelmed the water jet and ripped straight through it at a rapid speed. The hidden waterfall village captain didn't expect such a response and was caught off guard. He barely managed to move to his right. Unfortunately, the jutsu was too fast and much larger than the earlier bullets. The cannon hit the left side of his chest and tore it from his body entirely. Even his heart was destroyed. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and full of terror and shock. The sight sent a shiver down the spines of the Hidden Stones village Anbu. However, they didn't let it affect them and attacked the swordsman immediately. This time, his position was belted by hundreds of sharp spikes. However, he still flickered away. The ape-masked Anbu cursed, "Slippery bastard." However, suddenly their eyes widened. Both looked to their left. A blue arrow of lightning was piercing through everything in its path and approaching them at an insane speed. They immediately tried to jump out of the way but tripped and fell down. In a panic, they looked at their feet. They were shocked to see that their feet were stuck in the ground. Shock appeared on their faces as they couldn't believe that they were trapped using the element they were most proficient in. The lightning arrow reached them and exploded. Both their bodies were zapped mercilessly. A miserable scream exited their mouth. After a few seconds, the lightning dispersed. The scent of their burnt flesh could be smelled. However, they were still alive and barely stood on their feet. The lightning had got rid of the trap under their feet. Unfortunately, the swordsman appeared behind him and beheaded them both with a single swing of his sword. All 14 ninjas were killed. The swordsman looked at the dead ninjas and thought, "It doesn't matter how many times it happens, your intelligence still shocks me, Shikaku." He looked up to see a turtle-masked Anbu appearing from the ground. He was the one who trapped their feet. Turtle sighed and said, "Your speed keeps amazing me, Hawk. It's as if you get faster every day." The victory was overwhelming. And the major reason for such an overwhelming victory was his speed. He dodged every attack and always had the initiative whenever he decided to attack. At times, his enemies didn't even have the time to form a jutsu. Hawk replied, "They were at most chunins. Only these two were better. Still, they weren't strong enough." Turtle muttered to himself, "Do you have to keep saying that every time? Besides, you are also a chunin." Soon after, a bear-masked and a fox-masked Anbu appeared from the direction from where the lightning arrow was shot. Kuma observed the surroundings and said, "Great work as usual, Hawk." Hawk nodded and asked, "I didn't sense anyone else other than these guys. So is this mission over?" Kuma nodded, "We checked the perimeter and didn't find anyone else. There shouldn't be any more danger for Uchiha. And if something does happen, he still has Udo protecting him. In any case, this was the only attack that the commander predicted. It isn't our job to keep protecting them until they reach their home." Hawk nodded. Of course, the commander who Kuma referred to was Hidden Leaf Village's Jounin commander and not the Anbu commander. Shikaku had predicted that a move would be made against Ito Uchiha, who had good relations with Hidden Leaf Village. Hence, Kuma's Anbu unit was sent to eliminate the attackers and push the blame on Hidden Stone's village. Kuma approached the dead bodies and instructed, "Turtle, crush them with earth style. Make it look like they were killed by Hidden Stone's village ninjas instead of a sword." Turtle nodded and got to work. In a few minutes, he changed how the wounds on everyone's bodies looked. He stabbed earth spears into the wounds made by the air and vacuum bullets. As for the ones that were beheaded, he crushed their bodies at the spot of the cut so that they wouldn't look like a clean cut. If anyone would see their bodies, it would be very unlikely that they could be traced back to the spectral swordsman. Hawk inspected the bodies and nodded in satisfaction. The truth is that he had done many more killings than he was given credit for. However, most of them were hidden due to Turtle's methods. So he was looked at as more of a fable rather than a bloodthirsty killer. After planting some fake evidence, Turtle buried all the bodies in the ground and they left without speaking another word and began returning to Hidden Leaf Village. They returned back to their quarters in the Anbu. After removing their masks, Tsuyoshi said, "Great work as usual." The mission was completed without a hitch. He looked at Fujin and said with a smile, "Fujin, over the last 20 months, your performance has been brilliant. Lord Hokage has acknowledged your performance and asked you to meet him tomorrow." His praise for Fujin wasn't unjustified. Fujin had fit into the Anbu unit like a glove and seamlessly blended into the Anbu lifestyle. He was efficient, deadly and didn't seek fame or glory. Despite having a famous title, very few in Hidden Leaf Village knew that it was him. Ken and Teru's eyes widened as they realized what Tsuyoshi meant. Fujin nodded and said with a smile, "All right." Teru immediately patted Fujin's shoulder and said in excitement, "Congrats, Fujin." Chapter 240, Settling Debt with Interest. Ken also realized why Fujin was called by the Hokage. He smiled and said, "Looks like you won the race for promotion to Anbu captain." He sighed and continued, "Makes sense though considering how many people you have killed. Your spectral swordsman title is very well known and feared." Tsuyoshi shook his head and said, "The Anbu captain title isn't handed so easily. You will be given a promotion mission. The mission is usually very difficult. Only if you perform it satisfactorily will you be promoted. Anyways, no point in speculating about it. Take some rest today and ensure that you are at your complete readiness tomorrow." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Captain. Thank you for all your guidance." The squad dispersed. Unlike the time with his Geinin squad, the Anbu squad never hung together other than when they were training or doing missions. Tsuyoshi had instructed them to not appear together in public while they were a part of the Anbu. Due to this, the trio of Fujin, Teru and Keen never went out together to eat or party despite being in the same team for over a year and a half. Fujin grabbed a random mask, put it on and walked out of the room while thinking, "A secret mission, huh? I wonder what it will be." He thought for a bit and speculated, it will most probably be another political scheme by Shikaku. That guy makes way too many schemes. No wonder Hidden Leaf Village's position is so solid despite being vulnerable militarily for so long. Anyways, it is still early morning. What should I do for the day? Just resting the entire day will be a waste. As he was thinking, he walked towards the training facilities of the Anbu. A grin formed on his face behind the mask. With his next step, his physical features transformed. His height increased to 6 feet 6 inches and his body became very slim. On his next step, His chakra signature transformed. It became heavy in yin chakra. If a sensor were to sense him, it would be very difficult to link him to Fujin. He kept walking nonchalantly to the training facilities. After arriving at the facility, he saw a few other Anbu. Without exchanging words with anyone or attracting any attention, he walked towards the wind training rooms and entered one. His eyes immediately roamed through the room. All the seals in the room that were inscribed and hidden in the room became visible to him. Many of these seals were for inspection and spying. He acted as if he didn't notice any of them and sat in the center of the room and began meditating. Just like in the tower in the Forest of Death, these rooms also had elemental crystals. Fujin began absorbing the energy from the crystal. The room didn't initially have any methods of investigation and spying. But, shortly after Fujin entered the Anbu, he began using these rooms. And his rate of absorbing the energy from wind crystals skyrocketed. He initially needed to meditate for 4 hours for 12 days to completely absorb all the energy in one wind crystal. But in a few months, he got used to absorbing energy from the wind crystal. He began exhausting an entire crystal in one meditation session of 4 hours. This development alarmed Hiruzen. Wind crystals used to be the ones that used to be the slowest to be exhausted. But suddenly, its rate of absorption became second to only fire crystals. He immediately tried to investigate but didn't find anything. So he resorted to inscribing seals in the wind training rooms. Unfortunately, Fujin was a seal master as well. He easily identified the seals and played around with them. Hiruzen couldn't figure out how the crystal was getting absorbed so quickly. Numerous times, he also sent some Anbu to spy on the meditation rooms. But in that case, Fujin would absorb very little energy from the wind crystal. Due to this, no one could blame him. Instead, the Anbu ninjas that were keeping an eye became his perfect alibi. Of course, Hiruzen did suspect him. After all, the number of wind users was very low in Hidden Leaf Village. After failing to find any suspect, he thought very hard. The absorption rate of wind crystals increased suddenly after the new Anbu were inducted. Of those 234, only 5 specialize in wind style. But, I can't disregard others or the older Anbu, as it is possible that they are developing wind as their second or third element. Finally, Hiruzen gave up. Leave it. Even if I find the culprit, I can't punish them or tell them to stop. Otherwise, everyone else will begin questioning the speech I gave to motivate them. Besides, even though the usage is high, we do have a good stock of wind crystals. It is still within an acceptable range. Since he joined the Anbu, Fujin alone used up around 250 wind crystals. He had successfully used up all the money Hiruzen earned by gambling on him and was still collecting interest. The overall consumption of wind crystals during this period was over 400. It barely exceeded earth and water crystals, which were in the range of 350 to 400. Of course, fire crystals were still the ones being used the most. The Anbu training facility used over 1,500 fire crystals every year. Due to the sudden increase in Anbu numbers, Hiruzen ran out of fire crystals a few times. If not for the fact that the Uchiha clan no longer existed and he could divert the fire crystals that used to be allotted to them, he would have been forced to apply restrictions on the fire training rooms. Other than the wind crystals, Fujin also absorbed energy from lightning, fire and earth crystals. However, his rate of absorption with them was very low. His rate of absorbing wind energy kept increasing rapidly until he hit a limit. But his other elements didn't experience such an increase in the rate of absorption and he reached their limits much sooner. Fujin had expected such a result from fire and earth crystals, but he was disappointed when he couldn't increase the speed of absorption from lightning crystals. Of course, despite the slower rate of absorption, it was still very helpful in improving his affinity with those elements. In around 3.5 hours, Fujin emptied the wind crystal. He got up and went into a lightning training room. These rooms didn't have the same level of investigative seals. The seals in the wind training room didn't detect that the crystal was empty until another Anbu visited to train his wind element and realized that it was empty. Fujin spent most of his day in the training facility and only returned home late at night. He had dinner and went to sleep. The next day, he once again began his morning with an intense morning workout. Unless he was out on a mission, Fujin never missed his morning workout for even a single day. Instead, his morning workout had gotten even more intense. He had managed to use his previous training seal at its 100% capacity. He created a new seal for himself that had a maximum limit 4 times higher than the seal Hiruzen had created for him. Fujin returned home after the workout and freshened up for the meeting with Hiruzen. While getting prepared, he took a look at his bracers and thought, I have been using these bracers since I became a Genin. Time to change it. He took off his bracers. A grin formed on his face as he thought, the spectral swordsman identity has become too well known. All the Anbu ninjas from the 4 major villages identify me on sight. Even though they don't know about most of my capabilities, It is annoying when they get on full alert and don't provide any openings. It's time to play the card. He discarded his old bracers and put on new ones. Unlike his previous ones, these were very thin and of the same color as his skin. So from a distance, it was very difficult to spot them. In addition, he had inscribed dozens of small storage seals on each bracer and stored a variety of weapons in it. His chakra metal swords were also stored in the bracers. Of course, despite being very thin, they were much harder than his previous bracers as they used better metals, and Fujin himself worked with a blacksmith to inscribe seals into them to make them as tough as he could. With all preparations made, he placed the seal on his door and flickered towards the Hokage building. Chapter 241, The Bait. Fujin knocked and entered the Hokage's office. He noticed that Shikaku was also in the room. However, apart from them, no one else was in the room. Even the 4 Anbu ninjas that usually guarded Hiruzen weren't there. Hiruzen smiled and asked, "Fujin, how have you been?" He noticed the new bracers Fujin was wearing and immediately noticed the high number of seals inscribed in them. He looked into Fujin's eyes and meaningfully said, "Good bracers." Fujin ignored the gaze and the implications behind his words. He replied with a smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. I have been well." Hiruzen had gotten used to Fujin ignoring subtle messages. He said, "Your performance in the Anbu has been very good. Both Tsuyoshi and the Anbu commander have recommended me for promoting you to the Anbu captain rank. However, the Anbu captain rank is equivalent to the Jounin rank. So to become one, you have to complete a promotion mission." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, Captain informed me." Hiruzen looked at Shikaku. Shikaku stepped forward and handed a scroll to Fujin and said, "Recently, we have been getting multiple strange reports from the Land of Wind. We suspect that Hidden Sand Village wants to end the alliance with us while the daimyo of the Land of Wind doesn't. Your mission will be to infiltrate into the Land of Wind and cause discontent for Hidden Sand Village among their nobles and make them more inclined to assign missions to Hidden Leaf Village. The scroll has multiple scrolls with details of all the nobles in the Land of Wind, their nature, likes, dislikes, the people precious to them and their current relations with us and Hidden Sand Village, along with some recommendations for you. You will act on your own and are free to do whatever you want to make progress in the mission. Just don't let anyone know that you are from Hidden Leaf Village." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. The mission was huge. Though he had grown stronger, his strength wasn't at a level where he could casually influence the relations between a daimyo and a kage. Hiruzen and Shikaku noticed his expressions but didn't say anything. Fujin said, "The mission is too difficult. Though I could make some moves, I am sure that Hidden Sand Village will retaliate immediately. So my actions won't make much of a difference." Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes, but you don't need to worry. You aren't the only one we have sent. Many other Anbu ninjas have been given the same promotion mission. So the attention from Hidden Sand Village will be divided among all of you. Of course, if you think that you can't continue the mission anymore, you are allowed to retreat. In addition, be careful of who you kill, as the Anbu ninjas we deployed will be under disguises." A frown formed on Fujin's face. The mission was not only difficult but it also had several complexities. He sighed and thought, "Despite the training, most of my missions in the Anbu were straightforward assassination, elimination or protection missions. I guessed that Hiruzen wanted me to focus on those skills. Looks like my guess was wrong. This mission will be a pain in the ass." Fujin asked, "How long do I have to stay there?" Shikaku replied, "As long as you can. Retreat when you think that your cover might be blown or you don't think you can make any further progress towards the mission. The success or failure of the mission will be decided by how long you manage to stay in the Land of Wind and the result of your actions there." Fujin digested the information. Shikaku asked, "Any more questions?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. But I would like to have the attire of a Sand Anbu ninja along with a new mask that is popular among their ranks." Shikaku had expected such a request from Fujin. He handed Fujin another scroll and said, "This scroll has what you asked for. It also has enough ration bars and water to last half a year." Fujin accepted the scroll. At the same time, he got an idea of how long he was expected to stay undercover in the Land of Wind. Shikaku asked, "Are you ready to move out or do you need some time to prepare?" Fujin replied, "I can move out right away." Shikaku nodded and said, "Good. We have one more mission for you. This one isn't related to your promotion mission, but a good performance could influence our decision if your performance in the Land of Wind is subpar." Fujin looked at Shikaku without changing his expression and thought, "Do you still not know that such manipulation tactics don't work on me?" Shikaku obviously knew it. He had interacted several times with Fujin. But he was just too lazy to change his ways for just one person. From his point of view, regardless of how he spoke, Fujin would act the same way. So he didn't bother changing his dialogue. Shikaku said, "In recent times, we have noticed the movement of some bounty hunter rogue ninjas in the forests around our village. I speculate that they have an accomplice in the village who monitors the movements of ninjas and informs his group outside the village. We tried trapping them but haven't had any success so far, as they are very careful with their targets. Hiruzen added, you haven't been seen much since a bounty was put on your head, as your Anbu achievements haven't been credited to you yet. So you will be the perfect bait for them. Go through the village gate without any disguise and let them see you. Hopefully, they will think of you as the perfect target and ambush you outside the village. We will send a Jounin squad to follow you stealthily from a distance. They will reinforce you as soon as the battle begins or you send a signal. Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, alright. Do we have any intel on who the rogue bounty hunters are? Hiruzen shook his head. We have eliminated one group who had rogue ninjas from Hidden Stone's village, but they didn't have any intel on others. According to our calculations, there are 3 more groups. Fujin said, okay. I will move out now. He left the office and began walking casually towards the village gate while thinking, bounty hunters. I haven't encountered any in this world other than Pikazu. Anyways, as long as he or any other S-rank ninjas aren't involved, I should be fine. If they are weak, I can eliminate them myself. Otherwise, I will just have to stall them. Fujin reached the gate and felt a few eyes on himself. He analyzed. Though there are a bunch of eyes on me, it will be difficult to say who is with the bounty hunters. After all, there are always a bunch of eyes on the village gate. Oh well, let's see. As soon as Fujin left the village, 2 pairs of eyes sparkled in greed. One of these pairs belonged to a man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance and was operating a firework shop near the village gate. He observed the direction in which Fujin left and couldn't help but lick his lips. He thought, when we made a list of the good targets, this boy topped it. Who knows which gods he offended to get such a big bounty. Unfortunately, this coward didn't leave the village for so long. But finally, it's time. The man looked at a stall opposite his. The man in that stall also looked back at him. Their eyes met. Both quickly used their methods to inform their respective groups. However, unknown to both of them, one squad of Jounins left the village secretly and followed Fujin from a few kilometers away. If either of the 2 bounty hunter groups knew about the existence of these ninjas, they wouldn't dare to approach Fujin even if their courage was amplified 100 times. After all, this group was led by Hidden Leaf Village's newest elite Jounin, Copy Ninja Kakashi. Fujin didn't sense Kakashi's squad. However, he wasn't surprised, as he wouldn't be good bait if they could be sensed so easily. He continued traveling through the woods as if everything was normal, but he didn't move at his max speed to not create any doubts in the minds of the bounty hunters. 2 groups of bounty hunters quickly moved towards the route from Hidden Leaf Village to the Land of Rain. The first group was made of rogue ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. They excelled in assassination. Their group contained 11 ninjas. Before betraying, 8 were Chunins in Hidden Mist Village while the remaining 3 were Jounins. The second group was made of rogue ninjas from the countries of Lands of Rain, River, Grass, Bird and Bear. This group had 24 people, 11 of whom were Jounins in their village before they went rogue. Both reached the same spot on the route at the same time and got into a standoff. After all, their messengers had also informed them that another group of bounty hunters might also be hunting Fujin, and neither wanted the other group to get to Fujin first. Chapter 242, I don't want to be a bait anymore. The 2 groups of bounty hunters stared at each other. Suddenly, Kido Shiro, one of the Hidden Mist Village rogues, sighed in relief and said loudly, thankfully we found them. I was worried that these morons might ambush him closer to Hidden Leaf Village and steal our jackpot. His statement irked the bounty hunters in the other group. One of them sneered and said, aren't you being too cocky? We outnumber you by more than 2 to 1. Do you think you have a chance to compete against us? The leader of the Hidden Mist Village rogues grinned. His name was Higashi Renzo. He was a large muscular guy with hideous scars all over his body. He was being trained to be the next generation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Unfortunately, before he could complete his training, everything went crazy in that country. Renzo said in a hoarse voice, you may outnumber us, but do you weaklings think you have any chance against us? A wave of killing intent washed over the other group of bounty hunters. Their expressions became very grim. Though they haven't ever experienced it, Hidden Mist Village's cruel methods and the craziness of their ninjas were well known throughout the world. Ogawa Shingo, the leader of this group, exerted his chakra to snap his comrades out of the killing intent unleashed by his opponent. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were about to attack, but he raised his hand and said, stop. If we fight here, we will alert the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and will be hunted until we are all dead. Even if you are strong, against Hidden Leaf Village, you are nothing but bugs. Not only will you not get the bounty, but you will be hunted. So why not team up? We will ambush the kid together and split the reward on his head. We will each get 10 million ryo and won't have to fight each other to death. Shiro immediately said, why would we split the rewards with you? As for Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, we will have long killed you all and that brat and left even before those tree huggers sensed something is wrong. He was interrupted by a jounin who said, "Shut up. Renzo, let's cooperate. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are already hunting for us. A huge battle could invite all sorts of trouble." Renzo wanted to fight. However, he couldn't disregard the concerns of the jounin who just spoke. After all, he was the only seal master in their group and was his second in command. Without his help, bounty hunting would become much more risky. Renzo looked at Shingo and said, "Alright, let's team up." The two groups teamed up and set up an ambush for Fujin. Fujin had a frown on his face. Even after traveling for 6 hours, no one intercepted or attacked him. He thought, did they sense the trap that Shikaku laid for them? Or were their accomplices on a break when I left the village? He continued moving through the vast forests of the Land of Fire while occasionally activating and spreading his chakra field. Finally, after half an hour, he sensed something off. His speed slowed down as he maintained his chakra field and analyzed, "I can't sense 4 locations. These guys have a seal master within their ranks. That's annoying. I can't check how strong they are. But, this might not be entirely bad. Since they are separated, I will hunt them one by one." The 4 locations that Fujin's chakra field couldn't sense were small underground rooms constructed using Earth style. If it was a normal sensor, he wouldn't feel anything off. But Fujin himself was a seal master. So it couldn't be hidden from him. The 4 locations were all spread properly. 2 were close to the path that Fujin was taking, while the remaining 2 locations covered the left and the right sides. Fujin locked his eyes on the location to the left. He was about to move when he suddenly stopped. His eyes shrunk as his instincts warned him and he stayed in his location. He thought, why am I having such a bad feeling? It is almost comparable to the feeling I had when we fell into Darue's trap. During his time in Anbu, Fujin had developed an incredible sense of danger. His instincts would warn him every time he was about to fall in grave danger. Though he wasn't completely sure, Fujin speculated that it was a result of him gaining more experience and due to him using his sensing abilities hundreds of thousands of times. The seals in those hidden locations were more advanced than what Fujin had speculated. When his chakra field covered those locations, a few seals began emitting green light. The leader in each of the rooms frowned. They knew that Fujin was a sensor but didn't expect him to spread his chakra field deep in the forest. However, they didn't make a move as they knew that a sensor wouldn't be able to sense them. They expected Fujin to continue forward into their trap. However, their frowns deepened when Fujin didn't move forward and the seals kept emitting the green light. Renzo asked, "Did he discover us?" The seal master answered, "That is unlikely. Unless he is a seal master himself or works closely with one." Renzo quickly analyzed the situation and said, "It doesn't matter. He is just one Chunin brat. Let's go out and hunt him." He quickly broke the seal on the underground room and appeared outside. At the same time, the other 3 hideouts also received the message and soon they broke out as well. Fujin immediately sensed everyone and began sweating. He almost cursed, "What the fuck? 35 fucking bounty hunters? And 7 of them have jounin levels of chakra." The bounty hunters ran towards Fujin at full speed. Fortunately, Fujin was over a mile away from their location. He quickly ran backwards and made a few shadow clones while thinking, "This is the last time I'm being the bait. The smartest man and the most experienced man my ass. If I didn't know them any better, I'd think that this is a scheme to kill me." 4 chakra fields extended towards Fujin and his clones and began sensing him. Fujin was left speechless once again. He cursed, "Seriously, what the hell? Seal masters, sensors, such huge numbers. Don't tell me Akage is also hiding within their ranks." Fujin didn't know that 2 groups of bounty hunters were hunting him together. He'd have been confident of taking one group on by himself. But with the 2 groups working together, he didn't want to take much risk. Hiruzen and Shikaku also didn't predict that Fujin would lure 2 groups of bounty hunters. Otherwise, they would have sent more ninjas along with him. At the same time, Pakkun said, "Kakashi, 35 new scents have suddenly appeared." Kakashi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 35? Pakkun replied, "Yes. Fujin is running back in our direction but enemies are faster than him. They will reach him before us." Kakashi said, "Everyone, we will move at our fastest speed." Guy grinned and said loudly, 35 bounty hunters on your first mission as an elite jounin. I'd expect nothing less from my eternal rival. Despite talking, he was the only one in the squad who was able to keep up with Kakashi's speed. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Guy's words as he was confused. Didn't Shikaku say that Fujin was incredibly fast on his feet? How are they faster than him? Among the bounty hunters, one of the sensors informed, his chakra has split into 4. According to the intel, he knows the shadow clone jutsu. I can't identify who is the real one. Renzo commanded, Keep track of all 4 of them. If they split, we will also split and chase one each. Fujin's clones didn't split up. The bounty hunters moved incredibly fast and quickly caught up with Fujin. They still maintained the 4 groups. 2 were trying to chase Fujin from the right and left while the remaining 2 were on his rear. The ones in the rear were led by Renzo and Shingo respectively. Fujin looked back at them and thought, alright, they are close enough. Fujin and his clones split into pairs of 2 and dispersed in opposite directions. This forced the 2 groups in his rear to split up and move towards the groups on their respective sides. The situation suddenly changed as now the groups on Fujin's 2 sides became the closest to him while the groups at his rear lagged behind. Fujin kept observing their positions. Soon, all 4 groups of bounty hunters and the 2 pairs of Fujin's clones were in a straight line. Fujin and his clones stopped and turned around. Fire style, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Wind style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. One clone released the Searing Migraine Jutsu while the one next to released the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The same was replicated by the other pair. The jutsus combined together perfectly and fused into one deadly attack. The bounty hunters who were chasing at their full speed were suddenly stunned to see a massive firestorm head towards them. The attack came without any warning and they had very little time to react. Chapter 243, The Source of Danger. On one side, the group closest to Fujin was a Hidden Mist Village group of 5 led by their 3rd Jounin. The former Hidden Mist Village Jounin rapidly weaved hand signs. Water style, Water Wall Jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of his group of 5 just before the combination attack reached them. The jutsu hit the water wall and broke through it as if it was air. A huge amount of steam was released as the entire water wall evaporated. Renzo saw with wide eyes as 5 of his men were being engulfed by the firestorm. He could hear their screams. He quickly completed hand signs and shouted, "Quickly flood this place." Water style, Exploding Water Shockwave. The other 5 in his group also used the same jutsu. A huge amount of water was released which formed giant waves and moved towards the incoming attack and their allies. On the other side, a couple of Jounins slammed their hands on the ground. Earth style, Earth Wall Jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. However, the range of the combination attack was too much. It easily engulfed the walls and hit the group regardless. Unlike the battle-hardened Hidden Mist Village rogues, this group didn't have the same expertise. For the first time in their lives, they began experiencing the unique feeling of being cooked alive. A few quickly escaped into the ground while the others screamed miserably within the firestorm. The group behind them saw the terror in front of them. Shingo quickly slammed his hands on the ground. Earth style, Earth Dome. Seeing the mistake made by the group in front of him, he chose a jutsu that would protect them from all sides. The fire-wind combination jutsu engulfed the dome, but the people inside were safe. Water and fire clashed on the other side of the battlefield. The combined efforts of 6 ninjas overpowered the combination jutsu and water waves engulfed their allies. The water doused the fire on them and provided them with some relief. 4 Hidden Mist Village rogues were burnt badly. Only the Jounin was in better shape as he had a thin layer of water armor surrounding him. A look of relief appeared on the faces of the 6 ninjas when suddenly they began feeling the heat. They looked behind themselves and saw in horror as another jutsu of the same scale approached them. Since the second bandit group didn't stop the attack and just protected themselves, the Hidden Mist Village rogue ninjas had to face an attack from both sides. This situation was a result of Fujin's clever manipulation of the battlefield. Since he split into 2 groups, the bounty hunters assumed that he wanted to run away. They didn't even notice that they were all in a straight line. All their attention was entirely on the pair in front of them. Renzo once again weaved hand signs. In the nick of time, he completed his jutsu and spat out massive amounts of water. His jutsu was overwhelmed, but the water brought them enough time for others to repeat that jutsu. A water pool was formed which engulfed the 11 Hidden Mist Village rogue ninjas and kept them protected from the fire. However, the water itself was heating up and evaporating at a rapid speed. Everyone could feel the heat, especially the 4 people from the first group who were very badly burned. Renzo looked at the firestorm with a frown on his face. He cursed, "Horrible." The intel was way off. It didn't mention large-scale wind jutsus. It didn't even say that he knew any fire jutsus. All it said was to be careful of his vacuum jutsus and swordplay. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized, vacuum jutsus. Fuck. Despite being underwater, he shouted, "Be careful." It was a no-brainer that Fujin's ability with the fire style was completely a surprise to them. After all, he had developed it entirely during his time with the Anbu. While he didn't intend to keep it a secret like his lightning style, he hadn't been on any mission without his mask. So very few were aware of it. Fujin's details in the bingo book were almost 2 years old. Since he was never seen leaving the village after getting the bounty hunters assumed that he had given up on his ninja career. Fujin's clones observed the bounty hunters. In the group that used earth walls, 3 had escaped underground while the remaining 6 were burning. Behind them, 15 people were hiding in an earth dome. A smirk formed on both their faces. A dozen vacuum bullets formed in both their mouths. They launched them all simultaneously. The group of 15 bounty hunters were feeling safe inside the dome. Suddenly, bullets rained into the dome. They were all caught off guard and couldn't even move. 12 ninjas had their hearts, brains or throats pierced. They collapsed on the spot. The remaining 3 were also injured but could still move around. They quickly escaped underground in terror and moved towards the Hidden Mist Village group. On the other side, Fujin's clones observed the Hidden Mist Village ninjas being protected by water and guessed, this group looks to be exclusively from Hidden Mist Village. Whereas that squad is only using Earth style. Does this bounty hunter group have factions within them? Oh well, they'll all be dead anyways. Wind style, vacuum serial wave jutsu sharp vacuum blades were launched at the water pool protecting them. The vacuum blades moved through the fire and into the water right when Renzo shouted. The 4 ninjas that were badly burnt didn't even see the attack coming and were cut into 2. The Jounin who was injured tried to dodge as well. He barely moved his body and head out of the way. But one vacuum blade hit below his right knee and cut his leg off. The remaining 6 managed to dodge the attack. Renzo's heart ached. 4 Chunins were dead while 1 Jounin would no longer be able to fight. That was a huge loss for his group. He felt a great hatred for Fujin and the messenger. At the same time, he felt regret for choosing Fujin as the target. However, his expression soon became vicious. He decided, since you have caused us so much loss, I will claim your bounty no matter what. I cannot disappoint Lord Mizukage any further. The effects of the fire-wind combination jutsu had finally begun dissipating. Renzo looked at his subordinates that were still fine. They noticed his gaze and nodded. Soon, 6 bounty hunters from the other group came out of the ground next to the Hidden Mist Village survivors. They looked at the situation around them in shock. Of the 35 attackers, only 6 were still uninjured. As many as 23 had died or were critically injured. And it had barely been over a couple of minutes since they began chasing after Fujin. Swords appeared in the hands of Fujin and his clones. They flickered towards the bounty hunters. The combination of searing migraine and infinite breakthrough jutsus was one of his strongest methods. Since this group managed to survive, using the same jutsu once again on them wouldn't be very effective. After all, he no longer had the element of surprise. Renzo noticed his movements and said, "They are coming, prepare yourself." Everyone readied themselves. Fujin's attacks had eliminated most of the weaker ones from their ranks. Of the remaining people, half had Jounin ranks before going rogue. Fujin's clone appeared to one side of the group and swung his sword from 5 meters away. A sword wave was launched at them. The expression of the group became grim. Apart from Renzo, only one person was able to follow the movement of Fujin and his clones. Just before the sword slash could hit them, a barrier appeared around them. The slash hit the barrier and caused it to shake, but it stood erect. Fujin's eyes landed on the Jounin who created the barrier. He thought, so this guy is probably their seal master. Fujin wasn't bothered that his attack wasn't successful. The information he gained in exchange for merely swinging his sword was sufficient. However, before he could attack once more, Renzo left the barrier. He raised his sword and slashed it down on the clone who had just attacked the barrier. Fujin's clone easily blocked his sword, but couldn't cut through it as Renzo also used chakra flow on his sword. At the same time, Shinjo and 2 Jounins from his group exited the barrier and attacked the other 3 Fujins. Fujin was surprised. He defended while analyzing the barrier. It looks like this is an on-way barrier. It prevents entry but allows exit. A good way to keep attacking from a location. Suddenly, 4 more bounty hunters exited the barrier. They were the 4 Chunians, including Shiro, from Renzo's group. Fujin frowned, he didn't want to get ganged up on. So the 4 of them counterattacked. Renzo was able to hold his opponent back, but the other 3 were feeling overwhelmed. Fujin's clones barely managed to get away from them and were about to attack the 4 ninjas that exited the barrier when those ninjas avoided Fujin and ran in 4 different directions. Fujin was confused. He thought, the hell? Are they quitting the group and escaping? Or do they plan to attack me in the back? He didn't want to risk getting pincered and wanted to attack them, but the Jounins caught up and began fighting once again. Since they blocked him, Fujin confirmed, they aren't running away. The 4 ninjas moved and stood surrounding Fujin and the rest. They made the snake hand seal and clapped their hands. Immediately, a violet barrier began appearing and surrounded Fujin and the other bounty hunters. The barriers formed 4 walls, a roof and another layer underground, cutting off all means of escape. Fujin was shocked. He muttered, 4 violet flames formation. No wonder I felt such an intense danger. Chapter 244, Fooling Everyone. A grin spread on Renzo's face. He said, you are now trapped. I was planning to just kill you and get your head. But since you have killed 4 of my men, I will torture you until you beg for death. The morale of the remaining hunters in the barrier finally recovered. Fujin thought, just 4? Are there multiple groups here? No fear appeared on Fujin's face. He retorted, torture me? He looked towards his right and said, I left the village to bait and hunt you down. If you dissolve the formation and surrender, you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, even if you manage to kill me, your only result will be death. The bounty hunters were shocked to hear that Fujin was the bait. Renzo and others followed Fujin's gaze. Their eyes widened as 4 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas appeared outside the barrier. Shingo muttered with a grim face, we were schemed against. It is Kakashi of the Sharingan. Their morale, which had just recovered, crashed down. Fujin's words were completely true. They would have a very difficult battle to just kill Fujin. Facing even stronger Hidden Leaf Village ninjas right after it would be a certain death. Meanwhile, Kakashi's group also had grim faces. Yamanaka-ken said, Fujin is trapped. Kakashi too had a grim face. He said, the barrier has a high demand for chakra. And all 4 ninjas need to keep supplying chakra continuously. We will target one spot and kill one of them. The battlefield entered a deadlock. The Hidden Leaf Village Jounins couldn't interfere. And though the bounty hunters were safe for the moment, they were very fearful for their life. Fujin noticed the distraction and immediately took advantage. The clones gathered chakra. The 4 Jounins facing them noticed it and reacted. However, a dozen vacuum bullets were already fired at each of them. Despite the low distance and the fast speed of the bullets, they still moved their body as much as they could. Renzo dodged 10 bullets and the remaining 2 he blocked with his sword. However, cracks spread through his sword due to the power behind the bullets. His expression became dark as he realized, if I hadn't used chakra flow on the swords, the bullets might have pierced straight through them. However, the other 3 weren't as strong as him. They could only move sufficiently for the bullets to miss their vital organs. A bullet grazed the right arm of Shingo. It left a cut so deep that even his bone was visible. The other 2 were hit by 2 to 3 vacuum bullets each. Unfortunately for those 2, they were once again standing right behind each other. So despite dodging, they were targeted by the vacuum bullets heading towards them from their back. One of them was very unlucky. A vacuum bullet hit his back and pierced straight through his heart. He dropped dead. The other one had a couple more holes created in his body but luckily avoided any critical injuries. One of Fujin's clones laughed and taunted, this barrier is good. This way, none of you can run away. Ha 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 ha. Not wanting to lose any more morale, Renzo immediately attacked the clone closest to him and shouted, everyone. Attack him. Attack and kill all 4 of him. Only after he is dead we can plan on how to escape the ones outside the barrier. There was still another barrier created inside the 4 Violet Flames formation. It still had 5 people. One was the injured Jounin from Renzo's group. Another was the Seal Master while 3 were from the other group. Other than the injured Jounin, the others exited the barrier and attacked Fujin's clones. The Seal Master said, his chakra has become very low. He won't be able to continue for much longer. Fujin's clones were all low on chakra. They had spent a lot of their chakra on the fire-wind combination jutsu. And after using vacuum jutsus repeatedly, they didn't have much chakra. Outside the barrier, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were getting worried. They were bombarding the barrier with ninjutsu at the spot where Shiro was. The barrier shook but still stood erect. However, the 4 ninjas, especially Shiro, were under a lot of pressure. Their chakra was being drained rapidly. Suddenly, Pakkun noticed something and looked to his left. After observing properly, he said, Kakashi, focus on your smell in that direction. Kakashi was surprised by Pakkun's request. He quickly gathered chakra in his nose and enhanced his sense of smell. Suddenly his expression became very peculiar. Guy noticed and asked, what did you smell? Kakashi shook his head and said, nothing. Keep an eye on the barrier. We won't attack anymore as we might run out of chakra before the barrier breaks. If that happens, we will be in a tougher spot. Guy and the 2 special Jounins from the Yamanaka clan realized that Kakashi was hiding something. They didn't question him and began paying attention to fighting inside the barrier. Without their attacks, the 4 ninjas maintaining the formation sighed in relief. They quickly consumed a soldier pill to recover their chakra rapidly. Yamanaka-ken said, though maintaining the barrier needs a lot of chakra, they could rest until they have recovered if they keep using soldier pills. Should we call in reinforcements to prevent that? Kakashi shook his head and replied, no need. There are only 12 left and 2 are severely injured. Regardless of the pills, the 4 maintaining the barrier will be exhausted. We can take them out without much issue. Yamanaka-ken nodded. Inside the barrier, Fujin and his clones fought intensely for 5 minutes. However, the remaining ninjas were all very careful. Fujin took deep breaths while analyzing, they are too careful. In the last 5 minutes, I only managed to kill that guy with 5-6 holes in his body. Though I injured the rest to varying degrees, I haven't been able to injure them critically." He looked towards his other clones. At the same time, they too looked into his eyes and nodded. Suddenly, 3 clones flickered away and appeared next to Shiro. Renzo had a bad feeling. He and the rest ran towards them, but the 3 clones touched the barrier and at the next moment exploded. The force of the explosions was felt throughout the barrier. Shiro fell to his knees and began vomiting blood, while the remaining 3 also felt the impact. They began coughing blood. Renzo shouted in panic, "Hang on. The barrier must not fall." The 4 rogue ninjas gritted their teeth and forcefully maintained the formation. Kakashi and the rest didn't manage to enter inside. Renzo looked viciously at Fujin and said, "That was stupid. Without clones, you are an easy target for us." He immediately ran towards Fujin, who was breathing roughly. Everyone could see that he was exhausted. Guy was getting restless, but Kakashi said, "It's fine, just watch." Renzo swung his sword at Fujin. Fujin deflected his blow with his sword and punched him with his left hand. Renzo punched back at his fist. However, Fujin opened his fist at the last moment and caught Renzo's fist. A grin broke on his face. Renzo suddenly had a bad feeling. Without a word, Fujin exploded. All the bounty hunters were stunned. The explosion created a dust cloud. In a second, a body was launched out of the dust cloud. He landed a few meters away. It was Renzo. His left arm was completely blown off. His chest, abdomen, face and thighs had hideous burns and were covered in blood. In addition to the existing horrible scars, his entire appearance looked similar to that of a terrifying demon. One of the bounty hunters muttered in disbelief, "Did he explode his main body?" Renzo replied with a hoarse voice, "It was a shadow clone." A sense of disbelief and shock spread through the 4 ninjas maintaining the barrier and the remaining 7 ninjas inside the barrier. Such huge casualties were inflicted upon them by merely shadow clones. Finally, one said, "No wonder he has a 20 million bounty." No, even a 20 million bounty is low for him. Outside the barrier, everyone other than Kakashi and Pakkun was shocked. Yamanaka-kin exclaimed, "That was a shadow clone? Where is his real body?" On cue, Fujin flickered behind him. They quickly turned around to see him. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Guy and the others realized that Kakashi and Pakkun had smelled his scent and hence stopped attacking the formation. Kakashi looked at him and memories regarding Fujin's graduation exam surfaced. Fujin had made quite an impact that day by asking for a chakra metal sword. Kakashi never imagined that the boy would become so strong in just a few years. He said, "Good work." Guy had no idea how Fujin managed to achieve this. But he didn't care. He raised his thumb and said with a grin, "You are good. I can feel the power of youth flowing through you." The 2 Yamanaka ninjas also looked at Fujin with surprise in their eyes. The bounty hunters in the barrier noticed Fujin outside the barrier. They had already expected. However, the eyes of the seal master widened. He exclaimed in horror, "His chakra!" Chapter 245, The Formation Breaks. Renzo ignored his missing arm and all his injuries and tried to analyze when Fujin switched with a clone. He realized, according to the intel, he moves very fast. That is why we set up the trap and prepared the formation in the first place. However, when he escaped, his speed didn't match the intel. But our minds were too occupied with claiming his bounty and we didn't notice the anomaly. He probably switched himself with a clone even before we exited the hidden bases while his clones moved slowly to catch us off guard with that combination jutsu. Renzo's analysis was very close to the truth. Fujin created a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra and escaped right after sensing that he was facing 35 enemies. He hid his chakra signature and sent and moved without making any sounds or leaving any trail, due to which the sensors among the bounty hunters never sensed his main body. Later on, when he saw the 4 violet flames formation, Fujin realized why he was feeling a sense of danger. After realizing that his backup was Kakashi, he stopped hiding his scent so that Kakashi could smell his scent and stop worrying. While it could expose a flaw to the bounty hunters, Fujin didn't care as the bounty hunters were already in deep trouble. Inside the barrier, everyone looked at the seal master, who was also a sensor, as he exclaimed loudly, "His chakra!" Renzo looked at him and asked, "What about his chakra?" The seal master gulped and said, "It's massive. It's almost twice your maximum chakra, Renzo." He likely only used around 20 to 25% of his chakra on those 4 shadow clones. The eyes of the ninjas inside the barrier widened in horror as they took a look at Fujin once again. Though Fujin had improved a lot during his time in the Anbu, his biggest improvement was the increase in his chakra reserves. As Re had speculated, the growth in Fujin's chakra reserves had begun slowing down. But thanks to the fact that his chakra reserves were already comparable to a Jounin and the aid provided by the elemental crystals, his growth was still massive. His chakra reserves had grown by 3 times in the last 20 months. In another 6 months, his chakra reserves would reach the same level as Renjiro's. However, Fujin did sense that his growth was slowing down rapidly. So he wasn't sure about reaching Hiruzen's level of chakra at his current rate. Kakashi looked at the spot where Fujin's 3 clones had exploded and said, "Focus your jutsus on that ninja again." The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were about to attack when Fujin said, "Wait, I'll give them a few more explosions." He created 6 shadow clones, each with 5% of his chakra. 3 flickered close to Shiro while the other 3 flickered close to the other 3 ninjas maintaining the formation. Kakashi nodded and weaved a few hand signs as well. Lightning style, shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone infused with lightning appeared and followed Fujin's clones. Fujin's clones once again touched the barrier and exploded. Shiro was prepared this time and poured more chakra into the barrier. However, the explosions were much stronger as the clones were full of chakra. The impact of the explosion was once again sent through the barrier. As the person closest to the explosion, once again the majority of the impact was borne by Shiro. He collapsed on the ground and almost lost consciousness. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He said to himself, "No. I have to stay awake. Otherwise, all of us will be dead." Through sheer will, he forced himself to stay awake. Unfortunately, Kakashi's lightning shadow clone appeared and transformed into lightning and hit the barrier on one single point. The barrier could no longer hold on and a small hole appeared in it as the lightning broke through. It hit Shiro and electrocuted him. Shiro was already on his last legs. He didn't even have the energy to scream as his body was electrocuted to death. With his death, the entire formation collapsed. Immediately, all 5 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas flickered towards the opponents. The bounty hunters were on guard as well. As soon as the formation collapsed, they began running away in different directions. However, compared to the fresh Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, the bounty hunters were extremely tired. Fujin's clones immediately attacked the other 3 ninjas who were maintaining the formation. They were already exhausted and low on chakra. None among them could put up a fight and were beheaded with ease. Fujin's clones immediately flickered towards the ones who were escaping. Kakashi flickered behind Renzo. Despite being gravely injured, Renzo stopped running and swung his sword at Kakashi. However, lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand and hit the blade. Despite the chakra around Renzo's sword, lightning still conducted through his sword and into his body. Kakashi said, "Higashi Renzo, you are a long way from home." Renzo's sword shattered and Kakashi's hand pierced into his chest. At the same time, Guy appeared behind Shingo. Shingo began weaving hand signs. However, Guy grinned, "Too slow." Before Shingo could complete his hand signs, Guy had already reached his position. His eyes widened as he saw a kick coming at him from the top. He immediately moved to his right. Guy's kick landed on the ground. Shingo was still maintaining his hand seal, however, Guy's kick tore the ground open. Hundreds of small stones were launched in all directions. Shingo was hit by dozens of small stones at rapid speed. He was still unharmed, however, he couldn't continue weaving hand signs. Guy quickly attacked him once again. Shingo snorted internally, "Do you think that only you can use taijutsu?" Shingo's physique was much larger and more muscular than Guy's. He formed his fist and punched back at Guy. Their fists collided. Shingo's expression immediately changed. An intense pain coursed through his entire arm. He cursed, "What the fuck is his body made of?" Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to actually ask that question. Guy's second punch was coming straight at him. Unwillingly, he had to punch back with his other arm. And intense pain coursed through that arm as well. However, it was much worse due to the injury caused by Fujin earlier. He cursed, "Fuck. It feels like my arm will break into 2. Guy immediately noticed that his opponent was in a lot of pain. He didn't miss the opportunity and bombarded Shingo with punches and kicks. Shingo, who dared to match Guy in taijutsu despite his injuries, was overwhelmed. He was beaten to a bloody pulp. Guy knocked him unconscious and tied him up while thinking, Lord Hokage wanted some prisoners to check their memories. This guy looked quite strong. He should have some information. Some distance away from where Guy and Shingo were fighting, Fujin flickered behind one of the 3 remaining subordinates of Shingo. The bounty hunter noticed Fujin and turned around to fight. However, he was already very exhausted. There were dozens of small cuts on his body from the earlier fights. He had seen Fujin's clones cut through kunais with ease. So he began weaving hand signs. However, Fujin opened his mouth and shot 8 vacuum bullets. 1 bullet was aimed at his forehead and another was aimed at his heart. The remaining 6 were to cut off his escape route. The bounty hunter moved his head out of the way and tried to twist his body. However, the vacuum bullets were too fast. 1 grazed past his face and tore his right cheek and ear off. His bloody teeth could be seen. Another bullet hit his ribcage and pierced through his chest. It avoided his heart, but he was on his last legs. With a swing of Fujin's sword, he was beheaded. Fujin spread his chakra field to observe the other battles. He noticed, so Kakashi has already killed their leader. My clones and that guy have killed their opponents as well. Guy should win soon too. So just that Seal Master and the one-legged bounty hunter are alive. Fujin sensed that Kakashi was moving towards the one-legged guy. So he moved towards the Seal Master. Fujin's clones followed him as well. Yamanaka Ken had confronted the Seal Master. Both entered in a fight and were evenly matched. The only bounty hunter who wasn't attacked so far was the one-legged Jounin from Hidden Mist Village. Despite having just one leg, he was moving quite fast through the forest. Unfortunately, Kakashi killed Renzo too quickly. He immediately gave chase and caught up. The Jounin noticed Kakashi and immediately turned around and weaved hand signs. Kakashi noticed his hand signs and weaved hand signs as well. Water style, water clone jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. 4 water clones appeared next to the Hidden Mist Village rogue. They saw a giant fireball headed straight at them. One of the clones weaved hand signs. Water style, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of them. The fireball hit it and exploded. A lot of water was turned into smoke and covered the area while the rest was splashed back at the ninja and his clones. They were about to attack once again when a sound of lightning was heard. Lightning traveled through the water that was splashed on them and electrocuted them all. All 4 water clones were instantly dispelled. The one-legged Jounin's eyes widened. He realized, he used my own jutsu against me. He barely maintained his consciousness. However, Kakashi appeared in front of him and placed his right hand on his chest. Immediately, an intense current passed through his body and knocked him out. Kakashi tied him up and placed a seal on his chest and thought, one captured alive. Guy should have captured his opponent as well. This mission is successful. Chapter 246, 8-Gate Lockup. Water style, water needles jutsu. Water split into hundreds of drops. Each drop turned into a needle and rained at Yamanaka Ken. Ken immediately flickered out of the way while making his hand seal. He flickered once again to get close to his opponent. Mind destruction jutsu. His opponent immediately moved out of the way and jumped on a branch behind him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A vacuum bullet hit his chest and pierced straight through it. However, his body turned into water and collapsed. A few meters behind him, his body appeared once again. He looked at Fujin and said, "You can hide your chakra. No wonder I didn't sense you back then. But now that I know it, hiding it is useless." Fujin didn't reply, but Ken flickered close to him once again and tried using the same jutsu. The Seal Master took out a scroll and jumped back on the ground to dodge Ken's attack. He opened the scroll and smeared his blood across it and weaved a few hand signs rapidly. Fujin frowned and wondered, is he attempting to reverse summon himself somehow? Chakra gathered in his mouth as he shot a few vacuum bullets at him. At the same time, Ken once again used the mind destruction jutsu. However, a black tortoise projection made entirely of chakra appeared between Fujin and the Seal Master. Fujin's vacuum bullets hit the shell of the tortoise and were stopped. At the same time, an azure dragon projection appeared between Ken and him. The jutsu hit the dragon but had no impact on him. Fujin frowned as he analyzed, a barrier? At the same time, projections of a vermilion bird and a white tiger were also formed around him. After tanking the jutsus, the projections collapsed and transformed into a barrier around him. The walls of the barrier had the image of those 4 mythical beasts. A smile formed on his face. Fujin gathered a large amount of chakra while changing his location. Wind style, vacuum cannon jutsu. Fujin shot the powerful vacuum cannon at the wall which had the vermilion bird image. The entire barrier shook, but not a single crack appeared on it. The ninja inside the barrier also looked completely fine. He taunted, "This is my strongest barrier. You can keep attacking for days, it won't fall. Your mind control jutsus will also not work against my barrier." Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, this barrier is smaller, but it is even more sturdy than the 4 violet flames formation. Worse, it doesn't look like it is using his chakra. I won't be able to crack it using shadow clone explosions. Fujin immediately snorted, "You are deep within a land of fire. Let me see how long you will keep hiding here." He dispelled his clones and got some chakra back. He sat at some distance from the barrier in case the barrier had any more peculiar means. His eyes began glowing as he started observing the barrier properly. Ken also replicated Fujin's actions and stood in the opposite direction. After some time, the other Yamanaka ninja arrived. He went to Ken to ask him for an update. A few seconds later, Guy and Kakashi arrived. Both were carrying the ones they captured. Guy looked at the barrier and said, "I haven't seen such a barrier yet." "What is it?" Kakashi observed the barrier and replied, "Barrier defense seal jutsu, 8-Gate lockup. It's a wide-range barrier jutsu created by the Uzumaki clan to create a barrier around an entire village. Looks like he has a modified version of it to protect just himself. The Seal Master's expression became grim after seeing the 3 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas arrive. It implied that every other bounty hunter was killed. He replied, as expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. Since you know about the barrier, you know that you wouldn't be able to break it like the 4 Violet Flames formation. Kakashi replied, every barrier could be broken. Regardless, this is the land of fire. I could summon hundreds of ninjas and keep a watch on you until you can't maintain the barrier anymore. The Seal Master laughed and said, hundreds of ninjas just for me? Ha ha ha. I never expected my life to be so precious for you to waste so much manpower on me. Kakashi said, it isn't. You won't be able to imagine the torture you'd be put under for wasting our time. So I'll give you an offer. Surrender now and I will ensure that no harm will come to you. Lord Hokage might even allow you to turn a new page in your life. The Seal Master was surprised. He thought, I never imagined that Hidden Leaf Village would offer to recruit me. The offer was alluring. However, his eyes laid on the 2 Yamanakas and he rejected that idea. No, these 2 will read my memories. Once they do, they won't allow me to live. He opened another scroll and said, it's a tempting offer. Unfortunately, I can't do it. He made a confrontation hand seal. Immediately, dozens of explosion tags appeared from the scroll. A few stuck to his body while the rest stuck on the 4 symbols on the barrier. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas immediately became alert. In the next moment, all the explosion tags exploded. Fujin immediately flickered away. Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, Earth Dome Jutsu a dome appeared from the ground and covered him and Guy. At the same time, the last ninja grabbed Yamanaka-ken and escaped underground. The barrier collapsed. The chakra of the Seal Master within the barrier fueled the explosion and caused a fire to spread in all 4 directions. It also caused cracks to spread within the ground around the barrier. Kakashi noticed that the ground under his feet as well as the dome had begun cracking. His expression became grim as he poured chakra into the ground to strengthen it. The 2 Yamanakas who were escaping underground had it rough. As the ground cracked, some heat entered the ground. After flickering a few times, Fujin turned around to see. The fire had spread for almost 300 meters from the explosion spot. He was surprised. What a crazy bastard. That barrier was a trap. He didn't intend to protect himself. He just wanted to use its chakra to amplify the explosions from those tags. He even used all his own chakra to amplify the explosions. Soon, the explosion died down and only the fire remained. A few water dragons appeared in between the fire and moved through the fire and began dousing it. The water also entered into the cracks in the ground. The 2 Yamanakas sensed it and left the underground. Fujin sensed that they were all fine. So he flickered back towards where Kakashi was. He first looked at the spot of the explosion. There was no sign of any dead body. The Seal Master's body was completely obliterated. Fujin looked at the 2 Yamanakas and asked, are you 2 alright? Both of them had several burns on their skin. Ken nodded and said, it's fine. It's just minor burns. He looked at Kakashi and asked, why did that bastard commit suicide? Wouldn't accepting your offer be much better for him? Kakashi replied, more than suicide, it looked like he wanted to burn all the dead bodies. This way, we won't be able to gain any intel from them. Of course, if he managed to kill any of us, that would have been a bonus for him. Ken looked around and frowned, all the dead bodies will have been burnt by the fire. We won't be able to read their memories now. It looks like he wanted to hide something crucial. He looked at the 2 ninjas that Kakashi and Guy had captured and added, information that these 2 wouldn't have. Kakashi nodded and said, yes. I guess he didn't know about this. He took out a scroll and opened it. He made a hand seal and Renzo's body popped out. He said, I had stored his body as he was likely their leader. Read his memories. Yamanaka-ken nodded and immediately got to work. He placed his palm on the forehead of the dead body and inserted his chakra into his head to inspect his memories. Fujin's eyes were glued to him. The Yamanaka clan's ability to read memories of dead bodies was something he had wanted for some time. Unfortunately, he didn't get to visit the T&I department frequently. During his time in the Anbu, he had only seen it being done thrice. Fujin analyzed, just like before, the chakra that invades the brain of the dead body is pure yin chakra. It is almost entirely the opposite of medical ninjutsu. But, how exactly does this work? Despite observing it for the 4th time, he didn't have any idea about the internal workings of the jutsu. Though he had killed hundreds of people, his Anbu squad would always be close by. He never got to experiment on the dead bodies. And he had no intention of experimenting on the only dead body still in his possession. Chapter 247, My Shamelessness is Not Enough. Ken continued reading his memories for a few minutes. Sweat appeared on Ken's body. It was apparent that reading memories from a dead body was very taxing on him. Finally, he let him go. His expression was grim. Kakashi asked, "Did you get any information from him?" Ken nodded and said, "I couldn't read all his memories, but the ones that I could show that this bounty hunting was a scheme made by Hidden Mist Village." Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows. Ken continued, "He hadn't gone rogue. Instead, he was given a mission by an elder from the Mizukage faction from Hidden Mist Village. They currently have a huge advantage against the rebels who are hiding. Since they are hiding, the forces of Mizukage are ideal. But, the rebellion means that no one will issue missions there. So to raise funds, they issued him a mission. He was to go rogue, get in touch with other rogue Hidden Mist Village ninjas and form a bounty hunter group. After collecting the bounties, they would secretly send the majority of the bounty to Hidden Mist Village. That Seal Master was assigned as his deputy for this mission. Apart from them, all others were actual rogue nins who got used." Ken's words left the 4 Hidden Lee Village ninjas speechless. Even after going rogue, those guys were still being made to work for Hidden Mist Village unknowingly. Fujin couldn't help but think, what a scheme. And what shamelessness. Sigh, every time I think that I am getting too shameless, this world gives me a reality check. These bastards are 100 times more shameless than me. I need to improve myself. Back in Hidden Lee Village, a chill passed through the spine of Hiruzen. He immediately got alert and observed his surroundings. He didn't notice anything weird and wondered, why did it suddenly feel like someone wanted to take everything from me? Are any of my former students or teammates scheming something? It has been a while since I have paid attention to their movements. Back in the vast forests in the Land of Fire, Kakashi said, it is a great scheme. The high number of ninjas going rogue should weaken them. But now, they have managed to make use of them instead. I guess that they have also sent guys like him to other villages. He looked at the other Yamanaka ninja and said, "You inspect his memories as well." The ninja nodded and got to work. Kakashi looked at Fujin and said, "According to our intel, the bounty hunters group shouldn't have been so big. I guess 2 different groups allied together. We should be able to confirm it after checking their memories." Fujin nodded. He had the same analysis after Renzo threatened him. Kakashi continued, "This mission is done, will you be coming back with us?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, I have another mission. I will take my leave." Kakashi nodded. Fujin flickered away. Guy looked at him and said, "He is quite strong, Kakashi. There weren't even half the bounty hunters alive by the time we reached." Kakashi nodded. He said, "Lord Third is very positive about his prospects. I guess his progress shouldn't be very surprising. Anyways, let's clean up the battlefield." Kakashi and Guy gathered the remains of every burnt dead body. Most of the dead bodies were badly burned. The only ones who were in decent shape were the ones who had attempted to hide under the Earth Dome and were killed by Fujin's vacuum bullets. After storing all the bodies, the 2 Yamanakas used mind-body switch jutsu to take over the bodies of the 2 prisoners so that they wouldn't suddenly attack. The group returned back to Hidden Lee Village. After returning, they reported the details of the mission to Hiruzen and Shikaku. After analyzing the data, Shikaku let out a sigh and said, "Despite being in such a mess, they still try to create a mess in other villages." Hiruzen said, "It's because they know that no one would retaliate with force. After all, no one wants to enter into their mess." He looked at Kakashi and instructed, "Deliver the dead bodies to torture and interrogation department. Have them inspect all their memories. Once we can't find any new memories, deliver their bodies to the underground market and claim their bounties." He looked at Shikaku and said, "Find a way to spread the news of the death of Higashi Renzo in Hidden Mist Village. It will improve the morale of the rebels. Though I won't be involved directly, the Mizukage would have underestimated us way too much if he thinks that we can't retaliate at all. Also, form a few patrol squads to roam randomly through the country to find traces of any other rogue Hidden Mist Village ninja." Shikaku and Kakashi nodded and left the office. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as he analyzed, Hidden Clouds Village has already been trying to scheme a lot against us. Though Hidden Sand Village is allied with us, they are growing restless by the day. Hidden Stones Village is silent for now, but once that fence-eater makes up his mind, they will become extremely problematic. And now even Hidden Mist Village is making moves. Sigh, these peaceful times might not last very long. In the middle of the desert, existed a city that commanded awe and reverence. Amidst the harsh desert environment, this majestic city stood proudly, surrounded by a colossal wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. The towering walls, crafted from sturdy sandstone, created an imposing barrier against the unforgiving desert winds. Samurais clad in desert-hued armor stood vigilant at the city gates. A group of traders approached the towering walls of this city and moved towards the samurais. The samurais noticed their arrival. Among them was Captain Hayashi Ryota, who was responsible for the safety of the city gates. One of the traders walked forward and bowed respectfully. The samurais scrutinized the group with a discerning gaze. The trader, dressed in fine desert attire, exuded an air of confidence and respectability. Ryota said, "Welcome to the Wind Capital, esteemed travelers. I am Captain Hayashi Ryota. State your purpose and present your trade permits for inspection." The trader said, "I am Takahashi Hiroshi. I have heard about your valor, Captain Ryota. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Ryota's mood improved on being praised. Hiroshi handed him the required documents and said, "We are a new traders group from the land of Bird." Ryota and the other guards inspected the documents carefully and verified their authenticity. Satisfied with their findings, Captain Ryota returned the permits to Hiroshi and allowed them to enter the city. Ryota said in a diplomatic tone, "As honored guests of our city, we trust that you will adhere to our laws and customs during your stay. Please be mindful of the city's regulations and treat our citizens and fellow traders with respect. Enjoy your time in the Wind Capital and may your business ventures be prosperous." Hiroshi bowed deeply once again and said, "We are humbled by your hospitality, Captain Ryota. We shall uphold the highest standards of conduct and contribute positively to the commerce of this remarkable city." Hiroshi and his fellow traders entered the city along with their caravan. As soon as they did, they were immediately captivated by the stunning contrasts and breathtaking sights in the city. The streets wound through the city like intricate mazes and provided shelter from the scorching sun. Buildings of varying heights and styles rose proudly, their architecture inspired by the desert environment. Majestic minarets and ornate domes punctuated the skyline as their golden surfaces glimmered under the brilliant sun. Hiroshi couldn't help but mutter in awe, "So beautiful." Ryota smirked and said, "Everyone who enters this city for the first time feels the same." Hiroshi nodded and replied, "It's difficult to feel anything else." Ryota nodded. Hiroshi said, "I'd love to keep watching. Unfortunately, some of my goods are perishable. Could you tell me where the markets are situated, Captain Ryota?" Ryota nodded and provided him with the information. Hiroshi and the other traders began moving according to his instructions. Soon they left the sight of those samurais. Immediately, every trader's expression changed. The awe and captivation disappeared from their faces. Hiroshi said in a neutral voice, "Sell all of our products." All the traders immediately got to work. Hiroshi kept observing the city. They had goods in bulk. So they found appropriate buyers and sold all their goods at low prices. In a few hours, their entire caravan was empty. Hiroshi took all the money and said aloud, "Since we made the dangerous journey successfully and have plenty of money, we should enjoy some time in this village. Of course, in our time here, we will also check which goods are the most appropriate and profitable to trade. So enjoy yourself for the next few months." The traders smiled and rejoiced on getting a long break. They split into groups and left in different directions under the envious gazes of some people. Though trading was very risky, if done successfully, it was very rewarding. Hiroshi left alone and booked a room in one of the most expensive hotels in the Wind Capital. He stood on the balcony and saw the sunset. A golden hue was cast across the city, making it seem even more breathtaking than ever. A smile formed on his face as he thought, in terms of the scenery, the Wind Capital is leagues ahead of the Fire Capital. Chapter 248, The Never-Ending War. As the sun set, a bunch of memories started popping up in his mind. He analyzed all the memories and thought, "Good, all my clones have safely dispelled themselves. No one noticed them. Finally, it's time to begin my mission." 1 week ago, after eliminating the two groups of bounty hunters, Fujin split off from Kakashi's group and continued his journey forward. However, the fight had exhausted nearly half his chakra. So he decided to take a break in a nearby town. He entered the town after using the transformation jutsu and looked for an ordinary hotel. After renting a room, Fujin opened the scrolls Shikaku had handed him and began reading. The scrolls had a lot of details regarding the nobles in the Land of Wind. It contained a detailed list of all nobles, their families, friends and their political standings. After a few hours, Fujin let out a sigh. He muttered in his mind, "I used to think that the number of ninjas is quite high. But, until I joined the Anbu, I never ever imagined that the number of nobles would be this high. Every major country has at least a couple of thousand people related to the daimyo. Do they spend all their time breeding? And Shikaku's reports have over 500 nobles who he wants to be targeted. Sigh, when we talk about wars, everyone only thinks about the 3 great wars that have happened. Meanwhile, everyone is worried about when the 4th great ninja war will happen. But, in reality, the 5 major villages are at war with each other constantly with no breaks. It's just that these wars don't have a battlefield. Instead, they are fought by the special forces of each village. Instead of clashing openly, the war is about sabotaging others while increasing your own influence. In the last 12 months, I have basically been targeting nobles in the nearby smaller countries who are against Hidden Leaf Village. Like in the previous mission, We killed the forces of that noble from the land of waterfall who sided with Hidden Stone's village. The end result of such clashes is to make these nobles favor your village and hate the enemy's villages. And in this competition, Hidden Leaf Village has a huge advantage. Other than the Land of Rain, every neighboring country favors Hidden Leaf Village more than its other neighbors. The superiority of Hiruzen and Shikaku's scheming abilities can be seen through this. Of course, there is another big reason. Hidden Leaf Village has no ambition to claim the lands of other countries. But other countries want Hidden Leaf Village's lands. However, the smaller countries act as a buffer between them. If some country successfully manages to capture territory within the Land of Fire, the smaller countries acting as a buffer will also have to be conquered by them, or at least some parts of the country would have to be annexed. And if Hidden Leaf Village couldn't resist them, there's no way any smaller country could resist them. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, when I first read Naruto, I was disgusted by the fact that Hidden Cloud's village tried to kidnap a little girl. If kidnapped, her fate would have been terrible. Just the thought of it was revolting. But, now it doesn't seem very extreme. The chances of kidnapping someone from the Hyuga compounds should be close to zero. Perhaps the goal of the kidnapping attempt wasn't to kidnap Hinata but rather to have the kidnapper die in the Hyuga compounds. Perhaps, even if Hayashi didn't kill the kidnapper, as long as he was caught, he'd have committed suicide and died in the Hyuga clan compounds. This way, they would be able to exchange the life of a normal ninja with a strong clan leader. Even though Hayashi preserved his life, Hidden Leaf Village and the Hyuga clan lost an elite jounin. In peacetime, that is a great loss. I guess they also wanted to sow discord between the village leadership and the Hyuga clan. After all, by then, the Uchiha clan were already made to live on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. If the two strongest clans were unsatisfied with the Hidden Leaf Village leadership, the village would become quite unstable. Even if nothing bad happened, as long as the process of recovery is slowed down, Hidden Leaf Village would be in trouble when the next Great War starts. Fujin let out another sigh. The more I get involved, the more I realize how deep the schemes run in this world. And, for some reason, I have a feeling that soon it will be my turn to play these schemes. If I can't, then I won't be able to achieve much in this life either. Fujin rested the night in that hotel before continuing his journey the next day. He crossed the border and entered the Land of Rivers under a random disguise. He found an unoccupied cave and entered it. He inscribed a few seals in the cave to provide some protection and to stop and misdirect any attempts of scouting that place. He quickly changed into the attire of Hidden Sand Village Anbu and thought, for the next few months, this will be my disguise while doing shady work. He left the cave and journeyed towards the Land of Wind. The border of the Land of Wind was as massive as that of the Land of Fire. However, unlike Hidden Leaf Village, they were suffering from a massive budget crunch. In addition, the desert conditions in the Land of Wind were many times rougher than the green forests in the Land of Fire. So very few patrolling teams used to patrol the borders. Fujin had no trouble infiltrating the Land of Wind. He continued moving rapidly across the vast deserts while thinking, though the rough environment makes patrolling difficult, the vast open desert makes hiding very difficult. After traveling a few hundred kilometers into the desert, Fujin took a break and began making a plan. He analyzed, most of my targets are in the Wind Capital. I will have to begin from there. But, how should I infiltrate it? Should I just sneak in? Fujin calculated his chances of sneaking in successfully. After some time, he rejected that idea. No. I have been to the Fire Capital a few times. Though the security wasn't as good as Hidden Leaf Village, it was still very tight. Samurais patrolled the walls and the walls themselves had numerous seals carved in them. Though I could still infiltrate without alarming any seal, it will be incredibly difficult. So, I guess my only option is to enter through the city gates. Suddenly, Fujin changed his direction. Instead of traveling towards the Wind Capital, Fujin began traveling towards the north. After traveling for another day, Fujin stopped and opened a map. He concluded, this should be the route where trading caravans pass through while trading between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. I'll just wait until I can catch a ride. He carved a seal on the sand and made a hand seal. The seal began sinking into the sand. He repeated the same process at distances of 25 meters dozens of times. Finally, he weaved another hand sign and placed his hand on the ground. Earth-style, underground camp jutsu. He poured his chakra into the ground as the rocks and sand began moving. In a few minutes, one small underground room was formed. Fujin inscribed a seal on the wall of this room and thought, good. Now if anyone passes through this route, the seals will detect the vibrations in the ground and cause this seal to light up. I will wait here for up to a week. If no one shows up, then I will try to actively find a group of travelers instead of just sitting here. Fujin carved some seals to ensure that the room can't be sensed. He entered it and rested while waiting patiently. In the next 2 days, the seal lit up thrice. Fujin exited the room to observe each time. Unfortunately, All three groups were ninja squads from Hidden Sand Village. Luckily, none of them was sensing when Fujin exited the room. So his location stayed hidden. Finally, on the third day, the seal lit up once again. Fujin sighed and muttered, "If it is another group of ninjas, I will kill and impersonate them instead of traders or merchants." He exited the room. Chakra gathered in his eyes as he began observing the chakra signature while staying under the sand. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, finally. A group of 16 people. 12 have civilian levels of chakra while 4 have chunin levels of chakra. He made a hand seal and his figure disappeared from under the sand. Suddenly, one of the 4 ninjas turned and looked at where Fujin was. The ninja next to him asked, "Did you notice something, Captain?" The captain replied, "It felt like a breeze suddenly passed through that area." "Leave it, I might be imagining it." They continued on their journey. After traveling for around 2 kilometers, one of the ninjas said, "Captain, there is someone ahead." The ninjas got alert. The captain said loudly, "Be careful everyone. It might be another bandit group." However, the ninja shook his head and said, "No captain. It is only one person and his chakra is very low. So he isn't a ninja." The group traveled forward carefully. After a couple of 100 meters, they saw the person. He was a man in terrible shape. His clothes were torn in multiple places and dyed in blood. He had multiple injuries on his body. He turned his head towards them and hope appeared in his eyes. Chapter 249, Test Subjects. The man immediately got up and walked towards the caravan. However, he was limping. The group noticed a deep cut just above his left knee. The man walked to them with tears running down his face and hurriedly begged, "Please help me. I am a trader just like you, but my caravan was attacked by desert bandits. All of us were captured. I luckily managed to escape, but they are still hunting for me. Please." However, before he could finish speaking, a kick landed on his chest and sent him flying backwards. A look of shock appeared on the face of the man. He looked at them in disbelief. The 4 ninjas were wearing headbands that didn't belong to any ninja village. The caravan had a flag of the land of bird country. The man still begged, "Please help us and save my friends. If not, at least take me with you. I don't want to die here." One of the ninjas looked at him and asked, "What do we do with him, Captain?" The captain shook his head and said, "It's better to kill him. If he is planted by a bandit group, then we might get in trouble." Behind him, the leader of the traders, Hiroshi, said, "Just kill him and get moving. I don't want to delay my first trade." The injured man heard the words carefully. Fear showed on his face. One of the ninjas grinned and walked forward. "You heard him. You can say goodbye to your pathetic life." He grabbed a kunai and walked towards the man. The man looked at him with terror in his eyes. He raised the kunai and was about to attack when his head was sent flying into the air. The traders and the ninjas, who were looking at the spectacle with ridicule in their eyes, were suddenly shocked. Before they could even react, the heads of the remaining 3 ninjas were also sent flying. Terror flooded into the minds of each of the 12 traders as they saw the injured man behead the ninjas they hired for their safety. The injured man said in a cold tone, "You'd have died either way, but your actions avoid any feeling of guilt that I might have felt." He suddenly disappeared. Hiroshi saw as every trader began falling down to the ground one by one. Only he was left standing. The injured man, who was now a Shinigami in his eyes, stood in front of him and looked into his eyes. He couldn't move as the man's hand squeezed his neck. Suddenly, the entire world became pitch black. He couldn't even see the arm that was holding his neck. He heard Fujin speaking, "If you want to live, tell me every detail about yourself and your trading caravan." Hiroshi was completely terrified. He screamed, "I will speak. Please don't kill me." Hiroshi immediately gave him all the details that he wanted. He also took all the documents from Hiroshi. An electric current passed through Hiroshi's body and knocked him out. Fujin walked towards one of the knocked-out traders and lifted him. A current passed through his body and woke him up. Fujin interrogated him to cross-check the information. He repeated the process with all 12 traders. After collecting all the data, Fujin analyzed, "I was lucky. This is a perfect group for me to impersonate. It is their first mission, so they shouldn't have any contacts in the Wind Capital. Not to mention, they come from the land of Bird instead of the land of Earth. So their backing will be much weaker. In addition, the ninjas they hired don't work for any village. Instead, they work for the mercenary group Kurogen no Sensen. Though this mercenary group is quite influential, it mostly operates in the countries between the lands of Wind and Earth. It shouldn't have much sway here. And even if they do, they will be much slower than a ninja village to investigate their missing ninjas." Fujin observed everyone around him and thought, it'd be a huge waste to just hide their bodies. He walked towards one of the detached heads and extended his right hand towards it while thinking, it should work against detached heads too. Though I am not sure if using them for my first try is a good thing. Yin chakra appeared on his palm and poured into the detached head. Fujin controlled the chakra to gently enter the brain. He closed his eyes to properly control the chakra. As chakra surged unhindered, a profound strain befell the brain. The delicate neural pathways, unaccustomed to such a surge, begin to falter and distort under immense pressure. Fujin frowned. He stopped pouring the chakra into his mind and wondered, how the fuck do the Yamanakas train? Despite my chakra control, the brain was destroyed so easily. And, I didn't even see a single memory. Do the Yamanaka have secret methods of learning? Or do they test on test subjects before being allowed to use it on alive people? Fujin fell in a thought, as I expected, this is very complicated. Though I know that it requires yin chakra, just that isn't enough to learn this jutsu. If I am right, several generations of Yamanaka clan ninjas probably worked on this to create this secret technique. So I am basically trying to replicate a decades-long process without much information. Right now, I have only two pieces of knowledge. The first is that the chakra has to be pure yin and the chakra control has to be very good. The second is that memories aren't stored in just one single part of the brain. They are distributed across multiple brain regions and involve intricate neural networks and connections rather than being confined to a single location. Unfortunately, I have no idea which those regions are. The library didn't have any information regarding this. I am sure my previous world had better information about this. Unfortunately, I hadn't studied biology for years. I simply don't have any memories regarding this. Fujin analyzed for a few minutes before sighing, leave it. I can't think of anything good. I will just experiment on them. Fujin experimented on the 3 detached heads. The first 2 had their brains destroyed. On the last one, his chakra control with the yin chakra became much better. He managed to continue invading his brain with yin chakra without turning it into mush. However, he didn't get any memories from it. Fujin wondered, do I need to make more modifications to my yin chakra or move it in a certain way to read memories? He couldn't say for sure. He looked towards the 12 unconscious traders and muttered, I hope I have luck with living test subjects. He walked towards one trader, tied his limbs and woke him up. The trader woke up terrified. He shouted and begged, but Fujin didn't pay any attention to him. He placed a hand on his head and began inserting yin chakra into his head. He delicately controlled his chakra to enter his brain and access the neural networks in his cerebral cortex. However, the man suddenly yelled. Soon, his expression changed. He spoke gibberish and he began making weird faces. Fujin looked at him with a solemn expression, he has become intellectually impaired. Another reason why I should never let anyone try to read my memories. If they wish to harm me, I won't even be able to resist. Fujin continued trying to read his memories until his brain was destroyed and he stopped moving and dropped dead. Fujin experimented on the remaining 11 traders and all faced the same result. Fujin sighed and began storing everyone's dead bodies in scrolls. He stored the 4 dead ninjas in one scroll and the 12 dead traders in another. He placed the scroll of the dead ninjas in the underground room he had created and completely sealed it up. He analyzed, if the mercenary group had any means of tracking them, they would be led here. Even if they find the blood where I killed them, they will only find the blood of these 4 ninjas. Fujin walked back to the caravan and created shadow clones. They transformed into the 11 traders while Fujin transformed into Hiroshi. They buried the sand-dyed in blood a few meters below the surface and began their journey to the wind capital. Mid-route, Fujin made another shadow clone who traveled a few kilometers and buried the scroll with the dead bodies of the traders deep within the sand. In these vast deserts, the chances of it being found were negligible. Chapter 250, Assassination. Fujin was enjoying his evening breakfast on his balcony while enjoying the beautiful sunset. He thought, this lifestyle is kinda good. I see why so many ninjas want to be recruited by a daimyo. Unlike the daily life of going through deadly missions and not knowing whether you'd live or not, the life here is just too relaxing and stress-free. Fujin had stayed in the wind capital for a couple of weeks. He spent it relaxing in his luxurious hotel room and sightseeing around the city. He analyzed, there hadn't been any news about anyone looking for Hiroshi or the ninjas protecting them. So I should be able to maintain this identity for some time. He turned his eyes towards a few mansions in the city. They were quite far from his location but still visible. Though he couldn't see every detail, he knew that a few were moving sneakily into those mansions. Just like Fujin, one noble was enjoying his life in one of the mansions Fujin eyed. He was enjoying his luxurious life while thinking, I am so glad that the daimyo decided to favor Hidden Leaf Village instead of Hidden Sand Village. Otherwise, there is no way I would be able to sign such a huge deal with the Kusagakure. Once the deal is finalized, money will start rolling into this mansion. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a maid entered the room. She was in her teens and looked very beautiful. The noble, who was in his 50s, lecherously eyed her. She brought a tray filled with various sushi to him and said respectfully, My lord. The noble looked at it and said, It looks delicious. He turned his eyes towards her and said, I am sure it'd taste even better if you feed it to me. He opened his mouth wide open. The maid knew about how perverted he was. Unfortunately, she had no other option. She picked up a piece of sushi and was about to feed him when she saw a red line appearing on his throat. Before she could think, the line split open and blood sprayed out and covered the maid's face and chest. She freaked out and screamed loudly. Immediately, a samurai appeared in the room and asked, Lord Atsushi, what happened? His words were stuck in his mouth as he saw the noble he was supposed to protect lying in his chair with his throat cut open with the maid standing in shock in front of him. He got angry and muttered, someone dared to kill a person protected by me? They are disrespecting the great name of Isamu. I will kill them. He quickly approached the maid and asked her menacingly, did you kill him? The maid was terrified by his expression. She feared the worst. Unfortunately, there wasn't much she could do. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, no, I didn't do it. I was about to feed him when a red line appeared on his neck and split it open. Isamu believed her. He thought, she isn't lying. It looks like the work of a ninja. A wind user to be specific. Did he upset Hidden Sand Village during the negotiations? Or is someone trying to frame Hidden Sand Village? Chakra gathered in his eyes as he began to observe everything in the mansion. Suddenly he discovered. Since when did someone with so much chakra appear in the mansion? He must be the culprit. Chakra flowed through his sword as he stabbed it into the floor. A hole appeared in the floor and he jumped on the floor below. In front of him was a butler. Isamu looked at him and said, good disguise. If it was someone else, they'd be fooled. A frown formed on the face of the butler. He asked, what do you mean? However, instead of replying, Isamu swung his sword. A blue sword wave was shot from his sword and approached the butler. The butler immediately moved out of the way, displaying physical skills far beyond what a civilian could display. The samurai moved forward and attacked him with his sword once again. The butler took a kunai and used it to block the sword. Unlike Isamu, he didn't use chakra flow. However, since Isamu's chakra flow wasn't charged with wind nature, his kunai could hold on. However, Isamu used the opportunity to kick his chest. The butler was sent flying backwards and crashed into a wall. His transformation jutsu was dispelled. Isamu saw a ninja wearing a scorpion mask and in the Anbu uniform of Hidden Sand Village. His expression became grim. It looked like he was caught in an internal struggle in the land of wind. The ninja got up and said in a cold tone, I didn't expect you to be so good. However, you should have just looked the other way. Now, I will have to kill you as well. Isamu didn't attack and asked, why did you kill him? The ninja snorted, do you think it is so easy to take advantage of our village? Even your land of iron doesn't have the same standing as our village. Let alone some no-name noble. He raised two fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Isamu once again attacked with his sword. However, the Anbu easily dodged the sword slash. Isamu's eyes widened as 4 cuts appeared on each of his arms. 2 of them were right on his elbow and severed his blood vessels and nerves in it. Isamu suddenly felt weak and dropped his swords. The Anbu said, in your next life, don't poke your head into other people's businesses. Wind once again began moving around his 2 fingers as he pointed them towards the samurai. Though Isamu was wearing armor, a lot of areas on his body weren't protected by it. Dozens of cuts appeared on his legs and neck. Isamu dropped to the ground and lost consciousness. He was no match for the Anbu. Having completed his job, the Anbu disappeared. After the fighting noises stopped, the servants immediately ran towards where the fighting was happening. To their horror, they noticed Isamu lying in a pool of blood. They immediately ran forward and checked on him. Surprisingly, one maid said, he is still breathing. Call for doctors. Also, inform Lord Atsushi about this. Some servants left hurriedly to call for the personal doctor employed in the mansion. A couple of other servants ran to the upper floor. They were horrified to see that their Lord Atsushi was dead and the maid was lying unconscious. They carried the maid down to be in the same room as Isamu. After laying her down, they went to the basement to inform the family of the noble who had hidden there immediately after hearing the sounds of a battle. The doctor soon arrived. His expression became grim after checking the samurai. He said, his condition is very bad. Go and call for a medical ninja from the hospital. Hurry. A couple of servants nodded and left. The doctor removed Isamu's armor and clothes around the cuts. He provided first aid and stopped the bleeding. Suddenly, loud wailing was heard from the floor above. The family members of the noble were crying due to his loss. After a couple of minutes, his son walked down and saw the doctor treating Isamu while his father was completely ignored. He shouted, how dare you treat others when my father has died? Leave them to die along with him. His expression became cruel as he said, in fact, all of you should join him too. Fear appeared on the face of all servants. However, the doctor was calm. He continued cleaning the wounds and said without looking at him, "Young master, he is a samurai from the land of iron. A proper explanation has to be given every time a samurai dies. If the land of iron finds out that a samurai died because you didn't allow him to be treated, you and your whole family might have to join your father. Even Lord Daimyo won't do anything to save you." His words caused the young master to be covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will remember this." He quickly left the room and walked back towards his father. The doctor let out a sigh. He thought, "I have completely offended him. Oh well, if I didn't, he'd have killed me anyway. As long as I save Isamu, I will be safe." Soon all the bleeding stopped. The doctor began the blood transfusion to stabilize his condition. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He will be fine." His words caused relief to spread among the servants in the mansion. The doctor turned his attention towards the maid and inspected her. Soon he got up and said, "She has just lost consciousness due to being terrified. She will be fine." The servants tended to both of them while waiting for the medical ninja to arrive. In around an hour, a medical ninja arrived. The doctor exchanged a few words with him and he began inspecting Isamu. He nodded his head and said, "You have done a great job." He weaved a few hand signs and extended his palms towards Isamu. Mystical Palm Jutsu Chapter 251, Framing Hidden Sand Village. Chakra poured from the medical ninja's hands. One by one, he completely healed every cut on Isamu's body. Only some scars were left behind. Soon, Isamu woke up. The memories of nearly dying returned to his mind. He sat straight and began sweating profusely due to fear. The medical ninja noticed his condition and placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you are all right. Do you recall what happened?" His words snapped Isamu out of his shock. He looked down at his body and thought, "I thought I was dead for sure. The enemy was much stronger than me. I was no match. Did he assume that I was dead and left in a hurry?" He turned his eyes towards the medical ninja and became scared once again. He thought, first a hidden sand village Anbu almost kills me and then a hidden sand village medical ninja saves me? What the heck are these guys playing at? The medical ninja saw the fear in Isamu's eyes and frowned. It felt as if Isamu was afraid of him. He asked, "Who injured you?" Having just gotten another chance to live, Isamu didn't wish to risk it again. He replied, "I can't say as I didn't see his face. I need to make a report to Lord Daimyo. After all, he killed the noble I was assigned to protect." At the same time, a doubt appeared in his mind. The ninja who attacked me was very well versed in ninjutsus. He was a natural at it. But, could it be that someone from another village was impersonating to frame Hidden Sand Village? I was certain that he was from Hidden Sand Village. The only flaw is that he left me alive. After all, it wouldn't make much sense for him to not ensure that I am dead. The only way he would profit is if he is an enemy of Hidden Sand Village and the blame falls on Hidden Sand Village entirely. He thought a lot but couldn't come up with a definite answer. He decided, leave it. I will report the event as it is to the daimyo. I will let daimyo make the decision. He was about to get up when the doctor softly said, "Lord, we need your help." Isamu squinted his eyes and looked at him. The doctor informed the actions of the young master. Anger appeared in Isamu's eyes. However, he couldn't take action directly. He said loudly, "Anyone who wants to leave this mansion, can do so along with me. I will ask Lord Daimyo to ensure that you don't suffer injustice." Smiles and relief appeared on everyone's faces. They were about to leave the mansion when another samurai appeared in front of them. Isamu noticed him and quickly bowed down, "Lord Hajime." Hajime was in charge of all samurais in the Wind Capital. He was also the strongest samurai in the Wind Capital. Hajime nodded and said, "I received a report that Noble Atsushi was assassinated. Is it true, Isamu?" Isamu nodded, "Yes. I am ashamed." Hajime said, "I trust that you gave your all, Isamu. So give me the exact details of what happened." Isamu didn't want to speak in front of everyone. He said, "This. Lord Hajime, can we speak in private?" Hajime nodded. Both walked into one of the many rooms in the mansion. Hajime said, "Speak." Isamu quickly reported the details of his clash along with his analysis. He ended by saying, "All evidence points towards Hidden Sand Village. However, I still have a nagging suspicion that something else might be happening." Hajime nodded and said, "Good analysis. I might have sided with you if not for other events that have happened the same time you fought." Isamu furrowed his eyebrows. Hajime continued, "Atsushi wasn't the only noble who was targeted. 9 others were killed at the same time. In 3 cases, the culprits were able to escape undetected. Including you, 7 samurais fought them. Unfortunately, 5 are already dead. Apart from you, only 1 is alive. But his condition is critical." Isamu's eyes widened. His back became covered in sweat. He muttered, "I was lucky that he didn't check whether I was alive or dead." Hajime nodded. He added, Everyone was injured with blades made of wind. This is a rather commonly used technique among the jounins of Hidden Sand Village. Though other villages could replicate it, sending 10 expert wind users on the same mission is quite unlikely. Regardless, Daimyo is pissed at Hidden Sand Village. Our country might also take some actions to avenge the death of our 5 comrades. Osamu had a bitter expression. He said, everyone can see that the daimyo has been upset with them since the time they lost in the Third Great Ninja War. We were unfortunately the ones to be caught in between them. Hajime agreed and said, yes. But, we can't take any decision regarding this. I have to meet with daimyo. You take care of your health. He was about to leave when Osamu stopped him and informed him about the actions of Atsushi's son. Hajime frowned and said, leave the mansion and take everyone with you. I'll ask daimyo to take appropriate actions for them. A family that treats people like this will fall no matter how rich or influential they are. He left the mansion. Following him, Osamu and every commoner employed in the mansion left, only leaving Atsushi's stunned family in the mansion. Back in the hotel, Fujin received the memories of his 10 clones. He analyzed, everything went as planned. Now it's time to be patient. Throughout the night, samurais kept moving around the city. The security had become very tight. Many sudden inspections were being carried out. However, Fujin wasn't affected. It wasn't surprising as the number of civilians far exceeded the number of samurais and ninjas working under the wind daimyo. He did sense numerous chakra fields covering him. However, no one detected anything strange about him. These acts made the city quite tense. The next morning, 2 pieces of information spread through the city. The first one caused panic and restlessness among the civilian population. After all, 10 nobles were murdered in broad daylight. If nobles who were protected by samurais weren't safe, then how could common people feel safe? However, the second news made everyone feel peculiar and amused them. Rumors floated in the city that a noble's family threatened to execute all servants. So everyone serving that family quit and left the mansion. The daimyo himself had given assurances that these people wouldn't be harmed. In addition, no new worker signed up to serve that family due to the bad reputation it gained, making them a joke in the wind capital. As the culprit behind the assassinations, Fujin was sitting relaxed in his room. He analyzed, these 10 were all very close to Hidden Sand Village according to the scrolls. Now that they are dead and Hidden Sand Village is the first suspect, their families will stop relying on Hidden Sand Village. Since the Land of Wind and Fire are allied, Hidden Leaf Village will become their new reliance soon. Even if they don't ally with Hidden Leaf Village and continue the same level of interaction with Hidden Sand Village, it isn't actually our loss as just the status quo is maintained. In addition, the daimyo and remaining nobles will now be very alert against Hidden Sand Village. Though they can't pin the blame on Hidden Sand Village, seeds of doubt will take root in their minds. Of course, just this isn't enough. I'll have to keep providing water to these seeds to create the required effect. Numerous plans and schemes kept running through Fujin's mind. For quite some time, the wind capital was fated to remain restless. Chapter 252, Hidden Sand Village makes a move. Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage Building. A ninja was hurrying inside the Kazekage building. Without waiting to knock and get permission, he opened the door and said loudly, Lord Raza, we have an important matter. Raza frowned. He was in a meeting. He looked at them and said, we will continue the talks later. Everyone nodded and left the meeting. Raza looked with annoyance and asked, what is the rush? Didn't you know that I was in an important meeting? The ninja replied, I am sorry but this is important, Lord Raza. 10 nobles in the wind capital have died. 5 samurais have also died. And we are the prime suspect. Raza frowned and asked, what did you say? The ninja handed him a scroll. Raza opened and began reading. The ninja said, it is suspected that all were killed using the blade of wind jutsu. And since all 10 murders happened at the same time, they don't think any other village could have done this. Raza's expression became grim. He thought, Wind Daimyo's support for us has been decreasing continuously since the end of the Third War. I had just managed to stabilize our standing and was about to pull out of the alliance with Hidden Leaf Village, but this happened. It will push the daimyo even further away from us. His mood worsened as he cursed, which bastard is scheming against me? Hidden Mist Village shouldn't be involved in this. So it should be either Hiruzen or Anoki. But which one? He kept analyzing. The important matter is that 10 ninjas simultaneously used Blade of Wind jutsu. Is one of them building a specialist unit of wind? Raza thought for a bit and concluded, no, Blade of Wind is a Jounin level jutsu. I doubt any of them would be willing to send 10 of them here. The most likely possibility is that Wind Sword jutsu was used. Gathering 10 users of that jutsu wouldn't be difficult for Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Stones Village. Among the two of them, Hidden Leaf Village is the most suspicious. If their number of wind users increases, their destructiveness on the battlefield will go up a few notches. But, For Hiruzen to do this, did he discover my attempts to break the alliance? If so, this wouldn't be his only move. Raza's analysis was on point. Fujin's clones had all used wind sword jutsu to kill or injure their targets. However, Raza still didn't consider the point of someone using shadow clones. So he overestimated the number of attackers by a factor of 10. He looked at the ninja in front of him and said, "Call Baki here." The ninja nodded and left. In a few minutes, Baki arrived. Raza tossed the scroll over to him and said, "Read." Baki nodded and began reading. His expression became grim. Raza said, "I want you to lead a squad of 20 ninjas to the wind capital. Find who the culprit is and clear our name. If you can't find the culprit, then stay there and ensure that no more incidents occur. At the same time, make sure that our reputation among the nobles in the wind capital improves. I suspect that Hidden Leaf Village is behind this incident, but we can't rule out Hidden Stones Village either. They may want us to suspect Hidden Leaf Village and break our alliance. So be on guard against both of them." Baki nodded, "Yes, Lord Kusagakure." He immediately left and began preparations to leave. In a couple of hours, Baki along with 19 ninjas at the rank of Chunin and above left towards the wind capital. Wind capital, Fujin was still staying in the same hotel. Due to being one of the most luxurious hotels in the wind capital, the impact of the stricter security and frequent checks wasn't felt much there. However, a samurai still visited to ask him some standard questions before leaving without suspecting anything. Fujin didn't make any moves in these 2 days. He thought, though I could still kill some targets irrespective of how much security the samurais provide, it won't help my mission. On one hand, the daimyo will begin considering why Hidden Sand Village is attacking despite being the prime suspect. So their suspicion of Hidden Sand Village will decrease instead of increase. On the other hand, if I overdo it, daimyo and the other nobles might get terrified of Hidden Sand Village. They might stop increasing relations with Hidden Leaf Village and obediently support Hidden Sand Village. I am sure Raza might just go ahead and begin killing the nobles himself as well until the daimyo capitulates, taking full opportunity of my blunder. So my best course of action is to keep striking at regular intervals. Fujin's attention was suddenly attracted. He got up and went to the balcony and looked at one of the entrances to the city. Though he wasn't actively sensing, he could feel that a group of ninjas with strong chakras were coming towards the city. He wondered, did Raza send a few ninjas? A smile appeared on his face. He thought, good, I was getting bored. Though this mission is quite relaxing, I don't want to do it much longer. After all, I can't train at all while staying here. The longer I stay here, the more time I will be wasting. Unfortunately, this mission requires me to stay here for around 6 months. But, if I can do a great job, I'll be able to leave early. Not to mention, this city doesn't deserve its name. Wind capital my ass. I have sent dozens of clones to find and steal any wind crystals here. Unfortunately, they have none. I had planned to steal the entire treasury of it, but I never thought they won't have a single one. What a waste. Fujin sighed and eliminated that thought. He had felt enough heartache over the last week due to this matter. He turned his attention towards the Hidden Sand Village ninjas and waited in anticipation for them to arrive. A few minutes later, Baki and his group entered the wind capital. His arrival immediately gained everyone's attention. Due to the incidents and the rumors, the common people were quite afraid of them. Even the samurais and other guards were alert against them. The moods of Hidden Sand Village ninjas became grim on seeing how much the public perception was against them. Seeing the circumstances, they immediately traveled towards the daimyo's estate. However, the entrance of the daimyo's estate was guarded by a dozen samurais led by Hajime. Baki greeted with a smile, "Hajime-san, it's good to meet you again. I am here to deliver a message from Lord Kusagakure to Lord Daimyo." Hajime replied with a smile as well, "It is good to see you as well, Baki. I would have loved to escort you in. Unfortunately, Lord Daimyo is busy with important meetings due to recent events and has asked to not be disturbed. I'll have to politely ask you to wait here until he allows for visitors." Baki and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas frowned. The daimyo was trying to humiliate them. Baki said, "Alright, I will wait here until Lord Daimyo sends a message." The Hidden Sand Village ninjas following Baki knew of the circumstances. So none spoke anything despite the blatant disrespect. Baki analyzed, a power play. The daimyo intends to show his displeasure by making us wait here. The longer we are made to wait, the more he is displeased. Still, he is also disrespecting our Kusagakure. Baki looked at the ninjas behind him. They had run non-stop from Hidden Sand Village to Wine Capital. He said, "You guys can leave and have some rest. I will meet up after meeting Lord Daimyo." The ninjas nodded and left. Hajime was surprised. He analyzed, letting the ninjas leave signifies that he isn't here to fight. However, on the other hand, It also could be seen as an insult to the daimyo as he isn't making his subordinates wait patiently for the daimyo. Oh well, it is none of my business whether he worships or disrespects the daimyo as long as he doesn't attack. Baki and the rest had arrived in the wind capital in the morning. However, despite the sun being right on top of their heads, the daimyo still hadn't called Baki in. He kept waiting outside daimyo's estate until the sun began setting. Finally, when the sun was about to set, a messenger came out of the estate and whispered a message to Hajime. Hajime looked at Baki and said, Lord Daimyo is finally done with his meetings. You can meet him now, Baki. Baki's mood was terrible. He was made to wait outside for nearly half a day. They didn't even bother providing him with any food, water or even a chair. He walked in thinking, what a terrible mission I accepted. Raza-sama should have sent a diplomat along with me. Chapter 253, Rage and Sorrow. Baki entered the Wind Daimyo's office. It was a large circular room with a circular table at the center of the room. The daimyo was sitting on the chair exactly opposite Baki's location. Baki bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Daimyo. Lord Kusagakure wanted to send you a message. He handed a scroll to the daimyo. The daimyo didn't speak a word and took the scroll and began reading. The scroll expressed condolences on the recent deaths. It also mentioned that Raza speculated that these attacks were done by Hidden Leaf Village or Hidden Stones Village. Baki said, Lord Kusagakure heard about the recent assassinations and was concerned about the safety of everyone in the Wind Capital. He sent me here to investigate the assassinations and increase the safety of the Wind Capital. Neither Baki nor the scroll mentioned anything about clearing Hidden Sand Village's name. No words were needed for that. The daimyo replied while watching Baki carefully, the recent events have alarmed me. So I have reached a deal with the Land of Iron to send 200 more samurais here. Unfortunately, I don't have any access budget for it. So it will have to come out of the budget assigned to Hidden Sand Village. Baki frowned. He said, Lord Dai. However, he was cut off by the Wind Daimyo, who said, Save your breath. My meetings today were all about this matter. All my advisors and ministers have agreed upon it. I will send an official letter to Raza soon. Baki knew that speaking any more would be pointless. He turned around and said, All right. I will start investigating the assassinations. He left without bidding any farewells. The daimyo saw him leave and let out a sigh while thinking, these warmongers keep getting more and more power-hungry. I had advised them against starting the Third Great Ninja War. But they completely ignored me and started it without my knowledge or permission. In the end, they lost so badly that they were forced into an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. Even then, they still haven't learned their lessons. The daimyo snorted and decided, if they want to continue being arrogant, so be it. He looked at Hajime and said, Send that letter to Mifune. Hajime nodded and left the room. After leaving, Baki's mood was terrible. He could see that the daimyo was intent on making Hidden Sand Village pay for the recent assassinations. He muttered, at this rate, Lord Raza might decide to kill him instead of trying to come to terms with him. He met with the other 19 ninjas. Soon they began investigating the deaths. After inspecting all the dead bodies, Baki concluded numerous clues. He analyzed, all 15 bodies have very similar injuries. It's as if the same person has killed them. Or at the very least, all of them were probably trained by the same master. The wounds are definitely from wind blades. But the same effect could also be achieved by the wind sword jutsu. So it is likely that 10 Chunins had attacked instead of the speculated 10 Jonins. This alone should be enough to get rid of most of the suspicions from us. But Baki frowned as he recalled his conversation with the Wind Daimyo and Hajime's attitude. He thought, unfortunately, the daimyo seems to be intent on making us pay. He won't pay any attention to this matter unless he has no other choice. In fact, even if we catch the culprits, he might still think that it is us framing someone else. Suddenly, Baki had an idea. He realized, the only way to completely remove all suspicions would be to catch the culprits in this city and fight them openly. As long as they use winjutsus, no one will be able to blame Hidden Sand Village. The only issue here is that the fighting in the city could cause a lot of damage to the city. Baki's expression hardened as he decided, but, seeing how the daimyo treated us, I don't need to be concerned about such damages. As long as the culprits are from Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Leaf Village, the daimyo will have no choice but to readjust the budgets and closely align himself back with us. Now, I just hope that those cowards haven't run away. The cowards, who Baki had referred to, was sitting in one of the restaurants where he could occasionally notice the Hidden Sand Village ninjas. Numerous thoughts were running through his mind and numerous plans were being created. Fujin heard all the talks happening in the restaurant and outside. He thought, so 20 people were sent here just for me, huh? Looks like they didn't suspect shadow clones. And their leader is Baki. A smirk formed on Fujin's face. Still, this is making it so easier for me. I have already seen 6 faces other than Baki. The next time, I will transform into them, ha ha ha. I wonder what Roz's thoughts would be if he received a message that the very ninjas he sent to investigate were being accused of murder. For the next couple of weeks, Baki and his squad searched the entire Wind Capital to find the culprits. Unfortunately, they didn't find anyone. In these 2 weeks, no new incident occurred. The Wind Daimyo and Hajime became more and more certain that the assassinations were carried out by the Hidden Sand Village. Hajime wondered, couldn't Hidden Sand Village come up with a better scheme? First they kill nobles and samurais here and then they put up a charade of trying to desperately look for the culprit. Next, they will say that they haven't found any culprit and hence will station some troops here permanently for protection. Even a child could see through this scheme. As Hajime predicted, after 2 weeks of desperately looking for the culprits, Baki stopped. He and his unit decided to stay there to stop the next wave of attacks. Another week and a half passed by peacefully. Most of the common citizens had begun forgetting about the incident earlier and moved on with their lives. Even the Hidden Sand Village ninjas and a samurai had stopped maintaining full alertness. In one of the numerous mansions in the Wind Capital, a teenage girl was watering plants in her room while singing merrily. Suddenly, she felt a pain in the back of her neck. Instantly, she lost consciousness and began falling down. However, a hand held her and stopped her from falling to the ground. At the same time, the door of the room opened. A middle-aged man walked in saying, "Kohai, how many times should I tea? Who are you?" The man suddenly became stunned to see his daughter lying unconscious in the arms of an unknown Hidden Sand Village ninja. Memories of the 10 assassinations surfaced in his mind. He was about to yell when the Hidden Sand Village ninja suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his mouth and said, "Scream and both you and your daughter will die." The man felt an intense bloodlust from the ninja. Without letting the man speak, the ninja said, "Did you think that you could double-cross us by forming a secret deal with Hidden Rain Village?" The man's eyes widened. The ninja was amused as well. He thought, "I just made up a lie. To think that it would be true." The man wanted to scream that his deal with Hidden Rain Village wasn't harmful to Hidden Sand Village in any way. On the contrary, it might benefit Hidden Sand Village in the long term. However, he could not speak. The ninja was still grabbing his mouth so tightly that his cheeks had begun bleeding. The ninja said, "As this is just your first offense, I will only take the life of your daughter." The man's eyes widened. He began struggling, but he was no match for the ninja. The ninja continued, "If you continue to betray us, or if you tell anyone about this interaction, then you and your family will be eliminated." The ninja grabbed the neck of the unconscious girl and strangled her till it popped. The man struggled helplessly, but he could only see his daughter die in front of his eyes. Tears rolled down his eyes. The ninja tossed the man away and disappeared. Rage and sorrow were visible in the man's eyes. He screamed, "Kohai!" His screams alerted the entire mansion. Immediately a samurai and a few others came running. They saw their lord sobbing with the dead body of his daughter in his arms. Her mother saw her dead daughter and began crying in disbelief and pain as well. She cried, "Who did this, Kojiro?" Kojiro's eyes reddened. He said hatefully, "Hidden Sand Village. I will never forgive them." He looked at the samurai and said, "I want to meet Lord Daimyo. Come with me. But first, call a few more of your comrades to protect my family." The samurai nodded and immediately got to work. After ensuring sufficient protection, Kojiro along with a samurai began moving towards the daimyo's estate. However, he wasn't alone. 11 more nobles were also walking towards the daimyo's estate in rage and sorrow. Chapter 254, Proving Their Innocence. Fujin received all the memories and sighed, "I don't mind killing the greedy nobles. None of them have their hands clean. But killing innocent ones always leaves a bad taste." Though the training in Anbu wasn't as messed up as route training, it still was quite dark. Every new Anbu was made to kill a few innocent people on missions by the Anbu captains. Of course, their deaths would benefit Hidden Leaf Village in some way, but they themselves didn't harm Hidden Leaf Village or anyone else. Hence no one would think that they deserved death. Under normal circumstances, every new Anbu would be made to do this within a month of joining the Anbu. However, since Fujin's group was much younger with ages of just 12 and 13, they were asked to do this on a mission around 6 months after joining and after they had already completed a few missions. Despite not liking it, all 3 did it. After the first time, the Anbu commander would ensure that every once in a while, the Anbu ninjas would receive a mission that would include killing innocent civilians. It would be asked of them in a very subtle manner. The method was the complete opposite of the route. Eventually, after years of serving in the Anbu ninjas would begin considering this as normal. Fujin, despite his intelligence and knowledge about the Naruto world, didn't notice this subtle scheme. But, to be fair, he wasn't the only one. Every Anbu ninja, including the likes of Kakashi and Itachi, was subtly influenced over the years. However, since Fujin's time in the Anbu wasn't very long, He wasn't influenced to an extreme end and would avoid it if he had the option. Of course, if anyone couldn't do this, they were allowed to leave the Anbu. However, the instances of someone leaving Anbu, for this reason, were very low. The main reason was that Hiruzen would be very careful while selecting ninjas into the Anbu ranks. This was why someone like Might Guy was never invited into the Anbu. Daimyo's estate. 12 nobles accompanied by 12 samurais arrived in Daimyo's office. All reported the assassination angrily and demanded to the daimyo to take action against Hidden Sand Village ninjas and the village as well. The entire room was in complete chaos. The Wind Daimyo sighed. He wondered, what are these lunatics doing? Do they want to rebel against me? Or is it really someone else who is pushing the blame on them? The Wind Daimyo was confused. At the same time, he was a bit fearful. After all, even though he held the authority, in terms of power, he was no match for the Kusagakure. If the Kusagakure decided to kill him, it wouldn't matter how many samurais he hired to protect himself. However, he shook his head and concluded, no, if Raza attacks me, then he will have to face retaliation from the other daimyos. Though their Kages don't have to listen to them, they will, as they could all plunder Hidden Sand Village together and divide the benefits among themselves. The only fear is if 3 or more Kage decided to revolt against their daimyo. In that case, we will be history. However, the other Kages haven't shown any such indications yet. So Raza would not dare to make a move against me yet. Though he didn't want to take action, he couldn't let the grievances of the 12 nobles go unanswered. He instructed, call Baki and the other Hidden Sand Village ninjas. Hajime, increase the defenses of the estate. Hajime nodded and said, it will be done, Lord Daimyo. He immediately got to work. Soon, over 50 samurais arrived at the daimyo's mansion and took positions. Hajime stayed by the Wind Daimyo's side. Baki received the message. He frowned and wondered, what now? Does the daimyo have any problems with us staying here? He gathered all his subordinates and went towards the daimyo's estate. Fujin was sitting in a restaurant near daimyo's estate using Hiroshi's appearance. He noticed the 20 Hidden Sand Village ninjas running towards the estate. He wondered, will they be imprisoned? Or will Baki manage to convince the daimyo? Sigh, I want to watch their meeting. It'll be fun for sure. Baki and the rest entered the estate. A frown formed on Baki's face. The remaining Hidden Sand Village ninjas also became alert. They could see that the number of samurais in the mansion had increased a lot. They walked to daimyo's office. As soon as they did, the eyes of the nobles widened. Kojiro pointed at one ninja and screamed, it was him. This bastard killed my daughter. I want him dead. The other 11 nobles also screamed at the same time while pointing towards other ninjas. The room became complete chaos once again and was drowned in their screams. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas were dumbfounded at the accusations. Baki had a bad feeling. The daimyo commanded, quiet down. Soon, the entire room became quiet. However, the nobles kept looking at the Hidden Sand Village ninjas with hateful gazes. If looks could have killed, then all Hidden Sand Village ninjas would have already been dead. Daimyo said, how would you explain this, Baki? Baki replied, I have no idea what you or they are talking about, Lord Daimyo. The daimyo frowned. He analyzed, from his expression, it looks like he really doesn't know anything. The faces of others are clueless as well. But, do they really not know anything or are just acting? He said, do you really not know? 12 of your subordinates assassinated family members of these nobles. And you say you have no idea. Has the Kusagakure decided to break all ties with me? Baki's bad feelings increased. He quickly replied, that's impossible. Why will we kill them? He looked at the nobles and identified a few. He added, some of them have a good relationship with our village. We have no reason to destroy our ties with them. Kojiro screamed, you found out about my trade deals with Hidden Rain Village. You killed my daughter to make me stop doing that despite that trade deal having no adverse impact on Hidden Sand Village. Another noble screamed, bastard, I don't even have any trade deals with any other country. Still this lunatic falsely accused me and killed my wife. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas immediately defended themselves and said that they didn't kill anyone. Soon, a verbal argument broke out. However, Baki was silent. He was sweating as he realized, don't tell me. The previous attackers kept hiding in the city until we dropped our guard down. In the meantime, they must have seen us and decided to disguise themselves as us to kill their next target. Additionally, there were 2 more attackers this time. The previous time, we were only suspected due to the use of the wind jutsu. However, this time, their suspicion will be entirely on us. Due to the rage of losing a loved one, they won't even listen to any explanations. Baki stopped his subordinates and said, Lord Daimyo, you know that ninjas are able to transform into others. I believe that the culprits of the previous assassinations disguised as us so that our relations will deteriorate further. Kojiro snorted, sure they can transform. But can they replicate their voice as well? Even if they can, how can they replicate his voice so perfectly? Even if someone transformed, it will have to be someone from your group. Baki was stunned. He muttered to himself, don't tell me that we interrogated all the culprits and still didn't notice them. How else could they replicate our voice? However, Baki shook his head and said, we have been very active in the Wind Capital recently. It isn't surprising that they could have overheard us. Kojiro's anger kept soaring. He said, good. So what you mean to say is that you are so incompetent that not only could you find the previous culprits, but instead you allowed them to completely disguise themselves as you? And you call yourself a ninja? This insult angered many of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas. They immediately argued back and said how competent and capable they were. Kojiro replied while pointing at a ninja, if that's the case, then my daughter was murdered by none other than him. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas were left speechless. Though they were much stronger in strength, when it came to debating, they were no match for the nobles who spent all their time scheming for benefits. After all, not every ninja could scheme or argue as well as a Kage could. Baki stepped in once again and said loudly, this is a pointless argument. I can assure you that none of my ninjas were involved. He looked at the nobles and said, one by one, point out the ninjas you saw in your mansions and at what time. I will ask them where they were at that time and we will verify. That will prove that my men are innocent. Before the nobles could say anything, the daimyo nodded, alright, let's do that. The nobles complained but the daimyo said, we will first have to know the truth. Your loved ones won't rest in peace if the real murderers roam free while we punish the ones who didn't. Chapter 255, Forcing the Kazekage out of Hidden Sand Village. Since the daimyo had made his decision, the nobles quieted down. Soon, the 12 ninjas whom Fujin impersonated were being questioned. They all stated where and with whom they were and what they were doing. The samurais began verifying all the information and cross-checking it with people who could vouch that they were indeed in those locations. 11 ninjas were around other people and hence they had multiple alibis. However, one ninja was hiding and doing an undercover task. Hence no one noticed him during that time. So despite telling his location, he had no alibi. The locations of the remaining 8 ninjas were also asked as the nobles mentioned that they could have transformed. Even among them, except one, all had good alibis. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas left no stone unturned in order to clear their name. All proof indicated that the Hidden Sand Village ninjas were innocent and were framed. The nobles went quiet. Though 2 ninjas didn't have any alibi, the rest had them. So they weren't sure anymore. However, they didn't want to give up. After all, their loved ones were killed in front of their eyes. If they assumed that someone else was the culprit, then they would never get justice. After all, the killers of the previous incident were still roaming free. No matter how much the families of the dead nobles cried and created a ruckus, they didn't get the justice they deserved. Suddenly, one noble recalled something. He quickly said, can't ninjas use clones? What if they stayed there while their clones did their dirty work for them? After all, we can't put up a fight against clones either. Baki and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas were put under pressure once again. Baki said, according to what you described, the ninjas who attacked you had solid bodies. We use wind clones who don't have solid bodies and are easy to be dispelled. If your killers were clones, then they would be shadow clones of Hidden Leaf Village or rock clones of Hidden Stones Village. None of us know how to do those clones. Hajime raised his eyebrows. He could counter Baki's point, but he didn't, as he recalled the scroll he received. Lord Mifune asked me not to take sides in this matter as long as no one is fighting. Though I don't like how Hidden Sand Village is behaving, I should let it go as it isn't my business. In order to pacify the Land of Iron, Raza had reached a deal privately with them and compensated them appropriately despite not having committed the crime. As a result, Baki was saved from being pushed further into the corner by Hajime. One of the nobles asked, how can you prove that you can't create those types of clones? Baki was annoyed. He asked, how can you prove that we do? The noble didn't back off and replied, you can't prove that you can't create those types of clones. And 2 of your ninjas were still missing at the moment of the murders. Perhaps these 2 are the only ones who can create those types of clones and hence were missing. So you guys still are the most suspicious ones. Baki showed an annoyed expression. He argued, do you think a ninja can create clones at will? Do you even know how much chakra is needed to create one? Despite showing an irritated expression, Baki was relieved. He thought, good. From certainty, they have backed off to just suspicions. They entered another debate which lasted 15 minutes. Finally, the daimyo said, enough. You have made your point, Baki. But you Hidden Sand Village ninjas are still the most suspicious ones. For the time being, I will be placing the 12 ninjas they saw and the missing ninja under arrest. As for the rest, you will be accompanied by samurais at all times. Baki's expression became ugly. He said, Lord Daimyo, you can't. However, the daimyo interrupted him and said, calm down. They will only be placed under house arrest. And all 13 ninjas will stay together. So you don't need to worry about them being treated unfairly. If you want, you can visit them daily. I'll send a letter to Raza and ask him to come here before this matter explodes beyond the point where we can resolve it. Baki analyzed for a few seconds and agreed to those terms. He gave some instructions to the 13 ninjas and left the estate with the remaining 6 hidden sand village ninjas. The remaining 13 hidden sand village ninjas were placed in a large room with samurais watching over them. Fujin noticed the 7 ninjas leaving and began analyzing. Only 7 left the estate? Meaning that 13 are still in the estate. But I only impersonated 12 of them. After all, I heard only their voices and have no idea how the rest sounded. Did someone else also try the same tactic coincidentally? What exactly happened inside? Fujin kept analyzing but couldn't be certain. He concluded, since only 7 came out, I am sure that they weren't let go scot-free. But since they seem fine, no conflict should have taken place. Meaning that Baki and the daimyo came to some agreement. Looks like I will have to wait for information to be released or for rumors to spread. Fujin got up and began leaving. He sighed and muttered to himself, why is everyone so smart? It'd have been so easy if they accepted the events as presented to them and just suspected Hidden Sand Village blindly. I could have returned to Hidden Leaf Village by now if they did so, and their troubles would also end. Fujin returned to his hotel room and waited patiently. He knew that the next few days would be very tense in the Wind Capital. The Wind Daimyo soon sent a message to the Kusagakure informing him about the recent events and asking him to come to the Wind Capital City. At the same time, Baki also sent a message to Raza informing him of everything that happened in detail. Hidden Sand Village, unlike Fujin who was calmly bidding for time, Raza was absolutely livid. Raza crushed the scroll in his hand and cursed angrily, what the hell? Who does he think he is? However, his advisors quickly said, please calm yourself Lord Kusagakure. We are not in any position to make any move against Lord Daimyo. If something were to happen to him, all other villages would attack us like vultures. Raza calmed down and snorted, I will go and make a visit. You too, come with me. Also, bring our best censors along. The advisors nodded. They began gathering the forces and preparing to leave. Raza was disappointed in Baki. He wondered, what the hell is Baki doing? How could he allow things to deteriorate so much under his watch? Are the enemies so good that he is completely helpless? Not knowing the answers, Raza left Hidden Sand Village along with 2 advisors, 2 censors and 4 Anbu ninjas. At the same time, 10 squads of Anbu left Hidden Sand Village and began following Raza's group from a distance. In total, 46 ninjas headed towards the Wind Capital City. Wind Capital, back in Wind Capital, rumors had begun flying around the city. These were being spread by the 12 nobles who were affected. Once again, the entire city began gossiping. Fujin heard a bunch of rumors as well. However, unlike a normal citizen, he noticed a bunch of inconsistencies. He analyzed, the rumors say that Daimyo has decided to punish the evil Hidden Sand Village ninjas. But I doubt that would be the case. Otherwise, Baki wouldn't have withdrawn peacefully. I guess the rumors are being spread by those nobles so that the daimyo is forced into taking action. But, why has the daimyo not made any statement? It's almost as if the daimyo wants these rumors to be known all through the city. Unlike Fujin, who was analyzing calmly, Baki and his subordinates were panicking. Baki too arrived at the same conclusion as Fujin. However, he had more information than Fujin. He realized, the daimyo isn't crushing these rumors as he wants a public perception to be built against Hidden Sand Village. This way, when Lord Raza arrives, he will be under a lot of pressure. However, despite noticing daimyo's scheme, Baki couldn't do anything. After all, he was being watched by samurais at all times. The rumors would continue spreading unrestricted. At the same time, they would be exaggerated to ridiculous extents. However, after some time, all the rumors would be silenced by one piece of news. The 4th Kusagakure had arrived at the Wind Capital City. Chapter 256, Trouble comes irrespective of the rumors and politics. The Kusagakure was still the leader of Hidden Sand Village. He was one of the 5 people who stood at the top of the ninja world. As such, he was looked at with awe and reverence throughout the Land of Wind. Immediately people flocked over to the place the Kusagakure was walking through. Most threw the rumors to the back of their minds. However, a few became alert. If the rumors were true, then it could mean trouble. After all, the Kusagakure himself had to come to the Wind Capital City to clear up the matter. Raza continued walking through the streets slowly. He was followed by 2 advisors and 2 censors. The Anbu had stopped outside the city. As soon as the news of his arrival spread, people began rushing towards him. At first, only a few people were on the side of the street. However, in a few minutes, both sides of the streets were jam-packed. Raza looked at the people surrounding the streets with a smile. He could have hurried through to the daimyo's estate. However, he didn't, as this was a good opportunity to show that he had public support and make the daimyo think twice about alienating him any further. Among the numerous people watching him was Fujin. Unlike his previously relaxed state of mind, he was very tense. He thought, shit. Why the fuck did he show up? Granted, I created a mess, but that shouldn't have been enough to call a Kage here, right? Fujin wasn't concerned when Baki arrived, as he was confident of escaping even if Baki somehow discovered him. However, if Raza was to find him, Fujin didn't have much confidence in his ability to run away. The resultant fight was sure to give away his identity as well. However, despite being tense, Fujin wasn't panicking, as he knew he won't go around looking for the culprits. That would be unbecoming of a Kage. I just have to avoid making any moves while he is in the city. His expression hardened as he decided, of course. Once he leaves, I will create a mess and leave this city for good. In the Wind Capital, Fujin wasn't the only one who was on alert. There were 4 more people whose expressions were ugly. One of them cursed, "Which bastard is acting so brazenly? How can I do my promotion mission when the Kazekage is in the city? Shit. I should have left when the samurais and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas had calmed down." A few Hidden Leaf Village Anbu were in this city as well for the promotion mission. However, they all had to stop acting after Fujin killed 10 nobles. Most of them had escaped the city in the week before Fujin made his second move. Only 4 had decided to continue their mission in this city. However, Fujin's actions endangered all of them. Just like Fujin, they decided to maintain a low profile as well. Along with Hidden Leaf Village Anbu, there were dozens of other spies and undercover ninjas operating in the Land of Wind from every other village. They too cursed the bastard who operated in such a high-profile manner. Raza continued his journey towards the daimyo's estate. Baki had met up with him mid-route and informed him about the rumors. Raza maintained a smile on his face, however, his mood was gloomy. He was extremely upset with the daimyo. Under everyone's gaze, he entered the daimyo's estate. Fujin sighed, I really need an inside man. How am I supposed to act when I have no idea what deal is taking place between them? Of course, Fujin could try to have his clones infiltrate the estate, but it would be very risky. If alerted, the daimyo would know that someone other than Raza is active in the Wind Capital City. That would be counterproductive for Fujin and would cause his previous efforts to go to waste. Fujin entered a restaurant and waited for Raza to leave the estate. However, he didn't expect to gain much. Though he is younger and probably much more foolish, he is still a Kage like that old fox. I doubt I'd see anything from his expression. But, since there are so many people here, one additional guy staring at him shouldn't alarm him. I might as well wait and see. Inside Daimyo's office, Raza and the Wind Daimyo entered an intense debate. Raza was upset at how the daimyo had consistently cut his budget and placed his ninjas under house arrest. Meanwhile, the daimyo was upset at the blatant killings of his nobles. After a couple of hours of intense discussion, both finally reached a consensus. The daimyo said, alright. For the next 12 months, I won't lower your budget any further. However, you will have to ensure the safety of the nobles in the Wind Capital. Raza noticed an opportunity and immediately said, alright, you can issue missions for protection in Hidden Sand Village. I will reserve up to 1,000 ninjas who will be ready to move out on notice. Unlike Hidden Leaf Village, which was suffering from a shortage of manpower, Hidden Sand Village had plenty of spare manpower. Though their total number of ninjas was far lesser than Hidden Leaf Village, the number of missions they received was very less compared to Hidden Leaf Village. So many ninjas didn't have any work to do. Raza wanted to use this opportunity to alleviate some of that problem. However, the daimyo shook his head and said, no. That won't work. You will have to deploy the ninjas by yourself to ensure their safety. You won't receive any payments for this. Raza frowned. He said, how can that work? How will I even be able to afford that? The daimyo replied, your budget has sufficient funds to be diverted here. Besides, most people in this city think that Hidden Sand Village was behind the recent wave of murders. The nobles all think that you are behind the murders as well. So how can they even be willing to hire Hidden Sand Village ninjas for protection? You will have to deploy ninjas in this city without any missions and ensure the safety of all the nobles. In time, they will forget about this event and their trust in Hidden Sand Village will increase. If you don't, then don't expect a single mission from the Wind City. And if any more nobles or their families die and you are the suspect, then they will put pressure on me to reduce your budget. Raza's frown kept deepening. He wasn't sure how to respond. After all, both options were bad for Hidden Sand Village. One of the old advisors sitting next to him said, Lord Daimyo, just like you, we also have to answer to public pressure. I understand your point of view, but please also understand our troubles. How about we find a common ground and you pay us an annual fee to deploy our ninjas in the Wind City permanently? The daimyo thought for a bit and nodded. After haggling for a bit, the old advisor managed to get 1.5 million ryo per month from the daimyo. However, Raza wasn't happy. The amount was in no way even comparable to the amount of money that Hidden Sand Village would have received if the nobles had issued missions. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. He nodded and said, "All right. However, I have another condition. If there are no more incidents, then I want you to increase this amount next year by a huge amount." The daimyo nodded and said, "That is fair. We will renegotiate the terms next year." The two talked for a bit before leaving. The 13 ninjas that were kept under house arrest were allowed to leave with the Kusagakure. However, instead of returning to Hidden Sand Village, Raza stayed in the city. He looked at two sensors and commanded, "Roam around the city in disguises. Check if there are any spies or troublemakers and eliminate them." They nodded and left. The news that the Kusagakure has decided to stay in the city spread like wildfire. Every spy in the city, no matter from which village they were, immediately went into hiding. They employed every means they had to suppress their chakra levels to civilian levels and stayed hidden within the houses. Fujin stayed in his hotel as well. He had no intention to try his luck against Raza. However, he began analyzing. "I made a Kage move. Will this make my mission a success?" After all, a mere Chunin forced a Kage to make a move. Fujin thought for a bit and realized, no, there are two ways to see this. If I was being tested on my ability to make an impact, then this feat would be a very good one. However, my mission is to create a divide between the Wind Daimyo and the Kusagakure. If this meeting results in their differences being resolved, then my mission would be a failure. Fujin sighed and muttered, "What a mess." He decided, no more undercover missions for me. Though playing the game of chess is fun, I'd much rather just kill all my targets and return to training. Now that I think about it, it's been almost 2 months since I used the elemental training rooms. Hiruzen for sure would suspect that I was the one who kept draining the wind crystals. Oh well. It's not like he can complain. Even if he discovers, he will stay quiet so that I don't begin using them openly and without any restraints. The two sensors Raza brought with him kept roaming in the city for 3 days. Fujin felt chakra fields sensing him several times. In these 3 days, the two sensors found 13 spies and undercover agents. However, they were all from smaller villages. No one from the other major villages was caught by them. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas quickly made a move on them and neutralized them one by one. Their fights caused some property damage to the city. Unfortunately, none of them were wind users. So Hidden Sand Village couldn't pin the blame on them. After 3 days, the two censors met Raza and said, "Apologies, Lord Kusagakure. We couldn't sense the culprits who did the assassinations." Raza replied, "It's fine. If they didn't have the confidence to hide, they wouldn't have done something so outrageous in the first place. Anyways, begin preparations to leave. You and Baki will stay back here. I'll send some Anbu to coordinate with you in secret." At that instant, a group of 12 ninjas approached the city. The samurais guarding the city were already on full alert due to the recent events. They immediately noticed them. The group wasn't aware of the recent events in the city and approached the guards. Hayashi Ryota put one hand on the hilt of his sword and said loudly, "Halt. State your name and purpose." The ninjas immediately stopped. One of them said, "I am Oda Seiji. I come from Kuroge no Sensen mercenary group. Around a couple of months ago, a squad of our mercenaries was hired to escort a trading group to this city. But since then, we haven't heard anything from them. So we came here to investigate." Chapter 257, Raza's gaze. The mercenary group from which the real Hiroshi had hired protection had arrived in the wind capital city to investigate the reason why their comrades didn't return for almost 2 months. Ryota had handled several such cases in the past. In the majority of cases, this was a result of those squads being killed in action. He replied, "I see. Can you tell me the names of the ninjas and the traitors?" Seiji nodded and informed him of the names of his ninjas. He added, "They were tasked to guard a mercenary group led by Takahashi Hiroshi." Ryota nodded and passed the details to a few civilians who used to sit with them. After a while, one person said, "Ryota-sama. The ninja names they mentioned haven't arrived here." Seiji heard it and let out a sigh. He had expected this result. Suddenly, another person said, "Takahashi Hiroshi and his traitor group had arrived in the city 51 days ago. You were the one who accepted them, Ryota-sama." The mercenary group were surprised to hear this information. Ryota took the document and read it. He said, "Yeah, I have some memories." This group was very polite. Seiji squinted his eyes and asked, "But if our members are missing, how can they have arrived here unharmed?" Ryota shrugged and replied, "How would I know?" Seiji said, "We want to meet with Hiroshi and question him. However, Ryota shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I can't allow that. Once a trader or a merchant arrives in the city, he is our guest. We cannot allow him to be harassed." Seiji frowned. He withdrew a bag and handed it to Ryota secretly and asked, "Can we meet up with him now?" Ryota took a quick look inside the bag. It had around 100,000 ryo. He smiled and said, "Sure. How can I deny our esteemed guests?" The mercenaries maintained their smile but scoffed internally at his morals. Meanwhile, the other samurais and civilians guarding the gate were joyous. After all, they too would receive a share. Ryota sent a samurai to find and bring Hiroshi to the gate. An hour later, a samurai knocked on the door. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, are they still finding the culprits? He opened the door and politely greeted, "Hello. How may I help you?" The samurai looked at him and said, "Hayashi Ryota, the samurai who you met while entering the city wants to meet you. Please come with me." Fujin frowned. He didn't understand what it was about. He asked, "Why? And why didn't he come here?" The samurai said, "He is busy and can't leave the city gates. That's why he sent me. As for the reason, you will have to ask him." He began walking. Fujin followed while thinking, what the hell is this about? Did they figure out that I was the culprit? No, that doesn't make sense. A lot more people would show up if they did. Hell, Raza might come himself. Fortunately, the samurai wasn't walking in the direction of where Raza was staying. Though suspicious, Fujin followed thinking, it doesn't matter what he is planning. As long as Raza isn't involved, I'll be able to get away. They arrived at the city gates. Ryota looked at Hiroshi and warmly said, "We meet again, Hiroshi. Did you enjoy the city?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yes. I have fallen in love with the city. I can't seem to want to leave it." "Haha. But, why did you call me?" Ryota pointed at a group of ninjas who were walking towards them and said, "These are from the mercenary group Kurogain no Sensen. They want to ask you about the ninjas who took the mission of protecting you." Ryota looked at Fujin meaningfully. After all, there were no ninjas protecting his group. And he hadn't mentioned them when they arrived. Fujin was surprised. He thought, I see. They have finally come to investigate. Sign, such bad timing. If they had arrived after Raza left, I would have had so many more options. Looks like this identity can't be used anymore. Though it is probably not a bad thing to leave this city now. Raza and Daimyo should have come to some sort of a deal. So if I make a move now, the Daimyo will lean more towards believing that someone is setting him up. Seiji approached Fujin and said sternly, "Hiroshi, I am Oda Seiji from Kurogain no Sensen. Can tell me why your group arrived in the city without the squad assigned to protect you?" Unlike Ryota, Seiji was much more aggressive. Fujin walked back a couple of steps and showed a fearful expression. Ryota took a step in between them to remind Seiji that this was the wind capital city. Seiji stopped but still stared at Fujin. Fujin answered with a hint of fear in his voice, "On our route, we encountered an injured man. He said that his group was attacked by bandits and asked for our help. The ninjas we hired initially refused the injured man. But the man promised to give them all his profits from the goods that he was going to trade. That made them change their mind. 2 of the ninjas followed the man while the remaining 2 escorted us to this city. However, since we didn't hear from those 2 ninjas again, the other 2 got worried. So after this city was in sight, they left us and went back to look for them. I don't know what happened after that." Seiji frowned. He analyzed, seeing how scared he is, I doubt he is lying. Besides, we are a mercenary organization. People chasing after more money is very common in our line of work. Did they fall into a trap? And why did the remaining 2 chase after them? No, something doesn't add up. He asked, "Where did you find that man?" Fujin replied, "Around 4 days' journey from here." Seiji replied, "Okay. You will come with us and take us to that place and help us find them." Fujin immediately said, "No. The man was in a very bad state. I don't want to end up like him." Seiji replied, "You won't. We will be there with you." However, Fujin kept saying no. When Seiji was about to get aggressive, Fujin said, "This is the wind capital. You can't forcefully take me from here." Seiji frowned and looked at Ryota, who looked to be on Fujin's side. He said, "Help me out, brother. I will make sure that he is safe and that you are compensated." Fujin immediately wondered, compensated? Ryota nodded and looked at Fujin and said, "Hiroshi, you don't need to be worried. With 12 ninjas, even I won't be able to do anything to them. So the bandits won't pose a threat to you. In addition, you need to save the ninjas who brought you here safely. Or at the very least, you should get justice for them." Seeing that everyone was against him, Fujin's face became very ugly. He reluctantly nodded, "All right." The samurais and the mercenaries smiled. After all, Hiroshi was just an ordinary trader. How could he disobey them? Seiji secretly passed another 100,000 ryo to Ryota. Fujin obviously noticed it and decided, in the future, if I decide to steal or plunder, I will definitely start with the Land of Iron. In terms of cash flow, that will definitely be the richest country in this world. This wasn't the first time Fujin had seen an honorable samurai act in this manner. Almost every samurai working for daimyo or in capital cities was very liberal when it came to accepting bribes. In addition, the daimyos also paid them a lot for the protection they provided. In addition, they were also the largest suppliers of basic ninja tools and chakra metal weapons and also mined the last few remaining elemental crystal mines. So a lot of money keeps getting funneled continuously into the Land of Iron. They were about to leave when suddenly a commotion was heard. The entire group looked back to see the Kusagakure walking towards the city gate along with a few hidden sand village ninjas. Everyone immediately became tense. They quickly moved out of the way and stood on one side of the road respectfully. Raza passed through the gate without paying any attention to them. The mercenary group sighed in relief. However, Raza suddenly stopped and glanced towards the mercenary group and thought, weird, why do I get a peculiar feeling from this group? Raza didn't sense anything from this group. However, he just felt as if something about them was off. Chapter 258, Unknowingly throwing the opportunist to the center of the battle. One of Raza's advisors asked, "What's the matter, Lord Kusagakure?" Raza turned around and continued walking. He asked, "Who were those people?" Though his voice wasn't soft, Fujin and the mercenaries didn't hear it due to the distance between them. The advisor answered, "They are wearing the headband of the mercenary group Kurogen no Sensen. It is the group that is active in the countries between us and Earth. Is there any issue with them?" Raza replied, "It's just a feeling. Send 3 Anbu groups to chase after them. I have a feeling that we will find something important by trailing them." The advisor nodded. The mercenary group had become very tense and nervous when Raza glanced at them. Even Fujin was the same. He didn't have any desire whatsoever to face Raza, especially when they were surrounded by deserts. When Raza turned around and continued walking, the mercenaries finally began breathing again. Fujin also became visibly relaxed. He decided, alright, no more mess in this city. Though unlikely, if this is his clone and his main body is hiding inside the city, I will be in deep trouble. After Raza left their line of sight, the mercenary group immediately left the wind capital. One of them carried Fujin on his back so that they would be able to move faster. For once, Fujin didn't object. After Raza's group moved a sufficient distance from the city, 40 Anbu ninjas appeared in front of them. Raza immediately assigned tasks to them. 3 squads of Anbu chased after the Kurogen no Sensen mercenaries. 4 squads were tasked to sneak into the wind capital and keep an eye on the city from the shadows. They would coordinate with Baki to catch all undercover enemy ninjas in the city. The last 3 squads would keep an eye on the surroundings of the wind capital and keep track of the people traveling in and out of the city. Raza and the advisors immediately began traveling back to Hidden Sand Village. The mercenary group continued without knowing that they were being followed. Since Fujin couldn't activate his chakra field, even he was unaware. Fujin acted like he was helpless and obediently guided them towards the location. After traveling for nearly half a day, the group arrived at the spot where Fujin had killed their members. Fujin said, "This is the spot where we met that man. He was sitting here and was covered in blood." Seiji looked at Fujin. Fujin looked very tired and sleepy. The mercenaries didn't find it odd as it was late at night and they had traveled for 12 hours straight. Seiji asked, "Are you completely sure?" Fujin looked nervous and said, "I am confident. However, this is a never-ending desert. Everything looks the same. So I can't be 100% sure?" Seiji looked sinisterly and said, "You better hope that we find them. Otherwise, you will have hell to pay. Even your family won't be spared." Fujin's face became nervous and said, "I am sure that we met that man around here." Seiji looked around and said, "Everyone, investigate the nearby area. See if you can find any tracks." Everyone nodded and began looking. The group had a couple of sensors. They spread their chakra fields and began investigating. For a couple of minutes, they didn't find anything. Fujin observed them. The nervousness on his face faded away. He decided, it's time. He was about to flicker when the eyes of one of the sensors widened. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, gather together." Fujin hadn't used his chakra yet. He was surprised and stopped his plans. Immediately, all 12 ninjas gathered next to each other. Seiji asked, "What did you sense?" The sensor said loudly, "We have been led into an ambush." Seiji and others looked at Fujin and stared at him. Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, the one who is supposed to ambush you is me. Who else is here? Did those 4 I killed become zombies? Seiji grabbed Fujin's collar and cursed, "Hiroshi, you dare lead us into an ambush?" Fujin became alert. He could have killed Seiji, but he was on guard against who their sensor had sensed. He said, "I have no idea about any ambush." At the same time, He raised his guard to the max. If Seiji or anyone else would have any thoughts of killing him, he would retaliate. Before Seiji could retort or take action, 12 Anbu ninjas of Hidden Sand Village appeared in front of them. One of them said, "I wonder what Kurogen no Sensen ninjas are searching for in the Land of Wind." He took a look at Fujin and added, "That too with a civilian leading you." Seiji replied, "Our squad that was assigned to protect them went missing. We are investigating them." The Anbu ninja said, "Nice story. I will have to ask you to surrender without a struggle. Otherwise, it won't end well for you." A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes. He thought, good. These two can fight each other. No one will waste their time on a civilian. Once one of them wins, I will kill the survivors. However, suddenly his eyes widened. Seiji grabbed Fujin with more force and said, "Interrogate this civilian. You can verify our story from him." He lifted Fujin and threw him at the Hidden Sand Village Anbu ninjas. Fujin shouted in panic, "Wait, don't do this. Bastard, you promised my safety." However, he was still sent flying towards the Anbu. He cursed, "Shit, I wanted to take advantage of their fight and kill them all. But he pushed me to the center of it." The lead Anbu smirked behind his mask and grabbed a kunai. He swiped it at Fujin while keeping his eyes on the mercenaries and saying, "Do you think that you can get away by using a civilian as a distra?" Suddenly, one of the Anbu ninjas shouted, "Be careful." Fujin was just 1 meter away from the Anbu who was swinging a kunai at him when he opened his mouth and exhaled extremely sharp winds on the unsuspecting Hidden Sand Village ninjas. The attention of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas was on the mercenaries. The attack caught them off guard. The lead Anbu ninja was hit head-on. The winds slashed through his neck and beheaded him. Both his detached head and body had several deep cuts from which blood sprayed out like fountains. 9 more ninjas suffered a similar fate. They fell with their eyes wide open, not expecting to die so suddenly on a simple mission. Only the Anbu who shouted and the Anbu next to him jumped backwards in time to dodge the attack. Fujin noticed them in the air and flickered, appearing behind them in the blink of an eye. Both grabbed their kunai and turned around to face him. The mercenary group was dumbfounded. They had examined Fujin before leaving and hadn't found anything suspicious about him. They saw Fujin open his mouth and shot multiple air bullets. The last 2 Hidden Sand Village Anbu had their bodies riddled with holes. Both fell down dead like the rest of their comrades. Having killed all the Hidden Sand Village ninjas, Fujin turned his gaze towards the mercenaries. In an instant, everyone grabbed their weapons and watched Fujin with grim expressions. The Hidden Sand Village group who they were afraid of was slaughtered with ease by the traitor they forcefully brought along with them. Seiji asked, "Who are you? And why did you hire one of our squads if you are so strong?" Seiji obviously realized that the person in front of him was in disguise. However, he wasn't if he had disguised as Hiroshi all along or if he had replaced Hiroshi later. He decided to act oblivious to leave an escape for himself. Fujin realized it and thought, "Good attitude. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have taken the initiative to bring me out of the city." Without a word, Fujin disappeared. Their censor immediately shouted, "On our right." Everyone turned their heads, only to see a gigantic wind dragon heading towards them. They immediately dispersed. The dragon tackled the spot they were standing at and exploded, causing winds to spread through the area. The winds immediately sent the sand flying in the air. Not only did it lower the visibility in the area, the sand would enter the eyes of anyone who would keep them open. Unlike Fujin who could sense, their group had just one sensor. Without the ability to see and knowing how strong and treacherous their enemy was immediately caused panic to spread. In the dust cover, Fujin flickered behind the mercenary who had shouted his position. The mercenary turned around and shouted, "He is here." He immediately jumped backwards while keeping a kunai in front of him defensively. However, Fujin just took a step forward and swung his sword at the mercenary. The mercenary tried defending, but the sword cut straight through his kunai and split him into 2. Without the sensor, the remaining mercenaries were left blind in the desert. Fujin killed them all with extreme ease in just a couple of minutes. Chapter 259, Solving a Mystery. The winds died down and the sand settled back in the desert slowly. The blood was automatically buried under the sand. Fujin had already stored all 24 dead bodies in scrolls. He also collected the scroll containing the dead bodies of the 4 ninjas who were protecting Hiroshi's trading group. He analyzed, with 12 mercenaries and the same number of Hidden Sand Village Anbu missing, the deserts will soon become very chaotic. Returning to Wine Capital will be pointless and very risky. I should eliminate a few targets who are outside the city quickly and return to Hidden Leaf Village. Having made his decision, Fujin began moving towards his targets. 10 minutes after Fujin left, a squad of Hidden Sand Village ninjas arrived where the fighting had taken place. One of the Chunin said, "It doesn't look like anyone was here, Captain Yura." Yura frowned and said, "It looked like there was a huge battle here. It should have just ended. Inspect the area. We may find some clues." Since Yura was the team leader, Everyone obediently followed his instructions. For half an hour, they didn't find anything. Suddenly, one of the ninjas shouted, "Everyone, come here." Immediately, everyone approached him. He had dug the sand a few meters and was standing in a hole. As soon as they reached him, everyone's face became solemn. The sand was dyed red in blood. And it wasn't just a little bit either. One of the ninjas commented, "So much blood-soaked sand. How many people were killed here?" The spot they were standing on was where Fujin had killed 10 of the 12 Anbu ninjas from Hidden Sand Village. Though he had collected their bodies, the blood had seeped into the desert. Fujin didn't bother getting rid of it as it would require a lot of effort and time without providing him with any benefits. Yura said, "It looks like someone killed a bunch of people here." They didn't bother cleaning up all the evidence thinking that no one would find it there. Unfortunately, they didn't think that we would sense their battle and come investigate so quickly. Unknown to the Hidden Sand Village ninjas, it was their good luck that the killer didn't waste time clearing all the evidence. Otherwise, they would have run into Fujin and joined their comrades on the trip to the afterlife. One of Yura's teammates countered, "But who would be so brazen in our country? I think it might be the work of someone from our village. That is why they weren't concerned about others finding out." Yura nodded and said, "Could be. Regardless, collect as much of this blood-soaked sand as you can. Others will keep scouting this area. If it was an intense battle, then everyone wouldn't die in the same place. We will carry the blood samples to Hidden Sand Village. If it was done by someone else, then it will help the village a lot." His team immediately got to work. They spent over half a day searching the entire area and managed to collect blood samples of all 24 ninjas who were killed. Of course, they didn't know that and kept searching for hours despite finding all the blood samples. Finally, at noon the next day, they stopped searching and continued their journey to Hidden Sand Village. At the same time, Fujin was running across the desert. He let out a sigh and muttered, "This country is too damn big." Though the Land of Wind didn't have many resources, in terms of land area, it was the largest country in the ninja world. The deserts went on for thousands of kilometers to the west. Due to this, the country was incredibly difficult to be invaded. It was one of the factors why Hidden Lee Village didn't push into the Land of Wind despite inflicting grave damage on Hidden Sand Village in every major war. The large size of the country meant that there were some cities in the west that were very far from the Land of Fire. Due to their geographical location, they had no choice but to be completely subservient to Hidden Sand Village. Hidden Leaf Village and the other villages had zero influence in this area. So Shikaku wanted to weaken Hidden Sand Village's influence by targeting cities and towns in this area. Yura's squad traveled a few hours through the desert towards Hidden Sand Village when they encountered another squad. Yura noticed them and immediately stopped and greeted respectfully, "Elder Mainabu." Elder Mainabu was in his 50s and a member of the Hidden Sand Village Council. He had an illustrious career and made many contributions during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. So Yura was very respectful. Mainabu didn't bother making any small talk and asked, "Yura, you are coming from the Land of Bird, right? Did you see any Anbu or mercenaries on your way here?" Yura shook his head and said, "No, but the place we passed through had a huge battle. We probably missed it by less than 15 minutes. We didn't see anyone there but a lot of blood was spilled there. We estimated that at least 18 people were gravely injured." Mainabu frowned. He had been dispatched by Raza after they lost communication with that group of Anbu. He analyzed, Kazekage-sama said that he sent 3 squads of Anbu to chase them. And the mercenary group had 12 ninjas and 1 civilian. 18 grave injuries could mean that one of the 2 forces was wiped out. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling. He muttered to himself, if our Anbu won, they would have returned or at least sent a message. Does that mean that they lost to merely mercenaries? But how could our Anbu lose to mercenaries? And how did they avoid Yura's group? Did they escape into the desert instead of continuing their journey? Mainabu asked, "Yura, did you spot any tracks leaving the battlefield?" Yura shook his head. Mainabu frowned and asked for the blood samples. He took it from Yura and handed it to one of his subordinates and said, "Carry this back to Hidden Sand Village and have them inspect the blood. Also, ask Lord Kazekage to prepare multiple units. We may need to scout the entire desert. Yura, you and your squad lead us to the spot where you noticed the combat." Yura replied, "But we have to hand over the mission report." Mainabu instructed, "Pass it to him. This could be an emergency. I might need all the help that I can get." Yura nodded and said, "All right, Elder." He handed another scroll to him and they began their journey back. Yura's squad had already consumed soldier pills, so they could continue running. The group returned to the spot where Yura had collected the blood-soaked sand. They investigated a lot but didn't find anything substantial. Around the same time, Raza received Mainabu's message. He immediately reached the same conclusion as Mainabu and frowned. He muttered, "First the issue with the daimyo and now 12 Anbu went missing? What is happening in my country?" He immediately got to work and began arranging more squads to reinforce Mainabu while analyzing. Looks like my suspicion on the mercenary group was right. But that group didn't look strong enough to take on my Anbu. Was someone hiding their strength? Or did I underestimate the goals of the group creating a mess in the wind capital city? Rasa overcalculated as he didn't have a clue about Fujin. His Anbu died just because they were unlucky enough to encounter him. Since they had no success, Mainabu's group began moving towards the wind capital city to investigate the reason for the appearance of the mercenary group. At the same time, they wanted to investigate the civilian with them. After another half a day, they finally arrived in the wind capital city. Mainabu quickly moved towards the city gate where they were spotted and found Ryota. Despite not being under Hidden Sand Village, Ryota greeted the elder warmly. Mainabu directly asked, "Tell us about the mercenaries from Kuroge no Sensen with whom you were talking a few days ago." Ryota was surprised by the question. He said, "They came here over 2 days ago when the Kusagakure left the city. They were investigating their 4-man squad that went missing while escorting a traitor group. Their circumstances were quite weird as the traitor group made it to the city without any harm but all the 4 ninjas were missing." Mainabu frowned and said, "The traitor group is very suspicious." Ryota nodded and informed him about the remaining details. He ended by saying, "The traitor Hiroshi was worried about their safety. So he volunteered to go with them to tell them where they saw the man." Ryota lied with a straight face. Instead of saying that he was forced, he said that Hiroshi volunteered. However, this lie helped Mainabu as he became even more suspicious of Hiroshi. He said, "Give me the details of where Hiroshi stayed. Also, gather the remaining 11 traitors and have them meet me." Ryota was about to say no as Mainabu had no right to order him around. However, Mainabu added, "I have a suspicion that this group might have something to do with the recent murders in the city." Ryota became serious and immediately nodded. He asked his subordinates and informed them about the hotel where Hiroshi stayed. As for others, he would need some time. Mainabu nodded and began moving towards the hotel. He muttered, 12 traitors, 12 assassins, 12 mercenaries. I think we are finally getting some clues. Chapter 260, Culprits Found? As they were walking, Yura asked, "Elder, what assassinations took place in the wind capital city?" Yura and his groups weren't in the land of wind when Fujin was creating a mess. So they were unaware. Mainabu's subordinates filled them up. Yura and his subordinates began sweating having realized how much trouble their village was in. After hearing the circumstances, they couldn't help but suspect that their own village was behind the assassinations. They understood how others would have felt. The group reached the hotel where Fujin had stayed and entered his room. The room was impeccably clean. They began investigating the room. After half an hour, every single one had an ugly face. One of Yura's subordinates said, "There is nothing here that could point us to him at all. It's as if no one has lived here for months." Another said, "But the hotel staff said that he lived here for over 7 weeks. A third ninja commented, "Maybe the hotel does such a good job cleaning that all evidence is wiped out." However, one of Mainabu's subordinates shook his head and said, "No. No matter how well they clean, their scent gets left behind. But there is no scent in these rooms. This guy is not a civilian for sure. He should be a well-trained Anbu ninja from some country." Everyone agreed with his analysis. Yura added, "If he is, then the other traitors should be as well. And they didn't leave the city. We can catch them and clear our village's name." Mainabu nodded and said, "Baki is leading our ninjas in this city. Let's meet up with him. He must have an appropriate plan for when we catch the culprits." Everyone nodded and left. When Baki received the news, he was elated. He had been under a lot of stress for the last few weeks. No matter how much he worked, he never found any clue. The entire job was a dead end. Since Mainabu cracked the case, he immediately deployed his ninjas in the city to find the remaining 11 traitors. Unfortunately for Baki, even this clue was a dead end. They searched non-stop for 2 days. However, no matter how much they looked, they didn't even catch a whiff of those 11 traitors. It was as if they had long disappeared from the city. No one even remembered their faces. Only a few merchants who earned big profits from their trade recalled them. But they hadn't seen them again for almost 2 months. So their memories were useless for Hidden Sand Village ninjas. Baki sighed and muttered, "I should have known that it wouldn't be this easy." Mainabu nodded and said, "They probably changed their disguises after entering the city." He looked in the direction of the city gate and added, "Fortunately, we can soon be able to inspect every citizen in this city." Mainabu's words confused the Hidden Sand Village ninjas other than Baki. Baki and Mainabu moved towards the city walls and jumped on top of it. The other Hidden Sand Village ninjas followed them. As soon as they saw the sight outside, their eyes widened. Most were too stunned to speak. Finally, one muttered, "This is insane." Outside the walls were numerous figures running towards the city gates. A total of 334 ninjas were sent by Raza to keep the Wind City safe in accordance with his deal with the Wind Daimyo. Yura asked in surprise, "Did Lord Kusagakure send these many ninjas to help us search the deserts?" Baki replied, "No. They will be stationed in the Wind Capital to prevent such incidents in the future. It was a deal between Lord Kusagakure and the Daimyo to settle our differences." Seeing that these were their reinforcements, the Hidden Sand Village ninjas were elated. Excitement coursed through their bodies. With such numbers, finding spies would become extremely easy. Hidden Sand Village ninjas received a warm welcome. Baki immediately made arrangements for everyone. After settling them, Baki immediately began acting on his plan. He cooperated with the city guards to get records of every citizen officially living in the city. He informed the ninjas of their task. He planned to inspect each and every person in the city. He wanted to find any person living in the city who was unregistered. That could help him find the 11 traitors who were under different disguises. At the same time, he planned to deploy sensors throughout the city. Those spies could disguise themselves as civilians. Completely hiding from sensors inside the city would be much more difficult. Especially since there were a few extremely capable sensors with him. Unfortunately, before Baki could begin his search, another Hidden Sand Village ninja arrived in the Wind Capital and rushed straight to Baki and handed him a scroll. Baki opened and read it. His eyes widened and his expression became very grim. Mainabu was surprised. He asked, "What does the scroll say?" Baki handed him the scroll. Mainabu read it and immediately became angry. He cursed loudly, "Which heinous bastard did this?" The Hidden Sand Village ninjas became curious. However, the messenger said, "Elder Mainabu, Lord Kusagakure has asked you to travel to Sabakuetsu. Yura will assist you." In addition, 5 squads of Anbu and 30 squads of varying strengths have moved out of our village and are currently heading towards Sabakuetsu. Mainabu nodded. He and Yura along with their squads left immediately. Another scroll with a similar message reached the hands of the daimyo. He too became solemn. Soon, the news spread throughout the city causing panic to spread. Daimyo did his best to quell the panic. His assurances calmed the citizens of the Wind City and brought stability back to the city. 12 hours ago, Fujin traveled for over 3 days through the desert to finally reach the city called Sabakuetsu. He let out a sigh and muttered, "The distance between this city and Hidden Sand Village is larger than the distance between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village." Though Fujin took a few breaks, he wasn't a fan of traveling for so long through non-stop desert. He couldn't help but wonder, in these 3 days, I encountered 2 sandstorms. They didn't affect me due to my expertise in wind style, but I can't help but wonder how civilians even trade across these huge and treacherous deserts. Fujin began inspecting the defenses of the city from the outside while recalling the information about the city mentioned in the scrolls provided by Shikaku. Sabakuetsu was a mid-sized city in the far west of the Land of the Wind. Though it wasn't the largest city, it was one of the most important cities for one critical reason. The city was surrounded by numerous oases and received a decent amount of rainfall every year. Due to this, it had the highest agricultural production in the entire Land of Wind. Overall, around 60% of the total agricultural production in the Land of Wind would be obtained from this city. Due to this, it provided food to all the cities and villages in this region, thus saving the Land of Wind a lot of trouble to transport food across the vast desert. In addition, it also sent some food supplies to the Wind Capital and Hidden Sand Village and helped them reduce dependence on other countries for food. For this reason, Hidden Sand Village permanently deployed 8 squads to protect this city. In addition, 1 elite jounin would always be deployed in the city. Fujin observed the defenses and analyzed, though the city is important, the defenses aren't very high. The reason for this is that Hidden Sand Village doesn't expect anyone to hit them so far away. In addition, the samurais won't protect this place because of how far into the desert it is. Still, the city does have an elite jounin. Killing him would be troublesome. Especially if there are jounins to reinforce him. Unless I can take him by surprise like those Anbu. Fujin analyzed and shook his head. No, that would be difficult. If I fight him and fail to kill him, then he will gain a lot of my information. It would be troublesome if they get enough information to calculate later on that it was me. I shouldn't use my summons or vacuum techniques in my fight unless I am sure that I can kill all who see me use them. The same for my famous swords. Probably best if I avoid using my swords completely. The city had 2 entrances and was surrounded by huge walls. Each entrance had 2 ninjas watching over it. The walls did have seals inscribed in them, but they weren't as complicated as the Wind Capital city walls. Fujin planned, I could enter the city through the gates by using disguises of one of the people who leave the city to work in the fields. However, if they follow a certain routine, then entering at odd times will raise suspicions. Fujin thought for a bit and decided, leave it, it's late at night. They won't leave the city for hours. I'll try to infiltrate directly. If I fail or am detected, I'll just escape and replace one of the citizens working outside. Fujin began working on the seals. He was a bit excited as he had never yet attempted to dismantle the seals of an entire city. The most fun he had with seals was messing with Hiruzen in the wind training rooms in the Anbu training facilities. Chapter 261, Salvaging the Food Supplies. Fujin spent a few hours studying the seals on one section of the wall. Due to hiding his chakra and the massive length of the wall, he wasn't detected or seen by anyone. Finally, the sun rose. And at the same time, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered, "It's cracked." He summarized, "These seals are inscribed by a grandmaster. However, the wall is huge. Whoever inscribed it wasn't very dedicated and did the bare minimum to ensure the safety of the city. However, even if he had been serious, I would have managed to break through. Though I would have needed a lot more time. Maybe while I return, I should swing by the Wind Capital and leave a few clones to try to break through the seals there. It would be a good test." Fujin entered the city and transformed into one of the people he saw in Wind Capital. Fujin didn't waste much time and directly began visiting the important locations. He thought to himself, 4 ninjas were at the gates. There should be 28 more ninjas in the city. I wonder if they are also deployed or are resting in the city. Fujin's guess was accurate. The ninjas in the city were divided into 3 groups. The first group of 12 ninjas were responsible for keeping an eye on the city gates in 8-hour shifts. The next group of 12 ninjas were also responsible for protecting 2 crucial locations. The last group of 8 ninjas and 1 elite jounin would stay on standby in case an emergency occurred. Of course, due to how peaceful the city was, every one of them had gotten complacent. Fujin walked towards his target. Soon, a huge fortified structure with sturdy walls that were designed to withstand not only the harsh desert conditions but also any attack by enemy ninjas became visible. This sturdy structure was one of the 2 provision depots in Sabakuetsu. It stored a vast amount of harvested food grains and other food items that could be stored. These depots served as a lifeline for the entire western region of the country. Fujin didn't sense any chakra field active around him or the provision depot. So chakra gathered in his eyes and observed inside the depot. He observed, so this place has only 2 ninjas. I guess the other depot also has 2 ninjas overlooking them. But what exactly are these guys doing? I can feel that both of them are very tense. Fujin was curious, but he didn't care much. He decided, it doesn't matter. They are only chunins. His expression became serious as he observed the seals inscribed on the depot walls. He muttered to himself, the seals are much better than outside city walls. And I can't keep studying this one for hours. Looks like it's time for the dynamic entry. Chakra gathered around his fist. The people who were walking around him were surprised and immediately looked towards Fujin. They noticed that his right fist was glowing. One kid said, "Mom, look. His hand is glowing." Another kid asked, "How can I do that, Mom?" The people were just normal civilians. They hadn't seen ninjas in action. Suddenly, Fujin disappeared. Though the walls had very good protection, the same couldn't be said about the doors. Fujin punched the door and smashed it into pieces. The 2 hidden Sand Village ninjas inside the depot were playing a game of cards. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and felt the entire depot shaking. The noise generated by the impact of the punch traveled hundreds of meters through the city. The people who were watching the glowing fist curiously became terrified. They immediately ran away. At the same time, the elite jounin and the other ninjas in the city became alert. 14 ninjas along with the elite jounin immediately began moving towards the depot. The 2 ninjas inside the depot got up and grabbed their kunai. However, Fujin flickered next to one of them. The ninja immediately swung his kunai at Fujin, however, Fujin was much faster. A punch landed on the ninja's face and blew him up. Fujin had enhanced the punch with chakra as well. Blood, flesh, bones and insides of the brain hit the face of the second ninja. His horror knew no bounds. 1 second he was playing a game of cards with his friend, and in the next second his friend's brain was blown up. Fortunately or unfortunately, his misery was short-lived. Fujin fired an air bullet through his throat and ended his life as well. Fujin immediately flickered towards where the grains and other food items were stored. It was easy to find. Fujin knocked the door down and immediately spat a fireball on it. The entire room was lit on fire. However, this wasn't the only grain storage in the depot. There were 7 other such rooms. Fujin immediately began lighting them on fire as well. The elite jounin appeared in front of the depot and was horrified to see smoke coming out of the depot. Fujin had set fire to 3 food storage facilities. Another ninja appeared next to him and asked, "Captain Hitoshi. What are your orders?" Hitoshi quickly commanded, "There should be an intruder inside. I will douse the fire. You guys stop him. Don't let him set fire to every storage facility." He immediately jumped in the smoke. 5 ninjas followed him in. The remaining hidden sand village ninjas in the city kept arriving every few seconds and went into the burning depot. Fujin had set fire to 5 storage facilities when the hidden sand village ninjas spotted him. Hitoshi immediately made hand signs. 4 water clones appeared next to him. He and the water clones headed towards the 5 rooms from where smoke was appearing. The other ninja immediately ran towards Fujin. One of the Jounins screamed hatefully, "How dare you burn the only source of food for the hundreds of thousands of people living here?" Another ninja shouted in rage, "I will skin you alive." 2 threw shurikens at Fujin while the other 3 waved hand signs. Fujin dodged the shurikens, but the assault had just started. Wind style, air bullet jutsu wind style, wind gale wolf jutsu wind style, wind sword jutsu 8 air bullets, 3 wind wolves and multiple blades of wind moved one after another towards Fujin. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes. He immediately flickered out of the way and dodged every air bullet. He gathered chakra in his mouth. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a wind current from his mouth. However, instead of the destructive attack, he exhaled an extremely gentle wind current. The blades of winds entered the wind current and were redirected. They moved towards the doors of the remaining storage facilities and cut through them. Seeing their attack destroy portions of their food supply made their hearts ache in pain. At the same time, their hatred towards Fujin increased even more. Lastly, the 3 wolves entered the wind flow. However, the wind flow was too strong for them to continue. One dispersed directly while the remaining 2 were sent crashing into the walls and finally dispersed. However, Fujin's position didn't improve much as 3 more hidden sand village ninjas had arrived. Half of the 8 ninjas were Jounins. Fujin's odds kept getting worse. One of the hidden sand village ninjas slammed his hands on the ground. Immediately the ground rose and interrupted the wind flow he had created. Immediately, the remaining 7 ninjas pounced on Fujin. Dozens of shurikens and multiple wind jutsus were launched at Fujin. Fujin dodged while counterattacking, but the hidden sand village ninjas kept attacking without caring about their chakra reserves. Fujin kept dodging as he sensed 4 more ninjas entering the depot. He frowned, killing them in a short time isn't possible without using vacuum jutsus. I need a distraction. He weaved a hand sign as he continued dodging the attacks. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. At the same time, one of the hidden sand village Jounins too completed his hand signs. Wind style, wind dragon jutsu. 2 massive 30 meters long dragons appeared in the depot. However, seeing the fire dragon made the hidden sand village ninjas very nervous. The wind dragon collided with the fire dragon who didn't make any move. The impact of the collision destroyed the fire dragon. The hidden sand village ninjas were surprised at how quickly it was defeated. However, their eyes widened in horror as the winds generated by the wind dragon carried the flames everywhere inside the depot. The doors to the storage facilities that were destroyed earlier let all the fire enter inside. The last remaining food grains that were safe inside the depot began burning. The ninjas attacked while cursing Fujin with every foul word and curse they knew. However, Fujin kept dodging and counterattacking without responding. At the same time, Hitoshi and his clones doused the fire in all 5 rooms. However, their expressions weren't good. Hitoshi muttered, "Even though I doused the fire, all the food items have gotten wet. I am not sure how long it will last." He and his clones left the rooms. Fujin noticed that the smoke coming from those 5 rooms had turned into water vapor. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he decided, it's time. Chapter 262. Hidden Leaf Village's scheme. A massive chakra appeared around Fujin. The sudden spike in chakra shocked the hidden sand village ninjas. Without giving them any time, Fujin attacked. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Unlike the previous version, this jutsu was as destructive as it could possibly be. The hidden sand village ninja, who considered themselves unmatched in wind jutsus, were dumbfounded by the scale and destructiveness of this attack. The attack left giant scars on the sturdy walls of the provision depot. The hidden sand village ninjas were blown apart as well. 2 ninjas had their throats sliced by the sharp winds. Another had his eyes pierced. One had his left arm sliced off. The winds also moved into the 8 storage facilities. Hitoshi and his clones were caught off guard. All 4 water clones were dispelled, leaving just Hitoshi in one of the rooms. He quickly weaved a hand seal. Water style, water prison jutsu. A sphere of water surrounded him and saved him from the impact of the winds. While the hidden sand village ninjas were struggling, a shadow clone appeared next to Fujin. Fire style, searing migraine jutsu. He wasted no time in releasing a massive fire into the winds generated by infinite breakthrough. The fire began spreading instantly. The winds carried the fire to each and every corner of the depot. Hitoshi watched in anger and helplessness as an even bigger fire entered his room. The 3 storage rooms that had just small fires were set ablaze. Every food grain was burned up. The 5 rooms where Hitoshi and his clones had doused the fire were set ablaze once again with even more intensity. Worse, of the 14 hidden sand village ninjas that were fighting Fujin, 12 were set on fire as well, only 2 managed to use defensive jutsus in time. Fujin noticed the destruction and decided that should be sufficient. He immediately flickered out of the depot. 2 hidden sand village ninjas were rushing towards the depot when Fujin suddenly appeared in front of them. Both grabbed the weapons and asked, "Who are you?" Fujin looked at them without replying and began building up his chakra. The 2 hidden sand village ninjas prepared themselves for a fight. However, Fujin suddenly disappeared. He used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker directly to the city walls and left the city. One of the ninjas shouted, "Where did he go?" He couldn't even follow Fujin's movement. He was about to look for Fujin when the ninja next to him shouted, "Leave him. First, help douse this fire." The ninja stopped and focused back on the fire. However, before they could do anything, Hitoshi completed weaving hand signs. He poured over 80% of his remaining chakra into the jutsu. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. He released a massive amount of water. The water first flooded the room he was in. A massive amount of water was converted into water vapor, but the fire was doused. The water flowed out towards the remaining depot from the door. The hidden sand village ninjas who were on fire immediately ran towards the water and dived in. In a minute, the water entered all the storage rooms in the depot. The ninjas that were outside the depot immediately jumped out of the way as hot water rushed out like a flood. Hitoshi walked out of his room. His expression was ugly. He noticed the burns on his subordinates. He realized he was a censor. If he had done this attack when I was dousing the fire, I could have stopped it. But he timed it perfectly when I lowered my guard slightly after dousing the fires. He looked at the 2 ninjas standing outside and asked, "Did you see anyone leave?" The ninja nodded, "Yes, Captain. We saw a man flicker away in a hurry. We wanted to give chase, but decided that saving the depot was more important." Hitoshi sighed and said, "It's fine. Even if you gave chase, you have probably been killed. Arrange the 2 medical ninjas to heal the injured. I'll watch over the other depot. This one is ruined." He flickered away towards the other depot while being worried, "I hope he doesn't attack the second depot as well. But if he does, I'll abandon the grains and focus on killing him. However, my chakra is very low right now. It will be a very difficult battle." In a few seconds, he arrived at the second provision depot. No attack had taken place there. The 2 ninjas stationed were on high alert. Hitoshi sighed in relief. He analyzed, since he didn't show up here, he should be very low on chakra after using the combination jutsu by himself. He frowned and asked himself, should I have abandoned the provision depot and attacked him instead? I would have had a good chance of killing him. He thought for a bit and shook his head, no. If I had done that, all my subordinates would have died in the fire. And I would have no guarantee of killing him. Besides, if he has any allies, he could have lured me into a trap. Hitoshi cleared up his thoughts and began passing instructions. The security of the second provision depot was increased manifold. 10 ninjas were deployed to defend it. At the same time, medical ninjas began treating the injured ninjas. Hitoshi tallied his losses and sighed. 4 ninjas were killed in the fight. 2 of them were jounins. All the food stored in that provision depot was destroyed. So in a few minutes, they lost half of their food supply. It was certain to put an immense strain on the land of wind. Hitoshi wrote reports and sent messages to the Kusagakure and the wind daimyo. Meanwhile, Fujin had long left the vicinity of the city. After leaving the city, he kept using wind instantaneous body jutsu continuously to escape over 10 kilometers away. Finally, he took a break and thought, that was rough. Bastards came at me with everything they had. Fortunately, the elite jounin was more focused on salvaging the grains. He let out a sigh and thought, no wonder Hidden Sand Village attacked Hidden Leaf Village a few years from now. Shikaku and Hiruzen are 2 crazy bastards. In order to increase the dependence of the Land of Wind on the Land of Fire, they decided to burn half the food supply in the western parts of this country. Now the Land of Wind will have no option but to import massive amounts of food from the Land of Fire. The sudden rise in demand would also raise the cost of food items. And it will hence result in restricting the budget of Hidden Sand Village. At the very least, Hidden Sand Village shouldn't expect any budget increases anytime soon. Especially if Shikaku keeps up these tactics. In fact, they will have to spend their own budget to buy food. If Raza were to figure out that these incidents were done by Hidden Leaf Village, he would definitely want to attack Hidden Leaf Village even if he didn't have any solid proof. Only the disruption caused by a war will allow him to reset the ties between the Land of Wind and Fire and force the Wind Daimyo to cooperate entirely with him. Still, Shikaku wasn't too heartless. The scrolls clearly indicate to just destroy one depot and to not destroy any more if one had already been destroyed. If he had planned to destroy the second depot as well, then these people would have been very hopeless. It would have been a tragedy. Thousands of people would have died due to food shortages. The daimyo's position might have become unstable if people died in large numbers due to food shortages. But now, the food they have will be sufficient for them to survive until sufficient food is imported. In the end, not only will this region not experience any tragedy, but the people here will be grateful to Hidden Leaf Village and the Wind Daimyo for helping them so quickly. On the other hand, Raza and Hidden Sand Village would be hated as their ninjas were too incompetent to protect their food supply. In fact, Raza will be forced to increase the number of ninjas protecting this city by at least 2 times. A good scheme indeed. Despite not telling him, Fujin was able to discover Shikaku's real intentions through his instructions. Fujin smirked and muttered, Raza will be in a real mess soon. He. If I didn't have to maintain my disguise, I'd have loved to lure him here and fight a few rounds with him after securing my retreat. Though I won't stand a chance, the opportunities to fight against S-ranked ninjas are just too rare. As Fujin expected, Raza had a terrible headache. The bad news kept arriving one after another in his office. He had just sent a considerable force towards the west when 2 more reports arrived at his table. He read them both multiple times and his expression got uglier every time. The first report came from the hospital in Hidden Sand Village. The doctors had checked the blood samples Yura sent back and stated that it was blood samples of 24 different people. The second was sent by Baki. He informed Raza about Mainabu's investigation and about Hiroshi and the 11 traders that came to Wind Capital along with him. Chapter 263, Raza's Helplessness. Raza studied the 2 reports as he calculated, 24 different blood samples. The group had 25 different people. Meaning that except one, everyone got injured. But who stayed uninjured? After calculating more, Raza concluded, it isn't someone from my Anbu. Since they didn't contact me again, it is safe that all 12 of them were killed. This implies that the mercenaries had someone very strong hidden in their ranks who could eliminate all 12 Anbu without allowing anyone to escape. His eyes fell on the second report as he analyzed further. That person could very well be this Hiroshi fellow. Either he was with the mercenaries and lured the Anbu into a trap. Or the more fearsome scenario, that guy killed all Anbu and mercenaries by himself. But, how strong would he need to be to kill 24 ninjas who were at least at the Chunin level by himself? Raza shook his head and corrected his line of thinking. No, he could have caught them off guard by using his disguise. However, even in that case, this person needs to be at the elite Jounin level. The 11 traders who came along with him were nowhere to be found. Though Baki hasn't completed his search yet, it should be a hopeless search. Because, if this Hiroshi is at the elite Jounin level, then the remaining traders could have been his clones. No, his shadow clones. Probably the assassins were his clones as well. The person who attacked Sabakuetsu should be him as well. Raza's expression became very ugly as he muttered, Hidden Leaf Village sent an elite Jounin to create a mess in my country so brazenly. They want to increase our dependence on them so that we are forced to stay in an alliance with them. Just like Fujin, Raza could see the impact of destroying just one of the 2 provision depots in the west. The scenario was just too favorable to Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, he had no proof to give to the daimyo or the public. However, despite the absence of any proof, he was certain that Hidden Leaf Village was behind it. Within a day, he sent messages to every noble in the west who supported him. In addition, he dispatched another 200 ninjas to the western parts of the country. Fujin had no idea that he would soon be hunted all across the vast deserts. However, the reinforcements were very far away. Traveling across the desert needed 3 days. During this time, Fujin had eliminated another noble who supported Raza completely. Raza's mood worsened even further after receiving the news. In a rage, he shouted, "Does Hidden Leaf Village want to go to war?" He looked at his assistant and commanded, "Call every council member in the village for an emergency meeting." The assistant nodded and got to work. Within half an hour, most of the council members arrived. Raza informed them about the situation and his calculations. Every council member agreed with his calculations. Raza stated, "Hidden Leaf Village seems to be hell-bent on making life difficult for us. We have to retaliate." However, his words caused a wave of silence to spread through the room. After half a minute of silence, one council member commented, "We have no way to retaliate. Since the Uchiha massacre, Hidden Leaf Village has increased their defenses multiple times. The number of their ninjas moving in the Land of Fire has increased multiple times. We will have to send either elite Jounin or a squad of Jounins to be able to achieve something significant. And once they succeed, Hidden Leaf Village will hunt them until they are killed. In addition, they have the Yamanaka clan. Not only will our ninjas be killed, but their memories will also be read. And if Hidden Leaf Village uses that information to convince the Wind Daimyo, then our budget will be restricted even further." The other council members agreed with him. Raza also frowned. He had a very low number of elite Jounins. He didn't want to send them to their deaths. In addition, their deaths would hurt Hidden Sand Village in multiple ways. Silence spread through the room. The only eligible name they could think of who wasn't already exceeding 50 years in age was Baki. But Baki was helpless in dealing with the situation in the Wind Capital. If he messed up after entering the Land of Fire, they would lose one of their strongest fighters. None of them wanted to risk this. Finally, one of the council members suggested, in my opinion, we should focus on killing the elite Jounin that has infiltrated our country. If we kill him, Hidden Leaf Village will feel heartache at losing him. After all, the value of an elite Jounin exceeds more than 100 Chunins. Especially considering that he is a very good user of wind jutsus. No country needs wind affinity ninjas more than Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone immediately agreed with him. The meeting ended without deciding on any good plan to hurt Hidden Leaf Village. Raza sighed in disappointment as he too couldn't think of any good method to retaliate. He just hatefully looked in the west. Around the same time, Hidden Leaf Village received intel about the recent happenings in the Land of Wind. Hiruzen read the reports with a weird expression and called Shikaku. Shikaku received the scroll from Hiruzen. His expression also became weird. Hiruzen chuckled and said, "You messed up. You should have defined the mission parameters properly." Shikaku sighed and muttered, 10 nobles, 12 family members of nobles, 4 ninjas and 1 food storage depot. Does he intend to start a war? He let out another sigh and said softly, "What a drag. I told him that it is the promotion mission for Anbu captain. Why is he acting like he wants to become the Anbu commander?" Hiruzen let out another chuckle. Shikaku looked at him and said, "This isn't a laughing matter. He has acted so many times that Hidden Sand Village will definitely suspect us. Even if he didn't leave any evidence, they will still want to retaliate." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Fortify our defenses. Set up traps for any enemy squads who would want to create a mess in our country. In addition, prepare yourself for more such news. After all, he has just reached the western side of the Land of Wind." Hiruzen wasn't worried about Hidden Sand Village's retaliation. Instead, he wanted to use the opportunity to kill their elite troops. As long as Hidden Sand Village's strength was kept in check, they wouldn't try to break the alliance openly. Shikaku sighed and said, "We also need to know what deal Raza and Windamio reached. This wasn't what we wanted. If they resolve their differences, then all our efforts would be pointless. ALS." He suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Why do I have to do it?" Hiruzen had asked him to do a very tedious task in such a smooth manner that he didn't even consider refusing it. However, he had no will to spend a lot of time working on it. Hiruzen replied, "Because you were the one who messed up." Shikaku retorted, "You were in the room as well." Hiruzen nodded and said, "But you were the one to pass the orders." Both entered into a staring contest. After a minute, Shikaku sighed and got to work. As soon as the door closed, Hiruzen chuckled once again. He looked at the reports once again and thought, "I should have expected this. But it's all right." Hidden Sand Village was becoming too arrogant. If they aren't trained in, they will soon become more chaotic and break off the alliance. Once that happens, the Fourth Great Ninja War will just be a matter of time. Hiruzen got up and looked out of his window at the stone faces. He let out a sigh as he thought, "Finally, our strength has recovered. Once I officially promote the current crop of ninjas to Jounin rank, our numbers will have reached sufficient levels officially. However, we still need a few years of peace for this generation of ninjas to fully mature. Then we can afford to enter another war." As he looked at the stone faces, tiredness could be seen on his face. However, suddenly he squinted his eyes and chakra gathered in them. He noticed someone sneakily moving on the Hokage monuments. But, soon he let out a long sigh and muttered, "I am getting too old for this shit. I should have dumped this kid on his perverted godfather." The entire village suddenly noticed that the Hokage monuments were painted and made to look hilarious. Soon, Iruka noticed it as well and began chasing after Naruto. While Hidden Leaf Village was peaceful and joyous, the situation in the western territories of the Land of Wind was heating up. 148 Hidden Sand Village ninjas arrived in the city of Sabakuatsu. Minabu, Yura and 2 more ninjas met up with Hitoshi, who told them every detail regarding their short clash with Fujin. Minabu analyzed and said, "Kazekage-sama's analysis seems to be on point. This is most likely the same guy." Odaka added, "An elite Jounin from Hidden Leaf Village. We have to catch him and give him the most painful death imaginable." But he scratched his chin and asked, "How do we find him in these vast deserts?" Yura looked at Odaka and replied, "He seems to be targeting the nobles that favor our village. We just have to study his movements and discover his next target. Then we can set up an ambush for him." Odaka looked at Yura carefully. Odaka was one of the few elite Jounins in Hidden Sand Village and a council member as well. He was quite senior as well. Along with Minabu, he was one of the 2 leaders of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas that arrived in Sabakuatsu. He said, Good. You are good, Yura. It's good to see promising ninjas in the next generation." The last member of their group was an Anbu captain who was assigned as the leader of the 20 Anbu ninjas. He was wearing an eagle mask. He said, "Let's lay down a map and analyze his movements. We also need to analyze his abilities. Then we can set a trap." The group nodded and entered Hitoshi's office. Chapter 264, A Devious Trap. After entering his office, Hitoshi laid down a map on a table. All 5 ninjas stood around it. Odaka asked, "Eagle, what do you recommend?" Eagle took a marker and circled Sabakuetsu and a nearby town and said, "He first burned a provision depot in Sabakuetsu and then killed a noble in this town. The nearest town from there is Kaurinshai? But that town doesn't have any noble. So according to my estimations, his target could either be the city of Shankudo or the town of Kaiganjima. But it is difficult to say which one." Minabu and Odaka began analyzing. After a couple of minutes, Minabu sighed and said, "It's impossible to say which one he will target. We will split up and guard both cities. Yura and I will go to Shankuto while Odaka and Eagle will go to Kaiganjima. Hitoshi, you stay in this city and ensure that the last provision depot stays safe. We will leave 20 additional ninjas with you. The remaining will be divided equally among us." Adama, Hitoshi and Eagle nodded. They agreed with Minabu's plan. They quickly began discussing which ninja squads would join their groups. Suddenly, Minabu noticed something amiss and looked at Yura. Yura was still staring at the map and didn't say a word. Minabu asked, "Is something the matter, Yura?" Yura snapped out of his thoughts. He said, "I have a different take on this, Elder Minabu." Minabu said, "Explain." Yura said, "If we split up, our chances of killing him will decrease. And, if we move to those cities, then he might notice our movements and avoid hitting them altogether. In that case, our deployment will be a waste and he might annoy us further by randomly targeting other nobles, forcing us to split into smaller groups. In addition, he should already have a good lead on us. If he kills that noble before we even reach, then we won't be able to do anything and might get exposed for nothing." His words made others frown. They had considered these points but not in this detail as they didn't see any other option. Minabu asked, "What do you suggest?" Yura said, "Let's abandon these 2 nobles." The eyes of the 4 ninjas widened at how casually Yura asked to sacrifice the 2 nobles. Yura pointed at a city on the map and said, "After he kills the nobles in Shankudo and Kaiganjima, he will target the noble living in Mizunashi City. While he is busy killing those 2 nobles, we can move around this territory and set up a giant trap in Mizunashi before he reaches there. We will hide inside and around the city using Fuin Jutsu. When he attacks, we can all surround and kill him." Yura's plan surprised them. They thought about his words and agreed more and more with him. Though 2 nobles would die, the sacrifice would be worth it if they killed him. It was an exchange they were more than willing to make. Odaka looked at Yura in a new light. He thought, "I was just teasing him earlier for pointing out the obvious. But, he is indeed good. This level of talent should be in the council." Minabu said, "That is a good plan. Much better than mine for sure." Hitoshi added, "Good plan, but there is one flaw. The ninjas deployed at the city gates didn't notice any anomalies or anything strange. So I speculate that he entered the city without alerting the seals inscribed here." Yura replied, "I considered that. But this city is very big and was guarded by just 4 ninjas at the entrances. So he would have had opportunities to study the seals. But in Mizunashi, he will be able to sense us only if he is a sensor and activates his chakra field. However, doing so while attempting assassination will be very stupid. So he won't do it." Yura's explanation made sense. Everyone agreed. He added, "In addition, the time would allow for the backup sent by Kazekage-sama to arrive. So we can even set up a perimeter in the desert to stop him in case he somehow manages to escape. Either way, the battlefield will unfold as we want." Minabu said, "Yes. Hunting him will begin easier if backup arrives before we set a trap for him. I'll communicate with them. You guys finalize the plans." Minabu quickly left. The rest quickly finalized the details of their trap. In the end, they decided to leave 30 ninjas in the city. They will not only aid in the defense of the provision depot but would also be responsible for ensuring that the fact that so many ninjas arrived in Sabakuetsu doesn't get leaked outside the city. Within an hour, 118 ninjas led by Minabu and Odaka left the city of Sabakuetsu. They moved around the town of Kaiganjima and moved towards the city of Mizunashi. As Yura calculated, Fujin had made his move. Just after they left Sabakuetsu, Fujin killed the noble in Kaiganjima and quickly began moving towards Shankuto. As he moved, Fujin analyzed, as expected, the nobles are being heavily protected. But, there wasn't any Jounin level ninja protecting him. I guess Raza wasn't able to send reinforcements so quickly. Or perhaps, the other Anbu who are supposed to be on a promotion mission are also making a mess and forcing Raza to deploy his ninjas everywhere. I can't be sure which one is the case, but it is better to assume the first one. My next target will probably be the last one without any significant protection. Within a few hours, he arrived outside Shankuto. His eyes glowed as he observed the walls of the city. He muttered, "This one has no seals to protect it either. I am disappointed at how lazy Hidden Sand Village has been. Granted, these cities are far in the west, but is it really so much work to just ask a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster to visit all these cities and bless the city by carving a few seals?" With no seals to block his path, Fujin just entered the city normally while maintaining a disguise. He casually walked into the city while moving towards Noble's mansion. After a few minutes, he arrived outside the mansion. He hid in a corner where no one would see him and muttered, "All these nobles live right at the center of the city. I don't even have to make any effort to find them." Fujin sighed. His mission had been progressing too smoothly. He was itching for a good fight. Of course, he wouldn't seek it if his enemies didn't act smart enough and allowed him to do his job without any resistance. His eyes glowed as he observed the mansion. He analyzed, 8 ninjas. 2 at Chunin level and 6 at Geinin. Rasa is awfully slow. Are they planning to lower my guard by giving me easy kills? He made a hand sign. Earth style, Earth military movement jutsu. Fujin disappeared into the ground and entered the mansion. None of the 8 ninjas were sensors and Fujin was suppressing and hiding his chakra. So no one detected him. Fujin moved directly towards the central room where Fujin had detected 3 people. 2 of them were ninjas while the third one was a civilian. This was the room where the noble was hiding. He was sitting in a chair while the 2 ninjas stood next to him. He nervously asked the ninjas standing next to him, "Lord Kazuo, how long do we have to keep hiding here?" Kazuo was the Chunin in charge of the defense of this remote city. He replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Lord Toshio. Reinforcements from our village will arrive soon." Toshio was still very worried. Kazuo assured him, "We are here with you as well, Lord Toshio. Live or die, we will join you. So don't worry." The noble nodded. For some reason, he looked to be very fearful of Kazuo. Suddenly, all 3 of them looked ahead. A head popped out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an entire person appeared. Toshio was horrified. Kazuo and the other ninja also had solemn expressions. However, both had determined expressions. They seemed to have accepted their fate. They quickly grabbed their kunai and took a fighting stance. Kazuo asked, "Who are you?" Fujin didn't bother replying and shot an air bullet at Toshio. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas couldn't even react when the bullet hit Toshio's chest. Toshio's eyes widened. Time slowed down as he felt the pain in his chest. He knew that the Hidden Sand Village ninjas wouldn't be a match for the intruder, but he didn't expect to be killed so quickly. However, instead of sorrow or horror, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he looked at Fujin. His smile surprised Fujin. It was the first time he had seen a noble accept death with a smile on his face. Toshio thought, "My time has come. But my family will live a life of comfort and luxury." He closed his eyes and accepted his death with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 265, The Spirit of Sacrifice. Fujin was stunned by the smile on Toshio's face. Despite being the killer, he noticed no hatred in Toshio's eyes for him. There was just relief alongside some reluctance. Thoughts clashed at the speed of light in Fujin's brain trying to make sense of this bizarre scenario. He muttered to himself, "What the hell?" Kazuo and his subordinate noticed Fujin's momentary lapse of concentration. Both immediately jumped at Fujin to kill him. However, Fujin was well aware of his surroundings. He stepped to his left and got out of the Geinin's range. He caught Kazuo's arm and kicked him in the abdomen and sent him flying into the wall. He crashed into the wall and fell on the ground and began vomiting blood. The Geinin landed and moved towards Fujin again. However, all he saw was a fist coming straight at him. Fujin's chakra-enhanced fist landed on his face and blew it off his head. Kazuo gathered himself and was about to get up when a kick landed on his side and sent him rolling on the floor while vomiting more blood. Numerous ribs had cracked. Fujin didn't attack anymore and asked in a plain voice, "Who was that man?" Kazuo finally managed to get on his knees. He looked at Fujin hatefully and shouted angrily, "You killed the kind noble Toshio. A demon like you will rot in hell." Fujin snorted, "Save your lies for yourself. I have killed way too many nobles to not identify one." "Who was he?" Kazuo's eyes widened. However, he immediately put on an angry face and cursed, "First you kill our noble and then talk bullshit. Just kill me and be done with it. I will wait for you in the deepest layers of hell." Fujin didn't attack him and said, "Good play. I feel stupid for not considering such a simple trick. You knew I was going to come here. So you hid the real noble and used a body double. Cool trick." Kazuo's eyes widened once again. Thoughts ran through his mind trying to find the optimal reply. He wanted to convince Fujin that he killed the real noble. However, he realized that he wouldn't be able to do so. The more he lied, the more Fujin would be convinced. A grin broke on Kazuo's face. He spoke loudly with pride. That's right. How does it feel to be tricked by the oldest trick in the book? Ha 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 ha. Fujin didn't mind his taunt. He wasn't petty enough to not give credit where credit was due. It was a fact that he was fooled. If the body double hadn't smiled kindly and behaved like any normal human being, he would have been fooled successfully. He replied plainly, unfortunately, your plan has failed. Kazuo replied with that huge grin still plastered on his face, it hasn't. Even if you realize the plan, there isn't anything you can do. You don't know where the noble is hiding. No one other than me does. And I will never say it. You want to kill the noble? Then you will have to kill every single person in this city. No, you will also have to scout the entire desert to check if he has been hidden outside the city. And you will also have to kill everyone in every village in the vicinity of this city. Tell me, did your motherfucking masters from Hidden Leaf Village permit you to commit such atrocities? Ha ha ha. He continued laughing loudly continuously. Fujin chuckled, you think I'm from Hidden Leaf Village? Good. How about we make a deal? I will let you and your friends live. In exchange, you will tell me the location of the noble. You can even tell Raza that the killer is from Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin's words stopped Kazuo's laughter. He became confused and wondered, is he not from Hidden Leaf Village? Wouldn't that mean that someone else is trying to start a war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village? No. I shouldn't doubt Raza's intelligence. He might be saying this just to confuse me. He began laughing and said, no. You can torture me however you want. I still won't tell you. He thought, if I can delay him here until the reinforcements arrive, then I can drag him to hell with me. Fujin's eyes turned towards the door of the room. He sensed multiple ninjas running towards the room. The fighting earlier generated some noise that attracted them. A couple of shadow clones popped next to him and left to confront those ninjas. Fujin said, unfortunately, torturing isn't my forte. Killing is. Don't worry, I'll let you die knowing what will happen in the future. After I kill you, I will torture the noble's family in public. That should make him crawl out of his hiding spot. Kazuo continued laughing and said, do it. Fujin noticed how unaffected he was and concluded, as I expected. They are fakes as well. Fujin had no clue who the noble was or how he looked. He entertained Kazuo for so long just to get whatever information he could. Now he had received most of the information he needed. He raised two fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Kazuo's eyes widened as he realized, wind sword jutsu. I guess this is it for me. Sucks that he never came close to me. I hoped he got overconfident and got closer to torture me or beat me up. He closed his eyes and made the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, multiple tags on his body lit up. He looked at Fujin with a crazed look in his eyes and shouted, I will drag you to hell. However, Fujin was unmoved. Blades of wind shot out from around his fingers and hit every single explosive tag stuck to Kazuo's body. Every single explosive tag was destroyed before it could explode. The wind blades also left multiple deep cuts on Kazuo. Kazuo was stunned. Even if he couldn't kill Fujin, he expected to at least injure him. However, he never expected such a result. Fujin said, I respect your intelligence and bravery. I'd have allowed you to die in the way you want, but I need this mansion. Kazuo's eyes widened as he saw Fujin transform into him. Fujin said, rest in peace. A wind blade sliced Kazuo's throat. However, his eyes were glued to Fujin. As his brain slowly stopped working, numerous questions arose in his mind. How did he know I would explode? Why does he keep speaking in such a plain monotonous tone? Why didn't he get angry no matter how much I taunted him? And why does his face show no emotions at all? Unfortunately, he wouldn't get any answers. He closed his eyes and died without knowing the name or the real face of his killer. Fujin looked at him and sighed, a shame that his strength was so weak. Had he been stronger, his name might have been famous throughout the ninja world. Fujin concentrated on his chakra. 8 shadow clones appeared. One shadow clone took the disguise of the Genin he killed while one dispelled itself. The 2 shadow clones Fujin had created earlier received the memories and dispelled themselves. Fujin and his clones received their memories. 4 shadow clones transformed into the 4 ninjas that the clones killed. While the last 2 clones dived into the ground and moved towards the basement. The last 2 hidden sand village ninjas were hiding there to protect the fake family of the noble. Fujin looked at the person who was disguised as the noble and wondered, why did he smile in such a way? What sort of life would one have to experience to smile at his killer without any hate? Fujin analyzed for a bit but couldn't come up with a definite answer. After all, he had no idea who the man was and what his life story was. Fujin extended his hand towards his head. Yin chakra poured out of his hand and entered the dead man's brain. The yin chakra gently began following through his neurons. Fujin kept at it for 3 minutes before the dead man's brain started to break down. Fujin frowned and muttered to himself, I thought that the desire to truly know the memories could be a factor in reading memories. I guess not. Fujin sighed and gave up. He was very interested in knowing his backstory but had no means to know it. He stored the dead body. 2 days ago, the news of the destruction of one provision depot had spread throughout Shankuto. The people were very worried. Meanwhile, Toshio was concerned for his life. He thought, if this is done by the same organization that killed nobles and their families in Wind Capital, then I could be on their hit list. No, my family is in danger as well. He immediately began thinking of a plan to ensure his survival but couldn't come up with any plan. Meanwhile, Kazuo received a message from Hidden Sand Village. He read the scroll and sighed thinking, Raza has lost a lot of influence due to these recent murders. Whoever is doing this must be crazy strong. He doesn't even care about our lives and just wants the noble to stay safe. Kazuo's impression of Raza degraded a lot. However, as a loyal ninja, he was willing to sacrifice his life for his country. He wondered, but how do I keep Toshio safe? He thought for a long time before coming up with a decent plan. He walked towards Toshio's office while sighing, with this method, this old fellow will live. But I will survive only if I am extremely lucky. This really sucks. Chapter 266, When the World is Against You. Kazuo entered Toshio's office and said loudly, Everyone, leave. I need to talk with Toshio-sama alone. All the servants immediately left. Toshio was stressed thinking about ways to live. He looked at Kazuo with a hopeful look on his face while thinking, maybe he can think of something. As soon as everyone left and the doors were locked, Toshio said, It's good you came, Kazuo. I was about to find you as well. I have never been so stressed in my life. Kazuo nodded and asked, Worried about the assassination? Toshio nodded. Kazuo replied, You don't need to be worried. Lord Kazekage has asked me to ensure that you and your family stay safe. A look of relief appeared on Toshio's face. He asked, Did you think of a way? Kazuo nodded and replied, Yes. Listen carefully. You and your family will move out of the mansion. All 4 of you will stay under disguise by using makeup, wearing ordinary clothes and moving to live in an ordinary house in the city. You won't have any servants or guards. No one other than me will be aware of your location. In the meantime, decoys will have to be arranged to replace you and your family. If the assassin attacks, that decoy will die. As long as the decoy doesn't blow up your cover, you will get to live and the assassin will go away. If your cover is blown, then you will have to stay hidden for a long time until that assassin gives up. I'll probably not be alive by then, so your survival will entirely depend on you. Toshio became excited after hearing the plan. However, he hid his excitement and put up a sad face and asked, Do you have to risk your life? Kazuo easily saw through the fake concern and said, It's the life of a ninja. Stop wasting time and prepare to move out and arrange for decoys. I am not sure how much time we have. Toshio replied, I already have decoys in mind. I'll arrange them for my family. However, I need your help to bring the one for me here. His name is Tetsuo. Toshio gave him the address of Tetsuo and explained his circumstances to Kazuo. Kazuo nodded and left. Toshio immediately got to work. He made 3 people disguise themselves as his wife and sons and asked them to stay in the basement. They knew the consequences of disobeying him and agreed. At the same time, Kazuo reached the outskirts of the city. He searched for a bit and saw an old house. Outside, a middle-aged man was sitting. He looked very tired and sick. Kazuo approached him and asked, Are you Tetsuo? Tetsuo was surprised. He looked at Kazuo and immediately recognized him. His eyes widened as he got up in a hurry and bowed down, Lord Kazuo. It's an honor that you know my name. Kazuo nodded and said, Come with me, Toshio-sama has instructions for you. Without waiting for his approval, Kazuo turned around and began walking. Tetsuo immediately followed. However, he was confused and wondered, what would Lord Kazuo and Lord Toshio want from someone like me? Tetsuo's current state was horrible. His body was weak and he would frequently fall ill. Due to this, he couldn't work continuously and most of what he earned would be spent in the hospital. So his family's financial condition was very poor. And he was in a lot of debt. He wanted a good life for his family, but no matter how much he tried, it seemed like the entire world was against him. They walked into the mansion. Tetsuo received a lot of curious gazes, making him feel uncomfortable. He did his best to ignore them. He followed Kazuo into Toshio's office and immediately paid respects to Toshio. Toshio put up a kind smile and said, Get up. Tetsuo got up and asked, I wonder why you called me here, Lord? Toshio got up and walked past Tetsuo. He looked through the window and asked, Are you aware of the recent wave of assassinations, Tetsuo? Tetsuo nodded. Toshio sighed and said, I am afraid that I too will be targeted by him. I called you here as I have an important job for you. He turned around and looked into Tetsuo's eyes and said, I am willing to die. However, if I die, then our whole city will suffer. My children aren't capable enough to run a city yet. So I want you to disguise as me and take my place in the mansion. His words shocked Tetsuo. Tetsuo involuntarily stepped back. But he crashed into Kazuo and fell to the ground. He looked at Kazuo, who was staring straight into his eyes. Tetsuo became frightened as he felt that if he said no, Kazuo would kill him. He immediately looked at Toshio and said, Lord, I have a wife and 2 young children. Without me, they will become fatherless and no one will be able to look after them or feed them. I would have loved to sacrifice myself for our city, but I just can't leave my family alone. Kazuo frowned. If Tetsuo was reluctant, then he wouldn't work as a decoy. Toshio looked at Kazuo and said, It's fine, Kazuo. Not everyone can give their lives for the city. He painted Kazuo as the bad guy in Tetsuo's mind while showing himself to be a very just ruler. He looked back at Tetsuo and said, Tetsuo, I am aware of your family conditions as well as your medical health. If you say no, I won't force you, but hear me out first. Tetsuo nodded. Toshio said, If you take my place, Kazuo and the other ninjas will be responsible for your safety. You won't die until they are alive. Irrespective of whether we get attacked or not, as long as you live, I'll reward you abundantly. I will clear all your debt, give you a stable job in the mansion and get the best doctors for you to improve your health. He let out a sigh and said, But if our luck is bad and you die, I will take care of your family. I will clear their debt and give them so much money that even your next 9 generations won't be able to spend it. Hearing the offer, Tetsuo went silent. He was well aware that he wasn't capable of providing for his family. But he loved his family and didn't want to leave them. He fell into deep thought. Toshio and Kazuo didn't disturb him. After 20 minutes of struggling, Tetsuo let out a sigh and thought, Even if they protect me, I doubt they could stop the assassin. But irrespective of whether I live or not, my family will be taken care of. Though they will be sad about losing me, their sadness will fade away with time. And they will live a fulfilling life. Besides, my death isn't fixed. If my luck changes for once, I will live and my family will not need to worry about money. He got up. Kazuo looked into his eyes and was surprised. He thought, what determination. At the same time, he looked at Toshio and thought, this guy might be a scum, but he understands the human heart very well. In order to ensure that his family lived a good life, Tetsuo was determined to risk his life. No matter what, he wouldn't fail this mission. Tetsuo said, Lord, I am willing to be your decoy. Toshio nodded and said, Shankuto City will remember your bravery. Kazuo will instruct you further. Kazuo nodded and left the room with Tetsuo. As soon as they left, a cruel smile appeared on Toshio's face. He thought, it's hilarious how gullible these fools are. Take care of his family? He. If he lives, I'll kill him so that no one will know that I hid in the face of danger. If he dies, then I'll burn his body and never tell anyone that he died. His family will think that he just abandoned them. As for what happens to them, how is that my concern? Unfortunately for Tetsuo, even in his final moments, the world still stood against him. He died without being able to provide his family with what he desired. Present, Fujin put his thoughts about the man behind him and sighed, what a mess. Just when I thought that the mission was too easy, its difficulty rises to an insane level. Despite complaining, a smile could be seen on his face. He enjoyed fighting intellectually. He thought, I don't know who created this plan, but it's time to dismantle it. I'd have just killed the noble and left. But now, I will make this plan backfire splendidly on Hidden Sand Village. But I need to be careful. I have to prepare an escape route in case Hidden Sand Village sends reinforcements. Thoughts ran rapidly through Fujin's brain as he calculated a devious scheme. Chapter 267, a drama. Fujin's clones entered the basement and killed the last 2 Hidden Sand Village ninjas in the city. The people who were disguising themselves as Toshio's family were horrified. They immediately began screaming and begged, please let us live. I promise we won't tell anyone what happened here. Despite the fear, they didn't expose that they weren't related to Toshio. They knew that if they did, their families would suffer for generations and Toshio would kill them even if the assassin didn't. Fujin's clones ignored their screams. One clone weaved a few hand seals. Bufura no Ikirai Jutsu terror could be seen on their faces. However, nothing happened. The look of terror faded away and instead, they became confused. Some wondered, did his jutsu fail? Suddenly, they got a weird feeling. They felt a slight squirming in their stomach. In an instant, that squirming turned into a sharp pain. They felt as if their stomach was infested by hundreds of maggots. The maggots began eating their way from inside their bodies. The sharp pain soon turned into agony as they felt every mouth ripping and eating the skin, tissue and tendons. Everyone held their stomach while screaming in pain and horror as the two clones watched. One person couldn't take it anymore and yelled at the top of his lungs. The people around him looked at him. Their eyes widened in horror as his stomach was torn open and hundreds of maggots spilled out and began writhing on the ground. Soon, they too faced similar fates. Fujin's clones watched as every one of them fell unconscious. However, there were no maggots on the ground, no blood and no torn stomachs. The attack was just a Genjutsu. Bufura no Ikirai Jutsu was one of the Genjutsus Fujin learned during his time in the Anbu. It was a very disgusting jutsu. However, against a ninja, its usage was limited. Any experienced ninja would know that they are in a Genjutsu and disrupt their chakra. So its main usage was to disturb the enemy by causing a weird feeling and pain in their stomachs and use that disruption to attack them. Of course, there was one exception. This Genjutsu was disgustingly effective when used by the Aburame clan ninjas. Fujin's clone thought, now they won't wake up for a while. Though I could have used a different Genjutsu, this one ensures that they won't wake up for at least half a day. In addition, the horror they experienced will force their brains to forget about this event and the events before they went unconscious. This will make it very difficult for Hidden Sand Village to get the exact information from them. Fujin could have just killed them. But he had killed too many innocent people during this mission. If he could avoid killing more, he would take that option. The clones transformed into the two Hidden Sand Village ninjas they killed, stored their bodies and returned to Fujin. Fujin had finished completing his plan. 16 shadow clones popped around him. However, one immediately dispersed. The plan immediately was transmitted to all the remaining shadow clones. The 15 new clones immediately transformed into random people Fujin came across and flickered out. 8 clones rushed out of the city. They spread away at equal distances and formed a perimeter. All of them activated their chakra field simultaneously, monitoring the city from all sides. If reinforcements from Hidden Sand Village arrive, they would send the message back to Fujin, who would withdraw immediately. The remaining 7 clones mixed with the common people in the city. Inside the mansion, Fujin and his clones, disguised as Hidden Sand Village ninjas, left the room. The servants in the mansion were all hiding in fear after the sounds of the fighting spread throughout the mansion. Though the sounds had stopped, they weren't sure who won. Seeing the Hidden Sand Village ninjas walk around the mansion relieved them. Fujin's clones looked at them and said, "The assassin is killed. You can relax." The servants all smiled. One said loudly, "I knew that any assassin couldn't kill Hidden Sand Village ninjas. We are the strongest ninja village." Fujin's clone chuckled and asked, "Is that so? Then why were you hiding?" The servant immediately became nervous. He thought, "Shit, I was just trying to get in their good books. Why is he making it difficult for me?" The servants around him also stared at him. They were quite sick of his bootlicking ability. The servant said while stuttering, I was. Fujin's clone chuckled again and said, "It's fine. I have a job for you guys. Leave the mansion and spread the message. The assassin who kept killing the nobles is dead. There will be a huge announcement made. So everyone, who can, should arrive around the mansion." The servant immediately said, "I will immediately inform everybody." The others also nodded. Fujin's clone added, "If you find others hiding, inform them as well." They agreed and left. Fujin's clones found the others who were hiding and gave them the same job. Meanwhile, Fujin began going through items in the mansion. After searching for a bit, he found a photo album. Looking at he muttered, "So this is how this noble called Toshio looks. And this is his family." Though, trying to look for him actively will be pointless as he should be wearing a disguise to hide from civilians. Fujin created another shadow clone and dispelled it. The memories transferred to all his clones. The 7 clones that had mixed among the civilians began to keep an eye out in case they saw someone who looked familiar. The news spread through the city quickly. The news that an assassin was killing the nobles was already well known. To know that the assassin was killed in their city was a matter of joy and pride. Within minutes, thousands of people crowded around the mansion. Fujin watched it and wondered, will this be sufficient to make the noble crawl out of his hiding spot? Fujin and his clones scanned the crowd for 2 minutes. Unfortunately, they couldn't spot him. Fujin, who had transformed into Kazuo, stepped forward. He said in a loud voice, "Quiet down." Kazuo was well known in the city. The crowd went silent. Fujin continued saying, "An hour ago, Toshio-sama was attacked by that scum assassin. Unfortunately, he encountered me." The crowd listened in anticipation as Fujin looked at them. He shouted, "I killed that coward." The crowd instantly erupted in joy. The entire mansion was drowned in roars. The cheers were heard throughout the city. The ones who couldn't make it regretted not being there. However, they were cheerful as well. Fujin waited for the noise to lower and said loudly, "Tonight, the entire city will celebrate. So come to the mansion in the evening. We will have the largest buffet ever. When the fireworks go off, drop everything you are doing and come here to celebrate." The crowd cheered even louder. "Long live Toshio-sama, Kazuo-sama is mighty," such slogans were shouted continuously. Fujin looked around with a smile on his face and slowly retreated into the mansion. The crowd lingered for a while before leaving. The news of a buffet spread through the city. Everyone was happy, except one person. Toshio was sitting in a restaurant. A lot of makeup was applied to his face. The people in the restaurant couldn't recognize him. A frown formed on his face as he cursed, "Why is Kazuo spending my money?" His face became ugly at the thought of his money being wasted on commoners. He wondered, should I return to the mansion? That bastard has already killed the assassin. So why didn't he call me back? He thought for a bit and decided, no. I have cooperated with Kazuo for a long time. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. As for the money, I can earn it back in no time. He got up and began leaving the restaurant. As soon as he did, he heard two people speaking. One guy said, "Hey, did you hear? Toshio-sama hid in the city while a decoy took his place." I didn't expect Toshio-sama to be so cowardly. His friend replied, "Yes. I was very disappointed. I had higher expectations from Toshio-sama." The first guy said, "Yeah, everyone is disappointed. I heard that Lord Daimyo is upset with Toshio-sama. And a new noble would be elected." His friend nodded and said, "Yes. I hope Kazuo-sama becomes our new noble. Under him, we might become the strongest city in the West." The first guy chuckled and said, "I say the decoy should become the new noble. After all, he has the guts and the will to sacrifice himself for us. That's how a noble should be." The two continued talking while moving away. Toshio's face became very ugly. He almost lashed out at the two but controlled himself. He thought in rage, "I should have known. That bastard tricked me. He is using this opportunity to usurp my power." Chapter 268, Pouring Oil on Fire. Toshio began walking towards where his family was hiding. En route, he heard similar words being spoken by everyone around him. They talked about how cowardly he was or how gallant Kazuo was or both. He became angrier and angrier. He took a good look at each and every face that talked bad about him and memorized their faces. Right after announcing a buffet, the 7 shadow clones of Fujin that had mixed among the citizens began spreading rumors. They spread like wildfire. Since Toshio wasn't present during the announcements, people began believing that it was true. In addition, a few knew Toshio's real face and how greedy and selfish he was. They helped fan the rumors. Within a couple of hours, nearly everyone had heard those rumors and were discussing them. That is why Toshio heard them so easily. Toshio entered an ordinary-looking house. As soon as he did, 2 teenage boys and a middle-aged lady looked at him. They immediately noticed his foul mood. One of his sons asked, "Did something happen, father? We heard that Kazuo won and the assassin is dead, so why are you upset?" Toshio cursed, "That bastard Kazuo has double-crossed me. He is using this to increase his own reputation while ruining mine. He has sights on my position. I'll be going to the mansion right now and put a stop to his plans. You 3 stay here until I return to get you." Toshio's wife said, "Be careful, dear. I am feeling very uneasy." Toshio nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry. He may be a ninja, but he can't do anything to me. Otherwise, the Lord Daimyo will ask for his head." His wife and sons nodded and prayed for his health. Toshio began walking towards the mansion while still wearing his disguise. He planned, as long as I enter the mansion under disguise, no one will be able to confirm these rumors. I'll dismiss these rumors as foul propaganda and blame it on the ones I saw shit-talking about me. Kazuo, you might be stronger than me, but you are a child compared to me when it comes to scheming. He reached the mansion and became enraged once again. The mansion servers were busy arranging tables and chairs inside as well as outside the mansion to prepare for a huge buffet. In a rage, he began walking towards the mansion. At first, no one paid attention to him. However, when he neared the mansion gate, one of Fujin's clones' eyes landed on him. Fujin's clone observed him and wondered, why is this guy so angry? And he is bottling it all up. Fujin's clone tilted his head and wondered, if people could blow up in a rage, I wonder if he'd create a bigger explosion than Deidara? As Toshio entered the castle, the maids and servants finally reacted. One maid was standing quite close to him and carrying some plates. She walked towards him and said, "The buffet will be in the evening. Don't come here so early. Don't worry, we will have enough food for everyone." Though the maid spoke politely, Toshio could feel the disdain in her voice. His face became even uglier. He said in a deep voice, "Do you dare stop me?" The maid was shocked. Though she couldn't identify from his face, she recognized his voice. She observed his physique and identified him immediately. She dropped the plates in horror and walked backwards. She exclaimed, "Toshio-sama? Her words were heard clearly by everyone. They had the same thought, the rumors were true. Toshio knew that he would get exposed, but since everyone here worked under him, he knew how to ensure that they stayed quiet. He looked around everywhere and said in a grim voice, "If a word of this is leaked out, you will have to face the consequences." "I don't need to tell you the consequences, do I?" Not a single person spoke. They were all scared. However, suddenly a voice was heard, "Toshio-sama, why are you angry? Come in." Toshio turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw Kazuo inside the mansion. He snorted and went in. Fujin led him into his office. Toshio followed him but was confused. He thought, something feels off about Kazuo. It's like he isn't being himself. Toshio analyzed but didn't understand why Kazuo was acting this way. Fujin knew that his disguise as Kazuo wouldn't be perfect. After all, he had only seen him for a small time. He could replicate his appearance perfectly. He talked with Kazuo for so long before killing to learn how Kazuo spoke. Unfortunately, Kazuo spoke in a very enraged tone. So he didn't know how he talked or acted normally. So this disguise was barely usable. Fortunately, Fujin was only using it to fool common people. So though a few did find something odd, they didn't consider it too much. Fujin and Toshio entered the office. Once they were alone, Toshio angrily shouted, "Kazuo? Why did you spread those rumors? You bastard! I paid you so much over the years and you still dare to have greed towards my post?" Fujin just chuckled in response. His brazen attitude enraged Toshio even further. However, before he could speak another word, Kazuo disappeared and he felt a blow to the back of his head. He immediately dropped unconscious. Fujin muttered softly, "Begin the fireworks." His clone nodded and disappeared. Outside the mansion, the servants continued working quietly. They looked like a very disciplined workforce. However, if anyone were to take a closer look, they would notice that the servants were extremely scared. Everyone had grim faces. A servant prayed, "I hope no one here is foolish enough to leak the truth. Otherwise, that vile person will skin us all alive." As they were working, suddenly a loud sound was heard. Everyone looked up at the sky. They were stunned. Despite the sun still being out, they could see a colorful explosion in the sky. They heard some more voices. They looked around to see more fireworks heading towards the sky. The fireworks erupted with a resounding crack, scattering vibrant fragments around the bright canvas above. The people in the city were wrapping up their work in a hurry so as to be free during the buffet when they noticed the fireworks. Soon, most of the people in the city were entranced by it. The unexpected daytime pyrotechnics left the crowd astonished. The explosions unleashed an array of colors and transformed the sky into a living tapestry of vivid blues, radiant reds and shimmering gold. Each explosion brightened the mood of the citizens and raised their hope for their futures. A young girl's wide eyes locked onto the mesmerizing display. In joy and wonder, she tugged her mother's sleeve and exclaimed, "Mom, look! It is so beautiful." Most kids had similar reactions. They all wanted to go there. However, the adults were puzzled. They wondered, didn't Kazuo-sama say that the buffet will be in the evening? Why is he calling us now? However, the crowd also had some simpletons and foodies. They thought, it is the royal buffet. I guess they are inviting us for the royal starters. With watery mouths, they immediately began rushing towards the mansion, unaware of the tragedy awaiting them. Within minutes, the mansion was surrounded by people once again. The numbers instantly reached hundreds and soon crossed 1,000. They noticed that the servants working in the mansion were arranging tables and chairs, but couldn't see any food nearby. However, they waited patiently and eagerly. Fujin waited for a few minutes for the crowd to become substantially larger. Finally, he stepped out of the mansion. He had a plain expression on his face. He walked towards the mansion gate and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, earth wall jutsu instead of a vast wall, a small pillar of 1 meter length and breadth but with a height of 10 meters rose from the ground. Fujin jumped on it. The crowd was still noisy. He looked around and squinted his eyes. Immediately, a thick bloodlust emanated from Fujin. It spread towards the people. The bloodlust terrified them. Immediately, everyone looked at him in terror. The crowd went silent. They looked at Fujin with fear and wondered, why is Kazuo-sama doing this? Isn't he supposed to be our hero? Fujin observed the crowds and was satisfied with the reaction. The bloodlust terrified the civilians without harming them. He said loudly, Lord Kusagakure has investigated the assassin who killed the nobles and Hidden Sand Village's ninjas. He discovered that he was aided by some traitors. As soon as he said it, one of Fujin's clones flickered next to him and handed him Toshio's unconscious body. The people's eyes widened as they realized what was going on. Fujin said, Toshio was that traitor. He provided the assassin with critical and classified information. Hence, Lord Kusagakure has decided that he is to be executed. Chapter 269, A Dying City. Everyone's eyes widened. A few who were well-learned and were close to Toshio wondered, wait, Lord Kusagakure has no authority to punish nobles. Only Lord Daimyo has? What is going on? They wanted to voice their opinion. But the bloodlust made them terrified to even open their mouths. A sword appeared in Fujin's hands. His clone held Toshio properly and offered Fujin his neck. Fujin swung his sword. With one swing of his blade, Toshio was beheaded. The crowd watched with complex expressions. They didn't know what to feel. On one hand, they were happy that a traitor had been killed. Perhaps if they weren't suppressed by the bloodlust, they would have even cheered. On the other hand, though Toshio wasn't a good person, he had properly propagated himself to be one. So the number of people aware of his real face was very low. Only the recent rumors tarnished his reputation considerably. They stayed silent and hoped that this nightmare would be over. However, Fujin's next words destroyed all their hopes. Fujin said, Lord Kusagakure is very upset over how the noble of Shunkudo has caused the deaths of tens of hidden Sand Village ninjas. As a punishment, all the ninjas deployed to protect the city will be withdrawn. From this moment onwards, this city won't have any protection from us. The civilians were terrified. Their city was deep in the desert. The climate here was very harsh. So they didn't suffer from any bandit attacks as no bandit group would operate here. However, the city frequently had to face deadly sandstorms. The help of ninjas during this time was indispensable. Without their aid to activate the seals and warn everyone in time, many people would die. The ninjas would also aid a lot after the storm had passed the city in order to restore the city and ensure that it functioned properly. Fujin withdrew his bloodlust and said with a sigh, though I don't want to leave here by yourself, I can't disobey my leader. I wish you well. The people shouted, no. Please don't leave us However, their words were stuck in their mouths as Fujin and his clone disappeared. Only Toshio's headless body was left on the stone platform. They looked around and the remaining hidden Sand Village ninjas had disappeared as well. Immediately, terror invaded the minds of everyone present. Chaos spread as everyone discussed what to do without any proper plan. Many began talking about leaving the city. A few rushed into the mansion and began stealing expensive items and money, while the rest rushed to their families. After leaving the city, Fujin dispelled all of his clones except one. Memories entered his brain. He analyzed them all and frowned. He thought, what the hell? None of my clones detected any hidden Sand Village ninja moving towards this city. Where are hidden Sand Village ninjas? Did Raza decide to abandon the West thinking that they have no choice but to obey him? But that doesn't make any sense. He should have been sending ninjas here desperately. Fujin looked towards the east and wondered, did Shikaku or some other village stir up huge trouble? Only that would explain such a reaction. But what sort of trouble would they have to stir to make Raza incapable of sending ninjas here? Fujin began analyzing. However, he couldn't come up with any explanation other than war. He wondered, is there a war happening? But I don't recall any major wars happening at this time other than the civil war in Hidden Mist Village. Should I withdraw and check out the circumstances there? Fujin analyzed more before deciding, no. I'll head over to the next city. If there is no one protecting it, I'll withdraw and check out the circumstances around Hidden Sand Village and Wind Capital. Else I'll decide after seeing what sort of arrangements Raza has made for the West. Fujin rested for some time to recover his chakra and moved towards the city of Mizunashi. Back in Shunkudo, the news spread throughout the city. The entire city was in a panic. The news also reached Toshio's family. They were immediately engulfed by grief and rage. His wife cursed loudly, Kazuo, Raza. I will never let this go. Did you forget that my family is related to Daimyo as well? Her sons calmed her down saying, softly mother. It will be troublesome if someone hears us. They might take out the hate of father on us. She controlled herself. With tears running down her cheeks, she said, we will leave this city under this disguise and travel to Wind Capital however we can. Only then we can get your father justice. Her sons nodded. They immediately began making preparations. A few influential people stepped forward to control the panic and instilled some sense of discipline and control in the city. The city calmed down a bit. After discussing and making proper arrangements, most of the city decided to leave the city the next day. The next morning, over 80% of the citizens decided to leave the city. Toshio's family also mixed with them. They began traveling across the treacherous deserts and moved towards the nearby cities, towns and villages. Around the same time, Fujin reached Mizunashi City. Suddenly, his last clone dispelled himself and he received his memories. A smile formed on his face as he thought, as I expected. A vast number of people there will begin migrating. After all, who would want to stay in a dying city? Now, when they enter nearby cities, they will spread the events that happened in their city. Soon, the news will spread like wildfire throughout the land of wind. The news that Raza ordered the execution of a noble and left a city with tens of thousands of people to fend for themselves. Even though the cities in the east have no option but to stay subservient to Hidden Sand Village, they will become very suspicious of Raza's intention. And irrespective of what deal the Wind Daimyo and Raza made, they will enter into conflict once again. After all, that noble's family is still alive. As long as they reach the Daimyo, another round of hostilities will begin. Even if they don't manage to, the news alone will make the other nobles pressurize the Daimyo. Eventually, some of the people that migrated will migrate to the cities in the east. When they do, Raza's reputation will be hit even further. He will have to take a hell lot of effort to be able to recover his lost reputation. However, the bad will among the ones who suffered will last for decades. If Shikaku and Hiruzen don't promote me after this and give me access to that section of the library, I'll make them experience a similar hell. Though I guess they are too smart to make such a silly mistake. Fujin turned his thoughts towards the city in front of him. His eyes were glowing. He muttered, another city without any active seals protecting them. That said, the last assassination was fun. I wonder if this city will make it interesting for me as well. He took a step forward as wind covered his entire body. Before he could land his step, he disappeared from his spot and entered the city. He began walking casually towards the center of the city as usual. As expected, it also had a mansion at the center of the city. Fujin stood in a secluded corner and wondered, what should I do if this noble is also hiding while a decoy is taking his spot? Doing the same trick twice won't be feasible. After all, many would be suspicious of what I pulled in Shankuto. The same thing happening in two cities will reduce the suspicion on Raza and people will suspect foul play. So it will be counterproductive. Fujin thought for a bit and gave up. Leave it. I'll just kill whoever is acting to be the noble and the Hidden Sand Village ninjas protecting him. Though I should be careful. Kazuo was willing to blow himself up. However, if he had used something original or unpredictable, then I could have had some trouble. As he was deciding, he felt eyes on himself. He turned his head and saw a man approaching him. He laughed awkwardly and asked, young man, can you tell me where the flower shop is? I lost my way around here, ha ha ha. Fujin nodded and said, sure. Travel 3 streets down this road. Then take a right and then the second left. You'll find the most famous flower shop in this city. The man quickly said, thank you, young man. You saved me. He quickly left. Fujin watched his back. But this time, he didn't dare to use his chakra. He thought, suspicious. I didn't sense any chakra from him, but something about him feels off. He approached me right after I used some chakra. Fujin turned around and left in the opposite direction. The man didn't look back at Fujin and continued walking while thinking, I didn't expect him to know where the flower shop is. Did he just luckily come across the flower shop? Or is he an old spy? But why would someone place a spy in this remote city? Unless. Chapter 270, The Trap Springs. The man was none other than the elite Jounin, Odaka. He was hanging around the mansion under the disguise of an old man when he felt some chakra being used by Fujin. So he decided to check him out. However, Fujin gave him the answer spontaneously. Odaka looked at another young man around him and asked once again, young man. I want to buy flowers for my wife. It's our anniversary. Can you tell me where the flower shop is? The boy politely answered, just enter this street. The 5th shop on the right is a flower shop. Odaka raised his eyebrows. It wasn't the same location that Fujin mentioned. He pointed at a street a bit farther from his location and asked, young man, I was told that the flower shop is in that street after taking the second left. The boy followed his finger. After hearing his words, a look of disgust appeared on his face. He looked at Odaka and said with disgust, scums like you deserve to burn in hell. He quickly left, leaving Odaka dumbfounded. He wondered, what the hell did that young man point me to? He looked back at where he saw Fujin, but Fujin was nowhere to be seen. He looked in another direction and his eyes met with one of the Anbu who was hiding. Odaka pointed towards where he had met up with Fujin. The Anbu nodded and left. Meanwhile, Odaka was interested in where Fujin had pointed him. So he quickly moved towards it. As soon as he did, his face turned red and he became angry. He let out a laugh and said loudly, good one boy. You got me. The people around were startled by the loud voice. They looked at him like he was a crazy pervert and maintained a safe distance from him. Odaka was staring at a brothel. In fact, there were multiple brothels and sex toy shops on that street. He immediately left. Fujin, of course, had no idea what was here. He just gave random directions so that no one would think he is new in the city and get suspicious. Even if there was no flower shop there, the person would just assume that they were pranked and curse him without suspecting anything. However, Odaka was not just some person. And he didn't approach Fujin due to coincidence. He immediately turned around and began moving to see what the Anbu could have discovered. However, when he reached the mansion again, an explosion happened inside it. Odaka quickly turned his attention towards the mansion as he heard the sound of the explosion. He wondered, did the assassin attack? He quickly entered the mansion. So did a dozen other Jounin-level ninjas. When he was observing the mansion, Fujin had already noticed how many ninjas were inside the mansion. He spotted 9 ninjas, among which 3 were at Chunin level and 6 were merely Geninins. Just like in the previous city, the noble was hiding in one room with 2 ninjas protecting him while his family was hiding underground. He decided to take the same approach. In the central room in the mansion, the decoy was sitting dressed as the noble. 2 Chunin stood next to him facing opposite directions in case there was a sneak attack. This room had a lot of artifacts. Large animals made of wood were placed in the room. The decoy was very nervous. He didn't have the same conviction as Tetsuo. Even the ninjas were very nervous. They were already informed that an attack was just a matter of time. They had heard about the invincible record of the assassin and didn't want to end up dead too, so they resolutely followed all the instructions given by Yura. As they were waiting, a head popped out from the ground. The decoy was spooked and immediately shouted in terror, "He is here! He is here!" The other ninja turned around while the one facing Fujin immediately threw the kunai he was holding at Fujin and jumped back. So did the other ninja. Fujin's entire body left the ground. He observed the kunai closely as it had an explosion tag attached to it. He immediately shot an air bullet at it. However, before the air bullet could hit the kunai, the explosion tag exploded. Fujin instantly jumped back and refined his chakra into wind while wondering, what the hell? Why did it explode so far away from me? Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The amount of chakra used for performing the jutsu was very low as he didn't want to blow up the mansion. The winds generated by the jutsu instantly blew away the smoke. In addition, a few wind blades were also fired. They hit the decoy and killed him on the spot. However, the 2 hidden sand village ninjas had moved sufficiently away to dodge the wind blades. As the smoke cleared, Fujin noticed that the hidden sand village ninjas had backed to the wall while the noble was dead. A frown formed on his face as he saw the 2 hidden sand village Chunins. They were both wearing a gas mask to cover their nose and mouth. Fujin frowned and asked, "The explosion tag contained poison?" The hidden sand village ninjas began laughing. One said, "That's right. Did you think that no one could stop you?" The other said, "This is a newly created poison. Your antidotes won't help you. Ha ha ha. If you want to live, surrender now." Fujin frowned. His eyes widened as he suddenly sensed 13 strong chakras approaching the room. He looked at the hidden sand village Chunins and said, "Good trap." He immediately disappeared from their line of sight. The hidden sand village ninjas were surprised. One exclaimed, "Where did H?" His question was cut short as a punch pierced through his chest. His partner turned his head and saw in horror as a punch came straight at his face. He was too slow to even react. His last thought was, so fast. The punch landed on his face and killed him as well. Immediately, the door was smashed as 3 Jounins entered the room. Soon after, the walls were knocked out and even more Jounins entered. Odaka was the last one to enter. They surrounded Fujin from all directions. All of them had consumed the antidote and hence weren't concerned about the poison in the air. However, their expressions became ugly on seeing the dead Chunins. Fujin observed them and thought, 13 Jounins. No, 12 Jounins and an elite Jounin. Now that's a good trap. A smile formed on his face. The hidden sand village ninjas were surprised by his smile. It was as if he had caught them in a trap instead of what the actual situation was. Odaka stepped forward and said, "I never expected that you would smile in this situation. Though, I guess it isn't strange considering what you achieved. I really admire how many headaches you gave to Lord Kusagakure. I saw a few of his hair turn gray within a month." Ha ha ha. Fujin was puzzled by his attitude. Odaka spoke casually as if he was meeting an old friend instead of an enemy. However, his eyes widened as he sensed dozens of ninjas heading towards them. He realized, I see. He is just wasting time. As expected of someone so old. Odaka chuckled and said, "You sensed them, huh? It doesn't matter. With the poison you inhaled, you will die the most painful and gruesome death. To be honest, I am very interested in knowing who you are. I wonder if you can satisfy this old man's request now or if I will have to wait until you die." Fujin let out a chuckle and said, "We will have to see who will die and who will live." He took a step forward and suddenly disappeared. Odaka's eyes widened. He shouted, "Be careful. He is fast." Fujin appeared in front of a Jounin. He was holding a kunai in each hand. He immediately stabbed towards the Jounin's heart. The Jounin immediately jumped backwards. The ones next to him immediately attacked Fujin. Fujin stopped his attack and used his 2 kunais to block their attacks. However, the ninjas in front of him weaved hand signs. Wind style, air bullet jutsu. Fujin immediately pushed the attackers away and got out of the way. The bullets passed harmlessly and pierced through the walls. The Jounin frowned as those rogue bullets could hit some of their reinforcements. Odaka observed Fujin and analyzed with a frown on his face. He is faster and stronger than an average Jounin. Even among elite Jounins, his speed and physical strength might be at the very top. But, why is the poison not slowing him down? Is this his capability after being slowed, or does the poison not affect him for some reason? Odaka was taking Fujin lightly as his death was certain. But now he became doubtful. He immediately became very serious. As soon as Fujin landed in another spot, he was once again attacked by 3 Jounins. Fujin blocked their attacks and tried attacking back, but they dodged him with perfect teamwork. Suddenly, all 3 backed away. Fujin's eyes widened as he noticed 2 ninjas building up their chakra while weaving hand signs. He wondered, do they not care about the mansion? He instantly backed off and concentrated his chakra as well. Wind style, Wind Dragon Jutsu. 2 massive wind dragons formed and dived at Fujin. However, Fujin wasn't much concerned. He had already deduced the jutsu by looking at their hand signs. Wind style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. He poured 20% of his chakra into the jutsu. Extremely strong winds were breathed by Fujin. It hit the 2 wind dragons and dispersed it. The hidden sand village Jounins had grim expressions. They had the same thought, is he from the land of wind or are we? They all used their respective defensive moves. The walls of the mansion began collapsing. Fujin was about to pour even more chakra into the jutsu and cause maximum damage to the hidden sand village ninjas by dismantling their defensive jutsus when he suddenly jumped towards his right and looked behind. His eyes widened as he saw the wooden horse behind him open its mouth wide and shoot hundreds of needles at him. Fujin continued blowing the infinite breakthrough, but this time, he used it towards his left so that his body would be pushed to his right. However, it was too late. A few needles grazed his left hand and 2 needles pierced his left arm and stayed stuck in it. Fujin cursed, shit. Chapter 271, Racing in the Desert. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes as he noticed the chakra threads controlling the wooden horse. He traced them back and his eyes landed on Odaka. He thought, a puppet master. I guess these needles are poisoned as well. I don't have much time. Seeing Fujin get hit improved the morale of the hidden sand village Jounins who were getting overwhelmed. Odaka also sighed in relief. However, Fujin's eyes quickly scanned through the hidden sand village Jounins and finally settled on one guy. He decided, this one. Though the winds were still flowing strongly in the mansion, Fujin flickered and appeared next to him. The Jounin immediately moved backwards while swiping his kunai at Fujin. Fujin dropped the kunai in his hand and stopped his opponent by grabbing his wrist. At the same time, the ninjas nearby threw shurikens at Fujin from close range. A sigh escaped Fujin's mouth as he thought, sucks that they didn't come close. In the very next moment, he exploded. The eyes of the Jounin whose arm was being grabbed widened in horror. He couldn't use any jutsu to defend himself nor could he get away. His left arm was blown up. The explosion hit his body, burning his eyes and face. He was launched across the room and crashed into a wall. The shurikens that were thrown at Fujin were also launched back due to the explosion. However, everyone dodged them easily. But not a single person had a happy expression. Outside the mansion, people were going with their lives as usual. A few people who were around the mansion noticed the sounds of explosions and clashes inside the mansion and began wondering what was happening. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred. A corner of the mansion was blown up. Pieces of stone and concrete were sent flying for hundreds of meters in the city and crashed into a few unlucky houses and stores. Immediately, everyone began looking at the mansion which stood at the center of the city. These included the ninjas that were hiding in the city, the civilians and the young man sitting in a cafe. The young man's eyes glowed as he observed the mansion while going through the memories he received. A smirk formed on his face as he thought, not bad. Not bad at all. They set up a very good trap. The previous easy missions were indeed to lower my guard. If it was someone careless or arrogant, this trap would have been very successful. Now then. The young man was none other than Fujin. When Odaka approached him, Fujin had already finished observing the mansion and sent a shadow clone into the ground to attack the mansion. Fujin's eyes moved rapidly as he spotted 4 Anbu ninjas who were observing him from different locations. At the moment of the explosion, they stopped looking at him and watched the mansion. Fujin took the opportunity and flickered immediately. He appeared behind an Anbu ninja and pierced a kunai through his throat. Before the Anbu could realize that someone killed him, he flickered behind the next Anbu ninja and repeated the same. The Anbu were located quite far away from each other, so they didn't notice their comrades falling. However, they had a job to spy on Fujin. They turned their attention back to him only to notice him not being in his spot. They immediately became alert. However, another one of them was killed by Fujin. The final Anbu noticed someone killing a fellow Anbu member through the corner of his eye. He was shocked. He immediately grabbed his kunai. Fujin flickered once again and appeared behind the last Anbu. The Anbu quickly turned around and used his kunai to stop Fujin's attack. The two kunai clashed, creating a loud sound. Inside the mansion, one Jounin asked, "Did he die?" As the dust began settling, Odaka walked ahead and said with a grim expression, "I guess not. He was a shadow clone. No wonder the poison had no effect on him." The Jounins immediately went silent. Finally, one asked, "Did we get toyed with by a mere clone?" Everyone knew the answer, but everyone was silent. Suddenly, their silence was broken by the loud sound of two kunai clashing. Everyone looked out of the hole the explosion had created and noticed an Anbu ninja fighting with someone. Fujin was surprised by the loudness of the sound. He wondered, is his kunai made of something that creates a loud noise? But what's the use of such a loud kunai? The hidden sand village Anbu sighed in relief. He thought, I'm glad I kept this kunai with me for emergencies. Now everyone will know that he is here. However, his relief was short-lived. Fujin shot an air bullet at his forehead at point blank. The Anbu had no time to dodge. A hole was left in his forehead as he dropped dead. However, the loud sound had done its job. Over 100 ninjas were staring at Fujin. The Jounins led by Odaka immediately flickered towards Fujin. Yura and his subordinates were close to Fujin as well. They quickly moved towards him as well. Fujin watched them as his body was enveloped in wind. Odaka's eyes widened. Dozens of poison needles appeared in his hands and he threw them all at Fujin. However, before they could reach him, Fujin had already disappeared. The Jounins all landed where Fujin was standing. Immediately wind enveloped them as well as they weaved hand seals and cursed, "Do you think only you know the wind instantaneous body jutsu?" Immediately, all the Jounins used the same jutsu and began their chase. Apart from these 12, the others in the city who could use that jutsu began the chase as well. Fujin turned around and noticed a few dozen ninjas chasing after him. He thought, the area around the city is a complete desert. There is nothing that can hide me. If this was the land of fire, they wouldn't even know where to chase me. Still, it's fine. The chase depends on the expertise in this jutsu and stamina. I'll just keep running until they can't keep up anymore. Fujin looked ahead and continued running. Apart from this, he had another choice. That was to use shadow clones and split in different directions. It would force the hidden sand village ninjas to split up as well. He could then hunt them one by one. Fujin did think of this idea, but he dismissed it immediately. He thought, though I could kill a good number of them, it's too risky. My shadow clones can't be poisoned, but I can be. I'd prefer to not get poisoned in this desert. After all, poison is Hidden Sand Village's speciality. Though it wasn't a match for Tsunade, I'm no Tsunade. Avoiding getting poisoned is the only method for me. Over the last couple of years, Fujin's knowledge about medical jutsus, the human body and poisons had increased a lot. But he wasn't arrogant enough to think that it would be anywhere close to competing against Hidden Sand Village. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas chasing Fujin had already split into groups. At the forefront was Mainabu. Behind him were Yura, Odaka and Eagle. The Jounins were behind them in smaller groups of their own. Though they could use the jutsu, the amount of time needed and the distance they could cover was different for everyone. Every Hidden Sand Village ninja had a grim face as they noticed Fujin getting further and further away at every second. One of the Jounins cursed, "What the hell? How does he flicker by more than a kilometer every time? And why does his jutsu activate instantly?" The one next to him muttered, "It's almost as if the wind gods have all blessed him." They weren't the only ones with that thought. Mainabu was upset as well. He was one of the strongest wind users in Hidden Sand Village. He was quite prideful about his expertise in wind manipulation. He thought, if not for the magnet KK Genkai, even Raza wouldn't be a match for my wind style. Who was this ninja? Fujin used the jutsu 10 times consecutively. He was about to use it again when he suddenly stopped and disrupted his chakra. Immediately, the scene in front of him changed. A dozen ninjas appeared in front of him. He was alarmed by the situation and wondered, why the hell would they set up an ambush all the way out here? Mainabu, Odaka and the rest noticed it and sighed in relief. The reinforcements sent by Raza had arrived when Fujin was wasting time in Shankuto City. Mainabu thought, he finally encountered one of the squads. I was afraid he was going to run straight through the net we set up. After all, how could anyone catch anyone who moves a kilometer with every step? However, it looks like he has used up all his luck. Of all the squads to encounter, he encountered that monster. Chapter 272, Unleashing the Monster. The 12 Hidden Sand Village ninjas stared at Fujin. The one standing at the front and who set up the Ganjutsu was Susumu, an elite jounin. He chuckled and said, "You must have had horrible luck to encounter us. After today, even your bones won't remain." The others chuckled as well. Fujin didn't bother arguing against them. After all, he could see the reason why they were so cocky. It was a young boy, standing in the midst of their ranks. The boy had fair skin, short, spiky and red hair and emerald green eyes with dark rings giving him a distinct look. In addition, there was a gourd on his back, which was too big for his size. Fujin thought, facing Gaara in a desert full of sand. Indeed, my luck would have been horrible had he been older. However, at this age, is Raza out of his mind sending his 10-year-old kid and hidden sand village's only Jinchuriki against me? If I didn't already know the future, I'd be very tempted to kill him right here. And unless he released one tail, I doubt he'd have any chance of survival either. Unlike Fujin, Gaara didn't waste any time thinking. Sand poured out of his gourd and immediately moved towards Fujin. Fujin was about to flicker when he felt something unusual. He immediately disrupted his chakra and moved out of the way while looking at Susumu. Susumu grinned and said, "With me here, you should forget about being able to escape. Gaara-sama, attack without restraint. I'll ensure that he can't escape." Gaara ignored his words and kept attacking. Fujin dodged while thinking, annoying. He uses Ganjutsu right when I am about to use a jutsu. Though I can break it right away, it's dangerous. After all, who knows how I will use the jutsu when under a Ganjutsu. This level of Ganjutsu, he must be Sabaku Susumu, one of Raza's cousins. And probably the strongest Ganjutsu user from Hidden Sand Village. But how is he affecting my chakra? Susumu was very confident about trapping Fujin. However, his smile disappeared as he noticed that Fujin kept avoiding Gaara's sand every time. Even though Fujin couldn't use any jutsu, he wasn't very concerned. His normal speed far exceeded the speed of Gaara's sand. Not a single attack came close to hurting him. However, as Fujin was dodging the sand, Minabu finally caught up. Fujin looked back and frowned. At this rate, I'll be surrounded by hundreds of ninjas. His eyes began glowing as he focused chakra in them. Gaara was becoming impatient. He sent all the sand out of his gourd. It formed into small pebble-sized balls and rained down at Fujin. Fujin got out of range of the attack with ease once again as he observed, "I see. This guy is leaking his chakra into the wind. He is using the air I breathe to slowly affect my chakra network and make me fall into a Ganjutsu. This shouldn't be enough to make me fall under a Ganjutsu, but he probably increases the chakra right when I'm busy refining my chakra to use a jutsu." A sparkle appeared in Fujin's eyes as he looked at Susumu. His look towards him had changed. He no longer viewed Susumu as an obstruction and instead viewed him as a delicacy. A shiver passed through Susumu's spine as he wondered, why is he looking at me like this? Don't tell me he swings that way. Still, shouldn't he be concerned about Gaara? Wind style, air bullet jutsu. Minabu noticed that Fujin was focusing on Gaara and Susumu. He had no intention of getting in Gaara's way. So he maintained distance and fired 15 air bullets at Fujin. Fujin noticed the attack and dodged once again. However, Gaara was annoyed. Normally, everyone would be terrified of him and his sand. However, not only was Fujin not afraid, he didn't even give Gaara a second glance. It was as if Fujin didn't consider him a threat at all. Gaara exerted more chakra. Hundreds of sandballs rained at Fujin, who nimbly dodged while emitting his own chakra into the air to neutralize Susumu's threat. Susumu immediately sensed Fujin's chakra and was shocked. However, before he could do anything, Gaara shouted, "Desert coffin." While Fujin was dodging the sand shower, Gaara led him towards where his sand was. Fujin was surrounded on all sides. For the second time, Fujin looked into Gaara's eyes. A frown formed on Gaara's face as he muttered, "Why isn't he afraid of me, mother?" In anger, the sand began moving much faster. However, Fujin, who was maintaining eye contact, suddenly disappeared. He reappeared far outside the little trap Gaara had created. Susumu shouted, "Impossible. How did you use a jutsu?" He wondered, even if he has seen through my technique, he hasn't broken it yet. So how did he flicker? Minabu flickered behind Fujin with a grim expression and attacked Fujin with a kunai. Fujin grabbed his kunai and hit Minabu's kunai and jumped backwards immediately. Minabu did the same as Gaara's sand appeared between the two of them. Minabu said, "He didn't use a jutsu. That is his raw speed." Susumu was shocked. He looked at Fujin again and wondered, that's his normal speed? No wonder he has been so successful in his assassinations. We have to kill him here. Otherwise, he will become a huge headache for Hidden Sand Village. As they were wondering how to deal with Fujin, Odaka and Eagle arrived and joined Minabu. Yura too arrived but stayed back and began coordinating the ninjas and establishing new perimeters to ensure that Fujin couldn't escape. However, unlike the level-headed Jounins, one person had no patience. He was incredibly annoyed by how dismissive Fujin was of him. Gaara shouted, "Sand tsunami." Immediately, the sand in the desert began moving. It formed into a wave of tsunami and headed towards Fujin. However, instead of terror, there was a smile on Fujin's face as he thought, finally, he messed up. I was worried after seeing the puppet master. The hidden sand village Jounins noticed the tsunami and had grim expressions. The jutsu covered a wide area. All of them were targeted as well. They immediately moved away. The remaining 10 ninjas from the ambush squad were standing behind Gaara and hence were safe from the tsunami. However, they began sweating in fear due to the scale of the attack. Fujin looked at Susumu and decided, I was planning to leave and never return here. But since you decided to keep me here, I might as well have some fun. Fujin disrupted his chakra once again and exerted a huge amount of chakra. Susumu noticed the chakra buildup and immediately cursed, shit. He will run away. Even before he could complete his statement, Fujin disappeared. The hidden sand village ninjas wanted to stop him, but the sand tsunami severely restricted their movement. The hidden sand village ninjas who were still rushing towards Fujin stopped and dispersed out of the attack's way. Odaka expanded his chakra field and tried to sense Fujin. However, he could no longer sense him. Odaka frowned and said, he is gone. I can't sense him anymore. It was a mistake to include Gaara in such an important mission. He doesn't have the tactical know-how yet to fight at this level. The others silently agreed. Eagle said, luckily Euro began establishing a new perimeter. We can still catch up with him if he gets stalled. However, Minabu, Odaka and Susumu didn't share the same opinion. They had all engaged with Fujin. His speed was too fast for anyone under the elite Jounin level to handle. Excluding them, there were only 2 more elite Jounins around the city. And neither were stationed in that direction. Though they were upset that Fujin had gotten away, they had another matter to take care of. The sand tsunami was approaching them rapidly. They immediately flickered out of the way. Gaara, who created this mess, grinned and said, that's it. Run away from me. As soon as he said it, the sand around him moved quickly and formed a sand wall on his left side. Gaara was shocked and turned his head to the left. His eyes widened as he saw 6 holes in the sand wall. 6 air bullets pierced through the thin layer of sand and grazed Gaara's arms and chest. Gaara's eyes widened in horror as a red line appeared across his chest. His arms also began bleeding. He muttered, what is this? Is this blood? My. Immediately he shouted as loudly as he could, blood, my blood. The hidden sand village Jounins who were still dodging the sand tsunami were shocked as they felt a thick bloodlust and heard Gaara's screams. Susumu asked in terror, Gaara is injured? How? The others were horrified too. The sand tsunami was just a minor inconvenience. If they didn't have to chase after Fujin, this jutsu wouldn't have any effect on them. However, they began sweating in fear at the thought of Gaara losing control. The ones who had it worst were the 10 hidden sand village ninjas who were behind Gaara. Their legs began shivering in terror. A few fell on the ground. The ones who could stand began running away. Chapter 273, a complex battle. Unlike what Odaka had thought, Fujin hadn't run away. Instead, he just hid his chakra signature. And thanks to the cover provided by the sand tsunami, no one could see, hear or smell him. He immediately attacked Gaara with the intention of making him bleed. However, he was surprised as he thought, the air bullets breaking through is reasonable. After all, the sand that defended him was too little. But why did he get injured so much? Doesn't he have the sand armor? Fujin observed him properly and realized, I see. I guess he hasn't created that technique yet. He turned his attention towards the hidden sand village ninjas on the other side of the tsunami and muttered, well, sucks to be you guys. Odaka activated his chakra field once again. His eyes widened as he shouted, that assassin is still here. Bastard hid his chakra signature. Fujin detected the chakra field and immediately used wind instantaneous body jutsu. Odaka sensed Fujin getting farther away and said, he escaped. Minabu asked, are you sure that he didn't hide his chakra again? It'll be annoying if he interferes when we are stopping Gaara. Odaka replied, yes. Last time his chakra signature just disappeared. This time, I sensed him leaving. Besides, I doubt he would want to stay when Gaara is losing control. They could still hear Gaara's screams as his body began transforming. The sand tsunami had lost its power and was settling down. But other than Eagle and the 3 elite Jounins, the rest stayed away in fear. Susumu moved towards Gaara while weaving hand signs. Minabu shouted, don't let him fall asleep. Susumu already knew it. He reached as close to Gaara as he could and completed his hand signs. Demise of the rebirth. Despite being partially transformed, the Ganjutsu hit Gaara. As the Ganjutsu took hold, a serene sensation washed over him, like a gentle breeze on summer's eve. In an instant, his tumultuous emotions were caressed and quelled. It was as if the weight of anger, hatred, pain and panic were lifted. The world around him transformed into a dreamland adorned by sakura blossoms. As Gaara watched the sakura petals floating with the wind, he felt a soothing sensation. The illusion cocooned him in a realm of tranquility, offering respite from the burdens of reality. For a fleeting moment, he found solace in the beauty of this ephemeral sanctuary. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay in this world forever. A wave of anger burned in his heart as one tail transferred his chakra into Gaara's body to break the illusion and further transform the boy. Susumu and the rest knew that the Genjutsu wouldn't hold a Jinchuriki down for long. When Gaara opened his eyes, he saw 4 puppets surrounding him. His body was tied with metal strings held by the puppets, restricting his mobility. Gaara roared in rage as he began struggling. Odaka gritted his teeth and increased his control on his puppets to ensure that they wouldn't be sent flying. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Mainabu jumped high in the sky and blew an intense wind on Gaara. Gaara's knees bent. He felt an intense pressure falling down on him continuously. The hidden Sand Village ninjas sighed in relief on seeing Gaara being pinned down. However, Gaara opened his eyes and stared at Mainabu. Mainabu immediately had a bad feeling. The sand under Gaara's feet began moving. It instantly reached Mainabu. Fortunately, Mainabu was prepared and flickered out of the way. Gaara's eyes moved and landed on Odaka. Odaka immediately jumped as he felt the sand under his feet move. As soon as he jumped, multiple tentacles made of sand appeared and moved towards Odaka. Realizing the danger, Odaka opened a scroll and made a hand seal. Immediately, a huge turtle made of wood and metal appeared between him and the sand. The sand hit the belly of the turtle while Odaka landed on its back and immediately jumped towards Mainabu. The sand tentacles were stopped. However, more sand moved and completely engulfed the turtle. Odaka's remaining 4 puppets were also engulfed and crushed by sand. He sighed and muttered, "This is going to be a painful fight." Mainabu nodded. The cost of building high-quality puppets was quite high. He said, "Fortunately, we bought enough time." Odaka nodded as he saw that Susumu had returned with 2 ninjas behind him. Susumu looked at the situation and instructed, "We will hold him down. As soon as we do, use your techniques to seal him temporarily." The 2 ninjas nodded nervously. They were sent along with Susumu and Gaara in case such a scenario happened. However, despite being trained, they had very little experience in sealing a Jinchuriki. After all, if something went wrong in Hidden Sand Village, Raza would take care of it. They would have no reason to act. Odaka, Mainabu and Susumu began fighting Gaara again. Meanwhile, Eagle stood next to the 2 sealing ninjas to ensure that Gaara wouldn't harm them. After 5 minutes of intense battle, they finally managed to pin Gaara down once again. Susumu shouted, "Now!" Immediately, the 2 sealing ninjas summoned and opened a giant roll of cloth. Cloth binding jutsu. The cloth moved towards Gaara and began wrapping itself around it. Gaara struggled, but he couldn't get out of it. In a few seconds, he was completely covered by the cloth. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas finally sighed in relief. Gaara was stopped. They and the city close to them were safe. Susumu grabbed a sealing tag and walked towards Gaara in order to ensure that he couldn't break free. However, his eyes widened. He looked down at his chest in fear and disbelief. A kunai that was dyed in blood had pierced through his heart. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas were shocked as well. A second ago they were happy that Gaara was sealed. Now, they watched in disbelief as the strongest Genjutsu specialist in Hidden Sand Village closed his eyes and passed away. However, Fujin had no expression on his face. He didn't waste any time celebrating and instead looked at Mainabu and Odaka. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. A massive windstorm was shot out towards them. Odaka hurriedly summoned a defensive puppet and the 2 hid behind it. However, both had grim expressions. Mainabu asked, "Didn't you say that he ran away?" Odaka answered, "I definitely sensed him running away. Unless he kept hiding and sent a shadow clone away to fool me. Or maybe he ran away and returned while hiding his chakra. After all, we were busy stopping Gaara." Mainabu didn't question any further. After all, it was pointless. He said, "This scum is very cunning. We were on guard while fighting Gaara. If he had attacked then, Susumu would have dodged or blocked him. Instead, he waited until we had won and dropped our guard momentarily." Odaka nodded and said, "He almost reminds me of Yellow Flash. In the Third War, we lost most of our elite jounins to his sneak attacks. Other than Tsunade, he was the main reason that we had to accept our defeat and form an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village." Mainabu and Odaka's expressions became even uglier. They had speculated that the assassin was from Hidden Leaf Village. Both thought, if Hidden Leaf Village has gained such a strong fighter who is willing to go to such an extreme during peacetime, then a war with them would prove extremely costly. While Mainabu and Odaka were hiding from the storm, Eagle took the opportunity to flicker behind Fujin and attacked him with his kunai. However, Fujin withdrew the kunai from Susumu's heart and blocked the attack. Wind style, air bullet jutsu. Eagle's eyes widened as he noticed the attack. He immediately jumped out of the way. Fujin let him go and instead spat out a fire on the cloth that had sealed Gaara. The two sealing ninjas shouted in horror, "No! Don't!" Unfortunately, Fujin had no intention to listen to them. Eagle's eyes widened as well. He immediately began weaving hand signs and building up his chakra. However, before he could complete his hand signs, he was forced to jump backwards. A kunai grazed past his left forearm, leaving a half-foot-long cut in it. He winced in pain but kept weaving hand signs. Water style, waterfall jutsu. Despite acting as fast as he could, the delay due to the pain meant that the cloth was already set on fire. A second later, a huge waterfall crashed down on the fire and doused it. At the same time, Minabu launched his own infinite breakthrough jutsu and neutralized Fujin's attack. Hiendodaka appeared next to Eagle and asked, "Where is the assassin?" Eagle said, "He is th." His words were stuck in his mouth as he noticed that Fujin and Susumu's dead body had both disappeared. However, before they could investigate, a furious roar was heard through the desert. The hidden sand village ninjas looked where Gaara was sealed in grim expression as he broke out of the binding cloth. They began fighting him once again. Chapter 274, An Opportunity. Minabu and Odaka led the fight to suppress Gaara once again. However, without Susumu and with the added threat of an assassin, the fight became much more difficult. Minabu shouted, "Yura! Take command of others and encircle Gaara. Have sensors monitor the battlefield and immediately report if anyone senses that assassin." Being struck once, Minabu didn't want to risk getting attacked again. Hidden Sand Village's losses were already terrible. In its entire history, Hidden Sand Village had experienced such losses during peacetime very few times. If he and Odaka were also to die, then Hidden Sand Village would be in a terrible position. Not to mention, the assassin could also target their only Jinchuriki. As the Hidden Sand Village ninjas entered into a bitter struggle, the source of their suffering had already flickered tens of kilometers away. Fujin finally stopped and let out a sigh. He muttered, "What a mess. First, they let me kill nobles without any obstruction, and then they suddenly have over 100 ninjas defending one remote city with their Jinchuriki standing right on my escape route. If I didn't know how impulsive Gaara was, I could have been in a pinch." He looked at Susumu's dead body in his hand and muttered, "Though it's not all bad. My Ganjutsu level was stuck for a long time. Other than the Bringer of Darkness, I don't have a high-level Ganjutsu that could create a significant impact in battle. I was wondering if I could use the wind to somehow use Ganjutsu. Sadly, the Anbu duties didn't leave me with much time. But now it seems to be a good thing. With his jutsus as the base, I would easily master high-level Ganjutsu in no time." Fujin carefully stored Susumu's body. He had no intention of trying to read his memories by himself. He looked back towards where the Sand Shinobi were fighting and analyzed, "In this battle, I only used wind and fire jutsus. Apart from it, I also exposed my high speed, strength and expertise in chakra control, flickering and assassination. Sigh, it's a little more than what I planned to expose. But I did manage to keep my earth jutsus, vacuum jutsus, sword skills and chakra flow a secret. Even if they investigate, they wouldn't analyze that this was me anytime soon. Though once I begin gaining fame, it won't be that difficult for their suspicions to fall on me." Fujin sighed. He could have never imagined that such a distant city would have an ambush made of one Jinchuriki, 3 elite jounins, dozens of jounins and hundreds of ninjas. He thought, "I should have quit after burning the food storage." Fujin weaved a few hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu smoke appeared in front of Fujin. It slowly dispersed, exposing a large saber tooth holding the bloody leg of some wild animal in his mouth. He looked around and saw Fujin. Fujin said with a smile, "Kaido, it's good to see you again." Kaido continued eating as he asked, "Fujin, why did you call me?" Fujin replied, "I am deep in enemy territory and have no idea how many are hiding around in ambush. Give me a lift." Kaido continued eating the leg and said, "Sure, give me a minute." He swallowed the entire leg and then spat out the bones and said, "Get on." Fujin disappeared and appeared on his back. Kaido jumped high and spread his wings wide. He flapped it a few times and quickly rose above the clouds. He looked below towards where Gaara was and said, "Your enemy seems quite strong. I can feel his chakra and bloodlust all the way up here." Unlike Kaido, Fujin couldn't feel anything. He said, "It's a Jinchuriki. A human who hosts a tailed beast. That said, he is a child and has lost control. If he didn't, I'd be in deep trouble." Kaito nodded. Just based on the chakra fluctuations, he had no will to confront that being. He immediately began flying away toward the east. Fujin lay down on his back while enjoying the fresh air and gentle breeze. The last few weeks had been too tedious. He was on guard at all times due to being in enemy territory. Fujin closed his eyes and began meditating. Despite not having any seals, Fujin had noticed long back that meditating while flying above the clouds was much more effective than meditating in his meditation room. In addition, it had a soothing effect on his mind. In a world with ceaseless conflict and incessant schemes, he cherished this feeling. Unlike Fujin's calm mind, the deserts he flew over were in turmoil. After a long struggle, Mainabu and Odaka managed to stop Gaara's rampage and returned him to his normal state. Unfortunately, the lives of 4 Chunins and 1 Jounin were lost in the process. Around them, hundreds of hidden sand village ninjas were establishing a new perimeter. Dozens of sensors moved continuously in the desert to find where the assassin was hiding. Messenger birds were constantly being sent to keep everyone informed about the situation. A bit further from them, tens of thousands of people were migrating across the desert from Shankudo to nearby towns and villages that had the protection of the hidden sand village ninjas. Hiding among them was the family of the dead noble Toshio. However, Fujin would have nothing to do with it. He had already left the entire matter behind him. Raza and the Hidden Sand Village Council would have to handle the aftermath of Fujin's actions. If they decide to retaliate, then Shikaku and Hiruzen would have to face the consequences of not properly defining Fujin's mission parameters. Fujin flew on Kaido's back for half a day. They left the Land of Wind behind and entered the Land of Rivers undetected. Kaido found an abandoned hill and finally landed. He asked, "Don't you want a lift all the way back home?" Fujin shook his head and thought, "Very few people know I have a summon. And even fewer know what my summon is or what their abilities are. Though I don't intend to hide them like my lightning jutsus, it's good to have another good trump card." Fujin replied, "No need, I can make the remaining journey myself as there shouldn't be any enemies here." Kaido replied, "Alright." He disappeared in a cloud of smoke and returned to his home. Meanwhile, Fujin stretched for a bit and was about to move towards the Land of Fire when he heard a loud explosion. He turned his head to the left and squinted his eyes. Around 3 kilometers from his location, a forest fire had been started. He squinted his eyes and observed the location and analyzed, "A fight? At this time of the night? I wonder what's going on." He suppressed his chakra signature and flickered towards the location. His chakra reserves had already recovered and he didn't sense any terrible chakra. So he wasn't very worried. In the forests, 5 masked people were chasing after a man. The man was injured. There were multiple cuts on his body. In addition, his left hand had a huge burn mark due to an explosion. One of the masked men shouted, "Shigeki! Stop running and face consequences for your actions." Shigeki didn't say anything and continued running. His condition wasn't good. The masked men weren't angry. Instead, they looked at Shigeki with ridicule. They could have killed him long back. However, they were just having fun. Shigeki was aware of it. However, he continued running while praying, "Please give me one chance. Please. As long as I survive, I'll return stronger than ever. I'll avenge my family and kill that bastard." Fortunately or unfortunately, the direction he was running in was where Fujin had landed. Fujin reached the location quickly and observed from a distance. None of the 6 ninjas sensed his arrival. Fujin analyzed, "These 5 masked ninjas are from the special forces of Hidden Valley's village. And is that Kosai Shigeki? Why are they chasing their own jounin?" Fujin had interacted with Shigeki a couple of times during his Anbu missions. He had a good impression of him. The man was decently strong for someone who wasn't from any major village and didn't have any strong bloodline. In addition, he was smart, loyal to his village and capable of leading large squads. Fujin followed them stealthily. Within a couple of minutes, he wondered, did he do something that irked the leaders of Hidden Valley's village or the Land of River? The more he chased, the more sure Fujin became of his speculation. Especially after he observed Shigeki's facial expressions. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "This is a good opportunity. I was hoping to find someone who was capable and in a desperate situation." However, his smile faded away and was replaced with a frown as he thought, "But this is too soon. I am not ready. I haven't finalized my plans or even have any concrete goals as of now." Chapter 275, Shiden. The masked men continued chasing Shigeki while occasionally throwing shurikens and explosion tags at him. Fujin followed them patiently for 45 minutes. He had changed his attire and got himself a new mask. Finally, one of the masked men stopped laughing and said, "He is reaching close to a cliff. He might try to jump off. Enough fun, let's kill him now. We still have to bring his dead body back. Otherwise, Kanji-sama might kill us as well." The other masked men got serious as well and said, "Yes, Captain." Immediately their speed increased. Shigeki noticed the cliff as well. He immediately began running towards it while thinking, "If they catch me, I'll die. I will try my luck by jumping off the cliff. If I survive, I will train and slaughter Kanji, his son and his entire family." Unfortunately, one of the masked men appeared next to him. Shigeki's eyes widened. He immediately punched him. However, the masked man ducked and kicked his left leg which had a huge burn mark. Shigeki screamed in pain. He lost his balance and fell on his face and slid across the ground. The fall aggravated his existing injuries and inflicted fresh ones that began bleeding as well. Despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and got up. However, as soon as he did, he saw the 5 masked ninjas standing in front of him. The captain raised his kunai and said, "Farewell, Shigeki." He swung his kunai at Shigeki's neck. Tears rolled down Shigeki's cheeks as he shouted, "Just give me one chance." The masked ninjas had a smirk on their faces. They had no mercy for Shigeki. Just when the kunai was about to cut his neck, the masked man's hand lost power. The kunai hit Shigeki's neck but caused no injury as it didn't have enough force to cut through. Meanwhile, Shigeki's eyes were wide open in shock. As if answering his prayers, the heads of all 5 masked ninjas were sent flying in an instant. In a second, their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, Shigeki felt a chill down his spine. He didn't dare move as he felt a sword resting on his neck. He felt that if he made any slight movement, his head would roll over just like others. He heard a cold voice asking, "Give you a chance for what?" He immediately said, "One of the elders in Hidden Valley's village killed my entire family. I want a chance to live so that I can get stronger and get justice for my wife and daughter." Fujin was puzzled. He asked, "Why did he kill them?" Shigeki was silent. Tears rolled down his cheeks. His voice lost all spirit as he said, "His drunk son raped my daughter. He didn't know she was my daughter. In a rage, I beat him up and mutilated him to ensure that he can't do something so heinous to anyone else. I wanted to kill him as well, but I was stopped by my colleagues. That's when my tragedy began. Kanji couldn't retaliate at first as my colleagues backed me. Instead, he showed that he was upset with his son and scolded him. But in reality, he was plotting revenge. Slowly, Kanji made numerous allegations about me and spread ill rumors. When my reputation had fallen enough, his personal ninjas made a move against my family when I was out on a mission. They ambushed me as well, due to which I couldn't fight back." He stopped talking and broke down. Fujin sighed secretly but kept his sword on his neck. He thought, no wonder he is in such bad shape. Though Fujin knew about Shigeki, he wasn't aware of his family. But he knew that Shigeki was just in his early 30s. He didn't need to think much to understand what his daughter might have gone through. He let Shigeki cry out for some time. Finally, Shigeki calmed down. He asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Fujin didn't answer. Shigeki begged, "Could you please let me live for some time? I will get justice for my family and then kill myself. If not, could you please kill Kanji and his son after you kill me?" Fujin didn't answer and asked, "How will you kill your way into Hidden Valley's village in your condition?" Shigeki replied, "I am not strong enough yet. I will train until I can get justice for my family." Fujin chuckled and said, "Strong enough to kill your way into a hidden village? You are too old for having such silly dreams. But I have a proposition for you. I was looking for a capable man to recruit to help me run my organization. You might be suitable for that job. As long as you do a good job, I'll help you get your justice. Either by yourself if you get sufficiently strong enough or through my hands. What do you say?" Shigeki was surprised. He was expecting to die like the masked ninjas. Instead, their killer was trying to recruit him. He asked, "What organization do you want to create?" Fujin asked, "Does it matter as long as you get your justice?" Shigeki went silent. However, after a couple of minutes, he shook his head and said, "No. I won't join any organization that would make others suffer as I and my family did." Fujin withdrew his sword and replied, "Oh, it won't be that sort of an organization. No need to be bothered about that." Shigeki thought for a bit more. Fujin didn't disturb him. Finally, he got up with much struggle and bowed to Fujin and said, "Thank you for saving my life, Lord. I, Kasai Shigeki, am willing to work for your organization as long as you help me get justice for my family." Fujin nodded and extended his palm towards Shigeki. Chakra appeared on his palm and began healing Shigeki. Shigeki's eyes widened. He thought, I never thought that someone who could kill without a second thought would be a medical ninja. The wounds on Shigeki were all external wounds. Fujin healed all his wounds in a few minutes. He said, "Follow me." Fujin began running. Shigeki, who was now fully healed but low on chakra, followed Fujin. The two ran through forests for over a couple of hours and arrived at a cave. Shigeki was puzzled. The cave was quite small and there was no one there. Fujin entered the cave. This was the same cave where he had stopped while heading to the Land of Wind. He inscribed a few more seals and created a few hiding rooms in the cave. He said, "Shigeki, I have inscribed numerous seals in this cave. Unless someone accidentally enters the cave, no one will detect you. Even if someone does, you can hide in the 2 rooms I created. You will stay safe there." Shigeki asked in a puzzled voice, "Lord, are there any other members from the organization here?" Fujin replied, "You can call me Shiden. No need for any honorifics. And no. Currently, only you will be stationed here. Though I have recruited a few others, They are in different locations in other countries. You don't need to concern yourself with them for now. Shigeki nodded and asked, alright, but what am I supposed to do? Fujin replied, train of course. Don't you want to get justice? You are free to train however you want. My plans for you will need a few years to implement. So stay around this place. When I am ready, I will come here to look for you. Shigeki was surprised. He thought, a few years? He recalled his family and thought, it's fine. I am not strong enough yet. I don't know what Shiden's intentions are, but he saved my life and gave me a safe environment to live in and train. Besides, he seems to be a leader of a huge organization. With such a big organization, getting revenge will be very easy. He bowed down and said, thank you for saving my life and giving me a safe place, Shiden. I will wait here for you. Fujin nodded and said, good. I'll take my leave. Train hard and get stronger. Shigeki replied with determination, I will. Fujin nodded once again before turning and flickering away. Shigeki raised his head only to see that Fujin was nowhere to be seen. He thought, he is even faster than I imagined him to be. He left the cave and looked at the stars in the sky. His eyes became watery as he muttered, wait a few years for me. I will fight for your justice and came to be with you. He wiped his tears and a determined expression appeared on his face. He wasted no time and began training. A few kilometers away, Fujin stopped moving. He quietly changed his clothes and for the first time in a couple of months changed back to his real appearance. However, he had a weird expression on his face and his cheeks had a hint of redness. He muttered, since when did my ability to bullshit reach this level? Chapter 276, The Difficulties in Creating an Organization. Fujin was shocked at how much he had lied to Shigeki. What other members of the organization? He was the only member. Heck, there wasn't any organization in the first place. The only place where it existed was Fujin's head. Fujin thought, I was so embarrassed by his questions and so embarrassed to say that he is the first member, that I couldn't help but lie. This way, he will just think that I am opening a new branch and not that I am starting the organization. Luckily, Fujin was wearing a mask while talking with him. Otherwise, no transformation jutsu could have hidden how embarrassed he felt while answering those questions. Fortunately, he was shameless enough to maintain a straight voice. Fujin sighed and muttered, it doesn't feel good to fool a man who is in so much sorrow. Leave it, I'll help him get his revenge. That should be enough to clear whatever is still left of my conscience. Besides, the target is just an elder from a small village. I can assassinate him even now. Fujin began walking towards the land of fire while thinking, I haven't thought of any details when it comes to my organization. My original motivation for creating an organization was very simple. If something unexpected happens, especially if that something isn't aligned with what I remember from the original series, and I need a safe place to escape to, then the organization should be my second home. The situation after fighting Darui was a perfect example of where an organization could have helped me a lot. It would have provided me with a third alternative which would be much safer than the other two. In addition, the organization could help me collect information. It could also help in collecting rare materials like elemental crystals or perhaps even chakra metal. But, this isn't enough. An organization needs to have a goal. If it is completely centered around me and my needs, then the organization wouldn't last long. It needs to have a goal to bind everyone together. And that goal also needs to complement my needs somehow. In addition, I also need to decide on the structure of the organization, the chain of command, how much authority people would have at each level of the organization and so on. And most importantly, I need to have a method to control the people in my organization. A human's dream is never ending. Even if I rescue someone and provide them with a good life, he or she would only be grateful for a certain period of time. After that, they will begin wanting more. It'll be fine if I am at the helm of the organization. I could consistently brainwash them to keep following me. Unfortunately, I can't monitor them actively as I will be in Hidden Leaf Village. I'll need another method. Orochimaru controls his subordinates through the curse seal. Denzo uses the cursed tongue eradication seal. As for Akatsuki, Pain is just too strong while Zetsu is the best scout. So no one will dare to oppose them. That said, despite their strength and skills, Orochimaru still betrayed them and Itachi stayed as an undercover agent. I doubt I could be a bigger deterrent than someone with Rinnegan. So I will need to create a curse seal to put some restrictions on the members of my organization. Otherwise, I'm better off without an organization. And I can't copy a seal from the Hidden Leaf Village library. There is no way Hiruzen and Denzo wouldn't be able to negate every seal in there. Sigh, so much work. That is why I have been so reluctant to actually implement this idea. Fujin continued on his way as he muttered to himself, and this is just a basic problem. After all, I could resolve these issues by myself. The most critical issue is recruitment. Who should I recruit in the organization? I stay in Hidden Leaf Village. So I can't just recruit little kids like Orochimaru did and train them personally. I need some Jounin level members to look after the organization while I am not there. It'd be best if that person is at elite Jounin level so that they can handle any unexpected events while I'm not there. Unfortunately, I don't know anyone like that who I could recruit. Almost all of them are loyal to their village or too volatile to be trusted. There might have been some suitable ones shown in Naruto. Unfortunately, I can't recall anyone. Apart from the important events and some resources, my memory from my previous life is just too vague. Sigh, I guess I will have to just wait for events like today. If Shigeki trains seriously, then perhaps he could reach the elite Jounin level. That'd probably be the best. Anyways, I'll leave this issue for the future. Regardless of whether I build a good organization or not, it won't be much use during the Fourth Great Ninja War. So I don't need to waste much time or effort on it until then. I can wait till I learn the Flying Thunder God and then begin considering this matter seriously. With teleportation, controlling an organization will become much easier. As he kept thinking deeply about this matter, Fujin entered the Land of Fire and reached Hidden Leaf Village the next evening. He went directly to Hiruzen's office and knocked on the door. Hiruzen was about to wrap up his work and leave when he heard the knock. He said, "Come in." Fujin entered. Hiruzen was surprised. He asked, "You are back so early?" Hiruzen thought, the news regarding the burning of the provision depot came just a few days ago. I expected him to create more chaos. Even if he didn't, the deserts would have been heavily monitored. How did he return so quickly? Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, the place got very messy. It'll probably be better to call Commander Shikaku here. I have a lot of critical information to report." Hiruzen got the hint and looked at the Anbun inches hidden in the room. They nodded and immediately left. 3 stayed outside the room and kept watch while the last one went to call Shikaku. Hiruzen took a look at Fujin again and thought, now that I think about it, he had said that his summon could fly. I almost forgot about them. If he flew over, then it would make sense why he returned so quickly. Hiruzen asked, "So, how was your trip?" Fujin replied, "Not bad. I mostly stayed in Wind Capital. The city is much better looking than Fire Capital." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yeah. In terms of beauty, it ranks second after Lightning Capital. Do you want to visit it next?" Fujin thought, this old fox. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I entered the village and he already wants me out? Meanwhile, Hiruzen also looked at Fujin meaningfully and thought, ever since he left, the consumption rate of the wind crystals dropped several times. Though there were quite a few Anbu who left around that time, he is the most suspicious one. Fujin immediately shook his head and said, "Such missions don't suit me, Grandpa. It's the first time since I joined the academy that I haven't trained for over 2 months. My body feels so out of tune and unresponsive. I'll stick to elimination missions." Hiruzen let out a chuckle and thought, if he is indeed the one who uses them so much, then it's no surprise that he has no will to leave the village. Hiruzen casually inquired about random stuff until Shikaku arrived and closed the door. Shikaku looked at Fujin and recalled the reports he received a few days ago. His expression became very peculiar. Hiruzen made a hand seal and activated the seals in the room. No one could eavesdrop on them anymore. He looked at Fujin and said, "You can report now." Fujin nodded and became serious. He asked, "Did Kakashi-senpai report the mission to eliminate the bounty hunters?" Shikaku nodded and said, "He did. Just report about your activities in the Land of Wind." Fujin nodded and began reporting, "All right. I infiltrated the country and found a trading caravan. It was from the Land of Burden protected by 4 ninjas from a mercenary group called Kurogen no Sensen. I eliminated them and infiltrated the Wind Capital City using their disguises. Under that disguise, I eliminated 10 nobles on the list of nobles that were very loyal to Hidden Sand Village. All of them were eliminated using Wind Sword Jutsu. I also killed a few samurais and left a couple injured so that all suspicions will fall on Hidden Sand Village. I followed it up by killing family members of 12 other nobles who had good relations with Hidden Sand Village a couple of weeks later. This was done while using the disguises of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas who came along with the elite Jounin Baki to investigate the previous killings. And I let the nobles see me and threaten them. Both these acts increased the resentment towards Hidden Sand Village among the nobles considerably. Though you'll have to check the degree of resentment with the use of other spies. Unfortunately, that forced the 4th Kazekage to come to the Wind Capital City. He had a long meeting with the Wind Daimyo. I am not sure what deal they reached. So I decided that it won't be a good idea to act once again as it might have destroyed the situation I created." Shikaku and Hiruzen nodded. They were aware of these developments. Though they didn't know the exact information, they had guessed Fujin's actions quite accurately. Unfortunately, they didn't have much clue about other events apart from the incident about provision depots. Neither was prepared for what Fujin was about to report. Chapter 277, Starting a War? Fujin continued. A couple of days later, 12 ninjas from Kurogen no Sensen came to the Wind Capital to investigate their missing ninjas. I took the opportunity to leave the city along with them. However, the Kusagakure noticed us and probably got suspicious. He sent some Anbu to chase us. I led them deep into the desert and assassinated all 12 mercenaries and 12 Anbu. Shikaku and Hiruzen's eyes widened. Hiruzen thought, 12 Anbu. Not bad at all. Even if I ignore all his other achievements, this alone should be more than enough to promote him. Meanwhile, Shikaku began sweating as he wondered, who the heck kills 12 enemy Anbu during a promotion mission for the Anbu captain post? It'd be an accomplishment even if they managed to kill 2. Fujin tossed a scroll at Shikaku and said, this scroll has the dead bodies of those 24 ninjas. I am not sure if any memories are still there, but you can try to check them nonetheless. Shikaku caught it and nodded. He reluctantly said, good work. Continue. Fujin continued reporting, I didn't leave any evidence behind. So I don't think Hidden Sand Village knows what happened to these 12 missing Anbu. At best they could guess that they were killed by the mercenaries. Anyways, after killing them, I traveled to the western side of the Land of Wind. I first traveled to Sabakuetsu. As per the instructions, I burned one of the 2 provision depots entirely. I don't think any food was left behind. And I ended up killing at least 2 ninjas there. I am not sure if any more died after I left. I followed it up by killing 2 more nobles in the west who were listed and traveled to Shunkuto City to kill the 3rd. However, the leading ninja there was quite smart. He set up a decoy and hid the noble. I killed the decoy and tried getting intel from the leading Chunin, but that guy was quite determined. He blew himself up. In order to find the real noble, I did a scheme. I disguised myself and my clones as Hidden Sand Village ninjas and announced that the assassin was dead. Then I spread rumors across the city that the noble was a coward who hid behind decoys and doesn't deserve to be a noble. In anger, the noble returned to the mansion. So I held a public execution for him and announced that he had cooperated with the assassin. In addition, I also announced that the Kusagakure was upset with the city and decided to remove the protection provided by the Hidden Sand Village ninjas. And I immediately withdrew from the city. Shikaku and Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock as they immediately understood the impact of such an action. Shikaku almost cursed out, but Fujin continued speaking and said, the next day, around 80% of the people living in that city left and began migrating towards nearby villages and towns. They should be beginning to reach by now. So the news will soon spread and the Kusagakure and the Wind Daimyo will soon begin receiving messages. At the same time, the resentment against Hidden Sand Village and Kusagakure will spread among the cities in the west. So feel free to take advantage. Shikaku finally couldn't endure anymore and cut him off. He asked loudly, you did what? His face had a look of disbelief. Hiruzen's expression was serious as well. He was finding the situation quite amusing until then. However, Fujin's actions were outrageous. Fujin tilted his head and asked, is that an issue? I thought you wanted to create chaos in the Land of Wind and ruin Hidden Sand Village's reputation in the eyes of the daimyo, nobles and citizens. Shikaku replied, yes, I wanted you to do that. But from your actions, do you want to split the Land of Wind into 2 countries? Shikaku's words made Fujin fall into thought. However, he soon shook his head and said, that's not feasible. That place is crawling with Hidden Sand Village ninjas right now. If you want to do it, I'd recommend waiting for a few months or perhaps even a couple of years for the resentment to properly spread and for the Hidden Sand Village ninjas to withdraw. Then you can take action. But I am not interested in going there anymore. Considering the complexity, I'll recommend you go there yourself and oversee the entire operation. Shikaku's expression became dark. He cursed internally, this brat. I was asking him sarcastically. Does he not get sarcasm or is he messing with my head? He created such a huge mess and still wants me to create more? Who knows how those crazy bastards will react after suffering such a huge loss in peacetime. I'll have to plan the defense properly and actively monitor the situation for weeks or perhaps even months now. Of course, Fujin was messing with him. Though his expressions didn't change, he thought, I managed to break Hiruzen's poker face numerous times. This is a first for Shikaku to lose his calm and stop acting lazy in front of me. Hee, looks like I overdid my mission. Oh well, I guess you will take some effort to describe mission parameters from now on instead of just being a lazy ass. Shikaku couldn't see beyond Fujin's poker face. However, if he could hear Fujin's thoughts, he would have lost control on the spot. The mission parameters were left vague to make the Anbu ninjas push themselves to achieve their best. It wasn't so that someone could start a war. Hiruzen was also looking at Shikaku's expression. He thought, if the situation wasn't so serious, I would have found his expressions hilarious. He looked at Fujin and asked, did you return after this? Fujin shook his head and said, no. Despite the difficulty, That city didn't receive any reinforcements. I was confused as to why Hidden Sand Village hadn't sent reinforcements. So I decided to test out the next city as well. Unfortunately, that was a trap. I was attacked by 12 jounins and the puppeteer elite jounin, Odaka. The city itself had over 100 ninjas waiting for me. Shikaku and Hiruzen were shocked once again. Fujin continued, I killed 1 jounin, 2 chunins and 4 Anbu ninjas before running away from the city. Unfortunately, many of them also knew wind instantaneous body jutsu and the desert offered no cover. So they began chasing me. Though I was faster, there was an ambush squad waiting for me. The ambush squad was led by the elite jounin Sabaku Susumu. His Ganjutsu prevented me from using my jutsus. In addition, his squad also had a Jinchuriki. They stalled me, allowing a few Hidden Sand Village ninjas to catch up with me. Just when Hiruzen and Shikaku thought that they couldn't be surprised anymore, they were. Shikaku dumbfoundedly muttered, the Jinchuriki? Hiruzen asked, the Kazekage's son? Fujin nodded. Shikaku had a very bad feeling. He thought, I can feel it. Whatever he will say next will be very troublesome. Why didn't I give him proper mission parameters? Unfortunately, there was no way for Shikaku to correct his error. Fujin continued, fortunately, the Jinchuriki lost control over his emotions and did a stupid wide-range attack. I used the opportunity to injure him. That made him lose control over his tailed beast and began transforming. I used the distraction to kill Susumu and retreated from there. This time, neither Shikaku nor Hiruzen had any words to say. Both were left speechless by Fujin's achievements during the mission. Fujin enjoyed the expressions on their faces. It was a treat to watch. He tossed Shikaku another scroll and said, this scroll has Susumu's body. I have preserved it properly. He could use Ganjutsu by emitting chakra into the wind. I want that jutsu. Shikaku looked at the scroll and looked back at Fujin as he thought, not only did he kill an elite jounin, he also brought his body back. Does he want to be the Anbu captain or the Hokage? Still, this is good. Susumu's Ganjutsu methods were quite unique. If a few ninjas can learn it, Hidden Leaf Village's strength will increase once again. Hiruzen said, you can't use those techniques in the open for the time being. Fujin nodded and said, yes. I'll ensure that there are no witnesses. Hiruzen nodded and asked, anything else? His question alerted Shikaku once again. Fortunately, Fujin shook his head and answered, no. I wanted to create more mess and kill a few more jounins in the desert. But the number of ninjas was too high and I wasn't sure how much destruction the Jinchuriki could cause. So I withdrew. Shikaku finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought, thankfully he withdrew. I thought he killed dozens of more ninjas using the Jinchuriki as a distraction. Hiruzen also looked relieved. He stared at Fujin as he re-evaluated his strength and began thinking of a matter, is he also a suitable candidate? Both Hiruzen and Shikaku were lost in thoughts. After a minute, Fujin looked at them with a deadpan expression and wondered, did they forget about me? He asked, will I be promoted? Both Shikaku and Hiruzen looked at him immediately. Shikaku cursed in his mind, do you think we would dare not promote you? If we give you another promotion mission, won't you directly start a war between the two countries? Chapter 278, The Fifth Hokage? Hiruzen had the same thought as Shikaku. He didn't dare to imagine what Fujin might do the next time if they said that his performance was unsatisfactory. He quickly nodded and answered, your performance has been very good. You will be promoted. However, we haven't arranged any Anbu subordinates for you yet. So you will be an Anbu captain only in name. Fujin replied, that's fine. I will be visiting the library. And I also need a break after such a long mission. Preferably at least 1 or 2 months long break to learn new seals and jutsus. Take your time. I'll file the report later. See ya. Fujin immediately disappeared from the room despite none of the doors and windows being open. Shikaku and Hiruzen looked at where Fujin was standing. Shikaku cursed in his heart, this brat. He created such a mess and didn't even stay to discuss how to handle it. And after giving me month-long headaches, he has the gall to ask for a month-long vacation? Meanwhile, Hiruzen thought, seals? Sigh, he will soon begin bugging me for Flying Thunder God. Shikaku looked at Hiruzen and asked while sighing, Lord Hokage, if we don't promote him and send him for such a mission again, do you think he will try to assassinate Raza? Hiruzen didn't reply and began considering it. After all, there was already an instance of a Kazekage disappearing. Unknown to him, the assassin's age back then wasn't much older than Fujin's current age. Hiruzen shook his head and said, unlikely, unless you specifically mention it. Regardless, his performance has been excellent. Shikaku was dumbfounded. He thought, does no one understand sarcasm? He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that his performance is excellent. Rather, it is too excellent. Making a Jinchuriki lose control and killing an elite Jounin was a bit too much. Hidden Sand Village will be forced to retaliate. And they will likely retaliate in an extreme manner. Not to mention, in addition to that, he killed 16 Anbu ninjas, a few Jounins and likely dozens of Chunins and Gainins. And I still haven't considered the dead nobles, burned provision depot or the stunt he pulled in Shankuto. In the history of Hidden Sand Village, they have only once taken a bigger loss than this during peacetime. And they started the Third Great Ninja War. We have to be careful in case Raza decides to start another war. However, Hiruzen shook his head immediately and said, no, the situation is completely different. When the third Kazekage died, Hidden Sand Village was very vulnerable and Raza's position as the fourth Kazekage wasn't very stable. In addition, they were surrounded by 3 major villages that were preparing for war. The current matter is an internal one and doesn't directly threaten their strength. And of the 3 major villages that surround them, one is in a formal alliance and another is embroiled in a civil war. So they won't choose war right now. Shikaku analyzed Hiruzen's words and nodded. That makes sense. I guess Hidden Sand Village will be a mess for a few months. They will either focus entirely on stabilizing the situation, or they might do it alongside sending Anbu units into our country. Regardless, once their mess is resolved, they will retaliate somehow. We have to be prepared. Hiruzen nodded and said, we do. But we have time. Due to the mess that Fujin created, Raza will be forced to deploy at least 1,000 Hidden Sand Village ninjas in the west to calm them down. In addition, he has also deployed a few hundred ninjas in the Wind Capital. The other cities might also ask for additional security as a precaution. And they will also have to scour the desert to look for the culprit. This will ensure that he can't make a big move for the time being. So you just need to prepare for the moves they make in the dark. No need to create any more trouble in the Land of Wind for now. Hopefully, their anger will fade away by the time these issues are sorted. However, the schemes they come up with have to be crushed. It's best if all Hidden Sand Village ninjas who infiltrate the Land of Fire are killed. Fujin's actions, though provocative, are a good deterrent. If we stop their schemes, then they will be even more afraid of breaking the alliance. Shikaku sighed. He will have to work a lot and won't be able to laze around for the next few months. He said, all right. He began walking out. Hiruzen instructed, have a Yamanaka Jounin read Susumu's memories. And create a scroll describing his Ganjutsu jutsus and hand it to me. We won't be placing it in the library. Also, create a list of Jounins who will benefit from learning these jutsus and can keep them a secret. Shikaku nodded and replied, I'll get to it, Lord Hokage. He left the room. As he sat alone, his previous thoughts surfaced in Hiruzen's mind as he wondered, could Fujin be a candidate for 5th Hokage? Hiruzen let out a sigh. The matter of selecting the 5th Hokage had been troubling him for years and he still didn't have any solution. He thought, it'd have been great if Jiraiya or Tsunade accepted this position. Unfortunately, neither have the will to do so. As for others, there is no one qualified. If I retire now, the next Hokage will be Denzo. That wouldn't be good for the village. Though he is loyal to the village and his ambitions would benefit Hidden Leaf Village, he doesn't have the strength needed to fulfill his ambitions despite those Sharingans and Lord First cells. I was hoping Kakashi would rise to the challenge and reach my level. Seeing his potential, I and Denzo worked in the background to increase his reputation and give him sufficient fame. Unfortunately, despite being looked at as the leader by the younger generation, he is still too weak. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as he thought about Kakashi. In terms of talent, Kakashi doesn't lose out to even Minato. His growth trajectory was very fast, even exceeding my students' strength at his age. Unfortunately, ever since the Third Great Ninja War ended, his growth has stagnated. He hasn't trained enough and spends most of his time in front of the Memorial Stone or doing missions. Not to mention, according to the intel Itachi sent, I doubt Kakashi could win against any of the Akatsuki members. At the current rate, I guess Kakashi will need around 5 to 7 years to reach my level. Unless something makes him feel like his strength isn't enough and he pushes himself once again. As for Fujin, I never considered him until now. Though his mission record is impeccable, he didn't fight anyone truly strong other than Kaminari. But with such a performance, he is far more capable than I expected. Even if I consider that he used hit and run tactics and only used a sneak attack to kill Susumu, that is still quite good. Especially if he can pull off something like this during a war. It could force Hidden Sand Village to withdraw half their troops from the front lines. His crystal ball lit up and showed the scene inside Section A of the library. Hiruzen thought, as I expected. He has already started looking at the seals. Once he masters the seals in this section, he will come asking for Flying Thunder God. If he can master it, his threat on the battlefield will be no less than Minato. Though it is a big if. Regardless, he has one advantage over Kakashi. He has a hunger to grow strong. Though he isn't as relentless as Guy, he still trains a lot and even asks for vacations to train. Unfortunately, he is quite young as well. He should be 14 soon. He will need 5 to 7 years to completely mature as well. Sigh, I'll have to hold my old bones together for the next 7 years. The only plus point is that we might have more than one option for the Hokage seat. A situation similar to when I and Minato were selected. With another sigh, Hiruzen stopped thinking about this matter. He got up and left the office. As soon as he left, Fujin flickered to Hidden Lee Village's library. Though he had traveled non-stop for a day, he couldn't stop himself from visiting the library and checking out what all jutsus were available. He reached Section A while recalling Renjiro's words as he thought, though Renjiro emphasized the importance of mastering rank C jutsus, I have long reached a bottleneck. I won't be able to improve those jutsus any further without investing significant time. It's time to learn the rank jutsus. I hope the library doesn't disappoint me. With eyes full of expectations, Fujin stepped into Section A of the library. Chapter 279, 58 Scrolls. Fujin entered Section A of the library and looked around. The size of this section was much larger than other sections. However, the number of scrolls in this section was the least. Fujin immediately began looking for wind jutsus. As he searched and collected the scrolls, he analyzed, I wonder if any rank A wind jutsu will be of any aid to me. After all, most of my rank B and C jutsus are as strong as rank A jutsus due to supercharging them and yin and yang control. In a few minutes, he grabbed all the wind scrolls and sat on a table. He analyzed, not bad. I wasn't expecting many wind jutsus considering how few were there in Section B. Fujin had found 6 scrolls. They were, Blade of Wind Jutsu, Severing Pressure Jutsu, Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu, Assassin's Rush Jutsu, Geyser Creation Jutsu, Summoning, Giant Windmill Jutsu. Fujin decided to start with the one with which he was the most familiar. He opened the Blade of Wind Jutsu scroll and began reading. In a minute, he thought, this jutsu is almost entirely similar to the Wind Sword Jutsu. Just that the power, sharpness and speed have been increased slightly and it also provides some defensive uses. Still, it should be very easy to learn. Fujin extended 2 fingers on his right hand. Immediately, the wind began flowing around them. A small 1-inch blade of wind appeared on top of them. Soon, that blade began increasing in size and reached 1 foot in size. Fujin analyzed it and nodded, this jutsu is down. I didn't even need to use the hand seals. I'll begin using this instead of wind sword jutsu. Fujin kept the scroll back and turned his attention to the next jutsu. He analyzed as he read, the Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. I tried creating this jutsu by myself by referencing the Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. I succeeded, but the damage output was very low. It was just barely higher than an explosion tag unless I put in too much chakra. Unfortunately, I didn't get much free time after the Anbu training phase was over to work on this jutsu. Fujin read the entire scroll carefully and realized, oh, I see. I was going about this in the wrong direction. I was first creating a normal wind clone and then using its chakra to explode and generate sharp winds. But according to the scroll, the clone itself is created for the sole purpose of exploding. So it can explode faster and generate more powerful explosions. This is different from Shadow Clone Explosion. I wonder if I could modify Shadow Clones using these methods as well. Fujin kept the scroll and began reading the rest. He read the Severing Pressure scroll and shook his head. This scroll requires a fan to be used. Not suitable for me. Its lethality doesn't exceed my sword slashes and its range doesn't exceed infinite breakthrough. I don't need it. Fujin opened the Assassin's Rush Jutsu scroll and began reading. His eyes immediately sparkled as he thought, nice. This is a great and very practical jutsu. I'll learn this after mastering the Wind Explosion Clone Jutsu. Fujin checked the last 2 jutsu scrolls as well and had mixed feelings. He analyzed, these jutsus are a bit difficult and have limited use. But they are quite strong. Summoning, Giant Windmill is a jutsu similar to Rashomon Summoning. This jutsu was created by the second Kusagakure as well. The jutsu summons a giant windmill that is around 3 stories tall from the ground similar to Rashomon gates. However, instead of defense, this jutsu is for attacking. The blades of the windmill will spin rapidly and will form a strong wind flow that will pull everything towards the blades. If anyone gets caught in it, they will be chopped in pieces, a certain death. Unfortunately, even the user isn't spared from this wind flow. Though it isn't an issue as I can hide underground. But, I can't use this jutsu when I'm with allies. In addition, it is also heavy on chakra. And though the damage potential is high, it won't be effective against veteran ninjas. They will just hide underground or find something for support. So the only use of this jutsu is to clear cannon fodder when I'm fighting solo. Not very useful as I already have too many means of doing that. Other than running away, this is what I excel the most at. As for the geyser creation jutsu, it is a bit complicated as it is based on a steam-style jutsu from the Sakai clan. The jutsu has two phases. In the first phase, cracks and holes have to be created in the ground. And then we have to make hot steam erupt from the ground and blast whatever is in the way. However, this jutsu was modified. Instead of hot steam, I will have to make highly pressurized air erupt from the cracks in the ground. Instead of blasting and burning, it will cut the ones in the way. And since this jutsu comes from the underground, the opponent won't be able to hide underground to avoid the attack. I'll learn this jutsu as well. 2 new jutsus along with the wind explosion clone jutsu, not bad. Unfortunately, it looks like Hidden Leaf Village's stock of wind jutsus isn't very high. Or perhaps, the number of rank A wind jutsus itself is quite low. Would make sense if even something as lethal as the wind vacuum technique is only rank B. Fujin kept the wind scrolls back and began collecting the scrolls related to Fu in jutsu. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even more so than when he checked the wind jutsus. The reason for this was simple. If Fujin could learn and master every seal in this section, he would be a Fu in jutsu grandmaster. Very few people in Hidden Leaf Village could call themselves this. More importantly, it would allow Fujin to ask Hiruzen for the Flying Thunder God. As he collected the scrolls, he realized, I see. Almost half of the scrolls here are for Fu in jutsu. As for the rest, the majority are rank of fire jutsus followed by water and earth jutsus. I guess this shows the foundation of this village. Fu and jutsu scrolls probably came from Mido, earth and water scrolls from the Senju, while fire scrolls should have come from the remaining clans. In all, Fujin found 58 Fu and jutsu scrolls. He created a few clones and they divided the scrolls among them. They immediately began studying. After around half an hour, a Jounin entered Section A. He had received information that someone went into section of the library without authorization. However, as soon as he entered, he was left dumbfounded by the sight. 10 people with similar faces were reading the scrolls and had more scrolls with them. His eyes twitched as he thought, using shadow clones to read in the library? That's a first. He coughed to attract Fujin's attention. But Fujin didn't even look at him, leaving him standing alone awkwardly. He walked towards one of Fujin's clones and asked, "What are you doing?" Fujin's clone looked up and answered, "Reading." The man was left speechless once again. Fujin's clone was looking at him as if he was the biggest idiot in the world. He wondered, do his eyes have an issue? He said, "I am the supervisor of the library. Tell me, why are you in Section A? It is restricted and only Jounins can enter. If you are here without any authorization, you will be arrested and punished by Lord Hokage." Fujin's clone looked back at the scroll and began reading as he said, "I got promoted today and reported to Lord Hokage that I'll be coming here. Feel free to ask him." The supervisor was dumbfounded. He thought, such a young Jounin? I'll have to confirm with Lord Hokage though. It'll be a pain in the ass if he is lying. He asked, "What is your name?" Fujin's clone answered, "Suzuki Fujin." The supervisor nodded and left. He had no intention of talking further with Fujin. He left the section and asked a couple of people to keep an eye on Fujin while he confirmed whether what Fujin said was true. Fujin and his clones ignored this matter. They went through every scroll in detail. It was a few hours past midnight by the time they were done. Fujin dispelled the clones one by one and received their memories. He let out a sigh. I thought that like jutsus, the number of seals in this section would also be lesser. Instead, it's many times higher. No wonder that despite there being so many seal masters, there are so few grandmasters in Fuinjutsu. If I don't use shadow clones, I'll probably need more than a decade to learn all these seals. Even with shadow clones, this will be very time-consuming. I should first learn the rank A Winjutsus. Then I will focus entirely on the seals. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he thought, fortunately, I found the few seals I was looking for. Once I learn them, I can begin working towards that plan. Chapter 280, The Dangerous Copy Ninja. In the last few hours, Fujin had found numerous seals and formations. Among them, the most important seals were, the 4-symbol seal, 5 elements seal, 5 elements unseal, evil sealing method and iron armor seal. In addition, there were many Juinjutsu seals as well as barriers. Fujin analyzed, the quantity and quality of the seals is good. Especially the 4-symbol seal. I was worried that it would be in the Forbidden Scroll. In addition, there are also the methods with which Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village seal their tailed beasts. However, the reverse 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal aren't here. I guess I could learn the 8-trigram seal through experimentation. It could provide me with valuable experience in creating new seals based on what I know. Unfortunately, I have no idea about the reverse 4-symbol seal. It could have been a good trump card to use in the organization. That said, fortunately, I also found a lot of Juinjutsu seals. After I learn them, I can take steps towards creating a seal for my organization members. Until I succeed, I won't work towards finding new members. Fujin finally got up and left. He stepped out of the library and saw the night sky. He looked up and thought, I completely lost track of time. It's alright. The gains were quite high. I'll take a good rest today. Training can wait for a day. He began moving towards his home. However, despite it being late at night, Fujin wasn't the only one up. Inside the Hokage building, Shikaku sat in a room with a dozen Jounin and Anbu captains in front of him. He was assigning them missions to prepare for Hidden Sand Village's retaliations. Though Shikaku was reluctant to work, his situation was far better than another person who was far away from him. Hidden Sand Village, one ninja was running fast from the Kusagakure building to Raza's house. As soon as he reached it, he slammed the door loudly while shouting repeatedly, Kusagakure-sama. Wake up quickly. The banging and the shouting woke up Kankuro and Temari along with Raza. With a frown on his face, Raza walked towards the door and opened it. He angrily asked, why are you creating a ruckus? The messenger immediately said, Kusagakure-sama, we just received a report from Elder Mainabu from the west. Gah. He stopped speaking as he noticed Temari and Kankuro watching them from behind. Raza noticed it. The messenger handed a scroll to Raza and said, Kusagakure-sama, it's an emergency. Raza opened the scroll and began reading. Anger formed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. He instructed, summon all the elders and the council members right now. The messenger nodded and left. Raza turned around. Temari asked, did something happen, father? Raza replied without looking at her, everything's fine. Go back to your rooms and sleep. Temari had a bad feeling. She asked, is Gaara alright? Raza opened the door to his room and said, he is fine. What can happen to him? I need to get ready. Now go to bed. I will be busy. He entered his room and shut his door. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other helplessly. Raza began changing into his formal attire. Within 15 minutes, every council member and most elders inside the village assembled in the meeting room. No one was happy at being woken up at this hour. Finally, Raza entered the room and took his seat. He looked around and noticed that everyone was there. Goza asked, what happened now? Did Mainabu catch the culprit? Raza had a grim face. He placed the scroll on the table and said, no. They set up a trap for the culprit with over 100 troops. However, they still couldn't stop him. He caused Gaara to lose control and killed Susumu before running away. They have lost track once again. The eyes of the council members widened. Sajo exclaimed, how could Susumu be killed? Goza asked, was Gaara stopped and is he alright? A few others began reading the scroll. The elders were shocked. Though Susumu wasn't the strongest among them, he was the most annoying to fight due to his unique usage of Genjutsu. Killing him was very difficult. Raza frowned and answered, he injured Gaara, which made Gaara lose control and transform partially. Odaka sensed that he had run away. While Odaka, Susumu and Mainabu were stopping Gaara, he sneak attacked Susumu and killed him before running away for real. Gaara was stopped once again, but a few ninjas died as they didn't have Susumu's help. His words caused silence to spread in the room. Their expressions became grim. Finally, Goza asked, who was the culprit? To be able to run away unharmed from more than 100 ninjas while confronting a Jinchuriki and multiple elite jounins, did Hidden Leaf Village send their Sannin? Raza replied, they couldn't identify him. Mainabu suspects that he used the transformation jutsu. But, neither of the two Sannins is known to use Winjutsus. Though it isn't difficult to learn new jutsus, covering their fighting style would be difficult. So I thought that is the case. The council members agreed. If not for the result, no one would suspect the Sannins. However, one of the council members, who was reading the report, asked, but if not for the Sannins, who in Hidden Leaf Village could do something so remarkable? Even if we consider other villages, there is no one who is famous for using Winjutsus. Mainabu said that his ability with the Winjutsu exceeded his. The council members began thinking and discussing. Finally Goza said, in the last couple of years, Hidden Leaf Village's copy ninja has been gaining a lot of fame. Could it be done by him? After all, they say that he has copied 1,000 jutsus. In addition, he was taught by that cursed Yellow Flash. They debated among themselves a lot and finally agreed. Joseki said, I thought Hidden Leaf Village was just pushing his reputation to deter other countries. I didn't think that he could actually live up to his reputation. Regardless, we have to retaliate. He was cut off by Sajo, who said, but we first need to secure the west. And set better traps for him. If he is in the west, then he can make more attacks. Even if he doesn't, the journey from there to the border with the Land of Rivers will take 4 days at the very least. We need to intercept him inside our country and kill him. Once he is dead,
We can create ambush squads led by elite jounins to infiltrate the Land of Fire and target their nobles. Everyone agreed with his words. However, Riza asked, but who can stop him? He was able to run away from a combined attack by Minabu, Odaka and Susumu. We don't have anyone to stop him. His words caused another wave of silence to spread in the room. None of them wanted to fight the copy ninja. However, Raza suddenly said, you don't need to be worried about it. I will make a move myself and bury him in the desert permanently. After I leave, you guys decide which nobles to target and create foolproof plans for the same. For the time being, begin arranging ninjas to scour the desert. As soon as he is discovered, I will make a move. Raza's words caused mixed feelings to spread among the council members. On one hand, they were proud and relieved that their Kage was making a move himself. Though Kakashi was strong, none of them believed that he would stand a chance against Raza. However, on the other hand, they were ashamed that there was no one other than Raza who could act in this situation. After all, their opponent wasn't even in the top 3 in terms of strength inside Hidden Leaf Village. They nodded and immediately got to work. By noon, they had prepared more than 500 ninjas to move out. Raza himself was ready to move out. Unfortunately, before he could leave, Raza received another message. Raza opened the scroll. A chill passed through his spine as he read about the events that took place in Shankuto. Cities and towns around Shankuto had finally started receiving the migrants. They sent a message to Hidden Sand Village as soon as they heard about the events the migrants described. The news about the events spread through those cities in no time. A fear about Hidden Sand Village and disgust for Raza spread in those cities as well. Raza held the scroll tightly. He was shaking in rage as he thought, did Hidden Leaf Village deploy this man to split our country into 2? But, how can that happen? Unless Hidden Leaf Village also plans to invade us at the same time. But, has Hidden Leaf Village's military recovered to this extent? Are they not afraid of Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Stones Village taking advantage? He looked at the messenger and instructed, call all the council members. Even call those 2 elders. We will be having another meeting. The messenger's eyes widened as he wondered, what message did the scroll contain for his expression to become so grim and for him to contact those 2? He nodded and quickly left. Chapter 281, One Man Makes the Entire World Move. Within 15 minutes, every council member and elder except 2 were in the meeting room once again. They noticed Raza's grim expression and asked while sighing, what happened now, Kazekage-sama? Their sigh wasn't an act. All of them were sick of the recent events. It was just one thing after another continuously with no respite. Raza didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll. Their eyes widened and arms shivered in rage and horror as they read the report. Joseki shouted, this is outrageous. We are in an alliance. Do they want to launch a full-fledged war? All of them were experienced. They reached the same conclusion as Raza. Raza said, I received these reports from the cities and towns around Shankuto a few minutes before I called the meeting. Wait for some time. There are still more people to come. Joseki looked around and asked, who else is remaining? As if to answer his question, the door opened and 2 very old ninjas walked in. The council members and elders were surprised. They were Ebizo and his sister Chio. Behind them, the messenger finally sighed in relief. Bringing these 2 here was a huge headache. He thought, I know she is just fooling around, but one of these days she might really end up dead. Chio and Ebizo immediately noticed the tense expressions in the room. Chio asked, why are your expressions so grim? I haven't even played possum yet. Raza handed them a scroll and said, this isn't the time to be fooling around. Please read. The siblings began reading. Unlike the time when Gaara was kidnapped, Raza was still alive. Though he was junior to them, they couldn't dismiss him casually like Baki. In addition, their health was much better as compared to what it would be 6 years later. Their eyes widened as they completed reading the report. Chio chuckled and said, that's why I told you to not form any alliances. They will stab you in the back the very first chance they get. However, her brother said, true, but we were the ones to make a move first. They didn't act against us until we took steps towards breaking the alliance. Ebizo's words reminded the council members and other elders that it was Hidden Sand Village's choice that led to Hidden Leaf Village's retaliation. Goza gritted his teeth and said, but their actions are outrageous. There were numerous ways to counter our moves. There was no need to do something so drastic. I'm afraid that they intend to launch a war. Raza nodded and said, I'm of the same opinion. I plan on deploying 2,000 ninjas along the border with the Land of Rivers to deter Hidden Leaf Village. What are your opinions? The council members were surprised. They realized that Raza already had a plan. He had just called them here to inform them and check if they had any ideas. However, considering how grave the situation was, no one opposed him. Only Chio laughed in disdain while Ebizo shook his head. He said, if you do that, then it will give Hidden Leaf Village an excuse to mobilize as well. And if Hidden Leaf Village indeed wants a war, then they will be prepared. Such a frontal confrontation is what they would want to see. In addition, the culprit who made this mess will also receive more opportunities to keep creating a mess in the West and worsen the situation even further. His words caused everyone to frown. They thought for a bit and realized that it made complete sense. Goza asked, "Then what would you recommend, Elder Ebizo?" Ebizo said, "Instead of deploying an army on the front lines, divide them in small squads and discreetly deploy them in the deserts between here and the Land of Rivers. Have them deploy various traps to harass any incoming army. Even if Hidden Leaf Village marches, we shouldn't defend the front lines. Instead, let them enter the desert. We will fight and stall them here instead of fighting a quick and decisive battle. I doubt Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Stones Village would miss the opportunity to take advantage if Hidden Leaf Village is stuck in a drawn-out battle here. In addition, we can use this time to find and kill the one making a mess in the west. As long as he is dead, we won't have to worry about our backs." Ebizo's words made sense. Everyone nodded. Only Sajo asked, "But what if our estimates are wrong? What if this is Hidden Stones Village's scheme and they plan to attack us when our forces are facing Hidden Leaf Village?" Before Ebizo could answer, Goza answered, "Let them attack. It's only a vast desert from the Land of Birds to here. We can use our alliance with Hidden Leaf Village to make them attack Hidden Stones Village through the Land of Grass. And we can move our forces from the west and east to intercept and stall Hidden Stones Village's army. In case Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Leaf Village have allied, then we will have to stall them both and form an alliance with Hidden Clouds Village and have them attack Hidden Leaf Village. In that case, the war will enter a stalemate." Everyone agreed with his answer. Seeing that there was no other objection, Raza said, "All right, let's do this. Sajo, you will lead 500 ninjas to the west. You will be responsible for scouring the deserts and providing more security to the cities there. If you encounter the copy ninja, don't engage and inform me. I will move towards the escape routes to intercept him if he decides to escape the county." Raza turned his eyes towards the siblings and said, "In my absence, I'll leave the safety of the village to you two. Yora will be returning with Kara in a few days. Please inspect his seal as well. Goza, you will be responsible for slowly deploying 2,000 ninjas towards the Land of Rivers and have them deploy traps and prepare ambushes. The rest will aid you." Any objections? No one objected. Raza got up and left. Within an hour, 500 ninjas departed from Hidden Sand Village towards the western part of the country to hunt for Kakashi, who was neither the culprit nor present there. The real culprit had a nice long sleep and was enjoying his lunch in a kairaku. He wasn't aware of the movements inside the Land of Wind. But if he was, Fujin would wonder what sort of expressions Raza, the council member, the elders, and the 500 ninjas would make if they learned the truth. Though Fujin didn't care about this matter, others did. The next morning, every major village received reports that 500 ninjas had moved from Hidden Sand Village towards the western part of the Land of Wind. Due to how massive the movement was, every spy in Hidden Sand Village noticed it immediately. Most leaders were puzzled as to why Hidden Sand Village was making such huge movements. Onoki wondered, what's going on in Hidden Sand Village? They have already deployed more than 600 ninjas. And now 500 more? And even Raza moved? Don't tell me that bastard Raza intends to start another dumb war. He immediately called for a council meeting. After a discussion, they decided to deploy 500 ninjas on the borders with the Land of Bird and another 750 ninjas on the border with the Land of Bear. Just like Onoki, the fourth Raikage was also puzzled. After thinking for a bit, he decided to secretly ready his forces to take advantage in case a war broke out. Unlike the rest of the world, two people were very clear about the situation. Shikaku analyzed the news. "I can understand why the 500 ninjas left. But why did Raza leave? Do they not know that Fujin already left?" He opened the report Fujin had made and checked the end. He thought, his report doesn't mention how he returned. Now that I think about it, he returned way too quickly. Does he have a flying summon or no a space-time ninjutsu? He thought for a bit before giving up. Leave it, I'll just ask the Hokage. According to the movements, Raza likely wants to hunt Fujin. But Fujin is already here. A smirk formed on his face as he thought, looks like you will have a nice wild goose chase for quite some time. His smirk faded away as he let out a sigh. Unfortunately, once they give up, there is a high likelihood of them moving those troops towards our border. And thanks to the vast deserts, we won't even know where that army is. The best way to counter this would have been to deploy Hidden Leaf Village's forces. Unfortunately, that's the worst option here. I'll have to deploy many Anbu and spies in the Land of River to warn us if the Hidden Sand Village army enters it. In addition, I will have to have Hidden Leaf Village's forces prepared for war. Sigh, so much work. Fujin's face appeared in his mind as he decided, no more long-term missions for this guy.
Fortunately, I sent him to Hidden Sand Village. If this was Hidden Clouds Village, the Fourth Great Ninja War might have already started. Fujin was blissfully unaware of all these developments. He was back in his training ground doing his morning physical workout after a long time. Chapter 282, Ambition. Fujin stretched his body casually as he wondered, should I increase the intensity of the training seal? Though I didn't train my body for almost 3 months, I did eat healthy and ran a lot. Alright, I'll increase it from 40 to 45%. Fujin had long reached the maximum limit on the training seal that Hiruzen had created for him during his academy days. During his time in the Anbu, he had replaced it with a new training seal that he created. This one could apply 4 times the max pressure and resistance as the previous seal. Forgetting about all the turmoil he created a few days ago, he began training with maximum intensity once again and continued for 4 hours straight before going to a kairaku for breakfast. As he ate the ramen, a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, now this is a good life. Sleep long, train hard, eat delicious food and don't worry about anything else. If I can't break through the limits to reach the top and events progress just as they did in the original story, then perhaps I'll retire after the Fourth War and recreate all the famous fast food chains from my previous world here. Ayam noticed Fujin's good mood and asked, what's the good news, Fujin? Fujin shook his head and replied, no good news. Just missed the ramen for the past few months. Tuki smiled and said, it's good to have you back again, Fujin. Fujin nodded. He lifted the bowl and drank the soup and said, thank you for the meal. I'll see you tomorrow. Ayam replied, take care, Fujin. Don't train too much. Fujin nodded and left. As he walked back to the training ground, he thought, though a retired life enjoying all the delicacies sounds pleasant, it'd be a pity if that's all I managed to do after working so hard. My current strength is pretty much at the elite Jounin level. S rank is still quite far, but I feel that it is just a matter of time before I reach it as long as I keep training hard. I should reach it before Akatsuki starts collecting the tailed beasts. And, if I can learn Senjutsu or Flying Thunder God, I'll be able to rise all the way to the peak of S rank reaching a similar level as Jiraiya or Minato. Perhaps only Nagato and Obito would be able to keep up with me then. However, once I reach that stage, getting any stronger will be difficult. If I ignore the Otsutsuki, only 4 ninjas are known to surpass that level. They are Hashirama, Madara, Naruto and Sasuke. But, Madara and Sasuke were able to do it due to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto did it due to Kurama. As for Hashirama, he is just ridiculous. No point in thinking about him. The only way I could potentially keep up with them is if I capture and seal a tailed beast in me or through the 8 inner gates. But even these have limits and dangers and aren't surefire. Lost in thoughts, Fujin reached the training ground. He let out a sigh as he thought, to climb to the very top might need some drastic actions and insane planning. And, unlike those 4, I won't have any help. The only advantage I have is that I know the major events in the future. I'll need to take advantage of anything I can. Only then I will have any chance. But, I need to reach rank S first. Only then I can begin acting as well. For now, it's time to continue training. Fujin's hands moved rapidly as he weaved hand seals. When Fujin transmigrated to this world, he, like anyone else, wanted to reach the peak of this world. However, unlike the others, Fujin was very aware of how dangerous and hazardous this world was. The threat suppressed every desire other than his will to survive in a world teeming with adversity and danger. As he grew, trained, fought, and overcame obstacles, his spirit grew resilient and his body honed to a razor's edge. The pursuit of survival became a testament to his unwavering determination. However, as he slowly carved his path through the crucible of trials, a subtle transformation took place within him, imperceptible even to his own consciousness. His confidence grew. He no longer had to be worried about missions going awry. He was aware of the ninjas that could threaten his life. And he had multiple means of escaping even from the worst situations. Due to this, a seed of evolution took root in the very depth of his being. Every step he took forward, every victory he experienced and every improvement in his strength nourished this seed. The path to survival had ignited a desire to reach the very top of this world and leave an indelible mark upon its tapestry. Driven by this newfound desire, Fujin set his eyes on the pinnacle and began his training. Wind style, wind explosion clone jutsu. Fujin closed his eyes as he sensed the movement of chakra through his body. Soon, a wind clone was formed in front of him. Fujin looked at the clone as he observed, I see. The normal wind clone has yin and yang chakra in equal quantities. However, this clone didn't have the same balance. Instead, it was mainly made of yang chakra. The wind clone nodded at Fujin and looked in the opposite direction. He instantly disappeared and appeared on a boulder around 50 meters away. He placed his palm on the boulder and exploded. Fujin observed the explosion and nodded in satisfaction as he observed, Good. The explosion is almost 3 times as strong as what my normal wind clones could do. But, with such an imbalance in yang and yin, this clone should have some limitations. I need to test it. Fujin waved the hand signs once again and created another wind explosion clone. He followed it up by creating a wind clone and flickered away. The 2 clones looked at each other. There was no need for any words to be exchanged. Both jumped away from each other. 2 spheres of wind appeared in the hands of the wind clone. He launched both wind explosion spheres at the other clone. The wind explosion clone immediately got out of the way. At the same time, 2 spheres of wind began forming in his hands. However, instead of forming proper spheres, the jutsu collapsed. The wind explosion clone was surprised and looked at his hand while thinking, what the hell? I can't use a simple D-rank jutsu? The wind clone immediately took advantage of the opening and built up his chakra. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The wind explosion clone immediately noticed the incoming attack and flickered out of range. He tried making wind explosion spheres again but failed. Fujin observed the fight and realized, I see. Since the balance is so off, the wind explosion clone can't use normal jutsus. More likely, it can only use jutsus that require more yang chakra. I guess the only way to use this clone is to flicker and explode. But, despite this, distinguishing between this and a normal wind clone is quite tough. Once I'm able to make this clone without any hand signs, I can confuse my opponents with ease. So the effect would be quite similar to if the clone could use jutsus. As Fujin analyzed, the wind explosion clone couldn't form any jutsu at all. So he gave up and flickered towards the wind clone to self-destruct and make the fight a draw. However, the wind clone immediately flickered away and the 2 began a game of tag. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression as he thought, I created you 2 to test out the differences. Why the hell are you 2 playing tag? He immediately dispelled both the clones and analyzed, making this clone without seals shouldn't be difficult. But I'll leave it for later after I become used to using it. It'll save time. Fujin began waving hand seals again. Anticipation could be seen in his eyes. Of the jutsus he found, he was the most excited about this jutsu. Wind style, Assassin's Rush jutsu. Immediately, a high amount of chakra began flowing around Fujin. The chakra was rapidly converted into wind and in an instant, a vast amount of wind was forced behind him. The wind blasted multiple trees behind him and uprooted them. At the same time, Fujin disappeared and traveled in a straight line at a speed far exceeding the speed of wind. Instantaneous body jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Fujin appeared in front of a boulder. Chakra concentrated in his fist as he punched the boulder. The boulder was instantly blown apart. And a wide grin could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, great speed. Though it uses a lot more chakra than flickering, it will be very domineering in a battle. With practice, I'll be able to sustain the wind longer and even change my direction freely. Combined with my swordplay or senjutai jutsu style, it will be extremely lethal. Not to mention, it also prevents any attacks on my back. Alright, I'll master this jutsu right away. Chapter 283, What Makes a Jutsu Rank A? For 1 hour straight, Fujin continuously trained the Assassin's Rush jutsu. His breathing became heavy as he thought, damn, it's been such a long time since my chakra reserves hit so low. Ranked jutsus are very taxing on chakra. But, it isn't as bad as I thought it'd be. A thoughtful expression appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, I used to think that the more destructive or complicated a jutsu is, the higher ranked it'd be. However, now that doesn't seem to be the case. After all, in terms of pure destructiveness, none of the rank A jutsus I read is anywhere near as destructive as infinite breakthrough jutsu. Instead, it seems like the jutsu is ranked depending on how efficiently it can utilize the yin and yang aspects of the chakra. Though I learned this jutsu just an hour ago, I have tried it dozens of times. And I don't see any way to optimize it further like I could optimize my rank C and B jutsus. The reason for this is that this jutsu is already optimized to limit. It's the same for wind explosion clone jutsu. The ratios of the yin and yang chakra were optimized to be what is the most effective. So looking at it from another perspective, when I optimized my jutsus using yin and yang chakra earlier, I was actually increasing their ranks. Or at least bringing them closer to rank A. This is why I directly managed to learn Blade of Wind jutsu. After all, I had already modified Wind Sword jutsu enough to replicate the same results as the Blade of Wind jutsu. I guess the experienced ninjas like Hiruzen and Orochimaru have already completed this process for all or most of their jutsus. It's probably why they don't use a lot of higher ranked jutsus, as their rank B and C jutsus are basically as strong as a ranked jutsu. I guess Renjiro was implying this back then. I thought he was just referring to supercharging jutsus. Fujin concluded, in essence, a rank A jutsu is a pinnacle jutsu that can't be improved any further. As for the S rank jutsus, they probably can't be explained with this logic. They should be jutsus that either surpasses these limits like Rasen Shuriken or jutsus that are beyond logic like the dead demon-consuming seal. Fujin began walking out of the training ground thinking, anyways, I'm on the right track. No point in thinking about S-rank jutsus for now. Time to meditate until I recover my chakra. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face. His chakra signature transformed as he changed into his Anbu attire with a different mask. He entered Anbu's training in one of the wind training rooms. Within the next 6 hours, he absorbed all energy from the wind crystals in 3 wind training rooms. He left as quietly as he arrived while thinking, looks like maintaining disguise anymore wouldn't be possible. There is no way Hiruzen won't know that it is me. Still, this is fun. I'll keep up the disguise for old time's sake, ha ha ha. He left the Anbu headquarters and continued training the assassin's rush jutsu. In the next hour, his chakra ran out once again. However, he had reduced the number of hand seals required to use the jutsu to just 1. Satisfied with his progress, he went out for dinner. Around the same time, an Anbu ninja appeared in Hiruzen's office and reported, Lord Hokage, the energy in wind crystals in 3 wind training rooms suddenly disappeared. As per my estimates, 2 of them should have had around 40% energy while the last one should have had around 75% energy left. Hiruzen's expression immediately went dark. He cursed in his heart, that brat. I knew it. There's no one else as greedy as him. He didn't even wait for 2 days after returning. Hiruzen looked at the Anbu and instructed, it's fine. You don't need to monitor wind training rooms anymore. The Anbu ninja was puzzled. He wondered, why did you make me monitor it for over a year then? And why did the problem suddenly start? And why is your expression so dark? Seeing how dark Hiruzen's face was, the Anbu ninja didn't dare ask any questions and left obediently. Hiruzen angrily thought, how many hundreds of millions of Ryo worth of wind crystals did this brat eat? However, he soon sighed helplessly as he analyzed, but if his speed of absorbing the energy is so high, it means that his talent in wind manipulation has increased even more, which is good for the village. If he can reach S rank, then this is a small cost to pay. I'll turn a blind eye to it. Besides, it's not like I can ask him to stop anyways. Even if I make him admit, I can't do anything to him. And knowing his greedy nature, he'll likely spend months in those rooms until Hidden Leaf Village runs out of wind crystals. For the next couple of days, Fujin repeated the same activities. He made rapid improvements while making Hiruzen's heart ache due to how rapidly he was going through the wind crystals. Finally, on the 4th day, Fujin stood in the training ground. A large amount of chakra appeared on his back. The chakra began converting into wind and blasted backwards with huge force. Fujin was instantly propelled towards the trees. He quickly changed direction without slowing down and navigated through the densely packed trees for a couple of minutes. As he moved, chakra gathered on his right fist. He jumped upwards before changing his direction downwards. The winds propelled him rapidly towards the ground as Fujin punched the ground. Immediately, a loud sound could be heard. A crater with 15 feet radius and 3 feet depth was formed on the ground. At the same time, multiple cracks spread through the ground for dozens of meters. Fujin jumped back on his feet with a grin on his face. He shook his palm as he muttered, speed is power. This jutsu amplifies the power of the Senju Taijutsu style even more. However, it hurts like hell. I'll need to mix Iron Skin Jutsu into this as well later on. For now. Fujin rapidly weaved hand seals and slammed his hand on the cracked ground. Wind style, Geyser Creation Jutsu immediately, the air began moving rapidly in the crater and through the cracks in the ground. In a second, sharp winds rushed out of the cracks. At the same time, the sharp winds inside the cracks began widening them. Fujin stopped the jutsu and analyzed, I initially thought that this jutsu would only be useful to kill enemies hiding underground. In the 4th Great Ninja War, this technique could be used to kill Zetas by thousands if I catch a large number of them underground. But, on second thought, this can be an excellent continuation while using the Senju Taijutsu style. After all, no one would want to take a hit from a chakra-enhanced punch head-on. If I use the chance to punch the ground and release this jutsu, the enemy will be caught completely off guard. It will be a good tactic. But I'll have to learn how to use this jutsu without hand signs as well. Fujin let out a sigh as he thought, I was planning to move on to Fu-in Jutsu today. Leave it, I'll master this jutsu first. If I'm assigned new Anbu members under me, I'll have to train them. And the initial missions will likely be police duties in the village. I can use that time to learn the seals as well. Fujin continued training. While he trained, Shikaku was busy reading the numerous reports that he kept receiving. He muttered, First Hidden Stones Village moved 500 ninjas to the border with the Land of Birds and 750 ninjas to the border with the Land of Bear. In response, Hidden Sand Village deployed 200 ninjas on each of the borders. And in Hidden Clouds Village, many ninjas are moving around.
All this confusion over a simple promotion mission. Shikaku was left speechless. He thought, fortunately Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village haven't moved into those buffer countries. Otherwise, Hidden Clouds Village will move for sure. And this time we won't be able to fool the world and get the Land of Iron to be in the same camp as us. Still, I believe Anoki just got worried due to how many Hidden Sand Village ninjas moved west and took precautionary measures. The matter should cool down after a few weeks as neither intends to start the war. But, if 3 major villages are moving around and we don't move, others will get suspicious. Hidden Clouds Village might think that we are weak or unprepared for war. Meanwhile, Hidden Sand Village will confirm that we were behind those recent events. Shikaku got up and laid a map on his table as he analyzed the actions Hidden Leaf Village should take to come out of this period unharmed. After running a few calculations, he made up his mind and went to Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Shikaku and immediately realized why he was there. Shikaku said, "Lord Hokage, in light of recent events, I have come up with a plan." Hiruzen cut him off and said, "No need to consult me. Just implement what you planned. I have full confidence in your capabilities." Shikaku's expression immediately became dark. Hiruzen knew all about the recent events. However, since Fujin had returned to Hidden Leaf Village, there would be no further hostilities. So the situation would diffuse by itself as no one other than Hidden Clouds Village wanted a war. Shikaku obviously realized Hiruzen's thought process. His face was dark because Hiruzen threw all the work on his shoulders. He nodded and left the room. Later that day, 500 ninjas left Hidden Leaf Village and moved towards the border with the Land of Grass. They had strict orders to not enter it. At the same time, smaller squads sneakily left Hidden Leaf Village one by one. In 3 days, around 1,200 ninjas had left Hidden Leaf Village this way. They all met up at the assigned location for Kakashi to take control of this army. They stayed hidden while preparing for war. However, Shikaku arranged for Kakashi to drop hints of their movements. In a few days, all the major villages became aware of a large Hidden Leaf Village force wandering around their borders with the Land of Hot Water. Chapter 284, A Long Game of Shogi. By the time the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were deployed outside the village, Fujin had managed to perform the geyser creation jutsu without the use of hand signs. Satisfied with his progress, Fujin decided to move his attention to Fu-in jutsu. He returned to his basement and created a shadow clone which dispelled itself instantly. The shadow clone that was in the library immediately received the message. He packed the scrolls and placed them back and dispelled himself. Fujin received memories and began analyzing. During the last week, Fujin left one clone in the library to plan out the order in which he should learn the seals. He didn't have clones working actively on the seal as training rank A jutsus was very straining on his chakra. He could barely train for an hour straight with all his chakra. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he realized, the 4-symbol seal is too complicated. I won't be able to learn it right now. In fact, most of the top seals are very complicated. I will have to start with the easier seals. It's fine though. I still have a lot of time. Fujin planned for a couple of minutes and decided, using too many clones to learn the seals will be redundant. I'll leave some chakra with me and meditate in the wind training room. As long as none of my clones is dispelled, I won't be disturbed and can meditate in peace. Fujin created a shadow clone with 70% of his max chakra. The clone used multi-shadow clone jutsu to equally divide his chakra into 60 clones. They began practicing the seals while Fujin left his house and moved towards the Anbu training facilities. In a remote location in the desert, a camp was set up. A dozen similar camps were set up in the desert. However, this camp was special as it housed one of the 5 Kages in the world. A messenger ran into Raza's tent and reported, "Lord Kusagakure. 500 ninjas have left Hidden Leaf Village and appeared on the eastern border of the Land of Grass." Hidden Stones Village reciprocated and deployed 500 ninjas on the western border of the Land of Grass. And Hidden Stones Village's ninjas still haven't entered the Land of Birds or Bear. A frown formed on Raza's face. He thought, what the hell is happening? I first thought that this was done by Hidden Leaf Village. But when Hidden Stones Village moved, I felt that I could have been wrong. But Hidden Stones Village didn't invade us and instead, Hidden Leaf Village assisted us. How do I make sense of this situation? He thought for a bit but couldn't come to any conclusion. Finally, he instructed, have Goza deploy more spies in the Land of Grass. If Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village have allied, then this might be a trick to fool us. Is there any news from Sajo? The messenger shook his head and answered, no. He hasn't even seen the shadow of the culprit. It's as if he has disappeared from the desert. Raza snorted and instructed, where will he disappear? Ask him to keep searching. The messenger replied, yes Lord Kusagakure, but there is another news. It's just that we haven't confirmed it yet. Some spies reported that Kakashi Hatake is leading a 1,200-strong ninja army and conducting military drills near their border with the Land of Hot Water. So some council members think that he has already left. Raza frowned and furrowed his eyebrows. Once again, he received information that didn't make any sense. Shikaku couldn't guess that Hidden Sand Village would put the blame on Kakashi's head. If he did, he'd have kept Kakashi hidden to keep Hidden Sand Village occupied in the west. After thinking for a bit, Raza said, "It is likely a trick by Hidden Leaf Village to make us drop our guard. Since it isn't confirmed, Hidden Leaf Village probably made someone use transformation jutsu. Let Sajo keep doing his work." The messenger nodded and left. For the next 3 weeks, Hidden Sand Village kept scouring the desert, and for obvious reasons, they didn't find Kakashi there. However, in these 3 weeks, they stabilized the situation in the west. Though there was still resentment against them, law and order was maintained and common people were assured of their safety. However, the political situation still got worse as Toshio's family reached Wind Capital and complained about the events in Shankuto. Around the same time, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village received some details about the events in the western regions of the Land of Wind. Onoki relaxed as it meant that no war would happen, while A was upset for the same reason. Regardless, the tensions died down as everyone realized that no war would happen. However, both countries raised their guard against Hidden Leaf Village as they were the only suspects. Neither Hidden Stones Village nor Hidden Clouds Village wanted to deal with such a headache. So they provided additional security to their nobles and increased the number of patrol units. At the same time, Hidden Sand Village began plotting their revenge and started what would be a long game of shogi with Shikaku. In these 3 weeks, Fujin practiced Fuinjutsu for more than 12 hours every day with 60 shadow clones while he spent a similar amount of time meditating in the elemental training rooms. Finally, he received a message asking to visit Hiruzen's office. Fujin thought, "It's almost a month since I came back. Did they find suitable subordinates for me? But, why did the messenger ask me to appear in the normal mission outfit instead of Enbu uniform?" Fujin stopped his morning workout and went to Hiruzen's office. On entering, he saw a bunch of civilian officials along with Shikaku, Chosa and Hamura in the room. Hiruzen saw Fujin and said, "Fujin, you'll be accompanying me on a mission to the Land of Tea. Wait outside for a while." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows as he wondered, accompanying him on a mission? Is this supposed to be a rank S mission? He nodded and waited outside the room. Shikaku looked at Fujin and wondered, why did Lord Hokage ask Fujin to follow him on this mission? He looked at Hiruzen as a thought appeared in his head. Does he intend to groom him like Kakashi for the Hokage position? I can see why, considering his performance on the previous mission. But, he's still too young. Hamura also looked at Fujin and thought, so this is the kid that Hiruzen refused to give to Denzo. I wonder what's special about him. Hiruzen hadn't mentioned Fujin's achievements in the Land of Wind to anyone. So no one apart from him and Shikaku knew. Though Denzo, Hamura and Koharu had questions and doubts after the recent event, Hiruzen feigned ignorance and pushed the blame on Hidden Stones Village. Inside the room, discussions continued for another half an hour. Finally, the civilian officials left. A few minutes later, Hiruzen left as well. He was followed by Chosa, Hamura and his Anbu guards. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, "Come with me." Fujin followed him. The group of 8 left the village and began traveling to the south. Hiruzen informed Fujin, "We are going to the Land of Tea to discuss some trade-related matters as well as some cooperation. You don't have to do anything, just pay proper attention in the meeting." Fujin was confused. He tilted his head and asked, "What will I observe in a trade-related meeting?" Fujin's first thought was that Hiruzen knew that someone would ambush him. But he immediately dismissed that idea. Despite his age, Hiruzen was one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Why would he need Fujin's protection? He wondered, is he planning on burning some city and needs an assist from my Wenjutsu? Hiruzen replied, "Just pay proper attention. I'll tell you later." Fujin said, "Alright." The group traveled through the vast forests rapidly. Fujin was a bit surprised that Hamura was able to keep up with ease. He looked at him from the corner of his eye and thought, looks like despite his age, he has retained a good part of his strength. I wonder why he and Koharu never fought in the original story. Be it Orochimaru's attack, Pain's attack or the Fourth Great Ninja War, they didn't participate in any fight despite being available. I don't recall properly, but I think they didn't fight even when Kurama rampaged inside Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, Hamaru also sized up Fujin. He observed, not bad. Despite traveling with Hiruzen, he hasn't put his guard down and is prepared for any ambush. His chakra isn't bad either. It's at the Jounin level at such a young age. However, I can sense that he is hiding a portion of his chakra. So I can't be sure yet. Still, it shouldn't be much higher. But, why does Hiruzen want to make him a negotiator?
Chapter 285, Negotiations. The journey to the Land of Tea took a couple of days. Hiruzen made a lot of small talk on the way to inspire Fujin and his Anbu guards. Fujin took the opportunity to interact with Choza as he thought, Akimeki clan's body size manipulation is part of Yang style. Though it's unrealistic to get the methods of learning the jutsu from him in just this journey, there is no harm in creating a good relationship with him. After all, he is the only one from the Inoshikacho trio to live after the Fourth Great Ninja War. And if in the future my reputation becomes as good as Hiruzen's, I could try to ask him for it. The next afternoon, the group from Hidden Leaf Village arrived at Dagaarashi Port in the Land of Tea without any incident along the way. However, Fujin was surprised when they arrived outside the gates of the village. Every major noble in the city was standing at the entrance of the gate. In fact, even the daimyo of the country was present. Fujin had made multiple trips to this country as an Anbu ninja in the last couple of years. So he easily identified most of the nobles and ministers waiting at the gates. Fujin peeked inside to see the sides of roads packed with spectators. Fujin thought, I didn't think I'd underestimate how much influence this old fox still has. The daimyo of the Land of Tea stepped forward and cordially greeted, Lord Hokage, it's good to see that you are still hale and hearty. Hiruzen smiled and replied, it's great to see that you are doing well too, Lord Daimyo. While the two exchanged pleasantries, two people walked to the sides of daimyo. Hiruzen looked at one of them and said with a smile, Jirochi, are you doing well? Wasabi Jirochi bowed slightly and answered with a smile, I have been well, Lord Hokage. All thanks due to how efficiently Hidden Leaf Village carries out the missions. As he spoke, the face of the other man fell. However, he quickly hid it behind a fake smile and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen looked at him and thought, so he is the one who wants to take over Dagaarashi Port from the Wasabi family? Hiruzen just nodded and began talking with the daimyo. Wagaarashi Kiroku controlled his anger and didn't say anything disrespectful. One of the missions that Jirochi referred to cost him more than 90% of his forces and over 50% of his wealth. After that, he lost his ability to create trouble for the Wasabi family. He had still not recovered from the blow that 5 squads sent by Hiruzen had dealt the Wagaarashi family when they dared to enter the Land of Fire to eliminate Wasabi Daiki. Having learned his lesson, he had no intention of openly opposing Hiruzen. If it wasn't for ensuring his own benefits, he wouldn't even have shown up there. As they talked, the tea daimyo and Hiruzen walked into the village. Jirochi, Kiroku, the nobles, ministers and the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas followed them. As they walked, Fujin noticed a lot of curious gazes from the people that crowded both sides of the road. Some cheered, but most just watched casually. He wondered, are they really so curious to see Akage, or did the daimyo arrange them here to create a favorable image of the citizens on Hiruzen? We are here for trade discussions after all. The 4 Anbu ninjas had all their attention on the crowd in case any assassin was hidden. Hamura, Chosa and Fujin weren't much concerned about this and just casually walked. The crowds thinned as they reached closer to the daimyo's palace. After entering, they were led into the grand hall inside the palace. The hall had several old and expensive artifacts. It had a large circular table at the center which was adorned with elegant tapestries and exquisite tea sets. Hiruzen took his seat while the tea daimyo sat opposite him. Jirochi and Kiroku sat next to the daimyo. The ministers of the daimyo and other nobles occupied seats next to them. Meanwhile, Hamura sat to Hiruzen's right while Choza sat to his left. The Anbu stood behind Hiruzen while Fujin stood awkwardly thinking, should I take a seat or stand along with the Anbu? Hamura was one of 3 village elders while Choza was a clan leader. Meanwhile, Fujin was just an orphan who was in the Anbu. Though he had gained a lot of strength, most of it was known to very few people. In addition, Hiruzen hadn't given him any purpose on this mission. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and said, take a seat as well, Fujin. Fujin nodded and sat next to Choza while thinking, in the last mission, Shikaku didn't give me any specific instructions. Though I wasn't interested in knowing the aftermath, I'm sure the last month would have been hell for him. I'm surprised that Hiruzen still didn't give me any instructions. At the same time, the eyes of the daimyo and the nobles fell on Fujin. They were surprised that Hiruzen asked someone so young to sit alongside the 3 of them. The daimyo looked at Fujin and thought, to bring someone so young here. Is Hiruzen planning something? Regardless, this young man must be someone worthy of keeping an eye on. Hiruzen looked at his Anbu guards who nodded in response and disappeared. The faces of the few ninjas in the daimyo's camp got serious. Only a few of them managed to see how the Anbu guards hid themselves. Soon, a bunch of servants appeared and served delicious warm food with great fragrance on the table. The daimyo said with a smile, I know you are very busy, Lord Hokage. So I decided to arrange for lunch while we discuss a trade deal. Hiruzen smiled and replied, that is very thoughtful of you, Lord Daimyo. The servants served all the food and left. Soon,
The doors to the Grand Hall were closed. The tea daimyo asked, "So, shall we start the discussion, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes. We received multiple requests from you. So you can begin, Lord Daimyo." The tea daimyo said, "All right, Lord Hokage. As you know, there is a civil war happening in the Land of Water. Due to this, many ninjas are fleeing away. Unfortunately, instead of living peacefully, most have resorted to banditry. Though our major cities are safe, they cause great harm to small villages. When we send missions to Hidden Leaf Village to eliminate them, it generally takes around a week for any squads to come here. And in the last month, the delay has been even longer. This causes unnecessary loss of life and property. So my request is for you to establish a small military outpost in the Land of Tea. At least until the chaos caused by the civil war in the Land of Water is settled. Until last month, the tea daimyo was fine with the 1-week delay. However, due to the sudden buildup of tension between the 4 major villages, the villages reduced the number of missions they accepted drastically. Shikaku had deployed 1,700 ninjas within a few days to deter other countries and was showing that the other troops were being prepared as well. So Hidden Leaf Village was quite short on manpower as well. A frown formed on Hamura's face as he said, "Lord Daimyo, that won't be possible. After all, if anyone has any enmity with Hidden Leaf Village, they might attack these ninjas instead of trying to attack in the Land of Fire. So it will be very dangerous for our ninjas." Hiruzen and Choza maintained their silence while Fujin just watched carefully. He was interested in seeing how they would negotiate. The daimyo said, "We can host them in big cities that are well protected. So they won't be in any danger normally. The only time their lives will be at risk is during the missions. But that would be true in any case." Hamura shook his head and said, "That isn't the same. We study every mission properly and then assign squads with the necessary strength to complete the mission safely. If we don't, then the number of deaths will be very high." Hamura's words caused the daimyo to fall silent. After all, he was putting the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas at risk. He couldn't force this matter. Darochi said, "Lord Hokage, there is something that you can do. What if we consider every mission as rank A?" Kuroka snorted and asked, "Do you know how expensive that would be?" Darochi immediately replied, "How can money be compared to the lives of our citizens? If needed, I can contribute my family's wealth for this purpose as well." Kuroka was surprised. At the same time, he was elated. He thought, "This is great. If he wastes all his money here, then I can catch up with his family in strength within 2 to 3 years." He immediately became quiet and let Darochi commit a blunder. Since the opposite party was willing to pay, Hamura became silent and looked at Hiruzen. The entire room paid attention to what his decision would be. Chapter 286, Lord Hokage is magnanimous. Hiruzen stayed silent for a minute. The silence made the nobles from the Land of Tea nervous. Fujin noticed it and thought, "I remember that in my previous world, some politicians used to have long silences in their speeches. Looks like it is quite an effective tool here as well." Finally, Hiruzen said, "It isn't a matter of money. However, I can't ignore the suffering of the people here. I'll deploy an elite jounin along with 4 dozen ninjas at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Tea on the coast. You can issue your missions to them. That will reduce the journey time from a week to 1 or 2 days, which wouldn't be much longer than deploying ninjas in this or any other city. However, you will have to pay an appropriate cost for this." Darochi asked, "What is the cost, Lord Hokage?" Kuroka snickered in his mind as he thought, "Great. Take all the fool's money away." Hiruzen maintained another few seconds of silence and said, "I'll need 400 fire crystals and 400 wind crystals every year that we deploy the ninjas here." Hiruzen's request surprised all the people from the Land of Tea. Chosa and Hamura already knew that Hiruzen would ask this. It was the main reason why they accompanied him. However, Fujin was surprised. He quickly looked at Hiruzen as his left eye twitched and thought, "Don't tell me. He brought me all the way here to tell me that he knows I'm using the wind crystals and he wants me to decrease the rate of using them because Hidden Leaf Village is running out of them." Hiruzen noticed Fujin's gaze but didn't look back at him. He thought, though this isn't the main purpose of bringing him here, it is a nice bonus. He should be smart enough to notice the hidden message. It'd be great for the village if he doesn't consume them at such a ferocious speed. Fujin's initial consumption speed was already giving Hiruzen headaches. However, in the last month, Fujin focused a lot on meditating there. Due to this, his rate of consumption increased several times. In the last month alone, he had consumed the energy in around 80 wind crystals by himself. Fujin immediately removed that thought from his head and analyzed, "No, how can the great Grand Hokage ask a young and promising ninja to reduce using wind crystals? I feel ashamed of thinking so little of the leader of my village. I'm sure that he brought me here to tell me that no matter how many wind crystals I use, he has my back. Even if Hidden Leaf Village runs out of wind crystals,
He will visit smaller neighboring countries and ask them for wind crystals. This way, I can keep absorbing their energy without worrying that the village might run out of them. Sigh, he is such a great guy. Going up to such lengths to reassure the younger generation. I'll work hard and absorb energy from more and more crystals to repay his faith in me. It's a shame that shadow clones can't absorb this energy. Otherwise, I'd have repaid all faith. Fujin looked at Hiruzen again with a smile on his face as he concluded, it doesn't matter what anyone says. The third Hokage is the most magnanimous person in the world. Hiruzen would have noticed Fujin smile normally and sensed that something was wrong. However, his attention was gained by Kiroku, who spoke loudly, how can we do that, Lord Hokage? Those crystals are meant for training our own ninjas. If we give them away, the strength of our ninjas would drop. Kiroku was enraged. He didn't mind Jirochi wasting his wealth. But the elemental crystals were important to him. He was buying as many as he could by bribing the ministers. Hamura retorted, no amount of elemental crystals can help you train an elite jounin. The cost is far lesser than what the hidden mist village rogues will inflict upon you. Hamura's words caused silence to spread among the nobles. However, Kiroku was unresigned. He said, that isn't the same. There is no way we ka. He was interrupted by the tea daimyo, Kiroku, stay quiet. Kiroku immediately went quiet. Though he was influential, his influence was nothing when compared to the tea daimyo's power. The tea daimyo looked at Hiruzen and requested, please understand our difficulties. Hiruzen replied, I understand your difficulties, Lord Daimyo. However, Hamura's words are right. Still, I don't want to reduce the strength of your ninjas. So in order to compensate for the loss, I'll allow some of your ninjas to visit the base Hidden Leaf village we'll establish at our border and receive training from our experienced ninjas. This would be far more beneficial for your ninjas. Hiruzen's proposal excited all the officials. If they could have ninjas from their families or factions train under capable ninjas from Hidden Leaf village, their standings and influence would improve substantially in the land of tea. Many nobles immediately said that it would be a good thing for the country. Kiroku frowned as he thought, if Hidden Leaf village gives preference to training ninjas from the Wasabi family, then we will be at a disadvantage. But, everyone should have the same worry. I'll use it to suppress him later. Kiroku decided against opposing the idea as most of the nobles were in favor of it. The daimyo had the same worry. Though he had good relations with Hidden Leaf village, it could be dangerous to his position if the Wasabi family's influence rose without any restraints. He asked, how will you decide which ninjas to train? Hiruzen replied, you can choose which ninjas to send. The number of ninjas and the duration of training will be decided by the elite jounin we send to the new post. The tea daimyo was relieved. He nodded and said, alright, but I still have one issue. I can pay you 400 fire and wind crystals each for the first year as we have some stock. But, I can't sustain it for every year after that. I can only pay 100 fire and wind crystals each. Hiruzen already knew that they wouldn't be able to do that. He said, that's too low. But understanding your difficulties, how about you pay me 200 fire and wind crystals each from the second year? The tea daimyo thought for a bit and said, that's reasonable. Let's do this deal, Lord Hokage. The tea daimyo's limit was 230 crystals. He willingly agreed. Choza said, in addition, we would also like to discuss additional imports of herbs from your country and some discounts on the tea you sell. Jirochi smiled and said, alright, but our population needs additional meat and some other food items. They immediately began negotiating for discounts on both sides. Fujin watched with interest as both sides negotiated for benefits non-stop shamelessly. The officials from the land of tea were unwilling to offer discounts on tea until Hamura pointed out that they have eliminated almost all bandit groups from the land of fire and that the new post could slowly bring the same change in the land of tea. So their business won't be as risky anymore. Fujin was especially impressed by Hamura's expertise at negotiating without any shame. He thought, looks like all of Hiruzen's friends are as shameless as him. No wonder they never fight. Why bother fighting and risking your life when the younger generation is willing to do that enthusiastically? I wonder if this is why Jiraiya doesn't want to be the Hokage. Still, negotiating seems fun. Never thought I'd enjoy seeing it. It's kinda the way I kept bugging Hiruzen and Renjiro for stronger jutsus. I wonder if Hiruzen brought me along to show that my shamelessness is still not enough and for me to take inspiration from Hamura and these nobles and ministers. That said, I wonder if the legendary Talk no Jutsu would work during negotiation between shameless politicians. After a long discussion, the land of tea agreed to export multiple rare herbs to Hidden Leaf village. They even agreed to a 5% discount on it as Hidden Leaf village would buy them in bulk. In addition, they agreed to an 18% discount on their tea exports. As for Hidden Leaf village,
They agreed to a 7% discount on the meat and food items exported to the Land of Tea and agreed to increase it to 12% after the bandit groups in the Land of Tea were eliminated. After some more discussion about smaller matters, the meeting finally ended. Hiruzen and Hamura exchanged glances. Both were satisfied with the outcome. As usual, Hamura acted as an aggressive negotiator while Hiruzen acted as a peaceful and empathic negotiator. The officials from the Land of Tea were also satisfied with the results. The meeting concluded with a toast, a symbol of unity and cooperation between the Land of Tea and Hidden Leaf Village. After exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewells, the Hidden Leaf Village group left as quickly as they came. However, the discussions in the Grand Hall weren't over. Instead, they were just about to get very intense. And unlike the discussion so far, it would be extremely unfair to one person. Chapter 287, Guiding the Younger Generation. As soon as the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas left, the nobles and the ministers exchanged glances. Without exchanging any words, a scheme was formed in mere seconds. Kiroku said, Lord Daimyo, we need to decide on the distribution of the ninjas that will be sent for training. And we also need to decide who will bear the cost of the elemental crystals we have to give. Since Jirochi agreed to pay Hidden Leaf Village out of his own pockets, I say we should let him bear the majority of the cost. Kiroku was immediately supported by the ministers that were bribed by him and other nobles. After all, if Jirochi paid, it'd mean that they would have to pay less. Jirochi was immediately put under pressure. He was disgusted by their actions. However, he stood by his morals and said, Lord Daimyo, I'm willing to contribute to the safety of our citizens. The Tea Daimyo nodded. He was worried about Jirochi using Hidden Leaf Village to increase his own influence. He said, it won't be fair for you to pay the majority cost. However, since you were the one to put forth the proposal and offered to pay, I won't reject it. But making you pay the majority share won't be fair. I'll contribute 25% of the funds needed for this and you do the same. The other nobles will contribute the remaining 50% equally. As for the ninjas, we will wait for Hidden Leaf Village to send the details. I will allow everyone to send an equal number of ninjas. But since the Wasabi family is paying more, they will get the first choice. Does anyone have an objection to it? Kiroku was surprised. He wasn't expecting Jirochi to go along with what he said. And he didn't expect the daimyo to agree to his words. Though Jirochi only had to pay 25%, it would still be many times more than what he would pay. In addition, Jirochi only received the first preference. This implied that he would at most get to send one more ninja than the rest of the nobles. So he received nothing despite paying more. He was elated as he realized, this is a great opportunity. Since I helped the other nobles save a lot of money, they will owe me a favor. I'll use these favors to secure control of Dagaarashi port in the future. But, I'll have to be careful of Jirochi. He could sway public opinion in his favor by spreading the fact that he contributed the most to public safety. As soon as I leave, I'll begin spreading rumors that Jirochi offered Hidden Leaf Village the money of this country and paid them several times what we got in return. Though not true, I'm sure every other noble will cooperate with me. Though the daimyo can clear his name, Jirochi would gain no benefit from spending so much money here. Kiroku and the rest immediately agreed. The group discussed a bit more and left. As they left, the daimyo looked at Kiroku's back and thought, this guy is good. Having bribed so many of my ministers, he could corner Jirochi despite having much lesser influence overall. The daimyo shook his head and concluded, unfortunately, he is too short-sighted. The Wasabi family is backed by Hidden Leaf Village. They won't allow Dagaarashi port to switch hands. If he truly threatens the Wasabi family's position, Hidden Leaf Village will eliminate him or make me take action. Oh well, until that time, I can make good use of him. While the officials of the Land of Tea were discussing, the Hidden Leaf Village's group was traveling rapidly across the country. Their next target was the Land of Noodles. Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked, Fujin, what did you observe during the negotiations? Fujin almost replied involuntarily, that everyone sitting in a position of power is extremely shameless. Fortunately, he controlled himself and answered. We have to work very hard to secure benefits for our citizens. Hiruzen nodded and said, yes. But that's not what I am talking about. Analyze our actions and words during the meeting. Tell me why we did what we did and their consequences. Fujin fell into thought while Hamura and Choza looked at him. Both were surprised at how openly Hiruzen intended to groom Fujin. After thinking for a while, Fujin answered, Hidden Leaf Village is a lot stronger than the Land of Tea and we are the only country that has a land border with them. So we were in a position of power in this meeting. However, since our relations are very good, we couldn't be very forceful. Fujin turned his eyes towards Hamura and said, I guess Elder Hamura came along to act as the bad cop while you play the good cop to get what Hidden Leaf Village wants. Though I'm pretty sure that they could see through this act, just that they didn't dare to say it out loud.
Hamura's eyes widened as he looked at Fujin in surprise. He was impressed with Fujin's analysis but felt that it was nothing extraordinary until he heard the last sentence. He thought he could see through their acting? Fujin continued, you used the opportunity provided by the unstable conditions due to the civil war and probably something that happened in the last month due to which we weren't able to accept the missions in time to get the elemental crystals. Since the daimyo agreed so easily, you should have calculated how much stock he had. As for the yearly payments, what you expected should have been under 200 each. I guess that the situation in the country is quite bad due to which the daimyo didn't negotiate a lot. As for the tea and herbs discount, I guess you want to take advantage of safer traveling conditions to save some money. Hiruzen nodded and replied, good analysis. Especially the deterrence part. It's the advantage that we get due to being strong. Other countries will act carefully in order to not provoke us. As for the elemental crystals, my lower limit was 150 of each. If I didn't offer the daimyo to train their ninjas, he would have probably bargained down to this number. However, you aren't completely right about the tea and the herbs negotiations. Though safer traveling conditions allowed us the ability to propose that, the main reason for doing it was to mask the elemental crystal deal that we did. That is why Choza accompanied me on this journey. Fujin thought for a bit and asked, the other major villages might take action if we openly gain the elemental crystals? Hiruzen nodded and answered, yes. While elemental crystals aren't very useful for someone at my level, it is quite useful for young ninjas at the Chunin level. Though they won't start a war over this, they would do something similar and get the elemental crystals assigned to their neighboring villages forcefully. In addition, it would also expose that we are spending a lot on our military. So other villages will also openly build their armies and we will progress towards the Fourth Great Ninja War. Fujin nodded and replied, that makes sense. He thought, in the last month I noticed that the effect of the wind crystals on me is reducing slowly. If I keep consuming them at this rate, their effect would be negligible after around half a year. Or rather, it'd be more appropriate to say that I'd need a lot more wind crystals in order to have some improvements. But, if my speed of absorbing the energy doesn't increase, then it'll take months of meditation to make small gains. Definitely not worth the time or cost it'd take. However, Fujin had one confusion. He looked at Hiruzen and wondered, why is he teaching me how negotiations happen? Hiruzen noticed Fujin's look and asked, are you wondering why I am explaining to you how negotiations happen? Fujin nodded. Hiruzen chuckled and said, I want you to be responsible for Hidden Leaf Village's negotiation in the future. Fujin was surprised. He asked, isn't it the Hokage's job to negotiate? Also, I have no experience in this. Hiruzen replied, not really. Any of the elders can negotiate in my absence. So can Shikaku as the Jounin commander. As for the experience, don't worry about it. I'll be taking you along to all the negotiation meetings from now on. We will be heading to the land of noodles next. Just like the land of tea, we have good relations with them as well. So the discussion will probably go similarly. However, since they are a newer and smaller country, the amount of elemental crystals with them will be lesser. Just observe once again and understand how the negotiations go better. A month later, we will go to negotiate with the land of river and the land of grass. Our relationship with them, though good, isn't as good as these two countries. So the negotiations will be tougher. During those negotiations, you are allowed to speak if you feel that it'll benefit the village. Hamura was surprised once again. He looked at Hiruzen and thought, he has permission to speak after just 2 meetings? Sensei took us to several meetings for over 2 years before allowing us to speak. Why is Hiruzen being so impatient? Chapter 288, Forgotten Job Offer. Before Fujin could nod, Hamura objected, that won't be appropriate, Hiruzen. Wouldn't we suffer a loss if he speaks something that is incorrect? Though I am impressed by his analytical ability, he needs to be a part of a lot more such meetings before allowing him that right. Fujin looked at Hamura. He wasn't offended as he completely agreed with his analysis. Choza silently agreed with him as well. Hamura looked back at Fujin and thought, I was even going to mention that he isn't strong enough to be given such a responsibility. But that might be demotivating for the young kid. Besides, Hiruzen should have enough confidence in his talent if he is giving him such a responsibility. However, Hiruzen dismissed his worries and said, it's fine. After all, we old fellows can handle it if he messes up. You don't need to worry about failure, Fujin. Just do what you think is the best. Fujin nodded and replied, alright. I'll try my best to not disappoint you and get more benefits for our village. However, he couldn't help but feel that something was off. He wondered, why is he in such a rush? I know that he isn't dying. Is Hidden Leaf Village short on capable diplomats? That shouldn't be the case, as Hidden Leaf Village is the best at diplomacy as long as it doesn't involve Hidden Cloud's village. Don't tell me that he just doesn't want to leave me alone in the village when he is touring outside. No, that shouldn't be the case. After all, if I mess up, The potential costs will likely be much higher than the few wind crystals I use up. I guess he really wants me to become a good negotiator. Though it'll take away some of my training time, it's fine. This seems fun and will be a good way to take a few breaks. Just like Fujin, Hamura was confused as well. He wondered, why is Hiruzen pushing him so much? Even though we are old, the younger generation still has Kakashi, who is very smart at such things. And there is still Shikaku and Jiraiya who could help him out. Hiruzen smiled on hearing Fujin's reply and said, good. Hiruzen knew that Hamura would be confused, but he didn't care much. After all, Hamura had rarely interacted with Fujin. He thought, my student's generation was almost wiped out by the two great wars. The ones who survived died during Nine Tails' rampage. Though Minato's generation produced a few decent elite jounins, no one other than Minato and the clan leader showed any interest in politics and diplomacy. While Kakashi is smart and takes responsibility when necessary, he had a very upright upbringing. First under Sakamo's care and then under Minato's tutelage. He doesn't have the same selfishness and greediness that Fujin possesses. In the future, even if Kakashi becomes the Hokage, Fujin should be the one responsible for leading Hidden Leaf Village's negotiations. Of course, it'd be great if Shikaku or Jiraiya aided Kakashi. Unfortunately, I don't see either of them willing to travel to foreign countries unless there is no other option. So I'll have to guide Fujin and have him prepared for this task before the next big war starts. As for Fujin's strength, Hiruzen didn't even bother considering it. After all, unlike Hamura, he was quite aware of the reason behind Hidden Sand Village's headaches. The group rested the night at one of Hidden Leaf Village's patrol camps and traveled to the Land of Noodles the next morning. Just like in the Dagaarashi port, the daimyo and a few nobles were waiting for Hiruzen's arrival. However, the old daimyo had retired and passed the seat to his son. The new daimyo immediately greeted Hiruzen respectfully and enthusiastically. But before he could speak more, his eyes landed on Fujin. His eyes sparkled immediately and he exclaimed, Fujin, it is good to see you again. Have you considered my offer? Fujin looked at the new daimyo in surprise as long-forgotten memories slowly resurfaced. He thought, ugh, I almost forgot about him. I had only politely said that I'd consider it. Did he not get the message? Or did he get infected by shamelessness after inheriting the seat? Hiruzen and Hamura were puzzled. Hiruzen asked, what offer, Lord Daimyo? Chikara looked back at Hiruzen and said, a few years ago, Fujin and his squad had helped our country to come out unscathed from a disastrous situation. I was so impressed by his performance that I invited him to join my guardian team. Hiruzen replied, oh. He looked at Fujin and recalled, I recall Tomatsu leading a mission here. But I don't recall him saying this. Did Fujin decide to create external relations for some reason? He looked back at Chikara and said with a smile on his face, unfortunately I can't let Fujin go as of now. But, I have many capable ninjas under me. I'll assign one to serve as your guardian. Chikara was immediately in an awkward position. He wanted Fujin, not any other ninja. And if Hiruzen sent a ninja by his own will, Chikara wouldn't be able to trust that ninja. Especially if he decided to make some moves that were unfavorable for Hiruzen. Unfortunately, he couldn't reject Hiruzen directly. He cursed in his mind, I messed up. I should have kept my calm. The boy doesn't even want to join my guardian team. I just got excited as he came here just a few weeks after I took over. Hiruzen maintained a kind smile. He obviously wouldn't let Fujin waste time here. However, this was too good of an opportunity. He could openly put a pawn in the daimyo's court. And even if he was rejected, Chikara would be very passive during the negotiations and he will try to compensate him for declining him earlier. Fujin noticed Hiruzen's purpose as well. He sighed in relief as he thought, for once I'm thankful for how crafty this old fox is. I was afraid that I'd be put in an awkward position. Though I could refuse, it would have put us in a passive position. Now the situation is completely reversed. Chikara smiled and replied, thanks for the generous offer, Lord Hokage. I will be grateful to receive your help. However, let's discuss this later. Come, let's enjoy the feast that my chefs have created for us. He quickly guided the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in his mansion as he thought, I'll have to consult father on this issue. I can't afford to offend him just after becoming the daimyo. Once again, they had similar discussions along with a lavish lunch that had a large variety of noodle dishes. After a couple of hours of discussion, Hidden Leaf Village agreed to create a similar outpost on the border with the Land of Noodles. However, instead of an elite jounin, the outpost would be overlooked by a veteran jounin. In exchange, the Land of Noodles agreed to supply 125 fire and wind crystals each and 50 of them every year after it until the situation calmed down. In addition, they also agreed to sell noodles at a discount in exchange for discounted meat imports from Hidden Leaf Village. But, the biggest gain for Hidden Leaf Village was something else. Chikara informed the details of Hiruzen's offer to his father. The old daimyo sighed knowing the error his son made. He instructed, "It's fine. You don't have any threat from Hiruzen. But ask for someone who is young, preferably under 20. And say that he shouldn't have been a part of any black ops. In addition, stay on guard when with him. Especially if you plan on doing anything against Hidden Leaf Village's interest." Chikara's father was well aware of Denzo's reputation. He trusted Hiruzen but had no intention of letting his son's life be in Denzo's hands. Though he wouldn't be able to verify whether the ninja was in the Anbu or not, he knew that Hiruzen would receive the message. Chikara nodded. He put the same conditions to Hiruzen, who agreed immediately. With all the matters settled, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas bid farewell and left. While they were back on their way to Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen looked at Fujin and asked in a teasing tone, "I wasn't aware that you had a job offer from a daimyo. Why didn't you tell me, Fujin?" Fujin shrugged and replied, "It was years ago. I completely forgot about it until I saw him again. Besides, I thought that Tomatsu reported it to you." Hiruzen replied, "So Tomatsu knew as well? Weird that he forgot to report to me. Else I'd have remembered." Fujin looked back at him and said, "Well, probably for the best. We did gain a huge advantage today." Hiruzen nodded. However, Hamura thought, "Yeah, because we were lucky. It'd have gone a lot smoother if it was reported." Hiruzen began discussing the negotiations with Fujin and gave him more tips. This continued until late at night when they finally stopped in one of the newly created patrol camps in the Land of Fire. Post the Uchiha massacre, Shikaku had ordered the construction of several patrol camps deep within the Land of Fire. These camps weren't meant to patrol the borders. Instead, they patrolled important routes and at times went on random paths to patrol more thoroughly. The group from Hidden Leaf Village stayed here to have a peaceful sleep. However, the night wouldn't be a peaceful one. Chapter 289, The Unluckiest Squad. The ninjas in the patrol camp were very respectful towards Hiruzen, Hamura and Choza. Since Fujin was with them, he received the same treatment. They immediately made the best arrangements for everyone. While eating dinner, Fujin thought, "The normal food tastes kinda bland after enjoying two exquisite feasts. Oh well, at least it's much better than my cooking." Like Fujin, everyone ate dinner. Hiruzen even praised the cook and told some stories over the dinner to reignite the will of fire in everyone. Finally, the group went to sleep in the small camp. The ninjas in the patrol camp guarded the camp with a lot of enthusiasm. After all, their beloved Hokage was resting in it. At the same time, a dozen kilometers away, 6 ninjas were hiding in the forest. They were surrounded by thick forest cover as they sat around a map that was laid on the floor. One of the ninjas asked authoritatively, "Are you sure that the intel is accurate, Namasa?" Namasa replied, "Yes, Hideyoshi-sama. According to our intel, Hidden Leaf Village has established a new patrol camp here." Hideyoshi took another long look at the map. After a couple of minutes, he said, "Good. Let's move closer. We will destroy the camp before continuing our journey." His words shocked the group. One ninja immediately said, "But Hideyoshi-sama, our target isn't his camp. Why don't we just go around the camp and avoid it? It would be troublesome if Hidden Leaf Village begins hunting us." Hideyoshi looked at that ninja and asked, "Kaname, are you the leader, or am I?" Kaname immediately became nervous and said, "It's you. I am just worried that if they have any Hyuga or sensor, then we will be sensed and our mission will have to be abandoned." Hideyoshi scoffed and replied, "You don't need to be worried about it. With me here, they won't have any opportunity to report us. Besides, I doubt a random patrol outpost will have a better sensor than Namasa." Kaname sighed secretly as he thought, getting promoted to elite jounin has inflated his ego even more. Though Hidden Leaf Village is not as strong as it used to be, they still have many existences that can decimate us with ease. Especially since their sanins randomly roam throughout the country. But he is right, we should be alright. Namasa is a very capable sensor. Hideyoshi instructed, "Namasa, lead the way. Lead the way and sense them when you are in range." Namasa nodded. The group of 6 moved quickly through the dense forest until they were around 2.5 kilometers from the patrol camp. Namasa made a hand seal and activated his chakra field. Immediately, a chakra field with a 3 kilometers radius spread around him. As the chakra field engulfed the patrol camp, 4 sets of eyes opened instantly. Fujin got up and wondered, are any other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas passing through? He didn't activate his own chakra field. Hiruzen, Hamura and Choza also got up. The Anbu guards were already up. As for the ninjas stationed at the camp, they didn't notice the chakra field. Namasa sensed everyone and frowned. He said, "Hideyoshi-sama, the camp has 9 ninjas. 4 are Gainins, 3 are Chunins and 2 are Jounins. I believe there are 2 civilians as well." His fellow ninjas were confused. Kaname asked, "Why does such an insignificant post have 2 Jounin ninjas?"
Hideyoshi thought for a bit and said, "It looks like Hidden Leaf Village is hiding something here. Or perhaps the Jounins are escorting two important civilians. Regardless, this could be more important than our mission." He looked at Kaname and instructed, "Kaname, you will engage one Jounin while I will kill the other. The rest of you kill the Chunins and Gainins and aid Kaname. Keep the civilians alive. I want to interrogate them." Everyone nodded. Not a single person had any fear on their face. After all, Hideyoshi was an elite Jounin. And all the other 5 ninjas were Jounins. However, if they knew that the 2 civilians that Namasa sensed consisted of an elder of Hidden Leaf Village and a Hokage, they would have turned tail and ran until their legs couldn't carry them any further. Fujin and Choza left their rooms and appeared in the open. They had both suppressed their chakra to Jounin levels. They were the ones Namasa detected. As for the Anbu, they had completely hidden their presence. So Namasa couldn't sense them. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the surroundings. Surprisingly, he didn't see anyone. He said, "Looks like the sensor is a bit capable. I can't see anyone in a radius of 750 meters. Choza replied, "We have many sensor ninjas who can sense for over a kilometer. Especially in the Yamanaka clan. Let's wait for them to approach." Fujin nodded. The 4 Anbu guards stayed behind to protect the camp while Hiruzen and Hamura didn't show up outside. In a minute, 6 figures appeared in Fujin's eyes. A look of surprise appeared on Fujin's face. Choza asked, "Who did you see?" Fujin replied, "I don't recognize their chakra signature. But one has chakra high enough to be considered as an elite Jounin and the remaining 5 have Jounin levels of chakra. But, I have remembered the chakra signatures of all elite Jounins in Hidden Leaf Village. Did someone get promoted recently in secret?" Choza got ready for combat and grabbed his bow and replied loudly, "Not that I am aware of. I'll take on the elite Jounin. You cooperate with the Anbu to take care of the rest. Others, move back inside the camp." The ninjas from the camp were surprised to hear that. They didn't know what was happening but obeyed Choza. Choza's words were loud enough to be heard by the 4 Anbu. They immediately disappeared and hid themselves. Namasa sensed the movements and said, "The Chunins and the Gainins have moved inside the camp. Only the 2 Jounins are waiting outside. I guess they noticed my chakra field. But they shouldn't be aware of who we are." Hideyoshi said, "It's fine. It doesn't matter if they know or not. They will die very soon." In a flash, they appeared in front of the camp. Fujin and Choza frowned. The ninjas were wearing Hidden Leaf Village headbands but they didn't recognize any of them. At the same time, the expressions of the 6 ninjas also became grim as they realized, it isn't just a Jounin. It's Sakimaki Choza. An elite Jounin and a rather famous one. Choza said loudly, "Identify yourselves." Hideyoshi knew that he wouldn't be a match for Choza one-on-one. He instructed softly, "Change in plans. I'll keep Akimeki Choza occupied. You 5 kill that kid and then help me." A smile formed on Fujin's face and a sword appeared in his hand as he heard his words. He thought, if there was a ranking based on luck, these 6 would definitely rank the lowest. A similar thought ran through the minds of every Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Of all places, they attacked the camp where their Hokage was resting despite having so few members. Hiruzen observed the situation from his room and wondered, who are these guys? Seeing their numbers, they shouldn't be here to assassinate me. But since when did the Land of Fire have such powerful rogue ninjas who impersonate Hidden Leaf Village ninjas? At the same time, his eyes moved towards Fujin as he thought, though I have read all his battle reports, I have never seen him fight. This would be a good opportunity to see him fight. At the same time, Hamura also watched Fujin. He was curious as to why Hiruzen was so interested in grooming him. The 6 ninjas jumped towards Fujin and Choza at the same time. Choza gripped his bow staff tightly as he took his fighting posture. At the same time, he unleashed his chakra. Their attention was immediately glued to Choza. Hideyoshi gritted his teeth. He cursed, "His chakra is almost twice that of mine. But we have the advantage of numbers." Unfortunately, Fujin took advantage of the momentary lapse in concentration. He immediately disappeared. Namasa's eyes widened. He immediately grabbed his kunai and swung it in front of him and shouted, "Be careful." His shout attracted everyone's attention. They noticed the sword appearing in front of Namasa. The kunai and the sword clashed. However, instead of hearing the clash, they saw the sword cut through the kunai as if it was hot butter. Namasa's eyes widened. He didn't have any time to move. He could only see as the sword cut his head off. Except for Hideyoshi, the remaining ninjas immediately attacked Fujin. However, he continued with the momentum and moved a long distance away in the same direction. None of them could hit him. Soon, a thud was heard. Namasa's body fell on the ground and subsequently dragged along the ground due to his momentum. His head fell some distance away. At the same time, the transformation jutsu was dispelled and his real appearance could be seen. Hiruzen squinted his eyes on seeing the real face. But the ninjas had no time to watch their fallen comrade. They looked at the ninja who they had thought to be an easy target. Disbelief could be seen in their eyes as they thought, Namasa was a veteran jounin. He wasn't a weak jounin like those from smaller villages. And he was one of the best censors we had. How was he killed off so easily? However, they had no time to grieve for him. After landing on a tree, Fujin flickered back towards them. Choza engaged Hideyoshi and ensured that he couldn't move towards Fujin. Seeing Fujin, one of the ninjas opened his mouth and shot out 6 air bullets at Fujin. Fujin's eyes widened and he immediately jumped up in the air as he thought, see all this jutsu? These guys are no pushovers. Luckily I caught the censor off guard. It would have been troublesome if he ran away and hid his chakra signature. The remaining ninjas immediately began weaving hand signs while one threw shurikens at Fujin. However, they suddenly felt danger. 2 ninjas quickly moved away. However, the one who just shot out air bullets and the ninja who threw the shurikens couldn't react quickly. 2 swords pierced through both their bodies. Hideyoshi watched the scene through the corner of his eyes and was horrified. He attacked Chosa fiercely while screaming in anger, why does this small post have a clan leader and 4 Anbu ninjas? Chapter 290, Losses keep piling up. The 2 jounins were killed by the 4 Anbu ninjas who were hiding. Their transformation jutsu was also dispelled. Half of the intruders were dead within a minute of beginning the clash. Kaname gritted his teeth as he looked at Hideyoshi with pure hatred. He had led them all to their deaths. However, he had no time to curse him. A dozen air bullets were heading at him. He immediately dodged while looking at Fujin who appeared in front of him and swung his sword at him. He thought, he must be using wind nature chakra flow. Otherwise, Namasa wouldn't have lost so easily. He grabbed a kunai and ducked down to avoid the sword. The sword passed harmlessly from over his head. At the same time, he jabbed the kunai towards Fujin's chest. However, Fujin's cheeks suddenly puffed out. Kaname's eyes widened and he stopped attacking and instead rolled to the side. At the very moment he moved to the left, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at point-blank range. The bullet passed by Kaname's left ear and ripped it out completely. But, he still managed to survive and rolled away. However, such damage caused his transformation jutsu to be dispelled. Fujin watched his real face with some respect in his eyes. He thought, he is good. If instead of ducking, he had moved away, he would have been dead. And if he continued that attack, he'd be dead again. But he survived on both occasions. At the same time, Kaname was in shock as he observed Fujin. He thought, who is this kid? His attacks are relentless and uses wind vacuum jutsus without any hand seal. I don't even have any time to create a jutsu. Fujin was about to attack when he noticed someone moving extremely quickly. Kaname sensed that someone had appeared behind him and immediately swung his kunai backwards. However, his arm was blocked by a palm. At the same time, 2 fingers jabbed into his back and hit just behind where his heart was. Chakra poured from the fingers into Kaname's chakra point and blocked it. At the same time, several other chakra points in his body were blocked. Kaname suddenly felt a wave of weakness. He fell to the ground. Knowing that his life was no longer in his hands, he turned his head to see who the attacker was. His eyes widened in terror as he muttered, "Lo! Lord H. Hawk. Hokage?" Hiruzen didn't reply and jabbed 2 fingers into his neck. Kaname instantly lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. Fujin was surprised. He thought, the gentle fist of the Hyuga? He can replicate the effects of that as well? Did he memorize the locations of some important chakra points? While Fujin was dealing with Kaname, the other jounin was also killed by the 4 Anbu ninjas. Only Hideyoshi was still alive. However, he looked at Hiruzen with horror in his eyes. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he wouldn't last even a minute against a Kage. He stopped fighting with Chosa and asked fearfully, why is the Hokage here? Don't tell me he was the civilian that Namasa detected. He immediately regretted his decision to attack this camp and thought bitterly, why did I decide to attack this camp? Hiruzen looked at him and said, I am more curious as to what Hidden Sand Village ninjas are doing in the Land of Fire and why you are attacking Hidden Leaf Village's patrol camp. Hiruzen was aware of the strength of the ninjas in the camp. If he had not stopped there, those ninjas would have died tonight. And considering the strength of the attackers, Hidden Leaf Village would have a very difficult time finding them. Hideyoshi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Hiruzen to recognize them. He had no intention of facing Hiruzen or leaving his life and death to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. He immediately began running away. However, Chosa immediately moved in his path and swung his bow staff at him. Hideyoshi was surprised. He exclaimed, so fast. Hideyoshi didn't expect Chosa to be as quick as him. He raised his arms in a defensive position to block the attack. He managed to block it, but Chosa's physical strength was much higher. He was hurled backwards. Hideyoshi's expression became grim as he realized, he sent me flying towards the Hokage. Hideyoshi flipped in the air and landed on his 2 feet as he slid backwards while weaving hand signs. He turned around and continued his way towards Hiruzen as he screamed, "Don't underestimate me." Wind style, blade of wind jutsu. He extended his index and middle fingers on both his hands as wind flew rapidly around them. Fujin grabbed his sword and was about to intervene when he noticed Hiruzen's actions. Hiruzen had extended the same 2 fingers on his right hand. Wind began moving around them as well. Hideyoshi's eyes widened. He immediately launched dozens of wind blades at Hiruzen. Hiruzen merely responded by launching an equal number of wind blades. Fujin watched with widened eyes as Hiruzen's wind blades neutralized each and every wind blade launched by Hideyoshi perfectly. He muttered, "What the hell?" However, the one who was most shocked was Hideyoshi. He thought, "How can this be? This is my most skilled jutsu. I have trained it for over 2 decades. How can he be more skilled at it than me?" Unfortunately, he wouldn't receive any answers. As soon as his jutsu ran out, Hiruzen disappeared and appeared in front of him and tapped his forehead with the same 2 fingers. A seal appeared on his forehead. Hideyoshi was horrified. He tried using his chakra but he felt that his body had no chakra. He tried moving but he couldn't move a muscle. He wanted to speak but not a word left his mouth. Fujin's eyes twitched as he saw this scene. He thought, "What the fuck? Wind jutsus is what I excel in. But his control and preciseness far exceed mine. Even I wouldn't have been able to neutralize that attack this way. At the most, I'd have overwhelmed it by pouring more chakra into the jutsu. I can understand his taijutsu being better than mine. But despite all my training, his speed still exceeds mine. And by such a huge degree. I won't be able to keep up with him in a head-on fight. And that Juin jutsu. What a freak." Sigh, the last mission increased my confidence a lot. I thought I'd be able to at least run away from S-ranked ninjas. But now. Luckily I didn't challenge Raza. If I didn't manage to get reverse summoned in time, I'd probably be buried deep within the desert had I challenged him. Looks like there is still a considerable distance between my level and the S rank despite my high chakra. Hiruzen's little display gave Fujin a reality check. Though he relied a lot on his skill with Winjutsus, his biggest reliance was his speed. The ability to keep up and run away from any opponent was what he felt was the most important skill for a ninja. However, Hiruzen's speed shook Fujin's confidence in his speed. While Fujin was comparing himself with what Hiruzen showed, Hideyoshi's life flashed in his eyes multiple times. Hiruzen noticed the range of emotions in his eyes and said, "Don't worry. You won't be able to move." He placed his right hand on his head. Chakra flowed from his palm into Hideyoshi's brain. Hideyoshi felt immense pain as Hiruzen began reading his memories. He wanted to scream in pain but the seal didn't allow him to make any sound. In the next 7 minutes, Hiruzen read most of Hideyoshi's memories. He let go of his head as he analyzed, "I see. Hidden Sand Village has already started creating plans to target the nobles from our country. This was their first squad. Unfortunately for Hidden Sand Village, they decided to attack this camp to do more damage to Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, their plans have a lot of inefficiencies." Hiruzen walked away from him and instructed, "Kill him and get rid of all the bodies." The 4 Anbu guards nodded and got to work. They knew that Hiruzen meant that there should be no proof of these bodies ever being here. Fujin, Hamura and Choza immediately realized the reason for this. If Hideyoshi was left alive, then Hidden Sand Village would demand him back. And it would be difficult for Hidden Leaf Village to refuse that request. Though Hidden Leaf Village could inform about these matters to the Wind Daimyo, it would deteriorate the relationship between the 2 countries. Hidden Leaf Village wanted to maintain the alliance with Hidden Sand Village, even if it was just on paper. So keeping Hideyoshi, whether dead or alive, was disadvantageous for Hidden Leaf Village. However, Fujin couldn't help but think, "I killed 1 elite jounin and several jounins from Hidden Sand Village during my promotion mission. And now another one of the elite jounins has died along with 4 jounins. Their losses just keep piling up. At this rate, will they even have the necessary forces to launch the Hidden Leaf Village crush?" Fujin suddenly became worried. He thought, "Shit, if the Hidden Leaf Village crush doesn't happen, then a lot of future events will change. I might not have much advantage of knowing the future if that happens." Sigh, I hope Raza doesn't get too intimidated. Hiruzen read Kaname's memories as well to gain any information that he could. He was disposed of the same way as well. Hiruzen analyzed the information and concluded, these 2 don't have all the information. I'll have to arrange strong patrol squads in the country. In addition, the security of Fire Capital has to be increased. Chapter 291, lying with a straight face he quickly made some plans and let out a sigh, "This is getting very complicated. I'll leave the planning and operations to Shikaku." He said, "We are leaving now. We need to get to Hidden Leaf Village quickly." He looked at the ninjas who were deployed in that patrol camp and instructed,
Keep up your good work. Clear all traces of the battles here. And don't tell anyone about what happened today." The ninjas immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen nodded and instructed, "Fujin, create shadow clones and sweep through the area. Check if there are any suspicious squads in a 20-kilometer radius." Fujin replied, "Alright." He focused on his chakra. His chakra began splitting into two. One had 40% of his maximum chakra while the other had around 59%. The 40% part of his chakra suddenly disappeared and 20 shadow clones appeared around him. They immediately dispersed in separate directions. Hiruzen left the camp along with Fujin, Chosa, Hamura and the Anbu guards without waiting for Fujin's clones to finish the search. While moving, Hiruzen's eyes landed on Fujin. He analyzed, "I didn't see him much in action. Seeing that they were from Hidden Sand Village, I had to ensure that they don't die so that I could read memories with better accuracy." Still, just those few attacks show why he was so successful in Hidden Sand Village. With good control over wind manipulation and the ability to take advantage of every little opening, he ends up killing his opponent before they have a chance to display their prowess. Unlike Hiruzen, Hamura wasn't aware of Fujin's capabilities. He was shocked at how good he was. He looked at Fujin and analyzed, "This boy. He is very good. Though I can't say for sure how strong he is. After all, he killed that censor using a sneak attack by using the distraction that Chosa created. But the ability to take advantage of such small opportunities is far more valuable than strength. After all, we are ninjas. The ability to kill is way more important than the strength we possess. If a genin kills a Kage by injuring him with a poison needle or kunai, then that genin is far more valuable than a Kage who sits in his village during a war. Besides, he is still just 14. He can gain strength in the future. I can see why Hiruzen is putting such emphasis on this boy. He could become just as capable as Kakashi. Though I still don't see why he wants to make him a negotiator." Fujin suddenly gained several memories. He said, "My clones didn't find anyone else. It looks like those 6 were traveling alone." Hiruzen replied, "Alright, good work." The group rushed towards Hidden Leaf Village without exchanging many words. By the time the sun rose, they had reached Hidden Leaf Village. Chosa and Fujin left while Hamura accompanied Hiruzen into his office. He wanted to know why Hidden Sand Village attacked Hidden Leaf Village. One of the Anbu guards left to call Shikaku. After half an hour, Shikaku walked into the office while grumbling, "Why are they back so quickly? And why did he disturb my sleep? I have barely managed to sleep half my usual time in the last month." Shikaku noticed Hamura in the room. Hiruzen said, "It's good to see you up so early, Shikaku. We have new intel, come sit." Shikaku's eyes twitched on hearing Hiruzen's words. He reluctantly sat down and asked, "What intel did you get?" Hamura said, "On our route back, the patrol camp we stayed at was attacked by Hidden Sand Village ninjas." Hiruzen added, "I read their memories. It looks like Hidden Sand Village is planning several more attacks. Though it might be delayed a bit after we eliminated the first squad." Hiruzen informed Shikaku about the details of the attack and the intel he gained by reading memories. Shikaku's expression became serious as he analyzed the situation. After a few minutes, he said, "Hideyoshi didn't have enough information. We don't know who will be in the other squads. And we don't know what routes they will take. Though it is doubtful that they would send more elite jounins, we should operate assuming that they send elite jounins to avoid getting caught off guard and taking unnecessary losses. Creating more patrol squads will be a waste of manpower. Instead, we should plan some Anbu and a couple of elite jounins in the Land of Fire. They can make a move after the Hidden Sand Village ninjas expose themselves. This wouldn't raise any suspicions. And once we have driven away a few Hidden Sand Village squads, we will ambush their rendezvous point that Hideyoshi was told about. We could disguise as Hideyoshi's squad to catch them off guard." Hiruzen thought for a bit and nodded, "Alright, let's do this." However, Hamura frowned and asked, "But why is Hidden Sand Village attacking us? We are allies." Shikaku knew that Hiruzen hadn't informed others about Fujin's actions. In fact, his mission report was already destroyed and replaced with a fake one. He said, "The recent events in the Land of Wind probably alarmed them. Whoever it was, they did a good job of directing the suspicions at us. Especially by burning the food storage facilities. That provides a lot of advantages to us. So some response is to be expected." Hamura frowned. He was very suspicious and thought, "These two are definitely hiding something from me. At least Hiruzen is. The incidents in the Land of Wind are just too favorable for us for it to be done by Hidden Stones Village or Hidden Clouds Village." He said, "That isn't acceptable. If it has nothing to do, then we should engage in a dialogue and make them stop their actions. Otherwise, we would suffer as well, just like how Hidden Sand Village did." Hiruzen rejected his idea by replying, "I just killed one of their elite jounins.
If you want to talk now, we would have to pay a big price. Besides, considering how much they suffered, it seems impossible that they didn't catch anyone. Though Hidden Sand Village is incompetent, they shouldn't be that useless. I'm sure they already know who the culprit is and are just using the opportunity to create trouble for us. Regardless, the situation is very beneficial for us. We just need to kill some of their ninjas. Once they realize how high the risks they have to take for these attacks are, they will stop immediately. Hamura became quiet. He thought, his words make perfect sense. But I know that something isn't right. Sigh, I don't think he will tell us the truth. He looked at Shikaku, but Shikaku looked like he would close his eyes and fall asleep at any second. Having seen Hiruzen's ability to bullshit for so many years, Shikaku didn't feel anything at the lies he made up. Hamura couldn't find anything from Shikaku's expression. He nodded and said, "All right. I'll take my leave." Since he wasn't getting any information, Hamura left. Hiruzen instructed, along with this situation, also decide which ninjas to deploy in the new camps that we have to build along the borders of tea and noodle countries. If needed, you can temporarily move them to assault any Hidden Sand Village infiltrators. Shikaku nodded and left. After closing the door, he sighed and muttered, "Why does my workload keep increasing? And we aren't even at war." Shikaku immediately got to work. Unlike Shikaku, Fujin had no responsibilities. He rested for a day and got back to his training. His clones worked hard to master more seals. They had already learned all the new symbols that the scrolls had. And they had mastered all seals in 18 of the 58 scrolls. As for Fujin, he recalled how magnanimous Hiruzen was and absorbed the energy in the wind crystals faster than ever. After a week, he was finally called to the Anbu headquarters. Fujin walked to the headquarters while thinking, looks like they finally arranged subordinates for me. Still, I haven't led a squad since the Uchiha massacre. I hope I haven't gotten too rusty. Granted, the first missions will be easier ones. I can't wait to make them police the streets, ha ha ha. When Fujin reached the headquarters, he saw Eagle, the commander of all Anbu ninjas, waiting for him. Eagle said, "Follow me." Fujin nodded and followed him to a room. On entering, he noticed 3 masked Anbu in the room. One wore a cat mask with 3 red stripes. She had long straight purple hair. Another wore a dog mask. He had golden hair. The last one had short black hair. Unlike the other 2, he was much younger and wore a sparrow mask. Eagle said, "He will be your team captain. Hawk, I'll leave them in your care." He disappeared from the room, leaving Fujin alone with his new subordinates. Chapter 292, Subordinates. Fujin looked at his new teammates and thought, I didn't think Yujao would be assigned under me. Shouldn't she be a part of Yamato's unit? Looks like my unit isn't made of newly selected ninjas. Makes sense, I guess, considering how many people Hiruzen recruited 2 years ago. He removed his mask and took a seat and said, "Take seats, make yourself comfortable and introduce yourself. I'm Suzuki Fujin. You can call me Captain or Ha." "No, Turtle." Fujin tossed his hawk mask in the open box that contained dozens of masks while thinking, the hawk mask along with my swords is just too well known. Fame is not good for Anbu missions. I need a new disguise. Fujin had seen a turtle mask at the top of the box. Wind suddenly began flowing in the closed room. The turtle mask soon began floating in the air and moved towards Fujin. Fujin grabbed it and said, "I specialize in wind style and swordsmanship. I prefer ranged battles and using hit and run tactics." Yujao and the blonde Anbu weren't surprised or impressed by Fujin's display. However, the third Anbu was quite impressed. He thought, "That's cool." Yujao removed her mask and said, "I'm Yuzuki Yujao. My code name is Neko. I am currently training in various sword styles. I specialize in wind style, as well. In addition, I can also use a few fire and water jutsus. And I can sense up to a distance of 800 meters. As for the battle, I don't have any preference for tactics. I can adjust to any battle style." Fujin raised his eyebrow and thought, apart from water jutsus, her skill set is almost identical to mine. At the same time, Yujao wondered, when Lord Hokage said that I could learn from my new captain, did he mean that I could improve my sword styles and wind jutsus by observing him? The blonde ninja removed his dog mask and said, "I am Yamanaka Fumito. My code name is Inyo. I specialize in Yamanaka clan secret techniques. I can sense up to 1,700 meters. My affinity is wind as well. My secondary nature is lightning. I prefer hiding and sneak attacking the enemies." Fujin nodded. Fumito looked to be as old as Yujao. Considering that they would have been ninjas for close to a decade, it wasn't surprising that they decided to learn more than one element. Finally, the last ninja removed his mask. A smile was plastered on his face. Fujin felt that his face looked familiar, but he didn't recognize him at first glance. However, soon, Fujin was surprised. He thought, this guy became an Anbu? Though Fujin didn't show it, he was genuinely surprised. The ninja introduced himself. I am Handa Bunjiro. My code name is Sparrow. My affinity is water and I am learning Winjutsus as my second nature. I have also learned the basics of being a sensor. But currently, I can only sense up to 80 meters. As for combat style, I don't have any fixed style but I prefer to drown my enemies from a distance. Fujin nodded and analyzed. Yujao and Fumito have wind as their primary element whereas Bunjiro has it as his secondary element. In addition, all three are sensors. And Yujao also uses a sword. Looks like my team will specialize in hitting from a distance or assassinations instead of engaging in combat directly. But, considering all the elements, the team does cover all elements. These three just miss the earth element, but Hiruzen and Eagle should know that I can use earth jutsu. The only major issue is Bunjiro. How did he go from academy to Anbu in just 2 years? Though Fujin also managed to do the same, his circumstances were completely different. Fujin had learned the basic exercises of chakra control during his first year in the academy. He had graduated at the top of his year and could already use 2 elements. After graduating, he was guided seriously by an elite jounin and even received training from Hiruzen. As for Bunjiro, he hadn't even tried the tree climbing exercise until a few months before the graduation exam. Fujin wondered, was he trained seriously by someone as well? Regardless, though this feat is impressive, his chakra is far lower than Yujao and Fumito. His strength should be weaker as well. It makes the squad unbalanced. Did Hiruzen force him into my squad just because I taught him in the past? Fujin thought for a bit, but couldn't think of any other reason. He asked, good. Do all three of you know the rules and protocols of Anbu? All three nodded. Yujao and Fumito were already a part of Anbu, whereas Bunjiro was informed by Eagle. Fujin looked at Yujao and asked, you know where the Anbu training ground 9 is, right? Yujao nodded. Fujin said, good. Taken you and Sparrow there. I'll come in half an hour. Use the time to discuss how to coordinate properly with each other and form decent teamwork. When I come, you three will fight me. Yujao, Fumito and Bunjiro were surprised. Fumito thought, he will take all of us on at the same time? Sigh, why did I get such a young captain who is so arrogant? If it wasn't for my horrible luck, I'd have been an Anbu captain myself. Bunjiro wondered, does he think that I'm as weak as I was 2 years ago? Only Yujao looked at him meaningfully. She and Fumito walked out while Bunjiro followed them. Fujin saw them leave. As soon as they were out of sight, he flickered and appeared in front of Eagle. Eagle wasn't surprised to see Fujin and asked, do you need something? Fujin nodded and replied, yeah. Give me their files. I want to know everything I can about my team. Eagle nodded and handed Fujin 3 files and said, feel free to read but leave them here. The information regarding the Anbu can't be allowed to exist anywhere else. Fujin nodded. He opened Yujao's file and began reading. After he was done, he concluded, she is good. She was first part of Kakashi's squad and then Yamato's squad. And she has already begun her training under Height. But, if all the information here is true, then her power is already equivalent to an Anbu captain. Why wasn't she allowed to take the promotion mission? Fujin began reading Fumito's file. He was surprised as he discovered, I see. He has already tried a promotion mission but failed to pass. His power should be at the Jounin level as well. No wonder I saw disdain in his eyes when I said that I will take on all 3 of them myself. Fujin placed his file down and began reading Bunjiro's file. This was the one he was most interested in reading. As he read, Fujin thought, though I guided the 5 of them, I didn't have much expectations from any of them. At most I expected them to reach low Chunin levels. After all, none of them had the talent or determination to get stronger. Guess I was wrong. I wonder what happened to the remaining 4. He read all his information and analyzed, I see. He and Tatsuya were placed in the same squad under a Jounin who took an interest in guiding them properly. And he is quite hardworking as well. He managed to become a Chunin around 6 months ago. But he was the only one from his squad who got promoted. Not bad. No wonder he managed to join the Anbu. But his strength doesn't compare to the other 2 and is probably average among Chunins. Though he is 6-7 years younger than the other 2. Still. Fujin looked up at Eagle. Though he couldn't see his face due to the mask, he could see that Eagle's eyes were glued on him. He thought, I don't understand my team. One is ready to be promoted to Anbu captain, one has failed the promotion mission and the third is a newbie. What does he aim to achieve by giving me such an imbalanced team? Eagle asked, is there any issue? Fujin handed over the files and said, no. I do have a question though. Since my team is newly formed and has a new member, we will have to police the village for a few months, right? Eagle was confused by the question. He replied, no, who told you that? You will be assigned field missions right away. Fujin asked, won't that be risky with an inexperienced ninja? Eagle replied, the other two of your subordinates are quite strong. And Lord Hokage believed in your strength as well. So I believe that his safety wouldn't be an issue. Fujin replied, alright. He left while thinking, as I expected, Hiruzen was behind such a weird team. Though Eagle's logic makes sense, it is very flawed. Knowing Hiruzen, he should have other motives. Unfortunately, I can't guess them. While Fujin was thinking, his new subordinates had discussed and planned for a few minutes before stopping and waiting for Fujin. Yuzhou and Fumito were sitting in a meditative position while Banjiro had a frown on his face. Chapter 293, Establishing Clout. Banjiro looked at Yuzhou and Fumito who were just sitting in the training ground. He asked with a frown on his face, shouldn't we discuss more strategies and work on our teamwork? Yuzhou and Fumito just talked about their abilities and asked Banjiro to do the same. After knowing everyone's abilities, Fumito formed a very basic plan and Yuzhou agreed without any arguments. Banjiro wondered, what the hell? This is even worse than when we were put in a Genin squad. Aren't they supposed to be experienced Anbu ninjas? Fumito shook his head and replied, we won't be able to improve our teamwork much in 30 minutes. So it's pointless. Just ensure that we don't get in each other's way while fighting and we will be good. After all, our opponent is someone who has just been promoted to Anbu captain. Banjiro wasn't convinced. He said, but. Yuzhou cut him off and said, he is right. Captain could have given us more time to prepare to form better teamwork. But we aren't Genins. As an Anbu, we may spontaneously be asked to team up with other Anbu ninjas, or other Anbu teams or even operate solo. So we have to be prepared to form good coordination with any other ninja. Consider this as a part of your training. Banjiro thought for a bit and replied, alright. He sat down as well and joined his new teammates. Yuzhou's mind wandered as she recalled the meeting she had the previous day. One day ago, Yuzhou appeared in the Hokage's office. Only Hiruzen and Shikaku were present in the room. She respectfully asked, Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Hiruzen waited for a few seconds and said, Yuzhou, your Anbu team will be changed. I'm placing you in a different Anbu unit. Yuzhou was surprised. Her eyes lit up. She asked, am I getting promoted to Anbu captain, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen smiled and said, no, not yet. We have observed your improvements and you have been performing very well. But it's not yet the time for your promotion. Yuzhou became silent. She was confused. She thought, Captain Yamato said that I'm ready for the promotion mission. Why did Lord Hokage say the opposite? And why am I being shifted? Hiruzen continued, this change will be beneficial for you. Your new captain will be Suzuki Fujin. I believe you will learn a lot from him. Shikaku handed her a file that contained some basic information regarding Fujin but didn't mention anything about his abilities or mission record. Yuzhou glanced through the information. A look of surprise appeared behind her mask as Yuzhou noticed Fujin's age. Hiruzen explained, he is quite strong, but is very young. And he tends to go a bit extreme during the missions. While working with him, you will also be responsible to stop him if you feel that he is doing something that will have very adverse implications. Though Hiruzen was impressed by what Fujin did in his promotion mission, neither he nor Shikaku wanted to see him do anything of that scale once again. His actions had almost broken the delicate balance of the ninja world. Hiruzen wanted the current peace to extend for as long as it could. Yuzhou was surprised by his words. She asked, by stopping, do you mean? She didn't complete her question. Hiruzen replied, no, just talk with him. He is very reasonable. He is still your captain. So you aren't allowed to fight or backstab him. Yuzhou sighed in relief. She didn't want to attack her comrade. She nodded and said, all right. I'll do my best. Hiruzen smiled again and said, if you keep up your good work, I'll allow you to take the promotion mission after a year. Yuzhou replied with determination in her voice, thank you. I won't disappoint you. She left the office. Shikaku watched her leave with a serious face. Hiruzen hadn't informed him of his plans. He analyzed, that's strange. She is strong and experienced enough to be promoted. Yet, she wasn't. He recalled the names of the Anbu that would be assigned to Fujin and began analyzing all information. Suddenly, it clicked. He looked at Hiruzen with surprise as he realized, I see. Yuzhou is confirmed to be an Anbu captain. So is Fumito. As for Banjiro, Hiruzen said that Fujin had guided him in the academy. With his talent, he should reach the Jounin level as well. He asked, you are planning to increase Fujin's clout? Hiruzen wasn't surprised that Shikaku figured it out. It was the main reason why he had called him there. He nodded and replied, yes. Though his strength is impressive, his reputation is almost non-existent. He might be more famous in Hidden Cloud's village than in our village. His relationships aren't much either. The only one with significant influence that is close to him is Renjiro. Even in the younger generation, the only ones close to him are Hyuga Hoka and Senju Teru. Though they are talented, they won't be anywhere near enough to support him in the future. Compared with Kakashi, he is highly lacking in both aspects. Shikaku nodded. By giving Fujin 3 talented subordinates, Hiruzen had set up an easy path for him to gain influence. Yujao and Fumito will remember that Fujin was their captain for some time. As for Banjiro, he was guided by Fujin from the time he was in the academy. So he would become another one to support him. And since Yujao and Fumito would be promoted very soon, Fujin would be given newer subordinates to increase his influence in the Anbu. Shikaku asked, "Are you confident that he can become a Hokage?" Hiruzen shrugged and said, "It's tough to say. But there isn't any harm in helping him. If he lives up to our expectations, then he could compete with Kakashi for my seat in the future. And since neither of them is hungry for political power, it shouldn't create any internal conflict in the village." Shikaku nodded and said, "I agree. But, increasing his reputation will be a bit problematic. Both the Hidden Clouds village incident and this mission can't be revealed to the public. We will have to create more opportunities in the future like we did for Kakashi." Hiruzen replied, "It's fine. He is only 14. Let him stay in the dark and keep accumulating his strength. When the time is right, we can create multiple opportunities for him to gain fame. Even the Anbu commander post can be handed over to him if need be." Shikaku nodded. Raising someone's reputation wasn't very difficult for them. Especially if that someone was worthy of that reputation. He discussed the Hidden Sand Village matter with Hiruzen and left the office. Alone in his office, Hiruzen looked at a scroll lying on his desk. There were many scrolls on his desk at all times, so Shikaku didn't pay any attention to that scroll. Hiruzen thought, "I was initially planning to give Fujin a couple more months off. Learning advanced Fuinjutsu is difficult and very time-consuming. But with shadow clones, he should be able to do the symbols and the easier seals in 3 months. But..." Recalling the contents of the scroll, Hiruzen shivered involuntarily. He thought, "I thought I had handed it to him quite clearly. But, why did he increase his consumption of wind crystals? Did he get the wrong message somehow? Don't tell me he thought that my buying more wind crystals from other countries was a message to keep using as many as he wants. Sigh, this kid is too good at giving me headaches. If I let him be free for another couple of months, Hidden Leaf Village might actually begin running out of wind crystals. And that would invite scrutiny from the council. Though I might be able to handle it, it will bring a lot of unnecessary attention to Fujin and his access to them in the future will be limited heavily. So I can only send him on missions and limit the amount of time he has to spend in the training facilities." Present, Fujin waited for 30 minutes and appeared at the training ground. Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro got up and got ready. Fujin looked at them and said, "In order to cooperate properly, we need to know where everyone's strengths lie and what everyone's weaknesses are. There won't be any killing or maiming in this fight. But give it your all. You won't stand a chance against me if you hold back." Though Fumito was a bit skeptical, he planned to give it his all. Yujao and Banjiro also became serious. He picked up a stone and tossed it in the air and said, "The fight begins once the stone hits the ground." Yujao grabbed her sword, Fumito grabbed a few shurikens and Banjiro held 3 shurikens in each hand. As soon as the stone hit the ground, Yujao rushed forward with her sword while Banjiro launched all 6 shurikens at Fujin. Meanwhile, Fumito stayed back and weaved hand signs to take advantage of any openings Fujin provided. The 6 shurikens ripped through the air and hit Fujin's body. Banjiro's eyes widened. He thought, so easy? However, he saw the shurikens passing through his body and Fujin's image dispersed a bit before dissipating completely. He asked, "When did he create a clone?" Fumito's expression was serious. He said, "That wasn't a clone. It was an afterimage." Fumito didn't see Fujin move at all. He closed his eyes and activated his chakra field. All his previous disdain was tossed out of his mind. Yujao was serious as well. She only saw the general direction of where Fujin had gone. She turned her head to her right and shouted, "Incoming." Chapter 294, Displaying His Might. On their right, a gigantic dragon made of wind was flying towards them. Yujao immediately jumped forward and out of its way. Fumito sensed the attack as well. Only Banjiro was caught off guard. Fumito grabbed his arm and jumped in the opposite direction. Hiding among the trees, Fujin observed their movements and thought, "Not bad. I was expecting Fumito to dodge by himself." The dragon suddenly turned towards Fumito and Banjiro and chased after them. Fumito let Banjiro's arm go and said, "Use a water jutsu to stop it." He began weaving hand signs himself while moving backwards. Banjiro also did the same. Just when the wind dragon was about to crash into them, Banjiro released his jutsu. Water style,
Water wall jutsu. A wall of water appeared in front of the dragon. Fumito immediately launched his jutsu as well. Lightning style, lightning net jutsu. Lightning began flowing through the water wall and a blue net could be seen sparkling inside it. Banjiro's eyes widened in shock. He created a perfect combination attack on the first try. At the same time, Yujao traced the wind dragon's path and tracked Fujin's location. She tried approaching him sneakily but Fujin spotted her immediately. Since stealth was of no use, Yujao approached him openly and jumped in the air. She swung her swords in a circular motion, leaving a trace of afterimages behind. Hazy Moon Knight. Yujao moved at a remarkable speed, forming a blur as she closed the distance between her and Fujin in the blink of an eye. In one swift motion, she unleashed a slashing strike aimed directly at Fujin's neck. Though her sword movements were irregular and her speed very high, Fujin had no issues in seeing her actions clearly. A sword appeared in his hand. He raised it just in time, meeting Yujao's blade with a resounding clash. Yujao had expected Fujin to stop her attack. She intended to use the impact to halt her momentum and swiftly transition into her next series of attacks. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself unable to feel the expected resistance from Fujin's forceful strike. Instead of blocking, Fujin parried her blow and sent it veering to his right. The sword harmlessly passed by him. Yujao, carried by the momentum of her own strike, continued her movement and found herself dangerously close to Fujin's flank. In one fluid and precise motion, Fujin continued the natural flow of his sword and slashed her thigh, cutting the straps of the weapon pouch attached to her right leg. Yujao stopped a few meters behind him. Her right leg had a shallow sword cut causing it to bleed. She turned around to look at Fujin. Shock could be seen in her eyes as she thought, he parried my attack? But how? Even Hayate-senpai never managed to do this. He could only dodge or block my attack. A bit away, Fumito and Banjiro were able to stop the wind dragon with their combination jutsu. However, before they could relax, they heard, "That's impressive." Both immediately jumped forward and turned around and saw Fujin standing with two balls of wind in his palms. Fujin's shadow clone fired two wind explosion spheres at Fumito and Banjiro. Neither had sufficient time to use a jutsu. So both of them jumped out of the way. Though they dodged, the spheres exploded and sent sharp winds flying in all directions. Both received several minor cuts on their chest, abdomen and arms. Both had frowns on their faces. Fumito realized, he can hide his chakra perfectly. I didn't sense him at all. If this was a mission, we would have died. Banjiro was dumbfounded. He thought, I got injured by a rank D jutsu? I thought that I had reduced the difference between us. But now, how much is he holding back to fight with just C and D rank jutsus? Despite their emotions, both attacked immediately. Fumito shouted, distract him. I'll get him with mind-body switch jutsu. He extended his arms towards Fujin's clone and waited for an opportunity. Banjiro ran towards Fujin's clone while weaving hand signs quickly. Water style, water shuriken jutsu. Dozens of water shurikens appeared in front of Banjiro and flew at Fujin's clone. He dodged them while thinking, since when did Anbu start having ninjas that shout out their tactics? Besides, even though that jutsu is overpowered, it is useless without the aid of a Nara or excessive support. He dodged a few dozen water shurikens, but more kept appearing around Banjiro and launched at him continuously. The clone's eyes began glowing and landed on Banjiro. Banjiro was continuously releasing his chakra. The chakra in his body was moving in the same way it did after he weaved the hand signs. Fujin's clone analyzed, I see. Though he needed hand signs for the first time, he has learned to control his chakra well enough to keep spamming that jutsu without the need for repeating or maintaining any hand seals. My previous analysis of just an average chunin was wrong. He should be able to perform this jutsu without any hand seals very soon. Fumito observed Fujin's clone moving around at high speeds. He had no chance to use his jutsu. However, he didn't mind and waited for an opportunity. A bit away, Fujin and Yujao were clashing with their swords. Neither used any jutsu. Yujao was breathing heavily. In just a few minutes of clashing, there were dozens of cuts on her body. On the contrary, there wasn't a single cut on Fujin's body. Behind her mask, Yujao had a bitter smile. She muttered to herself, I understand what Lord Hokage meant. I have used every style, every dance that I know, but he countered all my attacks without using any sword style. No wonder he was promoted to Anbu captain at such a young age. I'm not even worthy enough to make him fight seriously. Knowing that competing with swords will be pointless, Yujao sheathed her sword and made a hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 3 shadow clones appeared next to her. Fujin saw them weaving hand signs and sighed, I should avoid sparring in the future. My natural instincts have completely been honed to kill. All 3 of them have provided me with so many openings that it has been a challenge to restrain myself. Anyways, I have seen enough. Time to end this. Yu Zhao's clones completed their hand seals. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Fujin saw a giant fireball that was being deconstructed into flames and spreading along the wind, heading towards him. He immediately moved out of the range of the attack. However, the last clone and Yu Zhao followed him. Wind style, Air Bullet Jutsu. Water style, Water Bullet Jutsu. Both shot a dozen bullets each at Fujin. However, Fujin rapidly moved towards them while dodging the bullets with ease and leaving multiple afterimages behind. Yu Zhao tried targeting Fujin's path but was unsuccessful. Fujin appeared behind her as chakra gathered on his palms. Yu Zhao and her clone tried moving away while grabbing their swords. However, Fujin hit their abdomens with his palms. Yu Zhao's shadow clone dispersed due to the damage. Yu Zhao herself was sent flying and slammed into a tree. The damage caused her remaining clones to dispel as well. On the other side, Bunjiro realized that water shurikens won't help him resolve the situation. He weaved a few hand seals quickly. Water style, Raging Waves Jutsu. Bunjiro supercharged the jutsu by pouring most of his chakra into it. He spewed a large amount of water that rushed towards Fujin's clone like a giant waterfall. Fumito was waiting for such a move. Lightning appeared on his palms and a beam was launched into the water that Bunjiro released, electrifying it. Fujin's clone noticed the combination attack and smiled. Not bad. He bluffed when he said he wanted to use the mind-body switch jutsu. He was waiting for Bunjiro to try and drown me. Looks like I won't have to worry about them dying easily. Oh well, time to establish my prestige in this team. The electrified water wave appeared in front of him. Fujin's clone refined his chakra instantly and attacked. Wind style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Fujin's clone exhaled very strong winds. It clashed with the combination jutsu and overpowered it instantly. The electrified water was sent flying towards where Yu Zhao's clones had lit a fire. The winds created deep scars in the ground. Many trees were cut while a few were uprooted. Bunjiro created a water wall to protect himself. However, it kept crumbling at every second. He desperately put all his chakra into the wall to ensure that it protected it. He gritted his teeth and thought, Fujin, is this strong? This is crazy. Luckily this attack isn't targeted at me. Otherwise, even if there were 100 of me, we would have died. Fumito escaped into the ground without any hesitation. He was horrified by the attack. He cursed, what the fuck? How the hell can a 14-year-old use such an insanely strong attack? That too with just half his chakra. Anbu captain my ass. His level should be far beyond it. Chapter 295, Doing Paperwork with Enthusiasm. Yu Zhao got back on her feet and grabbed her sword. However, Fujin raised his palm and said, enough. That's sufficient combat for today. Yu Zhao nodded and sheathed her sword again. Suddenly, she looked behind her. At that instant, a strong wind blew through the area. Numerous branches were broken. Yu Zhao struggled to keep standing. A massive amount of water suddenly landed on the fire that was spreading, dousing it and covering the area with steam. After the winds passed, Yu Zhao asked, what is that? Fujin replied, looks like my clone decided to end the battle. Let's go and check on them. Just like Fumito, Yu Zhao also sensed the fight happening at the other place. But she was still surprised that Fujin could unleash such destruction with just a clone. Both flickered towards where Fumito and Bunjiro were. The winds had finally calmed down. Fujin and Yu Zhao saw Bunjiro sitting on the ground while breathing heavily. Despite wearing a mask, they could see that he was scared. Sensing them, Fumito climbed out of the ground. He looked at Fujin. This time, there was no disdain in his eyes. Instead, there was admiration and respect. Fujin looked at his clone who dispelled himself in response and passed all the memories to Fujin. Fujin said, I have seen enough for now. We will end the fight here. Neither Bunjiro nor Fumito objected. They didn't want to be on the receiving end of such a devastating jutsu again. Fujin looked at Bunjiro and said, take a good rest, your chakra levels are very low. Bunjiro nodded and replied, I will. Fujin looked at Yu Zhao and Fumito and said, though the cuts on you are shallow, get them healed as well. We will meet back in our room after 3 days. I'm not sure when we will be assigned missions or which missions we will be assigned. He looked at Bunjiro and explained, generally speaking, easier missions are assigned when a new Anbu joins the unit. But, Yu Zhao and Fumito have a lot of experience. So we may be given tougher missions to start off. So be prepared. Bunjiro nodded again and said with confidence, don't worry Captain. I'm prepared. Fujin nodded and said, good. Let's meet later. He flickered away leaving his 3 subordinates together. Bunjiro said, I never thought that the gap between an Anbu and an Anbu captain would be so strong. Fumito shook his head and said, you are overthinking. He is just too strong. I don't think my old captain would stand a chance against him. I wonder how he trained to be so strong at just 14. And why isn't he famous?
I never heard of him until today. Yu Zhao said, I guess he did missions that were classified. So he never got any credit for them. Still, I didn't think that I'd be so outclassed in swordplay. I'll be returning to my training. Fumito nodded and said, I will be doing the same. Bunjiro, after you heal and rest for some time, visit the training facilities. Instead of resting at home, meditate in the water training rooms. Considering how strong our captain is, our missions might be very difficult. Bunjiro replied, alright. Thank you for the tip, Fumito-senpai. The three visited Hidden Leaf Village Hospital before going their own ways. Meanwhile, Fujin had created 60 shadow clones to continue learning the seals while he went into the wind training room to meditate. While meditating, he analyzed, Hiruzen gave me quite a strong squad. Yu Zhao's swordplay is as good as I expected. But her skills with elemental jutsus were a surprise. As for Fumito, despite being a Yamanaka, his skills with lightning jutsus and his ability to form combination jutsus with allies is very impressive. And he didn't show any wind jutsu, which is supposed to be his main element. But I guess that is to be expected. After all, advancing to Jounin rank with just the Yamanaka secret techniques is extremely rare. And it is even more difficult to become an Anbu captain. Bunjiro is the biggest surprise though. Though rank A and S jutsus seem cool, in a battle, the most effective jutsus are the ones that can be spammed or affect a huge area. With water shuriken and raging waves, he covers both these areas. Though he will have to improve his movement and reaction speed. But, that will improve as he goes on difficult missions. While Fujin was analyzing his team, one person had a very dark face. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen was watching Fujin with his crystal ball. He thought, I gave you a team. Go hang out with them, train with them, and make friends. Why are you back in the training rooms? All that effort only managed to keep him away for an hour? Hiruzen immediately began doing his paperwork while thinking, I need to find a suitable mission for his team. A mission that will keep him away from the village for at least 2 weeks. Takao, who was helping Hiruzen with the paperwork, looked at him in surprise. He wondered, why is Lord Hokage going through his paperwork with such enthusiasm? The next day, Hiruzen sat in his chair while looking at 3 files on his desk. All these 3 files had a mission that needed an elite Jounin level ninja to lead. Hiruzen looked at the first file and thought, this mission will be a long-term deployment in the Land of Water. It would have been an excellent mission to test how good Fujin is beyond fighting and killing. Unfortunately, I don't want to risk sending him on another long mission in a major village. I'm afraid he might drag Hidden Leaf Village into that civil war. I'll let Renjiro take care of this. He opened the second file and thought, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village are signing some sort of treaty or at least an understanding in the Land of Birds. Considering the current situation, an alliance between them could prove troublesome for us. However, Onoki should see the bigger picture and realize Hidden Clouds Village's threat. Fortunately, Onoki and Raza aren't meeting. Still, it will be best if this meeting goes bad. But Hidden Sand Village should be hunting for Fujin. It's not a good idea to send him there. I'll let Eagle lead 3 Anbu squads with former root ninjas here. Finally, Hiruzen opened the last file and thought, the leaders of the Ide family and Kagawa family from the Land of Grass are going to meet in Ide territory. Though very few in the Land of Grass support Hidden Stones Village, Ide is one of them. In fact, they are the most significant. They control a large territory along their borders with the Land of Earth. Shikaku believes that this meeting is a trap to kill the head of the Kagawa family who supports Hidden Leaf Village. I'll send Fujin's team here to ensure that the head of the Kagawa family returns safely. Since this meeting is supposed to last for over a week, they will be away from the village for at least 2 weeks. Hiruzen decided to assign the mission to the Land of Grass to Fujin's unit. While Hiruzen was picking out a mission, Yu Zhao was training extremely hard along with Hayate. Sounds of swords clashing could be heard for hours in their training ground. Finally, Hayate said, that's enough for today. You need to rest. Yu Zhao stopped and sheathed her sword. Both went out to grab a meal. Hayate asked, what's gotten into you today? I haven't even seen you train with such intensity. Yu Zhao sighed and said, I was assigned to a new team yesterday. The captain arranged a sparring session. He parried my hazy moon knight slash with ease. During the fight, I couldn't land a single hit on him. Hayate was surprised. Even though he was teaching Yu Zhao, her strength wasn't far from his. He asked, he sounds very powerful. Who is your new captain? Yu Zhao replied, Suzuki Fujin. Hayate tried recalling, but he couldn't remember anything. He said, I don't think I have ever heard of him. Is he a veteran ninja who keeps a low profile by hiding in the Anbu? Yu Zhao shook her head and replied, no. He is just 14 years old. I looked up his information as well. But I didn't find much on him other than the fact that Senju Renjiro was his teacher and that he was the champion during his Chunin exams. Hayate was shocked.
he asked. A 14-year-old boy defeated you in swordplay. Which style did he use? Yu Zhao had a bitter smile as she said, none. I couldn't make him use any. I was left speechless. He thought, seeing the intensity of her training and her voice, she should have been defeated very thoroughly. He muttered, a 14-year-old genius who is already an Anbu captain. Looks like our village will have another strong ninja in the future. Yu Zhao nodded. To cheer her up, I changed the subject and talked about the stuff she liked. Just as Hiruzen expected, Fujin's name would slowly be known among the generation that was around 6-8 years older than him. These were the batches that had graduated from academy right after the Third Great Ninja War and hence had very high numbers. Due to this, Fujin's reputation would slowly build up in the village. Chapter 296, A Boring Mission? On the day Fujin was supposed to meet with his team, an Anbu ninja showed up at Fujin's house and passed him a message. Fujin frowned as he thought, a mission on the very same day we decided to meet? That old fox must be spying with that perverted ball again. Fujin and his team met in their assigned room at the decided time. Fujin looked at his subordinates and asked, are any of you still laid injured? Everyone shook their heads. Fujin said, good. Lord Hokage will assign our first mission today. Follow me. Fujin walked towards the Hokage's building. Yu Zhao, Fumito and Banjiro followed him while lost in their own thoughts. Banjiro was excited. He thought, wow. I never expected that Lord Hokage would assign my first Anbu mission himself. I lucked out by joining Fujin's team. Though I hate Daijuke, I am so glad that he led us to meet Fujin. Fumito thought, a mission after such a long time. And this is assigned by Lord Hokage as well. I have to perform properly and show Lord Hokage how capable I am. Only then I will have any chance of becoming an Anbu captain. Yu Zhao's eyes were glued to Fujin's back. She was interested in finding out more about Fujin and his skill with the sword. The group soon entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's turtle mask and asked, why aren't you wearing the hawk mask? Though Hiruzen had seen that Fujin used the turtle mask during sparring, he thought that Fujin would go back to the hawk mask during normal Anbu missions. Fujin replied, that mask gets identified quite quickly. So it kinda loses its purpose. Hiruzen nodded but he was surprised. Though it was a very logical move, most ninjas wouldn't do it unless the mission demanded a high degree of anonymity. After all, who wouldn't want to build their fame and be well known and respected throughout the ninja world? Hiruzen explained the mission details to Fujin's team. Fujin analyzed the details and thought, looks like this will be another long and boring mission. Sigh, I wanted to continue training. After understanding the details and importance of the mission, Team Fujin left the office. Fujin said, this will be a 2-3 weeks long mission. Pack up the supplies and meet me at the village gate in 30 minutes. Everyone nodded and dispersed. 20 minutes later, Team Fujin left the village and moved towards the land of grass. A day later, they entered a town under disguise. The street was bustling with a high number of people who were going about their lives in a happy mood. Fumito looked around the town and said, looks like the Kagawa family is doing a great job. This town is very peaceful and prosperous and the citizens look happy and content. Yu Zhao nodded and said, yeah. Their family has a few jounins. So the city should be safe in times of peace. The group walked to a location from where they could watch the central mansion very clearly. Fujin's eyes glowed as he saw a bunch of people in the courtyard. They were all flocking around a man in his 50s. He muttered, so he is Kagawa Noriyuki, the leader of the Kagawa family. Fujin instructed, Lord Hokage should have sent him a message mentioning that we will be protecting him from the shadows. So we won't be coming in any direct contact with him unless trouble really happens. According to our information, he will leave the town after 3 days. Though unlikely, Hidden Stone's village could send an assassin to kill him while in the city. So we will take turns to keep an eye on him. I and Banjiro will keep an eye during the day. You two will keep an eye during the night. Yu Zhao replied, alright. We will investigate the city a bit before getting some rest. Fujin nodded. Fumito and Yu Zhao left. Their experience in the Anbu was longer than Fujin's. So he didn't need to give them many instructions. Fujin and Banjiro hid themselves while keeping an eye on the mansion. Banjiro was a bit nervous. Even though Fujin had guided him earlier, he had provided guidance to the entire group at the same time. He had never interacted with Fujin one-on-one. After some silence, Banjiro couldn't hold it anymore and decided to talk. He asked, aren't we in peacetime? Why is Hidden Stone's village trying to create trouble right now? Wouldn't that cause a war? Fujin looked at Banjiro and wondered, what would he think if he knew what I did in the Land of Wind? Fujin shook his head and said, the peace you see is only on the surface. In reality, this peacetime is a continuous war between the Anbu of various countries. Every action we take is to increase our advantage in the next war. The village that does this the best while building its military power will likely be the one to win the next war.
Bunjiro was shocked by that answer. His understanding of the world shattered. He muttered, "Doesn't that mean that the next great war is a certainty and the peace is only temporary?" Fujin nodded, "Pretty much." Bunjiro's mood became a bit depressed. He asked, "Does that mean we will be fighting Hidden Stone's village ninjas for sure this time?" Fujin replied, "Not really. Fighting between Anbu can become very complicated. This might just be a false alarm. Or perhaps Hidden Stone's village faked information so that we would waste our time protecting him while they attack someone else. Only around 30% of the missions actually involve any combat. Life and death battle is even more rare. But it is better to just assume that we will be in a life and death battle in every mission." Bunjiro nodded and the two became silent once again. After a while, Fujin asked, "How are the other four doing?" Bunjiro wasn't surprised by the question. He replied, "Tatsuya was in the same Geinin team as me. Though he failed last time, he is participating in the current Chunin exams and has qualified for the last round. He should be able to become a Chunin." Daijuke, Ryuma and Buncho were put in the same Geinin squad under a Chunin sensei. But we had an argument after the graduation exam. So I don't know much about what happened to them later. I heard that they participated in this Chunin exam but were eliminated in the first round." Fujin was surprised. He asked, "You five used to be so close to each other. Why did you suddenly argue?" Bunjiro let out a sigh and answered, "After you guided us for the last time, they just practiced the 3 basic ninjutsu and didn't train any further. But me and Tatsuya began learning the elemental jutsus and hence gained a better rank in the exam. So after the exam, they blamed us and said that we trained in secret instead of training at the same speed as them. They stopped speaking to us after it." Fujin shook his head in disappointment and replied, "I see. That's a bad attitude. But seeing how strong you have grown, I guess it was good for you." Bunjiro nodded. After the argument, he had become very careful in choosing his friends. He only befriended the ones who worked as hard as him and pushed him to be better. He looked at Fujin and secretly sighed in relief. He thought, Daijuke said that he was friends with Fujin from the time that they were very young. I was afraid that Fujin would get angry at me since I abandoned his friend. Luckily he is moral and just and doesn't blindly side with his friends." Bunjiro felt that his worries were just. After all, Daijuke was the one who brought their group to Fujin and he claimed that he had played with Fujin since they were 2 years old. However, Fujin had long forgotten that. After all, he wasn't sure whether he could even consider those memories as his. He had agreed to guide them just as an experiment. Since they didn't have anything to do, Fujin began talking with Bunjiro about his abilities. Sensing the chance to gain additional guidance, Bunjiro told him everything about himself. Fujin made a few comments on how he could improve further. After learning everything about him, Fujin thought, looks like Renjiro isn't the only one who trains his students very seriously. He lucked out by getting a Jounin sensei who was dedicated to raising the next generation. Fujin said, "Your progress is very good. Your control over water jutsus is good. But you should focus on improving your speed. Work on your body flicker jutsu. Learn how to do it without making any hand seals and sustain it for longer distances. When you combine that speed with your sustained water shuriken offense, you will see far better results." Bunjiro immediately nodded. He recalled how Fujin had disappeared in front of their eyes and his clone had appeared behind them. If he could replicate the same, then his attacks would become much more deadly. Fujin asked, "Do you use a training seal?" Bunjiro nodded and replied, "Yes, Sensei bought one for each of us a few days after we became his students. It exerts pressure and resistance up to 125 kilograms. I can currently handle up to 69% of the maximum pressure." Fujin replied, "That's good. Focus on maxing it out. When you do, I'll make a new one that can exert pressure up to 500 kilograms." Bunjiro said, "I will do it." "Thanks, Captain." Chapter 297, Ambush. As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the town, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Many people gathered along the streets, their faces beaming with excitement and curiosity. Vibrant banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, displaying the emblem of the town and symbols of its proud heritage. The atmosphere was charged with a mixture of admiration and reverence. At the center of the commotion stood Kagawa Noriyuki, adorned in regal attire, radiating an aura of authority. Accompanying him were a retinue of influential nobles and skilled ninjas, each exuding a sense of confidence and purpose. Their presence commanded attention and respect. The townsfolk lined the streets, their eager eyes fixed upon the procession as it made its way through the heart of the town. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, echoing through the bustling thoroughfares. Among the crowd stood Fujin and his team who had disguised themselves. It had been over 3 days since they arrived in the town. Fujin observed the procession and thought, not bad. He converted this meeting into some sort of festival. This will increase his prestige and reputation. And all he had to do was put up a display while leaving the town instead of just leaving silently. Fujin was impressed by Noriyuki's intelligence and methods. Standing next to him, Yujao said, "The ninjas wearing those fancy vests are the 8 jounins protecting this town. Even the leader is supposed to be at jounin level." Fumito commented, "Only 3 of them can barely be considered at the jounin level. The rest, including the leader, are at the chunin level." Fujin nodded and said, "Still, it's impressive considering that it is just a town in the land of grass." Not long ago, Fujin had raided the western cities in the land of wind. Of the 5 cities he attacked, 4 didn't have any jounin protecting them. Yujao observed properly and said, "The man standing next to Noriyuki is Hoshi no Ryoichi. He is hiding his chakra but is quite strong. He is said to be among the 3 strongest ninjas in Hidden Grass Village. In the Third Great Ninja War, he held back a division of Hidden Stones Village to save a city." Fujin nodded. He already knew about him. After recruiting Kosai Shigeki, Fujin began looking for information on talented ninjas outside the 5 major villages. Hoshi no Ryoichi was among those ninjas. Fujin was wondering how he could recruit him. Unfortunately, Fujin didn't have any means of recruiting or controlling him. He was hoping to get some additional intel on Ryoichi during the mission. After passing through the main streets in the town, the entourage left the city and slowly disappeared in the distance. In the mansion, 5 people stood on the balcony and saw the entourage leaving with worry in their eyes. They were the family of Noriyuki. Considering the danger during this trip, Noriyuki hadn't taken any close family members with him. Instead, he had made all preparations to ensure that his son would succeed him if something happened to him. The ones who could pose a threat to his son were all made to accompany him to the meeting. Team Fujin followed the entourage from a distance. Bunjiro sighed and said, "They are moving slower than even the trade caravans." Fumito nodded and said, "It's because they have many civilian nobles. Those bunch are the slowest when it comes to moving long distances. But learn to be patient. As an Anbu, you may have to spend weeks or even months doing nothing but keeping a watch." Bunjiro nodded. They followed Kagawa and his group for over a day until they reached the banks of a magnificent river. Across the river was Mizukashi, the westernmost town in the land of grass and the town where the Ide family held power. The river, teeming with turbulent waters, surged with a forceful current. A normal civilian wouldn't be able to swim in the river. Fortunately, a sturdy bridge spanning the width of the river was built by the Ide family. The Kagawa family entourage crossed the bridge and was immediately welcomed by the people arranged by the Ide family to greet and welcome the Kagawa family. Observing them from a long distance, Yujao said, "That bridge looks like the perfect ambushing spot. Other than ninjas, everyone would die immediately." Fujin nodded and said, "Well, our task is just to ensure that Kagawa Noriyuki stays alive. So if they are ambushed here, focus on killing the ambushers rather than defending." Yujao and Fumito understood Fujin's intentions and nodded. However, Bunjiro was shocked. He looked at Fujin once again and thought, "But wouldn't that mean that every civilian will be dead? There are over 30 people in that group who can't use their chakra. Do we have to be so heartless?" Despite his doubts, Bunjiro didn't question Fujin. As an Anbu, obeying the instructions of his superior without any question was the basic requirement. Otherwise, the success rate of Anbu missions would drop drastically. If he had any questions, he could ask them after the mission was completed. Team Fujin infiltrated Mizukashi and stayed there for the next week while keeping an eye on Kagawa Noriyuki. However, not a single incident happened during that week and no one tried to attack Noriyuki. Finally, after completing all meetings and discussions, the Kagawa family entourage left Mizukashi. Bunjiro saw them leaving and muttered softly, "Looks like Shikaku-sama's analysis was wrong." However, the eyes of Fujin, Yujao and Fumito were glued to the water around the bridge. Yujao muttered, "He is right once again." Fumito asked, "Should we make a move?" Fujin replied, "No. We don't know whether they are enemies or not. We would create trouble if they have any other purpose. But stay ready. We will make a move as soon as they do." Though they could see the chakras, they couldn't see to whom the ninjas belonged as they were hiding underwater. If they weren't Hidden Stones Village ninjas and instead were from the Ide family, then Fujin would have to reassess how to make a move. After all, it would then be an internal conflict rather than a hidden conflict between Hidden Lee Village and Hidden Stones Village. Though Fujin had killed various forces from the minor villages, all had been done with utmost secrecy. If he openly killed them in front of an entire town, then it would be disadvantageous for Hidden Lee Village diplomatically. The loss would far exceed the gains made by saving the Kagawa family. Even if he used disguises, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out who the external forces protecting the Kagawa family were. Bunjiro heard their conversation and was confused. He asked softly, "What do you mean?" Fujin replied, 16 ninjas are hiding in the river. Be ready to flicker." Bunjiro immediately became serious and mentally prepared himself for a fight.
The group watched as the entourage began crossing the bridge. Despite walking on it, none of the Kagawa family ninjas detected the ones hiding underwater in the strong water current. Without leaking any chakra, everyone in the group underwater grabbed a kunai with an explosive tag attached and threw it at the entourage. At the same time, one ninja made the confrontation hand sign. Immediately, the explosive tags attached to the bridge began glowing. Since no incident had happened, most of the people in the entourage had become lax. However, Hoshino Ryoichi was on guard and noticed the kunais. He threw a couple of shurikens to intercept them and shouted, "Watch out!" Immediately all ninjas became alert. However, it was too late. Other than the kunai Ryoichi deflected, the remaining explosive tags all went off at the same time. The people from Mizukashi, who were watching the entourage leave, watched in horror as the bridge that connected them with the rest of the land of grass blew up. Many immediately began screaming in horror. A few ran away as chaos spread in the town. At the same time, a smile crept on the face of Ide Tamaki, the leader of the Ide family. However, he soon hid it and shouted, "We are under attack. Everyone prepare immediately. We will save our fellow countrymen." Ide Tamaki looked at the explosion with ecstasy in his eyes. He thought, "Great. I was getting worried by how rapidly the Kagawa family was spreading their influence in recent years. Even my interests were being compromised. But with them out of the way, we will no longer have any threat. And by showing how quickly I decided to help them, my prestige will increase uncontrollably." Team Fujin didn't move and just observed the smoke. Soon, 15 figures jumped out of the smoke and stood on top of the river. They were Kagawa Noriuki, Hoshino Ryoichi, 8 jounins and 5 chunins. Fear and horror could be seen on their faces. Apart from them, everyone was dead. Even Ryoichi had a grim expression. Bunjiro thought, 6 chunins died to such a lame attack? These guys aren't worthy of being called chunins. Immediately, the ninjas hidden in the water came out and assaulted them. Fujin saw their headbands and said, "Rogue ninjas. Kill them all." Since they weren't wearing the headband belonging to Hidden Grass Village, Fujin could just kill them and claim that the Kagawa family had issued a mission to Hidden Lee Village to ensure their protection. Since the attackers had disguised themselves as rogue ninjas, no one could question them. All 4 flickered at the same time. Chapter 298, A Chaotic Battle. Hoshino Ryoichi looked at the ninjas approaching them and commanded, "Stay together and guard Noriuki. I'll cut down their numbers one by one." His words calmed them down. They immediately prepared for the battle thinking, as long as we have Ryoichi, we can get our revenge. Ryoichi weaved a hand sign. Lightning could be seen on his palms. He placed his palms in the river and said with utter confidence, "Face the consequences of your actions." Lightning style, lightning eels jutsu. The lightning on his palms transformed into small lightning eels and moved towards the rogue nins. However, one of the ninjas weaved hand signs in response. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a strong wind current into the river. The attack hit the lightning eel's head and dispersed them. Though the river absorbed the wind current, the winds caused a wave of water to form and move at the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. The rogue ninjas used the cover provided by the wave to quickly close in the distance. Ryoichi was surprised. He thought, he countered me so easily. This isn't a random attack. Someone wants us all dead. He wanted to use another jutsu, but the ninja who used the great breakthrough jutsu suddenly appeared in front of him and attacked with his kunai. Ryoichi raised his kunai and blocked the attack. The rogue ninja smiled and said, "Sorry. I can't let you run amok, Ryoichi." At the same time, the other rogue ninjas attacked the ninjas protecting Kagawa Noriuki with earth jutsus. Ryoichi realized it and asked, "So the Ide family has allied with Hidden Stones Village?" The Hidden Stones Village ninja smiled but didn't say anything and continued attacking. He was evenly matched with Ryoichi. Ryoichi's expression became grim. He didn't have the same confidence as before. He shouted, "We may be weak, but do you think that you can walk over Hidden Grass Village without any consequences?" The Hidden Stones Village Jounin just smirked. However, he suddenly became very serious and dived into the river. Fractions of a second later, an air bullet passed from where he was standing. He quickly looked at where the attack had come from and his eyes widened. Fujin observed the fight for a minute and jumped in at the right opportunity. He flickered next to an Hidden Stones Village ninja and shot a couple of dozen air bullets at the rogue ninjas. 4 Hidden Stones Village ninjas that were closest to him died while a few others were injured. Just like the Hidden Stones Village ninjas, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas were also surprised. Only Noriuki was expecting such assistance. He shouted, "They are our allies. Cooperate with them and eliminate these rogue ninjas." The Hidden Grass Village ninjas were relieved. In just a minute of fighting, they realized that they were completely outmatched. With Ryoichi being held back, their hopes were dying very quickly. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas had solemn expressions. A few seconds ago, they were having a complete advantage. But the situation reversed instantly. Taking advantage of the slight distraction, Yuzhao and Fumito snuck behind two of the weakest Hidden Stones Village ninjas. Since their attention was on Fujin and the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, they didn't notice them until it was too late. In one quick stab, both killed their targets. The Hidden Stones Village Jounin fighting against Ryoichi was alarmed by the situation. He shouted, "Fall back to the bank and stay together." At the same time, he began withdrawing to the opposite bank, but Ryoichi immediately attacked him and didn't allow him to leave. Fujin saw the Hidden Stones Village ninjas retreating and activated his chakra field. His eyes widened momentarily as he looked at a location on the opposite bank. He muttered, "This will be a tough fight." As the Hidden Stones Village ninjas were retreating, they approached Bunjiro, who was hiding under the water. He immediately took advantage. Water style, water shuriken jutsu. Dozens of water shurikens formed underwater and launched at the Hidden Stones Village nins. One of Hidden Stones Village's jounins immediately noticed it and made a hand seal. Water style, water wall jutsu. A layer of water appeared in front and under the Hidden Stones Village ninjas in the nick of time. Unfortunately, Bunjiro wasn't their only opponent. Fujin flickered next to them and a sword appeared in his hand. One of the Hidden Stones Village ninjas noticed him and immediately attacked him with his kunai. Fujin swung his sword at the kunai. The remaining Hidden Stones Village ninjas focused on Yuzhao, Fumito and the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. But, they turned their attention to Fujin once again. They watched in shock as the headless corpse of their comrade fell into the river. One of the Hidden Stones Village ninjas muttered, "How can that be? He killed a jounin in the blink of an eye?" Fujin continued his attack and swung his sword at the nearest Hidden Stones Village ninja. However, he stopped and moved backwards. An earth spear passed by from the space he was at a moment ago. Fujin turned his head to the left to see hundreds of earth spikes extending from the opposite bank to their location. Fujin thought, they couldn't hold back anymore. I guess that is to be expected considering the losses they were taking. The hundreds of earth spears forced the Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Grass Village ninjas back. Even Bunjiro was attacked underwater and forced to retreat. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas immediately took the opportunity to retreat to the opposite bank. Apart from Fujin, everyone's expressions became solemn. The attack was just too large in scale. The chaotic battle finally stopped as the three sides reassessed the situation. On the bank where Mizukashi town was, Itamaki stopped his ninjas and instructed, "There is another group there. It looks like the Kagawa family was expecting this attack. We will wait and observe the situation for now." His ninjas immediately agreed. In a short while, they had seen 7 capable ninjas fall. In addition, they could see the fearsome earth spears extending from the opposite bank to the center of the river. None of them wanted to risk their lives needlessly. Meanwhile, Tamaki frowned and thought, as I guessed, Noriyuki came prepared. These should be Hidden Leaf Village Anbu. Fortunately, I contacted Hidden Stones Village. Otherwise, I'd be dead. Fujin observed the situation. On one side of the river were ninjas of the Ide family. On the other side were 21 Hidden Stones Village ninjas. While on the river, there were 15 ninjas from the Kagawa family and Fujin's team. Fujin observed the ninja who launched the earth spears and thought, an elite jounin. I have been running into way too many of them in recent times. Oh well, now that everyone is out of hiding, I can kill them in one single fight. If Fujin wanted to, he could have killed another 3-4 Hidden Stones Village ninjas. But he refrained from doing so as he wanted to use them to draw them out. Due to this, any traps that they might have set up would be useless. The ninja, at whom Fujin was staring, looked at the Hidden Stones Village ninjas who retreated and asked, "Chiharu, are you fine?" Chiharu nodded and said, "Yes, but 7 of our ninjas died. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas have Ryoichi among their ranks. But Jin, be careful of that Hidden Leaf Village Anbu with the sword. For some reason, he is giving me a very bad feeling." Jin looked at Fujin and said, "It doesn't matter, they will all die today." There wasn't a single shred of doubt in his voice. While Jin was checking on the Hidden Stones Village ninjas, Noriyuki analyzed, even though Tamaki wants us out of the way, he can't attack us openly. So we have 2 options. We can withdraw into Mizukashi and force them to fight with us. Then these ninjas will withdraw. But this option is very risky. The second option is to fight the Hidden Stones Village ninjas and break through into the interior parts of the country. They won't chase me too deep into the land of the grass. While he was debating internally, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi and Noriyuki and said, "Ryoichi, your lightning nature will give you an advantage against that guy. Hold him back. I'll eliminate the others." Ryoichi frowned and said, "That is very risky. With his ability, sneak attacking Noriyuki will be very easy." The scale of earth spears that was launched was just too big. Despite being far from the land, they were still threatened by that attack. However, Noriyuki said, "No, that is the only way. Going back to Mizukashi will be very risky and we all may be wiped out. You hold him back." Hidden Leaf Village ninjas can focus on eliminating the rest. And when the fighting is intense, I'll escape with 4 ninjas protecting me so that I won't hold you back anymore. Ryoichi asked, what if there are more Hidden Stones Village ninjas hiding? Noriyuki let out a sigh and said, it's unlikely that Hidden Stones Village will send so many ninjas here just for me. But if they have, then it is only a matter of time before they kill me. After all, that group is already stronger than us. Just escape and ensure that you stay alive. If possible, please see that no harm befalls my family. Ryoichi didn't want to agree. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any other option. Meanwhile, Fujin was surprised. He looked at Noriyuki and thought, that's a surprise. Most of those in power, even if they are just, won't risk their own lives to help others escape. I guess this is why Hiruzen and Shikaku valued him highly. Fujin said, don't worry. I don't sense anyone else. But be careful regardless. Noriyuki nodded. They stopped talking at the same time as Jin. Jin rapidly weaved hand signs and slammed his palms on the ground. Earth Style, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu Chapter 299, The Battle on the River Bank. Earth Style, Earth Spike Hell Jutsu. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas were surprised by the massive chakra emanating from Jin. On the riverbed, thousands of small sharp spikes began forming. Fujin sensed the change and shouted, leave the river immediately. Fujin flickered right away. So did his team. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas were slightly slower to react as Fujin wasn't their superior and they didn't feel the change happening under their feet. However, when Noriyuki and Ryoichi began moving, they immediately followed. In a second, the spikes were launched. They tore through the strong river current and propelled skyward. 3 Hidden Grass Village Chunins were a bit slow to move. The spikes pierced into their feet and drilled through their bodies, shattering their bones and puncturing their internal organs. They emerged from heads and shoulders and soared into the sky, tracing a vivid arc of red blood. The 3 Chunins died without even understanding how they were hit from below the river. The ninjas from the Eyed family saw in horror as blood spouted from their bodies as they fell into the river and dyed it red color momentarily. The scene was hellish. They thanked their lucky stars that their leader asked them to stay away. As soon as Fujin stepped on the river bank, he felt the ground under his feet transforming into small spikes. He immediately flickered while thinking, this is annoying. Even my team might not stay safe for long from such a barrage. Fujin flickered continuously while building his chakra up. Jin tried attacking him in the places he might appear in, but Fujin was too fast and unpredictable for him and maintained a sufficient distance from the remaining Hidden Stones Village ninjas. Wind Style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Jin was surprised. He thought, he is good. A Sealless supercharged jutsu. However, he didn't react. Instead, a ninja next to him slammed his palms on the ground. Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu. A gigantic earth wall appeared instantly and protected the Hidden Stones Village ninjas. At the same time, Jin changed his target from Fujin to the Hidden Grass Village ninjas, thinking, the Hidden Leaf Village Anbu are quite strong. It should be an elite unit. I'll whittle down the Hidden Grass Village numbers first and then use the numerical advantage to crush them. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas had seen Fujin dodging at a fast pace. They began imitating his movements and didn't stand in the same spot for long. Jin sensed their movements and smirked while thinking, I couldn't hit him due to his speed. Do you think that you can replicate the same speed? Jin predicted where they would dodge and preemptively began creating spikes on those spots. This immediately created more pressure on the Hidden Grass Village ninjas as the number of times they had to dodge increased by 2-3 times. Meanwhile, Fujin looked at the wall and decided, time to cut down their numbers. Wind Style, Vacuum Serial Wave Jutsu. Fujin exhaled blades of wind at several angles. Behind the giant wall, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas were feeling quite safe when the blades cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter, catching them completely off guard. Jin, who had already neutralized another Hidden Grass Village ninja and injured a couple more and managed to keep the Hidden Grass Village ninjas and Fujin's team at bay, was shocked. He immediately jumped up to dodge the wind blade heading towards him. Jin's eyes widened as he realized the power behind the wind blades. He wondered, Wind Vacuum Jutsu? Who is this guy? Wait, if he knows Wind Vacuum Jutsu, then... Shit. Jin immediately created an earth clone. The experienced Hidden Stones Village ninjas also reacted instinctively. However, 8 Hidden Stones Village ninjas couldn't react in time. They were cut into 2 and died on the spot. Jin watched as his eyes turned red. He had lost 15 ninjas on such a simple mission. The losses had now exceeded the acceptable limit. However, before he could even think of retaliating, Fujin fired vacuum bullets at the ninjas who had jumped in the air to dodge. 2 bullets were heading at Jin. Jin looked at the incoming attack and thought, as I had expected. The earth clone he created seconds ago pushed him away as the vacuum bullets pierced it and dispelled it. Jin barely managed to dodge the attack. However, not everyone could do the same. Another 2 Hidden Stones Village ninjas were killed.
Fujin observed the situation and analyzed, these ninjas are all elites. I had targeted 6 but only 2 died. They are much stronger than the hidden Sand Village bunch that tried to hunt me. Looks like Hanoki greatly values this mission. Is Hidden Stones Village that desperate to make inroads into grass or waterfall? Itamaki saw Fujin's counterattack and gulped in fear. He was no longer confident in Hidden Stones Village's victory. He decided, if Hidden Stones Village fails to kill Noriyuki, I will distance myself from them and claim that this attack had nothing to do with me. After all, I doubt Hidden Stones Village would claim these ninjas as their own and hence won't antagonize the only noble in the land of grass that supports them. Fujin's consecutive attacks finally gave his allies time to catch their breath. He also changed the numerical advantage in their favor. Yujao, Fumito and Banjiro immediately went on the attack. Ryoichi remembered Fujin's words and immediately rushed towards Jin. He realized, Hidden Leaf Village Anbu captain is right. If I don't restrict him, it's only a matter of time before the remaining Hidden Grass Village ninjas are killed. Only I and the Hidden Leaf Village Anbu might be able to escape. The remaining Hidden Grass Village ninjas split into 2. 4 stayed next to Noriyuki while the rest followed Ryoichi. Ryoichi weaved hand signs while running and supercharged his jutsu. Lightning style, false darkness jutsu. He extended his arms towards Jin as bolts of lightning crackled on his arms. He discharged all the lightning bolts at Jin. Jin saw the lightning bolts with a frown on his face as he thought, lightning is the biggest weakness of earth jutsus. Back in the Third Great Ninja War, he gained fame against us because his unit encountered a division that was exclusively made of earth affinity ninjas and didn't have any strong jounin. Despite the frown, Jin wasn't worried about Ryoichi. Instead, his attention was on Fujin. The threat of wind vacuum jutsus far exceeded lightning in his eyes. Chiharu appeared in front of Jin. After knowing that Ryoichi was with the Kagawa family entourage, Jin had specifically requested Chiharu to join this mission to counter his lightning jutsus. Even though Jin could still deal with Ryoichi, it would be very annoying and would allow Fujin to run amok. Wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. Chiharu confronted Ryoichi with a supercharged jutsu as well. Both jutsu clashed. Ryoichi frowned and stopped. Despite the power of the jutsus being the same, he was at a disadvantage. The winds neutralized his lightning bolts one after another. However, Fujin flickered next to Ryoichi. Fire style, searing migraine jutsu. Taking advantage of the winds, Fujin exhaled a massive fire at Chiharu. Chiharu's eyes widened as he cursed, shit. He also knows fire jutsus. Jin also became serious. He was waiting to find an opportunity against Fujin. Instead, it was Fujin who seized the opportunity. He gathered chakra and slammed his hands on the ground. Another gigantic well appeared out of the ground. It was tall and wide enough to keep the massive firestorm on the other side temporarily. However, Jin shouted, move away from the walls. Every Hidden Stones Village ninja followed his instruction without any hesitation. A second later, blades of wind cut through the gigantic wall with ease. Fortunately, the Hidden Stones Village ninjas were far enough to have the time to dodge them. Jin observed the blades with an annoyed expression. He thought, fortunately my sensei had informed me about Shimura Denzo's skills, otherwise, the death toll would keep piling. Still, wind vacuum jutsu and such ruthlessness. Is he Denzo's successor? If so, he can't be allowed to live any longer. Who knows how many of our sufferings had that bastard's hand in the shadows. If another shinobi of darkness appears in Hidden Leaf Village, then we will suffer for a few more decades. Kagawa Noriyuki noticed the destruction and thought, I owe Lord Hokage one. He instructed, let's escape. Chapter 300, Breaking Through Hidden Stones Village's Obstruction. Taking opportunity of the situation, Noriyuki, along with 4 jounins, began escaping. Jin sensed it and muttered, do you think it'd be this easy to escape from me? He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground once again. Despite the large distance between them, the ground under the feet of Noriyuki's group turned into a swamp. They immediately jumped backwards. However, several mud balls were launched at them from the swamp. One of the Hidden Grass Village ninjas weaved hand signs. Water style, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of them and stopped the mud balls. However, soon the land to the right of them began moving. A second later, a large, bronze dragon head popped out of the ground. It opened its mouth and shot multiple cannonballs made of mud at the group. The Hidden Grass Village ninjas hurriedly dodged while the dragon head dived underground once again. One of the Hidden Grass Village ninjas shouted, be careful. It will attack us from below and blow itself up. His words alarmed Noriyuki and the rest. They stayed on their toes and tried attacking the dragon underground in order to make it explode deep underground. However, several spikes and needles were launched at them, forcing them to keep evading and cutting off their escape routes. Fujin sensed the attack and thought, such a large range. But, why hasn't he ordered a retreat? Their losses are already too high and this situation is very disadvantageous and dangerous for him. Though he and Ryoichi tried to stop him, they were outnumbered. When Fujin used any vacuum attack, Jin would move away and then place his palms on the ground once again. Finally, the remaining Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village ninjas made their way across the fire and debris and joined the battle. Ryoichi instructed, "Keep their weaker ninjas busy. We will eliminate their leaders." The Hidden Grass Village ninjas immediately obeyed his command. As for Fujin's team, they had already attacked. With their aid, the number advantage was evened out. Fujin flickered towards Chiharu while Ryoichi confronted Jin. Jin confronted Ryoichi while observing the battlefield. He analyzed, "Despite the enemy reinforcements, we still had one more ninja. 5 ninjas are equally matched while we have the advantage in 3 fights." But, though it looked like they had the overall advantage, Jin was worried. Chiharu couldn't match up to Fujin at all. He barely hung on. Jin sighed, "I can't afford to take any more pointless losses. If I knew that someone as ferocious as he would be protecting Noriyuki, then I would have redone our entire strategy. I didn't want to resort to this, but we don't have any other option now. I can only use my final card. Though this could put my village in some trouble, it's better than just retreating with nothing but losses." Within half a minute of confrontation, Fujin had gained the absolute advantage. He was about to deal the final blow when he suddenly jumped away. Numerous earth spikes assaulted his previous position. He looked at Jin. Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, "Fine. I'll let Kagawa and Noriyuki go. But you all will stay here." He stopped attacking Noriyuki's group and focused entirely on the existing battlefield. Immediately, Fujin and a few other ninjas were assaulted by spikes, needles, spears and other weapon-shaped projectiles from the ground. Apart from Fujin, everyone fell at a disadvantage. Ryoichi tried his best to stop him but had no success. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he analyzed, "Something is off. Though the move is tactical, he should have done this long ago. And even now he isn't retreating. It's as if he is assured of his victory." Fujin had a bad feeling. Immediately, a massive amount of chakra was released by Fujin. Jin was alarmed as winds began flowing around Fujin. Suddenly, vast amounts of wind were blasted behind Fujin. An Hidden Stones village ninja, who was confronting Fumito, was hit by this blast wave and lost his balance and fell towards Fumito. Fumito immediately took advantage of the opening and jabbed his tando into his throat. Meanwhile, Fujin disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the ninja fighting with Yujao. Before the Hidden Stones village ninja could even react, he was beheaded. Yujao watched with shock in her eyes. She thought, "I couldn't see him at all." However, the one who was the most shocked was Jin. He was maintaining control over the entire battlefield. But 2 more of his subordinates died. He immediately concentrated on Fujin and launched multiple jutsus. However, Fujin once again disappeared and appeared behind the ninja fighting Bunjiro and killed him as well. Before Jin could react, Fujin disappeared once again and appeared behind Chiharu. Chiharu immediately turned around and swung his kunai at Fujin. Though he wasn't very skilled at it, chakra could be seen flowing through his kunai. However, instead of attacking with his sword, Fujin just shot a vacuum bullet at point-blank range. Chiharu had no chance of dodging it. The bullet pierced through his forehead leaving a huge hole in his head. He dropped dead as well. Jin was enraged at that sight. He shouted, "Bastard! Stop running and fight me." He launched more spikes at Ryoichi and forced him back while he rushed at Fujin. Winds blasted behind Fujin once again as he appeared in front of Jin in the blink of an eye. Jin saw Fujin swinging his sword at him. He only had one thought, "Shit." Jin's body turned black as he tried to grab Fujin's sword with his right hand. His right hand was even blacker than the rest of his body. Fujin's sword hit his right hand. Though the iron skin jutsu was strong, it was no match for a sword enhanced by wind nature chakra flow. In addition, Fujin was also assisted by his massive momentum. The sword cut his right palm open. It cut through his right forearm. Jin gritted his teeth and endured the pain and managed to just get his body out of the way of Fujin's sword. However, he had to pay an extremely high price. Jin's right hand was cut off. Half of his right forearm was cut off vertically. What remained just bled and hurt like hell. Jin looked at Fujin with hatred in his eyes. Though Jin and Fujin were quite evenly matched, their strengths lay in different areas. Fujin excelled at close-range fighting and had numerous jutsus to make him lethal at mid-range and long-range. Meanwhile, Jin was better than Fujin at controlling the battlefield and fighting while keeping his enemies at bay. Though his close-range skills were nothing to scoff at, he wasn't comparable to Fujin. Under normal circumstances, he would maintain his distance and keep Fujin away. Such a battle would only result in a draw. That is why both Fujin and Jin tried to target the weaker enemies to gain a numerical advantage while distracting the other. Fujin gained an advantage in that aspect. He didn't care about the losses Hidden Grass Village suffered, and he had killed far more Hidden Stones Village ninjas than the damage Jin managed to inflict on Hidden Grass Village ninjas. This caused Jin to make a mistake and end up confronting Fujin head-on. Since Jin had stopped targeting them, Noriyuki and the 4 Jounins with him left the banks and began running towards the interior. Noriyuki said, "We will run full-time till we reach back to our town. Once we reach there, Hidden Stones Village won't dare to attack us. We will lodge a complaint with Lord Daimyo and make Hidden Stones Village pay dearly." The Jounins nodded. They ran a couple hundred meters without any obstruction. Since none of the Hidden Stones Village ninjas chased them, one Jounin said, "Looks like your plan has worked. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas can't spare anyone to chase after us." They were relieved. Noriyuki nodded and said, "Yes, but stay on guard. We can't afford any more loss." Noriyuki's words were stuck in his mouth as he felt extremely high heat on his right side. He and the Jounins turned around to see. A look of shock and terror appeared on their faces. A massive rock covered in lava was heading straight at them. They wanted to get out of the way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before their feet could move, the massive lava-covered rock hit them. It crushed the 5 ninjas under its immense weight while burning them and exploded almost immediately. Chapter 301, Attacking Indiscriminately? Seeing Fujin attacking him again, Jin retreated. Fujin was about to give chase when a loud explosion sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. Seconds later, dust and smoke covered the entire area. Some debris also fell. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas took the chance to retreat and regroup as the sensors on Fujin's side were shocked. Fujin looked towards the spot of the explosion and thought, the chakra of all 5 of them disappeared. And what's with that massive chakra? Even Hiruzen's chakra wasn't as high as this. Though Fujin's first mission as the Anbu captain had failed, he had no time to think about it. He was more concerned about the chakra that the ambusher was emitting. Jin looked at the destruction and sighed, "We had to resort to this. Now everyone will know that it was Hidden Stones Village who did the attack. This will be a diplomatic disaster." He turned his attention towards his bleeding arm. His expression became determined as he thought, "But that's fine. Though we will lose our influence in the Land of Grass, we found out about this fearsome Anbu from Hidden Leaf Village. I don't recall any powerhouse in Hidden Leaf Village having such skills. So he should be someone who they raised after the last Great War ended. Killing him will be far more beneficial." Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened and he looked in front only to see a sword heading straight at him. He instinctively moved backwards but knew that he had no chance of avoiding the attack. Having sensed a formidable foe, Fujin didn't want to leave any other trouble behind him. Fujin's blade was just a few inches away from Jin's neck when he sensed molten rocks headed towards him. Fujin flickered backwards and fired a few vacuum bullets at Jin. Jin barely managed to dodge them. They created a few cuts on his body, causing him to lose even more blood, but none were fatal. However, Fujin had no time to look at him. A figure rushed towards him at rapid speed. Fujin shot a few vacuum bullets, but he dodged them all. His fist began glowing red as he punched Fujin. Chakra began flowing along Fujin's sword as he slashed at the incoming punch. The sword and the fist clashed, creating a slight shock wave. Fujin's expression behind his mask became serious as his sword couldn't cut into the fist. The punch sent him flying backwards. He flipped in the air and landed back on the ground but was still dragged behind for a few minutes. His eyes landed on the ninja who attacked him. He had red hair, mustache and beard. Unlike the other Hidden Stones Village ninjas, he didn't bother hiding his identity. He wore a large headpiece that proudly displayed the symbol of Hidden Stones Village. On seeing his face, Ryoichi and the other Hidden Grass Village ninjas were horrified. Even Fujin's team raised their guard to the max. Ryoichi asked in disbelief and horror, "Rashi, why did Hidden Stones Village send someone like you?" Rashi ignored his question and looked at Fujin. He said, "Youngsters these days are getting even more ferocious. You forced me to take action." Fujin cursed in his mind, "Shit. If I knew someone like him was hiding here, I wouldn't have wasted time dealing with the rest. Though if I did that, he might have jumped in sooner. But why the hell is Onoki sending his Jinchuriki on a mission? It's an absolute taboo during peacetime. Even their own citizens don't trust them. Let alone citizens of other countries." Fujin roared, "Hidden Stones Village. You dare send your Jinchuriki to the Land of Grass? Do you intend to start a war?" Fujin used his chakra to amplify his voice. It was so loud that everyone in Mizukashi heard it clearly. Though most didn't know what a Jinchuriki was, knowing that the ambushers weren't rogue ninjas and instead were from Hidden Stones Village terrified them. As for the ones who knew what a Jinchuriki was, their fear knew no bounds. Panic spread through the city. Some hid in underground safe houses in the city. A few began escaping from the city. Some officials sent messenger birds to Hidden Grass Village without consulting or even informing Ide Tamaki. Rashi realized Fujin's intention and said,
I'm surprised that you are still thinking about diplomacy at this point. Fujin ignored him and instructed, slaughter the rest. I'll deal with Roshi. His earlier rampage had killed 4 more Hidden Stones village ninjas, including Chiharu, who was the second most powerful in that group and could restrict Ryoichi. More importantly, he had gravely injured Jin. Hidden Stones village only had 6 ninjas along with an injured Jin. So the Anbu and Hidden Grass village ninjas shouldn't have any issue in dealing with them. Roshi asked, you think you can da? His words were cut short as Fujin flickered next to him and shot air bullets from a close range. Roshi immediately dodged and counterattacked. Lava style, scorching rocks jutsu. Roshi expelled a large amount of lava that solidified into molten rocks. They traveled towards Fujin with tremendous force. Fujin ran straight towards the incoming molten rocks. Displaying blinding speed, he avoided all molten rocks. The molten rocks hit his afterimages and exploded on contacting the ground. Roshi's eyes widened. He muttered, so fast. He slammed his hand on the ground. Lava style, volcanic swamp jutsu. The ground around him began turning into a swamp that had lava mixed within it. He severely restricted Fujin's movements if he wanted to close the distance. However, instead of approaching him, Fujin jumped a long distance in the sky while building a large amount of chakra and inhaling a large amount of air. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Roshi began preparing a fire jutsu to take advantage of the wind jutsu, but stopped midway as his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what is he doing? Ryoichi had just begun fighting Jin when they both stopped and looked above. Ryoichi's eyes widened. Even Yujawa, Fumito and Banjiro were surprised and scared. A second later, a strong wind current engulfed the entire battlefield. Enemies and allies both felt the tremendous wind flow. Even the eyed family ninjas on the opposite bank felt the massive wind current. The winds caused the river water to flood the opposite bank. They immediately retreated back into Mizukashi and activated their protective seals. Layers of lava walls formed around Roshi, protecting him from the winds. Several wind blades hit it every second, causing it to crumble. But it reformed itself at an even faster pace. He thought, though my fire nature should have an advantage, the winds are so strong that everything will be reflected back to me. But, what is he planning? Does he want to kill his own allies as well? Since when did Hidden Leaf Village become so ruthless? At the same time, Jin was horrified. He thought, this bastard is definitely Denzo's successor. He'd kill his allies as well rather than letting any of us escape. A similar fear ran through the minds of the Hidden Grass Village ninjas. After all, they had no idea who Fujin was and what his intentions were. Even Yujawa, Fumito and Banjiro had solemn expressions. Even though they were his subordinates, none of them had worked with him earlier or knew what missions he undertook. Suddenly, the Hidden Stones village ninjas in front of them were attacked by wind blades. Long cuts appeared on their bodies. The Hidden Stones village ninjas dodged while the Hidden Grass village and Hidden Leaf village ninjas were afraid that they too would suffer the same fate. But they soon noticed something odd. They realized, the wind blades are only attacking the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Though we are facing the extreme winds as well, they don't pose much threat to us. Roshi noticed it as well. His eyes widened and pupils dilated. He realized, this level of control. His control over yin-yang should be excellent. This isn't a blind attack. He can perfectly control his jutsu. He wants to kill all Hidden Stones village ninjas so that they won't interfere with our fight. Realizing that they were safe, the Hidden Grass village and Hidden Leaf village ninjas began attacking Hidden Stones village ninjas. The Hidden Stones village ninjas immediately fell into peril. A red coating of chakra appeared around Roshi as he rapidly weaved hand signs. Chakra and lava gathered on his right fist as he punched the ground with full force. Immediately, the lava and chakra were released into the swamps he created earlier. The ground around him raised 10 meters in height, forming a miniature volcano. The lava began gathering towards its mouth. Lava style, flower fruit mountain jutsu. The miniature volcano exploded with a loud sound. It sent a shockwave in the surrounding area, nullifying the winds Fujin had created. Following the shockwave, a large amount of molten rocks was launched into the air. However, since the Hidden Stones village ninjas were also in the vicinity, Roshi controlled it to fall far away from the battlefield. One of the molten rocks fell on Mizukashi town. It hit the protective barrier and broke it with ease. Fortunately, it hit the wall and didn't fall in the town. The wall crumbled in an instant. The people who still hadn't hidden underground were horrified by the sight. Chapter 302, Contemplating the situation. Roshi gathered chakra once again and shouted, retreat. Lava style, fiery rock bullet jutsu. He spat a single rock made of molten lava at Fujin, who was falling down from the sky. Fujin gathered chakra as well. Wind style, vacuum cannon jutsu. The vacuum cannon hit the lava rock and broke through it and traveled towards Roshi. Roshi didn't dare test his defenses against the wind vacuum attacks. He immediately dodged. The vacuum cannon hit the miniature volcano Roshi built earlier and crumbled it down.
Fujin wasn't sure whether Rashi could use the same jutsu through it. He didn't want to see whether he could or not. He landed on the ground and instructed, chase and kill them off. The Hidden Stones village ninjas had already begun escaping. Fujin's allies were wondering whether they should aid him or chase the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Hearing his command, most of them began chasing the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Seeing what Rashi could do, none of them wanted to face him. Only Ryoichi and Yujao stayed behind. Yujao looked at Fujin and recalled the words Hiruzen had said to her before she joined Fujin's team. She analyzed, if he kills Hidden Stones village as Jinchuriki, then it could cause a war between Hidden Leaf village and Hidden Stones village. The best solution is to disengage now and let them retreat. But how do I tell him that? And what would be the optimal route if that Jinchuriki decides to keep chasing after us? Ryoichi had similar thoughts. Hidden Leaf village could afford to offend Hidden Stones village, but they couldn't. He said, Kagawa Noriyuki is already dead. Let's stop here and leave. Fujin and Rashi were about to begin their battle but halted on hearing that. A frown appeared behind Fujin's mask. He pointed at Rashi and said, tell him that. Rashi thought for a few seconds and replied, sure. Hidden Grass Village ninjas can't leave, but Hidden Leaf Village will have to pay for killing so many of our ninjas. Ryoichi was stunned by his words. He immediately fell into a dilemma. If he escaped, then the remaining Hidden Grass Village ninjas would live. If he stayed and Fujin lost, then they could all be wiped out. A frown formed on Yujao's face as she stared at Ryoichi. Fujin didn't say anything. He decided that if Ryoichi withdrew, he would run away as well. And after he gets away from Rashi, he would hunt them down and pin the blame on Hidden Stones village. After all, an entire town had seen them fighting Hidden Stones village ninjas. Ryoichi let out a sigh and said, then I have no choice but to continue fighting. He immediately left and began chasing the escaping Hidden Stones village ninjas while thinking, though we can't afford to offend Hidden Stones village, they are the ones who attacked us in our country. If I escape, then we will offend Hidden Leaf village while Hidden Stones village would think that they can bully us whenever they want to. In that scenario, our country will be doomed. Rashi frowned and was about to flicker towards Ryoichi when Fujin suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his sword at him. Rashi dodged and attacked back. Both began fighting. Though Yujao wanted to retreat, seeing Rashi's unyielding attitude, she understood that there was no other option. She shouted, Captain, don't forget our mission. And left to chase the Hidden Stones village ninjas. Fujin wondered, what mission? The one we are supposed to protect is already dead. Meanwhile, Rashi also wondered, did they come here using Kagawa as a front to do a secret mission? But what mission could have a higher importance than guarding Kagawa Noriyuki? They entered into an intense conflict. However, both had thoughts running through their minds. The longer they fought, the more depressed Rashi became. He thought, though I have stopped paying attention to the internal situation in Hidden Stones village, I still know that the old man hasn't found any successor for him. For decades, no one who can replace Sanoki has appeared in Hidden Stones village. Only me and Han came close, but we were asked to take control of the tailed beasts. But Hidden Leaf village. They had White Fang who dominated the Second Great Ninja War. He was followed by the Sanins who gained fame in the Second War and dominated the Third War. And while they were still at their peak, Minato Namikaze rose to fame and took command of their forces. Even though they suffered numerous losses after the Third Great Ninja War, their next generation is already stepping up. First Copy Ninja and now this guy. Though he isn't as strong as me, his speed exceeds mine. And his attacks are all very deadly. Even if I get hit by just one, I'll be gravely injured or dead. At the same time, Fujin was seriously introspecting, should I kill him or just stall? He analyzed, if I kill him now, the Four Tails will die as well and will need a few years to resurrect. If I can capture and seal it inside me and become a perfect Jinchuriki, then my prowess will increase many folds. But Fujin flickered to his right to dodge the wave of lava heading at him. Rashi launched another round of molten rocks at Fujin which he dodged as well while counterattacking. He further analyzed, but by the time the Four Tails is resurrected, Akatsuki would have begun capturing tailed beasts. The place of resurrection will be random. And there is no way I could compete with Akatsuki in intel gathering. Unless I can build the organization in time. But, that's still incredibly tough. Not to mention, there is no way anyone can compete with Zetsu in terms of gathering information. Besides, even if I have great luck and manage to become a Jinchuriki, I will have very little time to become a perfect one. After all, creating friendship and a deep enough bond will be very difficult after I beat him up and seal him inside me. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, leave it. I'm not ready yet. Killing him now could result in a conflict with Hidden Stones village. It could change the course of future events. Not to mention, I doubt I could kill him unless he becomes very careless for some reason. If he transforms, then the only way I can confront him is by summoning Ru.
But that will exhaust all my chakra and I doubt I can win against Four Tails. Still, this is a good opportunity to test my skills. Fujin's expression suddenly became very serious. Though his face was hidden by the turtle mask, Rashi felt the change in his attitude. Fujin suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Rashi and swung his sword vertically. Rashi immediately moved to his left. A sword slash passed by, leaving a deep scar on the ground. Suddenly, several cuts appeared on his arm despite dodging the attack. Rashi's eyes widened as he flickered away. He realized, in addition to the main slash, there were hundreds of smaller slashes surrounding it. Fujin followed Rashi and swung his sword 6 times in quick succession. 6 razor-sharp sword slashes streaked towards Rashi with blinding speed. Rashi's eyes widened as he thought, if these also have the additional slashes, then... He moved his body such that he would narrowly dodge all the sword slashes. At the same time, one tail appeared behind him and red chakra appeared on his body. Before the sword slashes reached him, a coating of lava enveloped his entire body. The sword slashes narrowly missed his body while the accompanying winds hit his lava armor. Numerous cuts appeared on his armor but none reached his flesh. Fujin thought, a lava armor? That's interesting. He immediately shot a vacuum bullet at his heart. Rashi immediately dodged. Though the armor could stop weaker attacks, it wouldn't stand any chance against attacks with high penetrating power. Fujin observed, I see. Its defense shouldn't be very high. At least he isn't confident of blocking my vacuum jutsus. Lava style, fiery rock bullet jutsu. Rashi shot 3 lava boulders at Fujin. Fujin dodged them but Rashi used the distraction to reduce the distance between them. He appeared at Fujin's right, jumped above and sent a punch towards his head. Knowing that his sword won't be cut through Rashi's fist from the previous exchange, Fujin moved backwards. Rashi's punch hit the ground causing cracks to appear in the ground. One such crack extended towards Fujin while emitting red light and a lot of heat. Fujin immediately got out of the way. Lava erupted out of that crack. At the same time, Fujin's clothes caught on fire. Fujin was shocked. Rashi used this distraction to once again appear in front of Fujin. Fujin looked at Rashi's grin and wondered, when did he burn my clothes? Rashi sent a punch at Fujin once again. Fujin slashed at his lava-covered fist with his sword again as he realized, I see. The heat from his armor is so intense that my clothes caught on fire despite not being touched by him. Just when the fist and sword were about to clash, Rashi opened his fist and caught the sword. The sword cut a couple of inches into his palm but couldn't cut any more due to the highly concentrated chakra flowing through his arm. Rashi held the sword tightly as he raised his left fist to pummel Fujin to death. However, before he could punch Fujin, a punch landed on his abdomen and sent him flying backwards. Chapter 303, Changing the Terrain. Rashi flipped in the air and landed back on his feet but was still dragged backwards for another dozen meters. He looked at Fujin who was standing in the same spot. However, his left hand was lit on fire. Rashi chuckled and said, since you dared to punch my lava armor, you can say goodbye to your ha. His words got stuck in his throat as he saw Fujin wave his left arm in the air and the fire dissipated. He noticed that Fujin's left arm was completely black in color. A frown appeared on Rashi's face as he realized, Iron Skin Jutsu. He can use rank B Earth Jutsus as well? Though it isn't enough to resist my armor for a longer period but should enable him to be able to punch or kick me. The cut on Rashi's right hand stopped bleeding and began healing slowly. Suddenly, Fujin's entire body became covered in the same color. The fire on his clothes was extinguished as Fujin flickered and appeared behind Rashi. He slashed his sword at his back. Rashi immediately escaped. A sword slash was released from Fujin's sword. It hit the river and left a deep scar across it. Fujin chased after Rashi thinking, I can't maintain Iron Skin Jutsu for too long. I need to deal some critical blows quickly. Just when Fujin was about to reach him, Rashi turned around and spat out a large amount of lava. Fujin's eyes widened as he flickered away in an instant and landed on top of the river. The lava covered the entire area. Waves of lava surged towards Fujin like a tsunami. Fujin frowned and wondered, does he want to massacre the entire town behind me? Even if it silences the ones who heard my roar, there is no way Hidden Stone's village can get out of this mess without suffering any major diplomatic consequences. Fujin swung his sword at the river. This time, he didn't focus on the penetrating power. Instead, he created a 100-meter-long wind slash. The wind slash hit the river vertically along the length of the river. It caused the river water to gush out towards the lava wave. The water and lava waves clashed, covering the entire area in mist. The lava wave broke through the water wave but lost a lot of its momentum. It still continued forward and entered the river. Knowing that it won't be able to harm Fujin, Rashi appeared on the riverbank and ran across the river to fight Fujin. Fujin was about to attack when he sensed a chakra build up behind him. Water style, Raging Waves Jutsu. Water style, Raging Waves Jutsu. Lightning style, False Darkness Jutsu. Bunjiro and Yujao spat a large amount of water. The water in the river mixed with their attack and it rushed towards Rashi like a waterfall. At the same time, Fumiya released a strong lightning current in the waterfall. A frown formed on Rashi's face. He spat out a large amount of lava once again while he retreated back to the river bank. Fujin swung his sword at the lava wave and flickered next to Yujao on the river bank behind him. The wind slash hit the lava wave. It slowed down the momentum of the wave by more than 70%. A moment later, the combination jutsu of water and lightning hit the lava wave. It forced the lava wave back to the other bank. Rashi slammed his hands on the ground. 3 layers of walls formed by molten rocks appeared in front of him. The combination attack broke through the first wall but was stopped by the second wall. The third wall broke down by itself and molten rocks were fired at the Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Grass Village ninjas on the other bank. Fujin swung his sword at the incoming rocks and asked, "What's the status?" The slashes hit the molten rocks. The smaller rocks were split into 2, while the larger ones had a deep scar in them. They lost their momentum and dropped into the river. Yujao replied, "We tried chasing them, but they retreated below the ground." Chasing became very risky due to their constant and unpredictable attacks from underground. Fujin was surprised. He thought, "I see. I guess taking off one arm wasn't sufficient. Sigh, I should not underestimate anyone who managed to gain the elite Jounin rank. Though I guess that others might have helped him." He said, "Alright, you guys retreat. I'll retreat soon as well. We will meet up in the same town." His subordinates nodded while the Hidden Grass Village ninjas sighed in relief. They had seen the terrible devastation caused by Fujin and Rashi's fight. The entire landscape on the other side of the river had changed. There was no longer any grass on the land. Instead, the entire land had turned into volcanic terrain covered in long scars. Even the river wasn't spared. They could see a slash cutting across the river. In addition, though most of the lava was washed along by the river, some of it was still left behind and solidified. It had decreased the width of the river by 20 to 35% in some places. Yujao wondered, why do these cuts on the land look like sword attacks? The Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Grass Village ninjas began running along the river to get away from them. Rashi didn't pay any attention to them as he analyzed, Jin should have kept them safe. Even without Jin, they would have a very difficult time chasing them successfully. No other village can compare with us when it comes to making an orderly retreat. Though I could try to kill them, I'm afraid that this guy will allow me to kill them so that he can get an opportunity to sneak attack me. He said in a loud voice, "You must be the rumored spectral swordsman who gained fame recently. As expected, you are from Hidden Leaf Village." The retreating ninjas heard him and were surprised. Yujao looked back at Fujin and thought, he is the spectral swordsman? No wonder his swordplay is so good. Bunjiro wondered, spectral swordsman? What's that? Meanwhile, the Hidden Grass Village ninjas had a grim expression. After all, the number of Hidden Grass Village ninjas that fell to the spectral swordsman's blade wasn't small.